999X Cultivation System Chapter 413 to Chapter 524. When Jiyu first boarded the spirit ship, he didn't notice that there were so many alchemists on the ship. Then, he casually found an alchemist to ask about it. Only then did he find out that King City of the Wanshan Empire was recruiting alchemists from the Kanglan Empire in large numbers and promised generous benefits. The most popular occupation in the Wanshan Empire seemed to be beast tamers, and alchemists were considered to be less popular there. However, the royal family of the Wanshan Empire wanted to develop alchemists. The Kanglan Empire was the neighbor of the Wanshan Empire, and it happened to be one of the most prosperous empires for alchemists. However, there were too many alchemists in the Kanglan Empire. Especially in places like King City where competition was high. Many of the more average alchemists even had problems making ends meet. In order to survive, many alchemists from the Kanglan Empire's King City flocked to the Wanshan Empire. If they wanted to go to the Wanshan Empire, they naturally had to leave the country first. That was why so many alchemists boarded the spirit ship to the Kanglan Empire. Jiyu wasn't very interested in the Wanshan Empire's recruitment of alchemists. The purpose of his trip was only to help Qi Ling or get rid of the Qi family's name. After receiving the food, Jiyu returned to his room with Qi Ling. After dinner, he continued to cultivate. Ding. Host cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Host cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. 3 or 4 days passed. Apart from eating and sleeping, Jiyu had been cultivating celestial chi. However, after cultivating for so long, he didn't feel the slightest sign of breaking through to the spirit profound realm. It seemed that cultivating celestial chi wasn't enough to break through to the spirit profound realm. Jiyu immediately exited his cultivation state. Since he couldn't break through, he would think about it in the future. It just so happened that the spirit ship was about to arrive at the Kanglan Empire. At this time, he could faintly feel that the spirit ship was slowly slowing down. Jiyu looked out of the window and saw that the surroundings were desolate and bleak. The width of the river had also shrunk a lot. This should be outside the borders of the Kanglan Empire. Not far ahead, there was a ferry. The spirit ship slowly came to a stop beside the ferry. Many passengers on the spirit ship prepared to disembark one after another. Jiyu and the others were no exception. As soon as they got off the spirit ship, they saw a large group of carriages blocking the way. Clearly, these carriages were here to steal customers. Jiyu casually picked a carriage that looked pleasing to the eye. Please deliver it to the Wanshan Empire. All right. The coachman nodded and set off immediately. Along the way, Jiyu didn't cultivate her celestial chi. Instead, she cultivated her amethyst pupil. Right now, he was not in a hurry to break through that distant and hopeless spirit profound realm. It wasn't a bad idea to cultivate the violet glazed eyes bloodline to the 3rd level, see-through reality. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Congratulations host, your bloodline amethyst pupil has successfully broken through to the see-through reality realm. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu's amethyst pupil finally broke through to the 3rd level, see-through reality. However, he didn't feel any big changes in his eyes. It was as if his eyesight had become better and his field of vision had become wider. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. Jiyu, what are you doing? At this moment, Xiaogu, who was sitting at the side, spoke up. What's wrong? Jiyu looked at Xiaogu and asked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he could actually see Xiaogu's demonic power. Although he could only see that Xiaogu was a 5th-grade demonic beast, he couldn't see its exact strength. However, it was much better than before. Previously, Jiyu couldn't see through Xiaogu at all. See-through reality. See-through reality. Perhaps this was the effect of the 3rd level of the amethyst pupil. Moreover, see-through reality was the same as see-through reality. It also had 3 stages. Right now, Jiyu was only at the first stage. If he cultivated to the second or even the third stage later on, then he would probably be able to see through Xiaogu's demonic power. On the other hand, if he could see through Xiaogu's demonic power, who else could hide their cultivation level in front of him? This ability didn't seem very useful, but it was actually very useful. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Candy, it's been so long and you still haven't given me any candy. Xiaogu reached out and asked for it as usual. Only then did Jiyu realize that he had been cultivating the amethyst pupil for a day or two. Then, he should be reaching the Wanshan Empire soon. Jiyu gave Xiaogu some candy and waited for the carriage to arrive at the Wanshan Empire. The Wanshan Empire was different from the Kanglan Empire. One could enter and exit the empire by land. In the Kanglan Empire, one had to take a spirit ship to enter and exit the empire. After all, there were many rivers in the Kanglan Empire. Those rivers occupied at least a quarter of the Kanglan Empire's territory. Before they arrived at the Wanshan Empire, Jiyu could see the huge city wall in front of them. The Wanshan Empire's territory must be behind the huge city wall. We're almost at the Wanshan Empire. At this time, Jiyu asked Qi Ling, do you remember where the Wanshan Empire's king city is? It'll be better if you remember the exact location of the Qi family's mansion. I don't remember. Qi Ling shook her head. She had been living a miserable life in the Qi family since she was born. Even her freedom was restricted. She only had a few chances to leave the house. Therefore, she didn't know where the Qi family's mansion was. She only knew that it was in King City. She didn't even know where King City was. Okay, I'll buy a map when we get there, Jiyu said. About half an hour later, the carriage finally entered the Wanshan Empire city wall. After getting off the carriage, Jiyu looked around. She found that this was a military base. It was the base of the Wanshan Empire's army. After all, this was the border city wall. The security must be very tight. There were almost no ordinary residents around. There were only a few ordinary houses. However, there were many merchants and carriages coming and going. Coincidentally, Jiyu bought a map of the Wanshan Empire from one of the merchants. From the map, the Wanshan Empire was mostly land. There were not many rivers. In other words, it was a suitable place for demonic beasts to live. It was no wonder that the most popular occupation in the Wanshan Empire was beast tamer. King City was located in the southeast of the Wanshan Empire. From where Jiyu and the others were at, they could reach the Wanshan Empire's King City as long as they kept going forward. In order to resolve this matter as quickly as possible, Jiyu immediately used her movement technique to bring Qi Ling and Xiaogu to the royal city. Before those merchants could react, Jiyu and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, the superior Earth rank Shadowless Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. In just a few minutes, Jiyu arrived at the royal city with Qi Ling and Xiaogu. Due to the high-grade Earth rank movement technique's consumption of profound Qi was too great. Halfway through, Jiyu even took 2 pills to recover her profound Qi, which was why she was barely able to hold on until now. Now that they were in the royal city, the general map from before was no longer useful. Jiyu went to buy a map of King City. Only then could they find the location of the Qi residence and know where to go. They followed the route on the map. Jiyu once again used her movement technique to bring Qi Ling and Xiaogu to the Qi residence. Due to their extremely fast speed, no one could see them on the road. Soon, the entrance of the Qi residence appeared in front of the 3 of them. Looking at the familiar yet strange mansion before her, Qi Ling's expression turned complicated. Who are you people? After a few seconds, the guards at the entrance of the Qi residence finally noticed that 3 unfamiliar people had appeared at the entrance. She's the second miss of the Qi family. Don't you recognize her? Jiyu was the first to speak. Second miss? What second miss? Since when did the Qi family have a second miss? Isn't there only the first young master Qi? I don't know. I've been a guard at the Chi residence for 3 years, and I've never heard of the second Mississippi. I've only been here for a year, and I've never heard of the second Mississippi. After the guards heard this, they all looked at each other in dismay. Jiyu was surprised to hear that none of them recognized Qi Ling-er. He subconsciously glanced at Qi Ling-er. He saw that Qi Ling-er had lowered her head slightly, and she looked a little gloomy. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the Qi mansion. When he saw that the guards were not standing properly, he asked, "What's going on?" "Elder Qi Yang." "Elder, there's a woman here who claims to be the second miss of the Qi clan." The guards turned around and reported respectfully. "The second miss of the Qi clan?" Qi Yang's expression changed. He pushed the guards in front of him aside. He was stunned when he saw the young lady in front of him. "Ling-er. It's really you?" Qi Yang exclaimed in shock. Even though he had not seen her for 5 years, he could not be mistaken. The young lady was none other than the second miss of the Qi clan, Qi Ling-er. Qi Ling-er was slightly taken aback as well. "Uncle Yang?" Ji noticed that Qi Ling-er and the middle-aged man seemed to know each other, so she did not say anything. Instead, she stood by the side and watched quietly. As for Xiaogu, it was even more impossible for her to say anything. She would not pay attention to things that had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she was eating candy right now. She did not have the time to care about anything else. As for the guards, they were all bewildered. They did not know that there was a second miss of the Qi clan. However, why did the elder seem to know this young lady? "Ling-er, why are you back?" Qi Yang asked anxiously. "Didn't you go to the Kanglan Empire with the second miss?" "Uncle Yang, I'm back because," Qi Ling-er paused when she said this. "I'm the one who brought her here. I have something to discuss with the master of the Qi clan." When Jiyu saw that Qi Ling-er was hesitant to speak, she decided to get straight to the point. The master of the Qi clan that she was talking about was none other than the clan leader of the Qi clan, Qi Ling-er's father. However, a scumbag like him was not qualified to be her father. Qi Yang's eyes widened slightly when he heard those words. He asked, "You are?" "I'm Qi Ling-er's friend, Jiyu." Jiyu replied honestly without any hesitation. "Who's this?" Qi Yang looked at the young lady standing behind Jiyu. It was only then that he noticed that the young lady's appearance was a little peculiar. Be it her seductive beauty, the horns on her head, or the tail behind her back, she did not look like a normal person. Only his cultivation seemed to be very ordinary. Actually, it was because Qi Yang was only at the Tongxian realm, so he couldn't see through Xiaogu's strength. However, he mistakenly thought that Xiaogu's strength was very ordinary. "Don't mind me." Right at this moment, Xiaogu spoke abruptly. Qi Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. This girl's way of speaking was really strange. "She's my little sister. I brought her along this time," Jiyu said perfunctorily. "I see." Qi Yang nodded, "Then follow me into the residence first." Jiyu and the other two did not say anything as they followed Qi Yang into the Qi family mansion. As for the guards, other than feeling very surprised, they did not have any other thoughts. After all, they were not qualified to interfere in such matters. After entering the Qi family estate, Qi Yang walked for an unknown period of time before gradually coming to a stop. Jiyu looked around and realized that there was no one around. At this moment, Qi Yang turned around. "Young master, no matter why you and Ling-er came back, I hope that you can leave Royal City as soon as possible." "It's best if you never come back," Qi Yang said in a deep voice. "Why do you say that?" Jiyu asked with a slight frown on her face. Qi Yang hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master, you might not know this, but after that young lady left with Ling-er 5 years ago, the clan leader decided to keep everything about Ling-er a secret. Now, apart from the older generation, no one in the Qi family remembers Ling-er. In fact, they don't even know that Ling-er existed. If the clan leader finds out that Ling-er is back, he might put righteousness before righteousness." After hearing Qi Yang's words, Jiyu finally understood what was going on. In her opinion, the clan leader of the Qi family deliberately removed Qi Ling-er's name from the clan leaders list in order to cover up what happened in the past. This way, no one would know what he had done in the past. It was indeed as Qi Yang had said. If the clan leader found out that Qi Ling was back, he would definitely make a move on Qi Ling in order to cover up what happened in the past. Jiyu. At this moment, Qi Ling tugged on Jiyu's sleeve and said, "Why don't we go back? After all, no one knows about me anymore. Father has also removed my name from the clan leaders list." "You still call that person your father?" Jiyu asked in confusion. However, Jiyu did not think that Qi Ling was weak. Instead, she found her pitiful. After all, Qi Ling's current plight was all because of those two scumbags. They were the clan head and first young master of the Qi clan. Qi Ling was about to say something when Jiyu interrupted her. "You don't have to say anything," Jiyu said, "leave it to me." Qi Ling was stunned. She looked at Jiyu. The calm expression on Jiyu's face gave her a huge sense of security. She nodded obediently and didn't say anything else. "Now that you know what's going on, it's better for you to leave before the clan head finds out." Qi Yang tried to persuade Qi Ling. He knew that the clan head was currently dealing with other matters, so he would not know that Qi Ling was back. However, he saw Qi Ling shaking her head. "No." Jiyu said, "Why should we leave? I brought Qi Ling here to talk to the clan head about something." "What? You're going to look for the clan head?" Qi Yang exclaimed in shock. He did not expect that Qi Ling would come back with such a motive. He thought that Qi Ling was only here to take a look at the Qi clan. This was also one of the reasons why he had asked Qi Ling to follow him into the Qi clan. Otherwise, he would have been able to persuade Qi Ling to leave the Qi clan after sending the guards away. However, Qi Yang found it hard to believe. He had already said so much, but not only did Qi Ling refuse to leave, she even wanted to look for the clan head. In an instant, Qi Yang's impression of the young man before him worsened significantly. Qi Ling had already wanted to leave earlier, but the young man insisted on staying. Even so, Qi Yang could only bear with it. "Young master, please don't be so stubborn. I really can't meet the clan head anymore," Qi Ling pleaded with Qi Ling. However, Jiyu ignored Qi Yang and turned to Qi Ling instead. "You seem to be on good terms with this young man, right?" "That's right. He's my uncle, and he's one of the few people who has treated me well in the past." Qi Ling did not know why Jiyu suddenly asked this question, but she still nodded and replied. "Okay, I got it." Jiyu nodded and said to Qi Yang, "Since I dare to let Qi Ling meet with Patriarch Qi, I naturally have full confidence. So, you can rest assured." If Qi Ling had shaken her head instead of nodding, he wouldn't have been so polite to Qi Yang. "Confident?" Qi Yang looked at Jiyu strangely. Obviously, he did not believe Jiyu at all. How confident could this young man, who was only at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm, be? As for the little girl behind him, her strength was so ordinary that he directly ignored her. Actually, it wasn't just Xiao Gu. Qi Yang couldn't see through Jiyu either. Moreover, Jiyu always used the Qi concealment technique to hide her cultivation. In Qi Yang's eyes, Jiyu was only at the peak of 9th level of the defensive profound realm. Although this level of cultivation could be considered a rare martial arts genius at this young man's age. However, he knew the Patriarch very well. The Patriarch was known for being ruthless and merciless. If the Patriarch insisted on making a move on Qi Ling even if this young man was a member of the royal family of the Wanshan Empire, he would not change his mind. Moreover, this young man was not a member of the royal family. In the vast Wanshan Empire, there wasn't a single Ji clan. In Qi Yang's opinion, this young man must be from the Kanglan Empire and must have a powerful force behind him. However, that was the Kanglan Empire, not the Wanshan Empire. No matter how powerful the force behind him was, it wouldn't make much difference. However, Qi Yang suddenly noticed that this young man's dressing was a little similar to the people from the Evolving Temple. But he quickly dismissed this thought. Ling was so kind. How could she mix with the people from the Evolving Temple? Moreover, the little girl who took her away 5 years ago would definitely not let her interact with the people from the Evolving Temple. "You don't believe me?" At this moment, Jiyu was a little helpless. "It seems that I have to show you a little." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu's aura fluctuated slightly. He only showed a little, but it was enough to shock Qi Yang. Qi Yang sensed from Jiyu's aura that was far stronger than his own. Qi Yang's face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood. In fact, he was too weak, which was why he couldn't see through this young man's true cultivation. The most terrifying thing was that he was at least at the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. However, he sensed from this young man an aura that was far stronger than his own. Not only that, but this young man only showed a little. Then, this young man's true cultivation, what kind of terrifying level had he reached? Now, do you believe me? The corners of Ji Yu's mouth curled up. Qi Yang only regained his senses when he heard Ji Yu's voice. Yes, I believe you. Qi Yang nodded immediately. Facing such a terrifying existence, how could he dare to have the slightest doubt? He didn't know how to describe this young man in words. He looked to be about the same age as Ling Er, but his martial arts cultivation had already surpassed Qi Yang, who was at LV6 Tongxian realm. Genius, monster, it was an insult to this young man. Even the word prodigy was not enough to describe this young man. The current #1 prodigy of Wanshan Empire had just broken through to Tongxian realm. Qi Yang could not believe that the Kanglin Empire could produce such a peerless prodigy. Moreover, he had become Ling Er's friend. Qi Yang was relieved. It seemed that Ling Er was doing well, and he did not need to worry about her. At the same time, he suddenly remembered the lady who took Ling away 5 years ago. Qi Yang had not seen her with his own eyes, and the patriarch had deliberately kept it a secret. However, as an elder, he knew a little about it. It was said that the lady was as powerful as the patriarch. More importantly, she was about the same age as this young man. Qi Yang could not help but think. He decided that if he had the chance, he would definitely visit the Kanglin Empire. What kind of place could produce 2 peerless prodigies in the same era? Can you bring us to the patriarch of the Qi family now? Ji Yu reminded him. Of course. Qi Yang did not dare to delay and immediately replied. Then, he led Ji Yu and the others to the patriarch of the Qi family. Soon, Ji Yu and the others followed Qi Yang to a luxurious building. This is the Qi family's meeting hall, Qi Yang said. Qi Yang said, but the patriarch seems to be discussing something with someone. Let's go in. Ji Yu did not care what the patriarch of the Qi family was doing. She pushed open the door to the meeting hall. Qi Yang opened his mouth to say something. However, when he thought of the cultivation that the other party had just displayed, he immediately shut his mouth. He just stood outside and observed the situation. He didn't dare to rush in with them. Inside the conference hall, there was a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles and a slightly older complexion. Opposite the middle-aged man sat 3 black-clothed men. They seemed to be discussing something. However, at this moment, the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly came. Who? The middle-aged man didn't look over, but his expression darkened. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter? Are you the patriarch of the Qi family? Then, a voice came from the door. Judging from his voice, he didn't sound old. Moreover, this voice sounded very unfamiliar to the middle-aged man. Only then did he turn his head to look. A man and 2 women walked in, and they were all quite young. Especially when he saw a young lady with black hair, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly constricted. Qi Ling Er, why are you here? The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, this middle-aged man was the head of the Qi clan, as well as Qi Ling Er's scumbag father, Qi Xiang. However, Qi Ling Er didn't even dare to look at Qi Xiang. Gradually, she hid behind Ji Yu. Due to the trauma in her heart, she couldn't look this person in the eye. If not for Ji Yu, she wouldn't even want to appear in front of this person. However, it wasn't just Qi Xiang who was shocked. Even the 3 black-clothed men sitting across from Qi Xiang had looks of shock on their faces. Who are you? Why do you have the power of inheritance? They stood up excitedly and pointed at Ji Yu. Initially, Ji Yu's attention was only on Qi Xiang. He could tell at a glance that this person was at LV9 Tongxian realm, so he guessed that this person was the patriarch of the Qi clan, Qi Xiang. At this moment, he heard a few excited voices, so he turned his attention to them. There were 3 black-clothed men. One of them was at LV9 Tongxian realm, while the other 2 were at LV8 Tongxian realm. Moreover, the clothes of these 3 men were very similar to Ji Yu's. The only difference was the pattern on their chests. This was especially so for the black-cloaked man who was at LV9 Tongxian realm. Ji Yu sensed a power that was identical to her own from this person. It was not difficult for Ji Yu to guess that the three men in black were from the evolutionary temple like her. However, they were definitely not from the Kanglin branch. In the Wanshan Empire, they should be from the Wanshan branch. Especially the man in black who was at LV9 Tongxian. He should be one of the vice leaders of the Wanshan branch. Of course, it was also possible that he was a leader, but it was unlikely. If he could really become a palace master with this kind of strength, then this myriad mountain branch palace would be too weak. Can't you tell from my clothes? At this moment, Ji Yu said calmly. As soon as she said that, the three men in black fell silent and their expressions became serious. In fact, they had guessed that this young man was from the evolutionary temple, but they were not sure. Now, they were sure. Xianxia's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He felt that something was wrong. You're not from the Wanshan branch, are you? At this moment, the man in black who was at LV9 Tongxian asked in a deep voice. He could feel the power in this young man. It was definitely the power of inheritance. Without a doubt, this young man was either a vice leader or a leader. However, there was no such person in the Wanshan branch. No. Ji Yu said, I came from the Kanglin Empire to deal with some matters. I see. The man in black immediately understood. This young man was from the Kanglin branch. He suddenly remembered that not long ago, he heard that the Kanglin Empire branch had a new leader. He seemed to be called Ji Yu, and he was a young man? Thinking of this, the man in black was shocked. Are you Ji Yu? He asked excitedly. Oh? You recognize me? Ji Yu was surprised. She did not expect that someone in the distant Wanshan Empire would recognize her. How would I dare not know Hall Leader Ji's name? The man in black said respectfully. The young man in front of her was indeed the Kanglin branch's leader. At that time, there was news that a young man from the Azure Water Branch Hall had become the new Hall Master. Everyone in the Myriad Mountain Branch Hall was shocked. Although the Azure Water Branch Hall's strength and foundation weren't considered famous in the entire southern region, the Azure Water Branch Hall's strength and foundation wasn't much. However, it was still slightly better than the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace. To be able to become the new Azure Water Branch Hall Master, one would have to be at least at peak level 9 Tongxian realm. Despite being less than 18 years old, he was already at Tongxian realm perfection. It was completely unbelievable that these two conditions were placed on the same person. Just yesterday, their Lord Hall Master had warned them. In the future, if he were to meet the new Azure Water Branch Hall Master, Ji Yu, even if he was not willing to curry favor with her, he must not offend her. Hall Master Ji. Hall Master Ji. When the other two black-clothed men heard those words, their reactions were extremely quick. They immediately said respectfully. Xianxia was frightened by the scene. Who was that young man? Why did they revere that young man so much? And what was going on with the palace master? Xianxia's mind raced. He soon realized that the young man had just said that he was from the Kanglin Empire, and the three of them respectfully addressed the young man as Hall Master. Could it be that the young man was the Hall Master of the Kanglin Empire Branch Hall? That was not right. How could such a young man become the Hall Master of a branch hall? Xianxia's expression kept changing. He immediately tried to check Ji Yu's cultivation. However, he found that he could not see through anything. He could see through such a small trick as the Qi concealment skill, so he knew that peak level 9 defensive profound realm was definitely not the young man's true cultivation. This meant that the young man was really at the Tongxian realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Tongxian realm expert. He was very likely to be stronger than him. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Xianxia's expression became a little ugly. The point was that the young man had brought Qi Linger here. It was not necessarily a bad thing, but it was definitely not a good thing. This reminded Xianxia of the purple-haired girl from 5 years ago. The scene from 5 years ago seemed to be just yesterday. That girl was very similar to this young man. They were almost the same age. They had almost the same terrifying talent and strength. Not only Xianxia, but even Qi Linger was shocked. Temple Master, what's that? Since when did Jiyu become a Temple Master? Did I disturb you earlier? Jiyu intended to ask them about their stand first. If they were on Xianxia's side, he would not mind using force to solve the problem. No, it's just a small matter. The black-clad man said calmly, do as you wish, Temple Master Ji. With that, he drew a clear line between him and Xiang. However, he did not intend to stand on Jiyu's side. Instead, he chose to remain neutral. Xiang's expression darkened immediately. What he had just discussed with the three of them was a very important matter. Otherwise, he would not have asked a vice temple master and 2 elders of the Myriad Mountain sub-palace to come forward. However, the 3 of them made it sound like a small matter. It seemed that no matter what happened next, he would not be able to ask for help from the 3 of them. The Qi clan could only bear the consequences themselves. Sir, why did you bring my daughter back? Xiang could not help but ask directly. Oh, you still know that she's your daughter? Jiyu was surprised. Xiang fell silent when he heard Jiyu's tone. Seeing that Xiang was speechless, Jiyu found it very funny. My purpose is very simple. I want Qi Ling'er to leave the Qi clan. Jiyu said directly. Leave the Qi clan? Xiang frowned. Why? Seeing Xiang's unhappy expression, Jiyu said, you've already removed Qi Ling'er's name from the Qi clan. Why won't you allow her to leave the Qi clan? No. Xiang fell silent for a moment before he shook his head. He could not compromise on leaving the Qi clan. Is that so? Jiyu's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. In that case, I won't waste my time talking to a scumbag like you. Before he could finish speaking, Jiyu's figure vanished from where he stood. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times proficiency experience points. Ding. Host has performed Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist. Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Mastery stage of the Mystic level Superior Fist. Before Xiang realized that Jiyu had disappeared, Jiyu had already appeared in front of him. He punched Xiang in the face and knocked him to the ground, breaking several of his teeth. If not for the profound Qi protecting his body, Xiang might have already died. Xiang covered his face in pain and looked at Jiyu in shock. He even forgot to get up from the ground. Initially, he thought that he was at least at Tongxian Realm Intermediate stage. If the other party really wanted to make a move, even if he couldn't win, he could still hold on for a while. By the time the other elders arrived, they would be evenly matched. It was for this reason that Xiang dared to reject the other party's request for Qi Ling'er to leave the clan. But he never thought that this young man's strength would be so tyrannical. He didn't even have time to react before he received a heavy blow. Do you want to continue? At this time, Jiyu said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his fist again. Since the other party didn't agree, he would beat him until he did. Seeing this, Xiang didn't even have time to stand up. He quickly performed his most powerful defensive profound skill. Ding. Host has performed Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist. Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist has gained 999 times experience. Jiyu punched Xiang again. This time, Xiang blocked his face with his arms. At the same time, he also had a defensive profound skill and profound Qi to protect himself. Therefore, he didn't suffer much damage. However, before Xiang could catch his breath, Jiyu's fist followed. Ding. Host has performed Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist. Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has performed Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist. Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, Profound Rank Superior Fist Technique Shattering Mountains and Reverse Fist has successfully broken through to the Perfection Realm. As Jiyu's speed was too extreme, Xiang couldn't guard against it. Just as he was about to stand up, he was beaten to the ground again. He could barely resist for the first 3 seconds, but after that, he was beaten the whole time. In the end, Xiang's arm swelled painfully as he fell to the ground. His face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. He seemed to be swallowing his last few breaths. Enduring the intense pain, he begged for mercy with great difficulty. Don't hit me. I promise you, why bother? Jiyu cracked his knuckles and slowly shook his head. If you had agreed from the start, would this have happened? These words were spoken as if he was innocent. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, but he endured it with great difficulty. The three men in black who had witnessed everything that had just happened couldn't help but fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. This Hall Master Ji didn't use any weapons. He was purely barehanded, and every punch hit the flesh. It was really simple and crude to the extreme. As for Qi Ling, she stood beside Xiao Gu without saying a word. At this moment, Xianxia still refused to change his mind. He used his mind to communicate with Qi Ling. Ling, can you please help me? There was a pleading tone in his voice. However, Qi Ling remained expressionless. She was not moved at all. She did not want to speak at all. She did not want to hear Xianxia's voice at all. This time, Xianxia was completely helpless. He could only get up from the ground with difficulty and slowly walk out of the hall. By the way, I advise you not to play those meaningless tricks. At this moment, Jiyu spoke up. It's easy for me to kill you. I was just playing with you earlier. Indeed, he was only helping Qi Ling vent her anger earlier. If he really wanted to kill this scum, he could have done it with a swing of his sword. No matter what, this scum was still Qi Ling's biological father. Before Qi Ling made up her mind, he wouldn't go so far as to kill her. Xianxia's body trembled when he heard Jiyu's words. A few minutes later, in the ancestral hall of the Qi clan, Jiyu, Xiao Gu, Qi Ling and Xianxia were all here. There were many elders and disciples of the Qi clan gathered around. Most of them were attracted by the bruised and swollen face of the clan leader. No one knew what had happened. However, judging from the clan leader's appearance and the fact that he had specially come to the ancestral hall, it must be something big. As for the three black-robed men, they had left. After all, this matter had nothing to do with the Myriad Mountains branch hall. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. Right at this moment, Jiyu was slightly impatient, and she urged. How dare that man be so disrespectful to the clan leader of the Qi clan? The surrounding disciples were agitated. However, just as they were about to reprimand him, they heard the roar of the clan leader. All of you, shut up. Xianxia's face darkened. Are these brainless people trying to get me killed? Everyone was frightened and immediately shut their mouths. Then, Xianxia struggled to open his mouth. Today, our Qi clan, Qi Ling Xianxia had explained the cause and effect of the incident. Although it was very brief, the most basic cause and effect was clear. This was also the reason why Xianxia was unwilling to allow Qi Ling to leave the clan. According to the Qi family's rules, whenever a clansman wanted to leave the clan leader had to announce the cause and effect. Once it was announced, it would mean that what he had done would be exposed. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings had heard those words. All of them were stunned. Qi Ling Second miss? Our Qi family actually had such a person? I vaguely remember that Patriarch Qi had a second daughter, but she seemed to have disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that she would appear again today. That's not the key point. What the family head and the eldest young master did to Qi Ling is too much. I really didn't expect the patriarch and the eldest young master to be such people. Sai, Shu, lower your voice. If the patriarch hears you, you'll be in deep trouble. Those who reacted were all enraged. The patriarch and young master that they had always respected were actually scum with a twisted mind. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have the guts, they would have cursed out loud. Xianxia had long known that such a situation would happen, so he was mentally prepared. When it came to the final procedure, he gritted his teeth and insisted on finishing it. From today onward, Qi Ling is no longer a member of the Qi family. After saying those words, Xianxia felt relieved. He didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. After hearing those words, a smile finally appeared on Qi Ling's face. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help but hug Jiyu tightly. If not for Jiyu, she didn't know how long it would take for her to completely sever her ties with the Qi family. Feeling Qi Ling hugging her from behind, Jiyu smiled in relief. This fellow should have finally gotten rid of his inner demons, right? But soon, the smile on Jiyu's face disappeared. Are you sure you don't need to kill him? He asked Qi Ling calmly. As soon as those words came out, everyone fell silent. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Almost everyone was looking at Jiyu. Shock, horror, and panic filled their eyes. You have no morals. Xiang pointed at Jiyu in horror. He was so scared that he stuttered. I never said that I would let you go. Jiyu said coldly. At this moment, Qi Ling said, I don't want to kill him. No matter what that scumbag had done, he was still her father. She couldn't do something like killing her own father, whether directly or indirectly. That was what Qi Ling thought. As soon as Qi Ling said that, Xiang was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, he could not feel happy anymore. If you don't want to kill him, you can at least cripple his cultivation, right? Jiyu said. The smile on Xiang's face froze. He slowly turned his head to look at Qi Ling. However, Qi Ling did not say a word or move at all. It was as if she was silently agreeing to it. Save me. At this moment, Xiang could not care about anything else. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The elders were the first to react. They all used their movement techniques and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu and the other two were surrounded. As for the group of Qi family disciples, although they didn't know what was going on, they also went up to surround him. You don't really think that you can stop me like this, do you? Jiyu still had a calm expression on his face. There was even a hint of a playful smile on his face. He never liked to kill innocent people. However, these people insisted on courting death. There was nothing he could do about it. Shut up, you little thief. How dare you speak rudely to the patriarch? I'll teach you a lesson. However, those elders did not realize the seriousness of the matter and were still clamoring. Xiang took advantage of this opportunity to run away. He was the only one who knew how terrifying Jiyu was. He could not stay here for a moment longer. He did not have time to warn those elders. Moreover, to Xiang, his own life was the most important thing. The life and death of these people did not matter to him. Jiyu stretched his body a little. Xiaogu, help me protect Qi Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu disappeared. Ding. Host has performed Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Meanwhile, Xiang was about to escape from the Qi residence by using his movement technique. He could almost see hope. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like the whisper of a devil dashed his hopes. Why are you running? Xiang turned around abruptly and found that Jiyu had already appeared behind him. He completely did not dare to believe that Jiyu's speed was actually swift to this extent. He had already fled so far, but he was still caught up. I don't want your life, why are you running? Jiyu added. Let me go. Xiang didn't listen at all. He ran for his life. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, what was the difference between crippling his cultivation and killing him? Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Jiyu shook her head slightly. In a flash, he caught up with Xiang again. Ding. Host has performed Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has performed Shattering the Mountains and Rivers Fist. Shattering the Mountains and Rivers Fist has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations, Host, Superior Mystic Grade Fist Technique. Shattering the Mountains and Rivers Fist has reached the peak of perfection state. Ding. Shattering the Mountains and Rivers Fist has reached the perfection state, automatically upgraded to Inferior Earth Grade Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique. The punch landed on Xiang. Xiang, who was caught off guard, had his dantian shattered. In an instant, his cultivation was completely crippled. Xiang fell to the ground and gradually lost consciousness. You're on your own from now on. Jiyu glanced coldly at Xiang before disappearing again after leaving behind a few words. Ding. Host has performed Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. In the next moment, he returned to Qi Ling and Xiaogu's side. He found that several Mystic and Lightning Realm elders were already screaming in pain on the ground. Clearly, these people who overestimated themselves had just been beaten up by Xiaogu. Jiyu felt a little helpless. It could only be said that they had dug their own graves. I'll give you one more chance. At this moment, Jiyu said, get lost or die. Make your choice. Just a moment ago, the few Tongxian realm elders were trampled on like toys in the hands of the little girl. Such a terrifying sight. The other elders were scared out of their wits. As soon as they heard Jiyu's words, they ran away faster than anyone else. They did not even care about their companions who were screaming on the ground. As for the disciples of the Qi family, they had yet to recover from their shock. It was not until 2 seconds later that they ran away in fear. All right, let's go. At this time, Jiyu said to Xiaogu and Qi Ling. Okay. Qi Ling nodded. Then, the three of them left the Qi mansion. Along the way, Qi Ling did not show the worried look on her face. This was because she had completely cut off all feelings for the Qi family. Oh, right. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly remembered something. He had almost forgotten about it. He had dealt with Xiang, but there was still the young master of the Qi family. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times of proficiency. He used his movement skill and grabbed a disciple of the Qi family who was hiding not far away. Don't kill me. The disciple of the Qi family begged for mercy. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. Where is the young master of the Qi family? Jiyu said, tell me the truth, and I won't kill you. Qi. The young master is now cultivating in the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. The disciple of the Qi family answered in a panic. His forehead was covered in sweat. The Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire? Jiyu let go of the disciple of the Qi family. After that, he asked a few more disciples of the Qi family, and they all gave the same answer. This confirmed that the young master of the Qi family was indeed in the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Jiyu told Qi Ling about this. Then, he asked, do you still want to look for him? No. Qi Ling shook her head. Now that I'm no longer a member of the Qi family, he has nothing to do with me. Okay. Jiyu did not say anything. In the future, if he were to encounter the young master of the Qi family, he would take care of him. Speaking of which, since you're no longer part of the Qi family, what should I call you in the future? At this moment, Jiyu asked, just call you Ling. Ling blushed. I'm glad you like it. Then I'll just call you Ling from now on. Jiyu's expression was very calm. She didn't feel that anything was wrong. Yes. Ling smiled cheerfully. Also, do you think it's better for me to have the same surname as my master? Or, Ling asked shyly. She actually wanted to say, it's better to have the same surname as you. But she couldn't say it out loud. If she has the same surname as Manor Head Morong, then Morong Ling Jiyu thought for a moment and said, not bad. Then, don't you have any other ideas? Ling hurriedly asked. She realized that Jiyu did not understand what she meant at all, so she was a little anxious. What ideas? Jiyu pondered for a moment and seemed to have guessed something. Then, she asked doubtfully, could it be, you want to have the same surname as me? You're the one who thought about it, not me. Ling deliberately explained. In fact, she was very happy that Jiyu finally reacted. Jiyu thought for a moment and said, why do I feel that this name doesn't sound as good as Morong Ling No. Ling hurriedly refuted. Ling sounds much better than Morong Ling Alright, as long as you like it. Jiyu didn't really care about Ling reaction. Then I'll be called this name in the future. Don't call me by the wrong name. Ling smiled cheerfully. How could I call you by the wrong name? You're thinking too much. Jiyu said casually. At this moment, they were about to walk out of the Qi manor when they ran into Xiang. Xiang was still lying there, and the entire Qi manor was in a state of panic. No one even came to care about the manor head. I only destroyed his cultivation and spared his life for the time being. Ji Yu said. Ji Ling silently looked at Xiang, who was lying on the ground. There was no pity in her eyes. Out of personal principle, she didn't want to kill this scum. But this was only her bottom line. Apart from killing this scum, no matter how Ji Yu treated the scum, she wouldn't mind. Ji Yu and the other two returned the way they came. Many days passed. Now, they had arrived at the Kanglin Empire. In the past few days, Ji Yu had been cultivating the amethyst pupil on the spirit ship. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. In the end, Ji Yu's Amethyst Pupil had broken through 2 stages in a row and was now at the 2nd stage. Once they got off the spirit ship, Ji Yu used her movement technique and brought Ji Ling and Xiaogu to the Qianyuan martial house. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, 999 times proficiency. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, 999 times proficiency. Ding. Congratulations host, the superior Earth rank movement technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the mastery level. Inside the Violet Gold Hall. At this moment, Ji Yu, Xiaogu, Ji Ling and Morong Zili were in the hall. Xiaogu was playing with Ji Ling and Ji Yu and Morong Zili, on the surface, were drinking tea, but in fact, they were talking. Has the matter been completed? Morong Zili asked Ji Yu through spiritual communication. And, it was quite smooth. Ji Yu replied. Is Ling alright? Morong Zili asked with concern. She's fine. She has already left the Qi family and is no longer surnamed Qi. Ji Yu said. Then what's her surname? Morong Zili asked. Her surname is Ji. Ji Yu replied without the slightest hesitation. Oh? Morong Zili's tone slightly fluctuated, as if she understood something. By the way, Martial House Master, I'm a little curious about something. At this time, Ji Yu said again. What's the matter? Morong Zili said. You were already at LV9 Tongxian stage 5 years ago? Ji Yu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Why are you suddenly asking this? Morong Zili raised her eyebrows and asked. I was thinking that with the master of the Qi family's character, if the Morong family's master did not have more power than him 5 years ago, he would definitely not have let Ling go so easily. Ji Yu voiced her thoughts. That's why I guessed that Manor Head Morong had already attained the 9th level of Tongxian realm 5 years ago. It was also because of my curiosity that Manor Head Morong asked me to ask you directly. Morong Zili was silent for a moment, then said, That's right. 5 years ago, this mansion master indeed had a cultivation above the 9th level of the profound comprehension realm. To be precise, my cultivation has not changed at all in the past 5 years. After hearing Morong Zili's words, Ji Yu couldn't help but be alarmed. His cultivation hadn't changed at all in the past 5 years. What was going on? Moreover, with his current amethyst pupils, he could see through Morong Zili's true cultivation. LV9 Tongxian stage perfection. This also meant that Morong Zili had already attained the 9th level of Tongxian stage perfection 5 years ago. According to what Morong Zili had mentioned before, she was not much older than Ji Yu. Based on his appearance alone, he should be around 20 years old. 5 years ago, she was around 15 or 16 years old. In other words, Morong Zili had attained the 9th level of Tongxian stage perfection when she was 15 or 16 years old. This kind of talent was simply terrifying. However, what shocked Ji Yu even more was that, she clearly had such shocking talent, so why hadn't she made a single step in the past 5 years? There was definitely something going on in this. Are you still curious about anything? Morong Zili suddenly asked. Yes. Ji Yu took the opportunity to ask, why did Mansion Master become like this? There's no need for you to ask. Morong Zili said, after all, even if you know, it's meaningless. If I don't say it, how can? Mansion master be sure that it's meaningless? Jiyu asked back. Morong Zili silently looked at Jiyu for a while. Perhaps I will tell you in the future, but at least now is not the time. Alright. Jiyu could only leave it at that. After that, Jiyu chatted with Morong Zili for a while before preparing to return to the Azure Water Branch Hall with Xiao Gu. At the entrance of the Qianyuan Martial House, Jiyu reluctantly asked, Jiyu, can't you stay for a few more days? I've already left for so many days, I have to hurry back. Jiyu shook her head. Alright, Ji Ling could only agree. After watching Jiyu leave with Xiao Gu, she entered the Qianyuan Martial House as well. In a deserted place, Xiao Gu spread its wings and flew back to the Azure Water Branch Hall with Jiyu. After leaving for so many days, there were no changes to the Kanglin Branch Hall. This made Jiyu feel relieved. Previously, he was worried that those fellows would act on their own accord while he was gone for so long. In the following days, Jiyu did the same thing day after day. Every day, he would first deal with his affairs and then cultivate. However, after cultivating for so long, he was still very close to the spirit profound realm and could not break through. He did not know if it was because he lacked an opportunity or some other reason. Jiyu suddenly felt worried. Would he be like Manor Head Morong, stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm for 5 years without breaking through? Right at this moment, someone suddenly barged into the main hall. Jiyu used his soul power to sense and found that it was the Vice Hall Master, Wen Yunyang. Ding! Host has activated his soul power. Soul power obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Soon, Wen Yunyang appeared in front of Jiyu. Lord Hall Master, there is an important matter. What is it? The Kanglin Empire's royal family is about to change the throne. The Duke of Kanglin, Xianxia, has invited Lord Hall Master over. Changing the throne? That's so fast. Jiyu could not help but feel a little surprised. He saw that the Duke of Kanglin was still in his middle age. Logically speaking, he should not have abdicated so early. Actually, Lord Hall Master does not know. When Yunyang's tone gradually became serious, every Duke of Kanglin only has 10 years of life from the moment he succeeds the throne. Xianxia has been in office for almost 10 years. In other words, in less than half a month, Xianxia will pass away. The Kanglin Empire's royal family will have to decide on the next Duke of Kanglin. After hearing Wen Yunyang's words, Jiyu could not help but be startled. He really did not expect that the Kanglin Empire's royal family would have such a secret. Why is that? Jiyu immediately asked. He definitely did not believe that there was nothing fishy about this. This has to be traced back to a few hundred years ago. At that time, there was a House of Storms king. Although he was a spirit profound realm expert, his time was almost up. When Yunyang said he wanted to pursue immortality, but unexpectedly, he suffered from qigong deviation and went astray, becoming a person of the evil path. In the end, he still died, but he managed to preserve his soul using a secret technique of the evil path. His soul has always been hidden under the royal palace, using the succession of the throne to absorb the lifespan of every succeeding king of House of Storms. In fact, there have always been a few people in the Kanglin royal family who know the truth, but they are helpless. The succession of the throne must be carried out. The tragedy of every Duke of Kanglin is unavoidable. Our branch has always been disliked in the Kanglin Empire, but the royal family has never had any conflicts with us in order to seek help from us. Hearing this, Jiyu more or less understood. So the Duke of Kanglin from a few hundred years ago wanted to use the lifespan of his descendants to revive him? Jiyu asked. That's right. When Yunyang nodded, and it is said that that guy has already absorbed most of it. During the succession of the throne, he will appear after absorbing the lifespan of the new Duke of Kanglin. It is very likely that he will possess the new Duke of Kanglin's body. Then, do the candidates for the throne know? Jiyu asked again. Apart from a few people in the Kanglin royal family, only the past palace masters and vice palace masters know the truth. When Yunyang replied. I see. Jiyu fell into a short period of contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, this time, the Duke of Kanglin specially invited me over. There should be other intentions, right? Yes, it is obvious that Zhuang Tianke wants our Kanglin branch to help. When Yunyang said, however, he still doesn't know that you have become the new palace master. This time, the other two vice palace masters and I will go with you. I have already discussed this with Yan Ming and Xianxia earlier. Our opinions are the same. That is, when the situation becomes uncontrollable, we will immediately leave the palace. Palace master, what is your opinion? After hearing this, Jiyu thought for a moment. Then he said, I have no opinion. If we can help, then we will. If we can't, then forget it. In fact, he didn't care what the entire Kanglan royal family would become. But the only thing he was worried about was that guy, Zhuang Weiran. When exactly will the succession of the throne begin? At this time, Jiyu continued to ask. 3 days later, at the palace. When Yunyang said. 3 days later, Jiyu said indifferently, at that time, with her around, everything will be easy to solve. Her? Hearing Jiyu's words, Wen Yunyang couldn't help but be puzzled. Only then did he realize that the little girl from the Calamity Bone Dragon was also present. That's right, Xiaogu had been sitting on Jiyu's lap the entire time. However, because her figure was too petite, Wen Yunyang had never noticed it. Furthermore, Wen Yunyang's strength was too weak, so he couldn't sense Xiaogu's aura at all. In addition, Xiaogu had been quietly eating candy, as if everything had nothing to do with her. So that's how it is, Wen Yunyang couldn't help but smile bitterly, with this person around, everything will indeed be easy to solve. This was a 5th-grade demonic beast, the Calamity Bone Dragon. Even if the Azure Water royal family's ancestor was a spirit profound realm expert, he was not worth mentioning in front of a 5th-grade demonic beast. He had almost forgotten that there was such a terrifying existence by the palace master's side. You can leave now. Jiyu said. Yes. After that, only Jiyu and Xiaogu were left in the hall. If anything happens, I'll have to trouble you. At this time, Jiyu said to Xiaogu. As long as you give this seat candy, anything can be discussed. Xiaogu said with a serious expression. Jiyu smiled, you only know how to eat candy. Next. Jiyu planned to quickly finish the rest of the day's affairs. Ding. Host has reviewed for a minute, silver level memory has obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has reviewed for a minute, silver level memory has obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. As there were more affairs today than usual. By the time Jiyu finished dealing with all the affairs, it was already afternoon. He did not return to his residence first. Instead, he went to Musun's wooden house. Ever since he became the new palace master of the Azure Water Palace, he had never seen Musun again. He wondered how Musun was doing. Could it be that he had already left the Azure Water Branch Hall? Out of curiosity, he wanted to take a look. They arrived at the small house. Jiyu was right. There was no one inside. However, he found a piece of paper left on the table. The handwriting. On the paper was a little messy, but there was a special charm to it. Jiyu found out that Musun had indeed left the Azure Water Branch Hall a long time ago. They had even left the Kanglan Empire. Other than that, there was no other information. Jiyu's gaze fell on the last paragraph. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Jiyu also said in her heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would also leave the Kanglan Empire and head to a wider world. Unlike the last time, he had rushed to the Wanshan Empire and rushed back. In the entire mysterious heavenly mainland, the Kanglan Empire was just a tiny corner of the entire continent. If he continued to stay in the Kanglan Empire, his martial arts would be greatly limited. Let's go. Thinking of this, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and left the small house in the forest. Soon, Jiyu and Xiaogu returned to their own room. Jiyu did not plan to cultivate mystical aura for the time being. He wanted to find Manor Head Murong tomorrow and have a good talk about cultivation. He did not want to be like Manor Head Murong and stay at the peak of the 9th tier of the Tongxian realm for 5 whole years. As for now, Jiyu was cultivating the amethyst pupil. Last time, his amethyst pupil had reached the 2nd stage of the seeing through illusion realm. Currently, he could see that Xiaogu's demonic power was at the 9th tier of the 5th grade. If he wanted more details, he could not see it. Perhaps he would only be able to see it when his amethyst pupil reached the third stage of the seeing through illusion realm. There was one more thing. Jiyu could sense that the current Xiaogu was clearly much stronger than when they had first met. Roughly speaking, Xiaogu had improved from the 7th tier of the 5th grade to the 9th tier of the 5th grade. One had to say that this kind of speed of improvement was truly terrifying. Furthermore, Xiaogu did not need to do anything. She only needed to breathe to increase her demonic power. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiaogu's demonic power broke through to the 6th tier. A 6th tier demonic beast, what kind of concept was this? Even Jiyu could not imagine. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu spent an entire afternoon and night, but unfortunately, she was unable to reach the third stage of see-through reality. There was still a gap. She estimated that it would take at least half a day to a day. But on the second day, Jiyu quickly finished the day's work and went to the Qianyuan martial house to find Master Murong. She felt that she needed to ask why Master Murong had been stuck at peak 9th stage Tongxian realm for 5 whole years. With Xiaogu's help, she quickly arrived at the Qianyuan martial house. When she arrived at the Violet Gold Hall, only Murong Zili was there. Jiyu? Murong Zili was surprised that Jiyu would appear here. It had only been a few days, but she had returned. Martial House Master, I came to find you for something. Jiyu walked towards Murong Zili and said bluntly. What's the matter? Murong Zili asked. It's about the matter from last time. Why hasn't Martial House Master's cultivation changed for 5 whole years? I feel that I need to find out. Jiyu said with a serious face. Why did you suddenly ask this? Murong Zili felt that it was strange. Because I found that I might have encountered the same problem as Martial House Master. Jiyu said. Hearing this, Murong Zili's expression changed. How is that possible? Murong Zili couldn't help but lose her composure. Although it wasn't obvious, this was the first time Murong Zili had such a big emotional fluctuation. I don't know why, but I'm already very close to the spirit profound realm, but no matter how I cultivate, I can't break through. But Jiyu didn't notice Murong Zili's expression and kept talking. Hearing this, Murong Zili let out a sigh of relief in her heart. This Martial House Master has a question. At this time, Murong Zili spoke. Are you clear on what the true method to break through to the spirit profound realm is? Isn't it just cultivation? What else could it be? Jiyu said matter-of-factly. Then you're wrong, Murong Zili was a bit speechless. If you want to break through to the spirit profound realm, you need to gather your essence, energy, and spirit. The so-called essence, energy, and spirit are mental energy, profound energy, and soul energy. Only when all 3 are gathered can one break through to the spirit profound realm. Otherwise, even if you cultivate until the end of time, you will never be able to break through. Then, I have another question. Have you never read any books about this before? Although there are very few people in the Kanglin Empire who can come into contact with this, you really shouldn't have. She really did not expect that a genius like Jiyu would not even know the true method to break through to the spirit profound realm. She almost mistakenly thought that Jiyu was the same as her. I really don't have one. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. If he had known earlier that the method was so simple, he would not have specially come to find Murong Zili previously, due to the existence of the system. Jiyu felt that cultivating martial arts was especially simple. If he wanted to break through to the spirit profound realm or even higher realms, it was at most a matter of time. Moreover, he did not like to read books. So, he never paid attention to those books about martial arts. Thus, he became like this. However, this also raised another doubt in Jiyu's heart. Since Murong Manor Master clearly knew this method, then why did he stagnate at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm for 5 years? You better study more in the future. Such a basic thing, you cannot not know. Murong Zili advised. Amen, I understand. Jiyu nodded. Then, Jiyu continued, but I'm still curious. Since Manor Master knows this, why did he stagnate at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm for so many years? Morong Zili looked deeply at Jiyu. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "If you really want to know, then come find me the day after tomorrow. At that time, you will understand." The day after tomorrow? Jiyu thought for a moment. Wasn't this the same day as the change of throne for the Kanglan Empire's royal family? Jiyu suddenly remembered that he didn't notice it before. The day after tomorrow was a lunar eclipse. But the lunar eclipse night didn't seem to have any special meaning. Jiyu didn't bother about this anymore. He would know when the time came. After learning the method to break through to the Spirit Profound Realm, Jiyu immediately returned to the Azure Water Hall and impatiently began to break through. Ding! Host has cultivated Profound Chi for 1 minute. Martial Cultivation gained experience, 500 by 999 times. Ding! Host has activated Spirit Power. Silver level Spirit Power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has activated Spirit Power. Soul Strength gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the early 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. According to Morong Zili's method, Jiyu tried to activate Profound Chi, Spirit Power, and Spirit Power at the same time. Very quickly, his cultivation broke through. In that instant, Jiyu felt the convergence of essence, Chi, and Spirit. Under the stimulation of the Spirit Profound Realm cultivation, his Spirit Power and Spirit Power received a huge boost. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm. Spirit Power increase effect increased by 999 times. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm. Spirit Power increase effect increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations host, Silver level Spirit Power has successfully broken through to the Large Success Realm. Ding! Congratulations host, Silver level Spirit Power has successfully broken through to the Great Perfection Realm. Ding! Detected that Silver level Spirit Power has reached the Great Perfection Realm. Automatically upgraded to Gold level Spirit Power. Immediately, his Spirit Power advanced to the Gold level. In addition to feeling his Spirit Power greatly increase, a small golden sword appeared in front of Jiyu. This is? Jiyu looked at the small golden sword in surprise. If he didn't remember wrongly, once one's Spirit Power reached the Gold level, it would indeed materialize. As for what kind of substance it was based on one's consciousness. In other words, Jiyu's Spirit Power subconsciously formed this small golden sword. Jiyu tried to reach out and touch it, but she found that she couldn't touch the golden sword at all. He was able to control the small golden sword with his mind. Under normal circumstances, this thing should be very powerful. Jiyu thought to herself. It was probably a mental attack, he couldn't be sure yet. He could only wait for an opportunity to test it on an enemy in the future. If it was really a mental attack, then it would be a great weapon. Is this a breakthrough in your cultivation? At this moment, Xiao Gu, who was sitting at the side and eating candy, casually said. Yes. Jiyu nodded. However, he suddenly realized something. He had just broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm, and there didn't seem to be any movement. This was a little strange. If it was in the past, when a Tongxian realm cultivator had a breakthrough, if he didn't circulate the Heaven Splitter technique to suppress it, the aura would shake the entire Azure Water Branch Hall. In the end, this breakthrough to the Spirit Profound Realm did not cause any commotion. Jiyu didn't know that his breakthrough had actually caused a huge commotion. He didn't feel it himself, but almost all the Tongxian realm cultivators in the Kanglan Empire felt it. At the same time, in the Azure Water Palace, Xianxia, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt his mind tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. This was the direction of the Azure Water Branch Hall. Could it be that the Azure Water Branch Hall master had broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm? Xianxia was shocked, then a trace of joy emerged in his heart. The Azure Water Branch Hall master had just broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm at this time. Could it be that there was hope the day after tomorrow? However, Zhuang Tianke did not know that the person who broke through to the spirit profound realm was Ji Yu. Not only Zhuang Tianke, but all the experts in the Kanglin Empire who had reached the Tongxian realm and above felt it. Kanglin Empire Academy. At this time, Gao Huan was recuperating. Last time, when he was swept by the bone dragon's tail, many bones in his body were broken. Although he had more or less recovered now, it would take a few more days for him to fully recover. In the next moment, Gao Huan suddenly turned pale with fright. He could not help but stand up and look in a certain direction with a heavy gaze. Azure Water Palace Hall. Another spirit profound realm expert has appeared. Gao Huan muttered to himself as his expression gradually turned ugly. After what happened last time, it was difficult for their Kanglin Empire Academy to maintain a relationship with the Azure Water Palace Hall. Now, a spirit profound realm expert appeared in the Azure Water Palace Hall. If there was no accident, it should be that palace master level figure. Gao Huan had not come into contact with that figure yet. This was what he was most worried about. If it was a hot-tempered palace master who was unhappy and came looking for trouble with the Kanglin Empire Academy, that would be terrible. Gao Huan considered for a while. For the sake of the Kanglin Empire Academy, he decided to think of ways to curry favor with the Azure Water Palace Hall. Qianyuan Martial House. Morong Zili, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, naturally felt it. She almost instantly understood that this was Ji Yu breaking through to the spirit profound realm. Morong Zili's mouth immediately curved into a satisfied smile. She did not misjudge her. But the most shocked were the Azure Water Palace Hall's vice palace masters and elders, as well as many Tongxian realm guardians. Their first reaction was to immediately see who caused the commotion. After discovering that it was the palace master, they dispelled this thought. After all, this was the palace master's residence, they did not dare to barge in. In a moment, many people gathered around Ji Yu's residence. Even when Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jia, the 3 vice palace masters, as well as all the elders rushed over. What happened just now? My spirit and soul received a huge impact. Could it be a breakthrough in cultivation? I've never felt that way before. Could it be that the palace master has entered the spirit profound realm? That's impossible, right? Didn't palace master just break through to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm not long ago? How could he enter the spirit profound realm so quickly? I also feel that it's not very possible. In order to break through to the spirit profound realm, one's mental energy must be at least at the silver rank. The protectors were all making guesses. However, when Yunyang's words put an end to their guesses, the palace master has indeed broken through to the spirit profound realm. As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Yan Ming and Yan Jia, they found it hard to believe that this was true. Previously, during the battle, Ji Yu was only at the early stage of Tongxian realm. There was no way they would be mistaken. How long had it been, and he had already reached the spirit profound realm? This time, they were completely convinced. Now that Ji Yu had already become a spirit profound realm expert, unless they didn't want to live anymore. However, at this time, Ji Yu was still playing with the small golden sword in her room. Other than her mental energy, her soul energy had also improved greatly. However, her soul energy did not have any substantial changes. It was also not divided into bronze rank, silver rank, and gold rank like her mental energy. It could only be said that she was much stronger than before. Only then did Ji Yu realize that there seemed to be many people outside. She was a little curious and opened the door to take a look. She saw the vice palace masters, elders, and a group of protectors all gathered outside, and their expressions were very rich. Could it be that these people found out that I had a breakthrough in cultivation? Ji Yu was puzzled. A group of people stared blankly at Ji Yu without saying a word. What are you doing? Ji Yu asked. Hall Master, did you really break through to the spirit profound realm? At this time, when Yunyang spoke. It's true. Is there a problem? Ji Yu said. No. When Yunyang hurriedly said. Now that the hall master had personally admitted it, everyone had nothing to say. At this time, when Yunyang's heart was filled with emotions. With Ji Yu as the new hall master, their Azure Water Branch Hall's status and reputation in the southern region would soon change. As for the other Tongxian realm experts in the Kanglan Empire who felt the commotion, they only knew that a spirit profound realm expert had finally appeared in the Kanglan Empire. They did not know that the commotion came from the direction of the Azure Water Branch Hall. After all, they did not know where the Azure Water Branch Hall was. This made it even more impossible for them to know that the commotion came from Jiyu. Even so, it still caused a huge commotion. After all, it had been a long time since a spirit profound realm expert had appeared in the Kanglan Empire. Azure Water Duke Xuan Tianke, Qianyuan Martial House Master Murong Zili, Kanglan Empire Academy Principal Gao Huan, Qingxian Sect Master, they were all madly guessing who this expert was. The only thing they did not expect was that this person was actually Jiyu. At this time, Jiyu was slowly feeling the changes brought about by breaking through to the spirit profound realm. Other than the great increase in spirit, energy, and spirit, there was also some improvement in the physical body. Next, Jiyu deliberately flipped through many books related to martial arts. Because he had almost no understanding of the spirit profound realm, especially the cultivation realms above the spirit profound realm. He did not even know what realms were above the spirit profound realm. After being reminded by Murong Zili last time, he felt that it was necessary to properly understand these things. Ding. Host has flipped through books for 1 minute, silver level memory, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has flipped through the book for 1 minute. Silver level memory experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the silver level memory has successfully broken through to greater mastery. After spending an entire night, Jiyu finished reading a lot of books on martial arts. She also made a breakthrough in her silver level memory. He now had a detailed understanding of the spirit profound realm. Now that he had reached the spirit profound realm, he didn't just need to cultivate profound chi to break through. There was also a requirement for spiritual power and soul power. However, with the strength of Jiyu's current mental strength and soul force, even if she didn't continue to increase her mental strength and soul force, she would still be able to break through to the 9th level of the spirit profound realm just by relying on her profound chi. After all, his gold-rank spiritual power and his soul power that was far stronger than an ordinary person's couldn't be described with common sense. After that, it was about the cultivation realms above the spirit profound realm. Above the spirit profound realm, there were 3 more realms of cultivation: the human profound realm, the earth profound realm, and the sky profound realm. According to the books, the human profound realm was the gradual refinement of the original profound chi in the body into a purer and stronger profound chi. The primary aura formed by the profound chi was many times stronger than the original profound chi aura, no matter if it was in terms of lethality or defense. As for the earth profound realm and the sky profound realm, almost all of the books only mentioned them briefly. They only knew that these 2 realms existed. Jiyu was sure that above the sky profound realm, there were definitely higher realms. However, just by relying on the Tsunglan branch hall's information, she didn't know that there were higher realms. Only when she walked out of the Kanglan Empire and onto the big stage of the entire southern region, Jiyu's horizons would be broadened and she would know more things. At this moment, Jiyu already had an idea. Wait until the succession of the throne and the matter with Manor Master Murong was over. Also, her own duties would be settled. When the time came, she would find an opportunity to come into contact with the big stage of the southern region. She definitely wasn't willing to be a frog at the bottom of a well. On the second day. In other words, the throne change would begin tomorrow. They had to prepare to leave today. Jiyu finished her work in the morning and left in the afternoon. However, they were riding Wen Yunyang's black-feathered demonic eagle. After all, Jiyu could not let Xiaogu be someone else's flying tool. Besides, Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jia did not have the guts to do so. At this time, Jiyu, Xiaogu, Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jia, a total of 5 people, prepared to leave for the royal palace. When Xiaogu stood on the black-feathered demonic eagle, the demonic eagle's entire body kept trembling. As one of the best third-rank demonic beasts, and one that had been tamed by Wen Yunyang, the black-feathered demonic eagle already had some intelligence. As a demonic beast, it instantly felt the aura of the calamity skeletal dragon. Not only was it suppressed by the dragon's might, but it was also suppressed by demonic power. The black-feathered demonic eagle did not dare to move at all. Only when Wen Yunyang gave the order and it confirmed that the calamity skeletal dragon had no intention of attacking did it slowly rise into the air. About 3 hours passed. It was already evening, and they had just arrived at the royal palace. This clearly showed the difference in speed between the black-feathered demonic eagle and Xiaogu. If it was Xiaogu who brought Jiyu from the Azure Water Branch Hall to the royal palace, it would only take around 10 minutes at most. Moreover, Jiyu had never seen Xiaogu get serious. After all, there was no one in the entire Kanglin Empire that could make Xiaogu get serious. She did not know how terrifying Xiaogu could be when it got serious. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the royal palace was bustling with people, as if they were all preparing for the throne change tomorrow. Normal people would not be able to see the things below from such a high position, but Jiyu was different. His amethyst pupil had reached the third realm, see-through reality. It was very easy for him to look down from such a high altitude. At this time, the black-feathered demonic eagle was descending. The people below were very busy and almost did not notice a black shadow descending from the sky. It was not until the black-feathered demonic eagle's descent caused a huge commotion that they were alarmed. It immediately caused a panic. Only when a Tongxian realm expert of the rank of a general appeared did these people return to their positions. This general's name was Xianxia. The Duke of Nady Waves had informed him beforehand, so he knew the origin of the person on top of the demonic beast. Distinguished guests, please come in. Xianxia naturally had to find a place for the 5 of them to stay. Furthermore, he had heard that a spirit profound realm expert had appeared in the Azure Water Branch Hall yesterday. He was very curious as to which of the 5 was it. First of all, he eliminated the young man and the little girl. After all, he couldn't see how high their cultivation levels were. He did not know what the Azure Water Branch Hall was thinking. For such an important matter, they actually brought 2 children along. Then, Xianxia's gaze fell on Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jia. He felt that all 3 of them could possibly be newly advanced spirit profound realm experts. In particular, the one who could control the black-feathered demonic eagle was the most likely. With this, Xianxia tacitly agreed that Wen Yunyang was a spirit profound realm expert. "General, you're too polite," Wen Yunyang said with an amiable smile. However, just as Xianxia was preparing to find a place for the 5 of them to stay, a familiar voice sounded. "Jiyu? Why are you here?" He saw Zhuang Weiran walking towards them, looking at Jiyu with a face full of surprise. Jiyu, when Xianxia heard this name, he immediately felt extremely shocked. This young man from the Azure Water Branch Hall was actually that Jiyu. No wonder he felt that this young man was a little familiar. Xianxia was able to understand. For a peerless genius like Jiyu to be brought along by the higher-ups of the Azure Water Branch Hall was considered normal. However, even so, he did not feel that Jiyu was the new spirit profound realm expert. The throne change is such an important matter, why can't I be here? At this time, Jiyu smiled. The makeup in front of her eyes was not like her usual manly attire. Instead, she was wearing an elegant green palace dress. Suddenly, she became a devastatingly beautiful princess. But who are these people? Zhuang Weiran looked at the people beside Jiyu. Especially the little girl. She cared about her the most. "I am the Deputy Hall Master of the Azure Water Branch Hall, Wen Yunyang." "You must be the 6th princess?" Wen Yunyang said respectfully. "That's me," Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly. Her gaze turned strange. "Deputy Palace Master of Tsanglan?" "I am Deputy Palace Master of Tsanglan, Yan Ming." "I am Deputy Palace Master of Tsanglan, Yan Jia." At this time, Yan Ming and Yan Jia also said. Zhuang Weiran's expression was stiff. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The 3 of them were Deputy Palace Masters of Tsanglan, and Jiyu seemed to have come with them. Could it be that Jiyu had been controlled by Tsanglan? Zhuang Weiran couldn't believe it. She couldn't help but grab Jiyu's hand. "Come with me." Xiaogu didn't want to be separated from Jiyu, so she followed. "I heard that the 6th princess was interested in Jiyu. It seems like it's true." Xianxia rubbed his chin as he watched Zhuang Weiran's actions. After all, they are all young people. Wen Yin-yang laughed. They had a tacit understanding. They didn't intend to disturb Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran. After that, Zhuang Zhenan arranged a place for the three of them to stay. At the same time, on the other side, Jiyu was being forcefully pulled away by Zhuang Weiran. "What are you doing?" Jiyu couldn't help but ask. Zhuang Weiran stopped. She turned around and said solemnly, "Jiyu, you might not know that you're being controlled. I'll bring you to father now. He'll have a way to deal with this." Hearing this, Jiyu immediately smiled. "You're thinking too much. How can I be controlled? No matter what, I will bring you to father first." Zhuang Weiran felt that it would be too troublesome to explain. She wanted to bring Jiyu to father first. "I think you must have misunderstood something," Jiyu said as she was dragged away. However, Zhuang Weiran didn't say a word. She just pulled Jiyu and walked quickly in a certain direction. "I am already the Azure Water Branch Hall Master, who else can control me?" At this time, a very calm voice sounded. Hearing those words, Zhuang Weiran's footsteps stopped. She was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. "What did you say?" Zhuang Weiran stared blankly at Jiyu, thinking that she had heard wrongly. "I said, I am already the Azure Water Branch Hall Master. Who else can control me?" Jiyu repeated. "Hall Master?" Zhuang Weiran's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Yes." Jiyu acted as if she was talking about a trivial matter. She said calmly, "So you don't have to worry. I won't be controlled by others." Zhuang Weiran was still in disbelief. She really wanted to know what happened to Jiyu while she was separated from Jiyu. It hadn't been that long, but Jiyu was already the Azure Water Branch Hall Master. However, Zhuang Weiran was indeed relieved. "I'm just worried about you." At this time, Zhuang Weiran suddenly pouted. All right. Don't be so mushy." Jiyu couldn't stand such mushy words. She had goosebumps all over her body. "No matter what, it's good that you are fine." Zhuang Weiran smiled. "Oh right." Zhuang Weiran suddenly thought of something. Her gaze turned to the little girl behind Jiyu. "Who is this?" "She is called Xiaogu. She is considered my younger sister." Jiyu introduced her briefly. "Didn't you attract her because you went to flirt with other girls?" Zhuang Weiran teased, "As expected of you. You can actually make a move on such a young girl. Don't you dare slander me." Jiyu immediately retorted. "Also, don't think that she is really young." Jiyu immediately added another sentence. If they were to really compare age, Xiaogu was at least 10 times older than Zhuang Weiran. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhuang Weiran's tone was full of meaning. "If you think so, then so be it." Jiyu couldn't be bothered to say anything else and said casually. "I'm just kidding." Zhuang Weiran smiled. Jiyu was speechless. Xiaogu didn't care that Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran were talking about her. She looked like she didn't care about anything at all and only focused on eating the candy. Zhuang Weiran already thought that Xiaogu was cute, and now she felt that Xiaogu was even cuter. "Come, little sister, let sister hug you." Zhuang Weiran couldn't help but want to hug Xiaogu. But Xiaogu reached out a hand and blocked Zhuang Weiran. "Human woman, don't touch me." Xiaogu's tone was unfriendly. Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. "She's not a human. She's a demon beast that transformed into human form and doesn't like to interact with humans." Jiyu explained. As he spoke, he stroked Xiaogu's silver hair. "Then aren't you a human too?" Zhuang Weiran immediately said. "Then I'll say that she doesn't like to interact with strangers." Jiyu added. Xiaogu didn't say anything. She obviously agreed. But to her. To be precise, other than Jiyu, she didn't like to interact with humans. Alright, although Zhuang Weiran really wanted to hug Xiaogu, she could only give up for now. Also, Xiaogu's true identity surprised her. She was actually a demon beast in human form. She had only read about it in an ancient book. Legend had it that there were demon beasts that could transform into human form. But that was just a legend. She didn't even know what kind of demon beast it was. This was the first time she saw a demon beast that could transform into human form. The throne change has just started. You guys can stay at my place tonight. Zhuang Weiran said. Sure. Ji Yu nodded. Then, Ji Yu and Xiaogu followed Zhuang Weiran to her place. Zhuang Weiran wasn't a pretentious person about the Kanglin branch. Since Ji Yu said that it was fine, she didn't say anything else. Halfway through the journey. You should know some facts about the throne change tomorrow, right? Ji Yu suddenly said. What facts? Zhuang Weiran said with a face of confusion. Since you want to play dumb, let me tell you the truth about the succession of the throne. Ji Yu said calmly. In the past, he had noticed that Zhuang Weiran would occasionally reveal a slightly sad expression. Although it was hard to detect, his soul perception was very sharp. Especially today, even though Zhuang Weiran looked fine on the surface, she was in low spirits. This was the minute detail that Ji Yu had caught from Zhuang Weiran's expression and tone. If it had been anyone else, even a Tongxian realm cultivator, they might not have been able to notice it. There's no need, Zhuang Weiran knew that there was no need for her to hide anymore. I do know the truth. Whether it is my father's lifespan or that ancestor who is several hundred years old, I know everything. Zhuang Weiran's tone was mixed with complicated emotions. Ji Yu was silent for a moment, then said, Then who will inherit the throne tomorrow? I'm not sure. Zhuang Weiran slowly shook his head and said, Before my father decided on the next Duke of Tsanglan, no one knew about this. I understand. Ji Yu nodded. He felt that with how much the Duke of Tsanglan doted on Zhuang Weiran, he would not let Zhuang Weiran inherit the throne. After all, once she inherited the throne, she would only have 10 years of lifespan left. But there was no way to say for sure. They could only wait until tomorrow to know the result. Are you worried about me? Zhuang Weiran suddenly asked. Ji Yu subconsciously looked at Zhuang Weiran, only to see an interesting smile on his face. If you think so, then so be it. If you think so, then so be it. But Ji Yu's answer was very calm. Then I think so. Zhuang Weiran laughed. It seemed like a joke. But in reality, she felt very warm inside. His gloomy and sorrowful mood from before also eased a lot at this moment. Hearing Zhuang Weiran's words, Ji Yu did not say anything else. What he was thinking in his heart, perhaps only Xiaogu, who was the subject of his soul contract, knew. No matter what, Ji Yu had to get rid of that ancestor. This kind of scourge would only cause endless trouble in the future. It could even threaten Jiang Yuechu and the others. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. About 10 minutes later. Ji Yu and Xiaogu followed Zhuang Weiran to the residence. Before this, he, Qi Ling Xianxia, and Qing Jiangjiang had also stayed at Zhuang Weiran's residence. Ji Yu, you should stay in the same room as before. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran was arranging rooms for Ji Yu and Xiaogu. Then, Xiaogu will stay in the room opposite Ji Yu. Is that all right? No. Xiaogu immediately rejected. I want to stay with Ji Yu. I don't want another room. This, Zhuang Weiran was in a difficult position. She looked at Ji Yu, as if asking for Ji Yu's opinion. Let's do as she says. Ji Yu said. All right, you two will stay in the same room. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuang Weiran realized that something was wrong. Did you two stay in the same room before this? Zhuang Weiran asked. Yes. Xiaogu answered casually. Ji Yu didn't deny it. Zhuang Weiran's expression became strange. Ji Yu, seriously, you can't be interested in such a small thing, she whispered into Ji Yu's ear. What are you thinking about? Ji Yu was speechless. She flicked Zhuang Weiran's forehead. It's good that it's not true. Zhuang Weiran chuckled. I almost thought that you had such a weird fetish. Don't think about such nonsense all day. I'm going back to my room to rest. With that, Ji Yu walked into his room. Xiaogu also immediately followed him in. When they were in the room, Xiaogu suddenly asked, What's the weird fetish that woman was talking about? I don't know, Jiyu's mouth twitched. Even you don't know? Xiaogu didn't think so much. Since Jiyu said so, she didn't care about it anymore. The reason why she asked was because she was curious about the so-called strange fetish. After that, Jiyu started to cultivate the purple glazed eyes. He wanted to achieve the third stage of the purple glazed pupil, which was at the level of seeing through illusion and reality, by the end of the day. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Late at night, Jiyu's amethyst pupil finally reached the third stage of the seeing through reality realm. Xiaogu had long since fallen asleep. At this moment, he was already in a deep sleep. Jiyu also fell asleep. Tonight, Xiaogu's sleeping posture was better. At the very least, he didn't torment Jiyu as frequently as usual. The next day. Today was the day of the change of throne. Jiyu and Xiaogu followed Zhuang Weiran as they headed towards the location where the throne exchange would take place. It was not in some grand and luxurious palace, nor was it a very mysterious place. This was an ordinary square. Of course, this was only ordinary when compared to those incomparably luxurious palaces. The most special thing about this plaza was that it was extraordinarily large. At a glance, the entire plaza was filled with a sea of people, as if there was no end in sight. After all, the throne exchange was taking place today. It was such a grand day. Regardless of whether it was the slightly famous forces or the commoners of the palace, they would all gather at the palace. This kind of plaza, which could hold at least 10,000 people, was indeed the most suitable location for the throne exchange. Not long after, Jiyu met up with Wen Yunyang and the other 2 vice palace masters. This plaza was very clear. For example, Jiyu and the others were at the front of the plaza. He also saw the people from the Qianyuan Martial House, the Kanglin Empire Academy, and the Xianxia sect. They were all standing near him. Naturally, he also saw Master Murong, a few elders from the Martial House, and Gao Huan's group. In the area behind Jiyu, judging from their attire and strength, it was obvious that they were all people of high status. As for the more ordinary civilians, they were at the back of the line. As for the people in the middle, they were preparing for the throne exchange. The Duke of Kanglin, Zhuang Tianke, General Zhuang Zhenin, 6th Princess Zhuang Weiran, and other members of the royal family as well as high-ranking people had all appeared. At the same time, Murong Zili, Gao Huan, and the others naturally saw Jiyu. Murong Zili directly walked towards Jiyu. Gao Huan, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Jiyu. He really wanted to find Jiyu for revenge. But Jiyu still had 3 Azure Water Branch Hall Deputy Hall Masters. Moreover, this was still the royal family's territory, so he didn't dare to rashly make a move. At this time, Gao Huan suddenly realized. The 3 Deputy Hall Masters appeared, but why didn't he see the Azure Water Branch Hall Master? He looked around. Including Jiyu, there were only 5 people there. Could it be that little girl was the Hall Master? Gao Huan had never seen the Azure Water Branch Hall Master before. He only remembered that it was a girl. He also didn't know that the Azure Water Branch Hall Master had changed not long ago, nor did he know that it was Jiyu. So he mistakenly thought that the little girl was the Hall Master. But Gao Huan still felt that it was strange. He couldn't detect the slightest bit of cultivation aura from this little girl. Perhaps the Azure Water Branch Hall Master was unfathomable. This could still be barely explained. Besides that, this little girl's appearance was also very special. Suddenly, Gao Huan discovered that the other party turned around and coldly glanced at him. Look again and this lord will gouge out your eyes. At the same time, there was a tender voice from the depths of his heart. Gao Huan was immediately frightened. He quickly shifted his gaze. This time, he was even more certain that this little girl was the Azure Water Branch Hall Master. At this time, Murong Zili had already arrived beside Jiyu. The 2 chatted for a while. At this time everything was ready. Next, it was time for the Azure Water King, Zhuang Tianke, to announce the new king to the public. I really hope that the eldest prince can become the new Azure Water King. He is modest, low-key, and friendly to the people. This possibility is not high. It is obvious that the second prince and the fifth prince are more suitable to be king. I think the sixth prince is not bad. Speaking of which, where is the sixth prince? Who is that girl beside the Azure Water King? She is so beautiful. The people below the stage were all discussing who the new king would be. Even though Zhuang Weiran was no longer dressed as a man, they still didn't know that the sixth prince was actually a woman. After all, they couldn't recognize that. This woman was Zhuang Weiran. However, just as Zhuang Tianke was about to announce the new king, a gray gas suddenly rose from the ground and appeared in the air. Then, a strange sound was heard. This king has finally seen the light of day again. This movement immediately alarmed everyone present, and they all looked at the gray gas in the air with a shocked expression. What happened? What was that? Even Zhuang Tianke was shocked. Patriarch? He cried out in alarm. His words were shocking, and the entire crowd was in an uproar. Ancestor? Are you talking about that cloud of gray gas? How is that possible? Even the previous Duke of Navy Tide had already. This is what the Duke of House of Storms said himself. It's probably true. At this moment, Zhuang Tiang's expression was both shocked and ugly. He knew that the ancestor would most likely appear today, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He wasn't sure what would happen next, and he wasn't sure if he could still control the situation. At this moment, Jiyu looked up at that cloud of gray gas and couldn't help but frown slightly. Through the amethyst pupil, he could faintly see a sinister and strange face in that cloud of gray gas. Not bad, there are so many people. This king will be able to revive soon. That cloud of gray gas laughed strangely. Hearing this, Zhuang Tianke was stunned and felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a bloody light suddenly appeared on the ground. A bloody light illuminated the blood fiend array slowly appeared from the ground. Seeing this, Zhuang Tianke instantly understood the severity of the situation. Everyone, quickly escape from the palace. He shouted with all his might. At the same time, most of the people present didn't react and were still standing there in a daze. Only a small number of people were fleeing in a daze. Zhuang Tiang's expression was extremely ugly. Because this was the long-lost forbidden array of the royal family, the blood fiend array, the ancestor had absorbed the lifespan of every Duke of Navy Tide in order to activate this blood fiend array. The ancestor's method was more ruthless than what they had imagined. Once the blood fiend array was fully activated, apart from the Almighty of the Spirit Profound Realm, no one could escape, but, Almighty of the Spirit Profound Realm, there wasn't a single one present. Wait a minute, Zhuang Tianke suddenly remembered that 2 days ago, someone from the Navy Tide Hall broke through to the Spirit Profound Realm. He hurriedly looked towards the Navy Tide Hall's people and urgently wanted to know if that Almighty of the Spirit Profound Realm was present. Zhuang Tiang's time was almost up and his strength was no longer at his peak. If he was at his peak, he could still barely contend with the ancestor. But now, he was simply not his opponent. He could only hope that the Almighty of the Navy Tide Hall would be willing to help. Zhuang Tianke looked over with hope. However, he discovered that there were only 3 vice palace masters, Jiyu, and a little girl present. That Spirit Profound Realm expert was not present. His hope was instantly extinguished. Zhuang Tianke felt despair. He did not have much time left. After all, he did not have much time left to live. However, he did not want to see so many innocent people being slaughtered by the great blood fiend array. On the other side, Jiyu saw the blood light array appear on the ground. A system notification sounded in her mind. Ding. Host has taken a look at the 6th rank array Great Blood Fiend Array, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the 6th rank array Great Blood Fiend Array. Jiyu instantly comprehended a lot of information related to the Great Blood Fiend Array. This Great Blood Fiend Array was a long-lost taboo array of the Kanglan Empire's royal family. It could devour a person's flesh. That mass of gray gas was the so-called ancestor. Activating this Great Blood Fiend Array was obviously to use the flesh of the people present to reforge the body. Not only that, Jiyu also knew the method to break the Great Blood Fiend Array. The method was very simple. That was to use one's spiritual perception to find the eye of the array. Then, one would use one's spiritual power to cut off the connection between the array and the caster, which was the ancestor. However, this required one to be at the spirit profound realm and have a high level of spiritual power. Otherwise, if a cultivator did not meet this requirement, it would be useless even if they knew the method to break the array. Ding. Host has activated spiritual power. Spiritual soul power obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has successfully broken the 6th rank array Great Blood Fiend array. Array attainment obtained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, array attainment has successfully broken through to superior 3rd rank array master. Ding. Congratulations host, array attainment has successfully broken through to inferior 4th rank array master. Breaking a 6th rank array directly caused GU to soar to 4th rank array master. At this moment, the Great Blood Fiend array that was about to take shape suddenly disappeared. Xianxia was stunned. Why did it disappear again? The patriarch in the grey gas couldn't help but exclaim, what's going on? He had just felt that something had suddenly cut off his connection with the Blood Fiend array. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Fiend Grand array disappeared. However, he soon found it. It was the black-clothed youth in the crowd who had done it. Brat, although I don't know how you did it, since you ruined this king's plan, this king will make you pay the price. With that, the ancestor rushed toward Gu. Gu, be careful. Xianxia and Shuang Weiran were both shocked. Only Morong Zili's expression didn't change. Because she knew that Gu was already at the spirit profound realm. You want to possess me? Gu immediately saw through the other party's intentions. This was exactly what he wanted. The corners of Gu's lips curled up. He stood there motionlessly, allowing the grey gas to enter his body. No. Shuang Weiran screamed at the top of her lungs. She looked on helplessly as Gu was attacked, but she couldn't do anything. At this moment, it was as if something in her heart had fallen, and she felt heartache. However, Gu's expression didn't change at all. Ding. Host soul has been invaded, soul power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host soul has been invaded, soul power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After 3 seconds, the ancestor's soul was completely destroyed by Gu's soul power. At this moment, a scream of panic and despair came from Gu's body. It sounded extremely miserable. The ancestor's soul must have encountered something extremely terrifying in Gu's soul. Hearing this scream, Xianxia, who was originally in pain, was at a loss. What's going on? What happened? Xianxia couldn't react in time. Shuang Weiran was also stunned, not even noticing that tears were flowing out of the corners of her eyes. This old fart is gone, you can continue with the throne exchange. At this moment, Gu said. Just as Xianxia was in shock, he suddenly felt his cultivation realm loosen up. In the next moment, he broke through to the spirit profound realm. And it did not stop at all. Mid first level, late first level, peak first level, until the peak first level of spirit profound realm. Only then did it gradually stop. Feeling all of this, Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. How did he suddenly break through so many realms? Not only that. Xianxia also felt that his lifespan had increased by hundreds of years. This is. Just that after the old man's soul completely disappeared, he returned the cultivation and lifespan that was originally taken from you. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Gu explained. So it's like that. Xianxia was extremely shocked. The old ancestor was actually killed, and it was killed by Gu. Lord Palace Master, are you alright? At this moment, Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming and Yan Jia hurried over. Earlier, Palace Master Ji told them to leave first and not worry about this place. And now that Palace Master Ji was already a spirit profound realm expert, there was no need for them to worry. They naturally obeyed. Just as they realized that the commotion had stopped, they rushed back. I'm fine. Ji replied. Lord Palace Master? Hearing this title, Xianxia instantly understood something. The Lord of the Kanglan Branch Hall was actually Ji? Xianxia was in disbelief. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the almighty expert that broke through to the spirit profound realm the day before was Jiyu? Zhuang Tianke vaguely remembered that Jiyu was not yet 18 years old. At such a young age, she was already a spirit profound realm expert. In comparison, his title as the #1 expert of the Kanglan Empire was simply a joke. Zhuang Tianke laughed at himself and shook his head. At this moment, Jiyu discovered that the old ancestor's soul still had a lot of energy left. This energy, other than Zhuang Tianke, was the lifespan and cultivation of the previous Azure Water Kings. Because those previous kings had already passed away, this energy could not be returned to its original owner. And Jiyu could not absorb it herself, because she was not a direct descendant of the royal family. Since that was the case, Jiyu's gaze landed on Zhuang Weiran. Just give it all to her. With that thought in mind, Jiyu used her will to transfer all of the energy to Zhuang Weiran. As for the other direct descendants of the royal family, Jiyu didn't even consider them. After all, he was only slightly closer to Zhuang Weiran. Jiyu also realized that when the patriarch's soul had just appeared, most of the members of the royal family had run away faster than anyone else. There were only a few members of the royal family present. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran was astonished to feel that her cultivation had suddenly increased. All the way to Tongxian realm. And it was far from the end. LV1 of Tongxian realm, LV2 Tongxian stage, LV3 Tongxian realm, LV4 Tongxian realm, LV5 Tongxian realm. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to Tongxian realm LV5. Furthermore, Zhuang Weiran was not the original owner of this energy, so she could not absorb it completely like Zhuang Tianke. She could only absorb a small portion of it, and then waste most of it. Even so, his cultivation had soared by so much. If he could absorb all of them, it was possible for him to break through to the spirit profound realm. After all, this was the lifespan and cultivation accumulated by the previous patriarch, and the amount was terrifying. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran was at a loss, completely unaware of what had happened. She had mysteriously become a LV5 Tongxian realm expert, and even gained a few hundred to 1,000 years of lifespan. Everything happened so suddenly. The Tongxian realm was different from the spirit profound realm. Every time he broke through, he would release a powerful aura. And Zhuang Weiran had continuously broken through so many realms. The aura that erupted was like a stormy sea, wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last. The entire palace trembled violently because of this. Is this because of the patriarch's soul again? Zhuang Tianke asked Jiyu in shock. That's right, that thing is useless to me, so I gave it all to her. Jiyu said simply and directly. Hearing this, Yan Ming and Yan Jia were extremely envious. They immediately regretted going against Jiyu. If they had thought of ways to please Jiyu from the start, they might have been able to get some benefits this time. Even when Yunyang was a little envious. After all, this could allow one to soar to the sky. However, the three of them did not know. This energy could only be absorbed by the direct descendants of the royal family. With so many things happening in such a short period of time, most of the people present could not take it anymore. Their hearts were already shaken to the point that they could not take it anymore. Now that the scene was in a mess, Zhuang Tianke did not plan to continue with the complicated process of the throne change. He directly announced that the 6th Princess Zhuang Weiran would take over the position of Duke of Tsanglan and become the new Duke of Tsanglan. And announced it to the world. Actually, before Jiyu solved this matter, Zhuang Tianke was prepared to let any of his sons inherit the throne, except for Zhuang Weiran. Becoming the Duke of Tsanglan was not a good thing, especially since he only had 10 years left to live. Zhuang Tianke did not want his daughter to follow in his footsteps. Not only was the ancestor's soul resolved, his daughter's cultivation had also reached the 5th level of Tongxian realm. Among his children, there was no one more suitable than Zhuang Weiran to inherit the throne. In the end, although the throne change was hastily ended, it left a deep impression on everyone present. What happened today, they would probably never forget it in this lifetime. Today, 3 shocking news shook the entire Kanglan Empire. Duke of Tsanglan Zhuang Tianke broke through to the spirit profound realm. 6th Princess Zhuang Weiran broke through to the 5th level of Tongxian realm. 6th Princess Zhuang Weiran inherited the throne. No matter which one. Countless people were shocked. That day, in the palace. Now, should I call you Your Majesty the Queen? Jiyu said with a smile as she looked at the beautiful woman on the throne who was wearing a phoenix robe made of golden silk. No. Zhuang Weiran shook her head and said playfully, you should call me Weiran. At this moment, she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance in front of Jiyu. But at this moment, someone barged in from the outside. Zhuang Weiran immediately regained the temperament of a queen and said coldly, what's the rush? Your Majesty, there are many forces gathered outside the palace. A small official hurried in and bowed. What do they want? Zhuang Weiran frowned and asked coldly. They said that they are here to propose a marriage alliance with Your Majesty. That small official hesitated for a while before carefully opening his mouth. Marriage? At this moment, Zhuang Weiran glanced at Jiyu and his lips curled into a smile. Go out now and tell them that I already have someone in my heart. And announce it to the world. That man is Jiyu. Hearing this, the small official looked at Jiyu in shock. It took him a while to recover from his shock. Yes. After that, the official immediately ran out. At this moment, Jiyu was both surprised and speechless. Is this really okay? What's wrong with that? With your strength, do you still have to be afraid of those guys? There were no outsiders in the palace. Zhuang Weiran returned to his smiling self. Or do you think that I'm purely using you as a shield? Jiyu was speechless again. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He did feel that Zhuang Weiran was purely using him as a shield. Other than that, what other meaning could there be? Every word I just said is true. Zhuang Weiran's tone suddenly became serious. You're really something. Jiyu sweated. It did not matter if this guy was deliberately teasing him or telling the truth. He had already gotten himself into trouble with this guy. If there's nothing else, Xiaogu and I will go back first. At this moment, Jiyu said. There was still some of that ancestor's soul origin energy in his body. He planned to properly absorb it when he returned. After absorbing it, his soul energy should be able to increase by quite a bit. How can there be nothing? Zhuang Weiran used an extremely seductive tone to tease him. Don't you need me to serve you tonight? Then forget it. However, Jiyu was completely unmoved. This guy was trying to tease him again. He would not fall for it. After that, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and left the palace. Zhuang Weiran, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Jiyu's back as he left. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. Jiyu didn't directly return to Azure Water Branch Hall. Instead, she went to Chanyuan Martial House first. Manor Master Murong told her to look for him today. However, it was almost night time. She didn't know if she could make it in time. At this moment, Jiyu looked at the sky. Today was indeed the night of the lunar eclipse. The moon in the sky seemed to be slowly being devoured by something and would disappear soon. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Jiyu used her movement technique and quickly arrived at Chanyuan Martial House with Xiaogu. She directly went to the Violet Gold Branch Hall to find Manor Master Murong. She could see that Manor Master Murong was looking at the starry sky with his back facing her. You really came. Murong Zili turned around and said when she sensed someone walking in from outside. Come up. Murong Zili said, next, you will know what is going on with this Manor Master's cultivation. After speaking, she slowly turned around and continued to look at the starry sky. Hearing this, Jiyu quickly walked up. She walked to Murong Zili's side. Jiyu still didn't know what was going on and just looked at the starry sky like Murong Zili. In the sky, other than the moon that was about to disappear, there were only a few stars constantly shining. As for Xiaogu, although he didn't understand what was going on, he also learned to do the same. Why does Manor Master keep looking at the night sky? Jiyu couldn't help but ask. You will know in a moment. Murong Zili said softly. Jiyu could only wait patiently in the face of Murong Manor Head's riddles. After a while, the moon was completely devoured. It had almost completely disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, Ji Yu wanted to say something, but she noticed that something was wrong with Manor Master Murong. Two purple marks appeared on both sides of Murong Zili's face. Her delicate body slightly trembled. What is going on? Ji Yu couldn't help but ask in surprise. This is the curse of my Murong clan. Murong Zili's tone was nonchalant as she said, no member of the Murong family will ever be able to break through to the spirit profound realm. That's why I've been stuck at peak mystic and lightning stage for 5 years. Furthermore, every lunar eclipse, the curse will erupt, just like what you're seeing now. After hearing this, Ji Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Because at the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has discovered the curse of the Murong clan, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the solution to the curse seal. Ji Yu found a solution through the system. She found out that this was because Murong Zili and the entire Murong family had been cursed. This curse was passed down from generation to generation, and no one was spared. Furthermore, the cultivation manual for the violet glazed pupil bloodline was also missing. The Murong clan only had the first half of the cultivation manual. In other words, everyone in the Murong clan could only cultivate the violet glazed pupil to the second realm, seeing aura as real. Coincidentally, cultivating the violet glazed pupil to the fourth realm, violet glazed divine transformation, was the only way to remove this curse. Not only would this curse accompany her for eternity, it would also erupt every lunar eclipse. The head would be in extreme pain, and it would continue until the lunar eclipse ended. If it was light, she would faint, and if it was heavy, she would die. What made Ji Yu surprised was that Murong Zili's expression didn't change at all. She was actually able to withstand this curse without any expression. Clearly, Murong Zili's willpower was incomparably tenacious, far surpassing normal people, and she might have already gotten used to it. This lunar eclipse would probably last for 3 to 5 hours, so Ji Yu didn't want to just watch. But even if she gave the second half of the violet glazed pupil cultivation manual to Murong Zili now, it would be too late. If she wanted to cultivate the violet glazed pupil to the realm of violet glazed divine transformation, even with the 999 times cultivation system, she would need at least several days. At this time, letting Murong Zili temporarily cultivate the violet glazed pupil was clearly not feasible. Ji Yu thought with all her might, but she barely managed to think of a stupid method that wasn't really a method. That was, massaging the head. At this time, she could see that Murong Zili's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She was clearly forcefully holding on. Ji Yu used a clean white cloth to gently wipe off the cold sweat on Murong Zili's forehead. Then, he used both hands to lightly press on both sides of Murong Zili's temples. Seeing Ji Yu like this, Murong Zili's face suddenly revealed a trace of doubt. Clearly, she didn't understand why Ji Yu was doing this. However, Murong Zili didn't resist. Because Ji Yu's actions did make her feel a bit better. The lunar eclipse this time was relatively short, lasting less than 2 hours. During this time, Ji Yu had been wiping Murong Zili's sweat and massaging her, even if it could only relieve a little bit of pain. Thank you. After the lunar eclipse ended, the severe pain in Murong Zili's head gradually subsided. Recalling how Ji Yu had gently and patiently helped her, her state of mind couldn't help but undergo a subtle change. Regarding my cultivation, you should understand now, right? Murong Zili said. Ji Yu slowly said, actually, it's not that there's no solution to your curse. What did you say? Murong Zili was slightly stunned. I know how to remove this curse. Ji Yu responded. You, how could you possibly know? Murong Zili's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. She didn't dare to believe it. After all, her Murong clan had never found an effective method to remove the curse. It's because I know of a secret manual for the amethyst pupils, and it's different from the one you have, Manor Head. Ji Yu said, what you have is the first half of the cultivation manual. What I know is the second half. If you don't believe me, you can look into my eyes. Hearing this, Murong Zili immediately looked into Ji Yu's eyes. She saw Ji Yu's eyes instantly become almost the same as her own, and even far stronger than her own. Murong Zili suddenly felt extremely shocked. She had long cultivated the purple glazed pupil to the limit of seeing aura as real. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone's purple-glazed pupil to be stronger than hers. What the hell is going on? Because she was too shocked and agitated, it affected Murongzili's judgment. After all, in her subconscious mind, the purple-glazed pupil only had two realms, meticulous and seeing aura as real. She had never heard of a purple-glazed pupil cultivation manual having a first half and a second half. In fact, there are 4 realms in the purple-glazed pupil. They are, thoroughly meticulous, observing chi as real, seeing through reality, and purple-glazed divine transformation. Jiyu explained in detail. As for the 3rd stage, seeing through illusion, and the 4th stage, purple-glazed deity transformation, they are recorded in the second half of the cultivation manual. As for the method to remove the curse, it is to cultivate the purple-glazed pupil to the 4th stage, the purple-glazed spirit transformation. But your family is missing the second half of the cultivation manual, so you haven't been able to solve this curse. Jiyu had made it very clear. As for why he wasn't affected by the curse, it was because this curse was born with the Murong clan. And Jiyu only obtained a portion of her bloodline through Murongzili's essence blood. He would not be cursed. Or else, during the 2 hours of the lunar eclipse, Jiyu had a good time. After all, he had only reached the 3rd stage of the amethyst pupil, the 3rd stage of seeing through illusion. Although he wasn't far from the 4th stage, purple-glazed spirit transformation, it would still take a few days. After hearing Jiyu's words, Murongzili gradually calmed down. She quickly understood what was going on. So you're saying that the second half of the cultivation manual is on you? Murongzili calmly said. Perhaps, because it was recorded in my mind. Jiyu pointed at his head. Recorded in your mind? Murongzili asked, how did you find the second half of the cultivation manual? I found it by accident in a secret realm. Jiyu casually found a reason to dodge it. Originally, I didn't know what it was, until you gave me the first half of the cultivation manual last time. Only then did I realize that it was the second half of the cultivation manual. And it also recorded the curses, which is why I know so much about them. Jiyu didn't blush or pant as she randomly spouted nonsense, not mentioning a single word about the system. Murongzili could hear that Jiyu wasn't willing to reveal too much. She didn't continue to ask. Next, I can teach you how to cultivate the 3rd and 4th stage of the amethyst pupil. At that time, when you reach the purple-glazed spirit transformation, you can remove the curse. At this time, Jiyu said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Murongzili unhesitatingly said. She had already had enough of this curse. She had been cursed for 21 years. Every night of the lunar eclipse, she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if her willpower and endurance were constantly being tempered, the pain brought by the curse hadn't decreased in the slightest. And the pain brought by the curse wasn't a big deal. As early as 5 years ago, she had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Tongxian realm. Now, 5 years had passed, but she was still in the same place, unable to break through. Whether it was physically or mentally, it brought great torment to Murongzili. Now that she knew there was a way to remove the curse, how could she give up this opportunity? After that, Jiyu explained the second half of the amethyst pupil's cultivation manual word by word to Murongzili. For Murongzili, she could understand most of it after listening to it once. And the small portion that was hard to understand, she would remember. So as to avoid troubling Jiyu if she accidentally forgot later. Okay, I've finished explaining everything. At this time, Jiyu had already explained the second half of the cultivation manual. He even added some embellishments about the curse. This way, she could at least cover up the nonsense she made up earlier. I've also memorized everything. Thank you. Murongzili found it hard to suppress the joy in her heart. Although the curse hadn't been lifted yet. Now, she had found a way. Lifting the curse was only a matter of time. At least before the next full moon, Murongzili was confident that she could cultivate the amethyst pupils to the amethyst divine transformation realm. Then, it's about time for me to go back. Jiyu said. After speaking, he held Xiaogu's hand and left. Take care. Murongzili watched as Jiyu walked out of the amethyst hall. Then, she began to cultivate the 3rd realm of the amethyst pupils, seeing through reality. At this time, Murongzili suddenly thought. When she gave Jiyu the cultivation manual, it was less than a month ago. In less than a month, she had already reached the seeing through reality realm. Thinking back, even Morongzili, who had the strongest bloodline and the highest talent in the clan, took nearly half a year to cultivate the second realm of the amethyst pupils, seeing through aura. When she was 12, she started cultivating the amethyst pupils and martial arts. When she was 16, the amethyst pupils had reached the limit of the third realm of the seeing through aura realm. Her martial arts cultivation had also reached the peak of ninth stage of the Tongxian realm. Unfortunately, after that, Morongzili didn't improve at all. On the other hand, Jiyu only used less than a month to reach this level of the amethyst pupils. Morongzili couldn't help but find it hard to believe. However, she had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, if she hadn't given Jiyu her blood essence, Jiyu wouldn't have been able to cultivate the amethyst eyes. Morongzili couldn't help but sigh. Now that he thought about it, he had really witnessed the rise of a peerless genius. With Xiaogu's help, Jiyu quickly returned to the Azure Water Branch Hall. The first thing he did when he arrived at his residence was to absorb the soul origin energy that the old ancestor had left in his body. Ding! It has been detected that the host is currently absorbing the soul origin energy. The absorption speed has increased to 999 times. Ding! It has been detected that the host is currently absorbing the soul origin energy. The absorption speed has increased to 999 times. Under the blessing of the 999 times absorption speed. It didn't take long for Jiyu to finish absorbing the soul source energy. He could clearly feel that his soul power had increased by a large margin. After that, Jiyu fell asleep. In the following days, Jiyu planned to settle all the things he was worried about and then leave the Kanglin Empire to explore the outside world. When the palace master wasn't around, the 3 vice palace masters would help to handle the affairs. Therefore, Jiyu didn't need to worry about the Azure Water Branch Hall. The main thing was that he had to settle those things first. With Morongzili protecting Yu Chu, Yu Xian, and Ling he didn't need to worry about them. Zhuang Weiran had become the queen of Azure Water and her father had become a spirit profound realm expert, so he didn't need to worry about them. There were a bunch of Tongxian realm puppets in Chaoyang Ancient City and Jiang Zhongtian, so he didn't need to worry about them. Now, there were only 2 or 3 things that Jiyu was worried about. The first was the pill formula for the 6th grade Great Heaven Mystic Yang pill that the Nangong family gave him. The second was Yu Shuyun. He didn't know how she was doing right now. Other than these 2 things, there was nothing else that Jiyu couldn't let go of. First, he planned to go to the Alchemist Guild to see Yu Shuyun. The Great Heaven Mystic Yang pill formula didn't need to be anxious. He would think about it after seeing Yu Shuyun. A few days later, Jiyu once again headed to the Alchemist Guild to see how Yu Shuyun was doing. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience. Relying on her movement skills, Jiyu brought Xiaogu into the Alchemist Guild without anyone noticing. Relying on his soul perception, he sensed Yu Shuyun's exact location. However, there seemed to be a lot of people there. Jiyu curiously went over to take a look and realized that this was a pill refining area in the Alchemist Guild. Yu Shuyun seemed to be preparing to start refining pills, but there was a youth harassing her. It seemed to be Qin Xiaotong. "Miss Yu, I am sincere towards you," Qin Xiaotong said to Yu Shuyun with deep feelings. Ever since Zhuang Weiran became the queen of Tsanglan, he completely dispelled any thoughts of Zhuang Weiran. Now, he focused on Yu Shuyun. At the same time, there were other alchemists watching from the surroundings. Obviously, Qin Xiaotong purposely expressed his love to Yu Shuyun in such a crowded place. He felt that with so many people watching, Yu Shuyun would be embarrassed to reject him. "Did you see that? Young Master Qin is pestering Yu Shuyun again. How many times has it been? Qin Xiaotong really can't forget Yu Shuyun. Anyway, I don't really want Miss Yu to agree to Qin Xiaotong. That guy is fickle and hypocritical." The surrounding people were discussing softly. However, Yu Shuyun didn't want to bother with Qin Xiaotong. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in a certain position in the crowd. Yu Shiyun didn't see clearly, but subconsciously thought of this person. She immediately stood up and couldn't help but walk quickly in that direction. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotong thought that Yu Shiyun was walking towards him. He was instantly overjoyed. He finally got this troublesome girl. However, Yu Shiyun walked past him and walked into the crowd. What's going on? Qin Xiaotong was stunned. He couldn't react. When Yu Shiyun walked closer, she found that it was indeed Jiyu. She couldn't help but hug her. This action instantly made Qin Xiaotong was dumbfounded. He took a closer look and realized that it was actually Yu. With Jiyu's appearance, Qin Xiaotong did not even dare to utter a single word. He could only be jealous of Jiyu. Not only did he capture Zhuang Weiran's heart, Yu Shiyun had also become Jiyu's woman. Not to mention, Yu. He was backed by the Qianyuan Martial House, Kanglin Branch Palace, and the Imperial Palace. He did not dare to provoke Jiyu. He didn't dare to say anything to his father. If his father knew that he wanted to make a move on Jiyu's woman, his father would be so angry that he would skin him alive. In order to save his life, Qin Xiaotong took advantage of this opportunity to escape. In fact, Zhuang Tianke didn't spread the news that Jiyu was the Azure Water Palace's palace master. Therefore, Qin Xiaotong only knew that Jiyu was now a part of the Azure Water Palace. He didn't know that Jiyu had become the Azure Water Palace's palace master. At this time, more and more people noticed that the young man Yu Shiyun was hugging was Jiyu. F***ck, am I seeing things? Jiyu is actually here? I've heard that Yu Shiyun and Jiyu have a close relationship. It seems that it's true. As expected of the number one prodigy. Her Highness the Queen and Yu Shiyun have both become his women. In other words, Qin Xiaotong wants to make a move on Jiyu's woman. This is going to be fun. A group of people, some were gloating, some were envious. But those people could only be envious. After all, only the strong were worthy of beauties. They were more concerned about what would happen to Qin Xiaotong, who dared to make a move on Jiyu's woman. They turned to look. As expected, Qin Xiaotong had already sneakily run far away. You finally came to see me. Yu Shiyun hugged Jiyu tightly and said softly. It had been a long time since she last saw Jiyu. She missed her very much. In fact, she had gone to the Qianyuan Martial Mansion several times to look for Jiyu. But she had failed every time. Even when she asked Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, they did not know where Jiyu had gone. During this period, Yu Shiyun had not only missed Jiyu, but she had also been worried that something had happened to Jiyu. Today, she finally saw Jiyu. She had so many things to say, but she did not know what to say first. Hearing the bitterness in Yu Shiyun's voice, Jiyu smiled and said, "Yes, I'm here to see you. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to a quieter place first." Jiyu continued. "Follow me." Only then did Yu Shiyun let go of him. Jiyu followed her. As for Qin Xiaotong, who had sneaked away just now, he could not be bothered to deal with him. He was not in the mood to waste his time on that kind of person. However, if that guy dared to do anything out of line in the future, he would not mind killing him. Following Yu Shiyun, Jiyu came to a simple, luxurious, and antique house. Xiaogu had been by her side the whole time. Where is this? Jiyu looked around and felt that this was a boudoir. This is the place that President Kirin arranged for me. Yu Shiyun replied. Jiyu had also guessed that this was indeed Yu Shiyun's boudoir. By the way, who is this little girl? At this moment, Yu Shiyun looked at the little girl by Jiyu's side. Jiyu then briefly introduced Yu Shiyun. So it's little Gu. Let's sit first. Yu Shiyun said. After the three of them were seated. Jiyu, where have you been all this while? Yu Shiyun continued, I went to the Qianyuan Martial House, but I couldn't find you. I went to the Azure Water Branch Hall to settle some matters. Jiyu said honestly. Has it been settled? Yu Shiyun asked again. Although she did not know what the Azure Water Branch Hall was, she did not ask. She was relieved as long as Jiyu was fine. I've already dealt with it, so I'm here to see you. Jiyu said. That's good. Yu Shiyun immediately felt relieved. Jiyu hesitated for a moment before saying, but it won't be long before I have to leave the Kanglin Empire for a while. Is that so? Yu Shuyun's expression didn't change. In fact, she was deliberately hiding her disappointment. Even so, Ji Yu still noticed a trace of it. He was about to say something. But Yu Shuyun suddenly changed the topic. I forgot to tell you last time that you have been engaged to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Yu Shuyun said straightforwardly, when will you be engaged to me? Ji Yu was shocked by Yu Shuyun's straightforwardness. He was speechless for a moment. Or do you want to be engaged to me after you come back from the Kanglin Empire? Yu Shuyun asked. Well, Ji Yu was stunned for a while before nodding blankly. Seeing Ji Yu nodding, Yu Shuyun suddenly smiled like a flower. Then I'll be waiting for you here. Ji Yu was stunned. This should be the first time he saw Yu Shuyun smiling so happily. It made him remember the promise just now. I will never forget. Ji Yu also smiled. Next, Ji Yu chatted with Yu Shuyun for a while before leaving. Now that Yu Shuyun was living well in the Alchemist Guild, he didn't need to worry about her. As for that Qin Xiaotong. As long as Ji Yu went to the Alchemist Guild president, Kirin, that Qin Xiaotong would be well behaved. Of course, there would be unexpected situations. What if Kirin didn't give him face? But it didn't matter. Ji Yu had many ways. Either he brought Yu Shuyun to the palace or Qianyuan martial house, or he directly killed Kirin and Qin Xiaotong. After that, Ji Yu went directly to Kirin. Kirin gave him enough face and directly scolded Qin Xiaotong, forbidding Qin Xiaotong from getting close to Yu Shuyun. He even grounded him for 3 months. Kirin was very sincere, so Ji Yu didn't care about anything. After leaving the Pale Master Guild, Ji Yu set off for Bright Moon Ancient City. Now, he was going to find the Nangong family and ask them about the great heavenly mystic yang pill recipe. With Little Gu's flying speed. Not long after, Ji Yu arrived at the Nangong residence in Bright Moon Ancient City. The 2 guards who were dozing off in front of the Nangong residence were instantly jolted awake by the commotion caused by Ji Yu and Little Gu descending from the sky. Who's there? One of the guards immediately exclaimed in shock. He did not notice that the person who had arrived was Ji Yu. Meanwhile, the other guard recognized Ji Yu and immediately smacked that guard's head. Idiot, this is Ji Yu, Master Ji Yu. Get out of the way. That guard was almost stunned by the smack. However, when he heard the words Ji Yu, he hurriedly stepped aside. Ji Yu ignored the 2 of them. He walked into the Nangong residence with a calm expression. Little Gu also silently followed behind him. Although the 2 guards saw that this little girl was different from normal people, they did not dare to say anything. After entering the Nangong residence, Ji Yu quickly found the Nangong family head, Nangong Yu. Nangong Maching happened to be here as well. Why is Ji Gongzi here all of a sudden? Nangong Yu was surprised. Could it be that he's here to find Maching? Before Nangong Yu could finish his sentence, Ji Yu asked, I want to know what's going on with this pill formula. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power, experience gained, 1 by 999 times. He had already taken out the great heavenly mystic yang pill recipe from his storage ring. This, Nangong Yu was overjoyed. He thought that Ji Yu was here to find his daughter. Nangong Maching, who was at the side, did not feel anything special. This was because he was already used to Ji Yu's personality. At this moment, Nangong Yu finally came to his senses and looked at the pill recipe in Ji Yu's hand. Oh, so that's what Ji Gongzi wanted to ask. Nangong Yu said, a mysterious person told us this on the day Maching was born. I only know that this is the pill formula for the grade 6 Great Heaven Mystic Yang pill, but I'm not sure about its specific uses. Moreover, no one in our Nangong family has the ability to refine the 6th grade pill, so we just gave it to Ji Gongzi. It's not bad for Ji Gongzi to keep it for his collection. After hearing what Nangong Yu had to say, Ji Yu was speechless. He had even specially come over to ask, but in the end, Nangong Yu also knew nothing. Oh right, Maching's coming-of-age ceremony will be held in a month's time. Young master, will you be able to attend? Nangong Yu took the opportunity to say. He still wanted to matchmake his daughter with Ji Yu. Especially since Ji Yu's rise in power in the Kanglin Empire was swift and fierce. Moreover, Maching was obviously interested in Ji Yu. In the entire Kanglan Empire, there was no one more suitable than Jiyu. His only worry was that Jiyu might not be willing. In a month's time? Jiyu muttered to herself. At this time, Nangong Maching couldn't help but look at Jiyu with anticipation. I might not be in the Kanglan Empire at that time. Jiyu said, if I come back in time, I can come and attend. Come back in time? Where is Ji Gongzi going? Nangong Maching couldn't help but ask. Yes. Jiyu said, I'll be leaving the Kanglan Empire in about 2 days, and I can't say when I'll be back. So that's the case, Nangong Maching nodded slightly. A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. As for where Jiyu was going, she didn't continue to ask. After all, she knew that she didn't have the right to interfere with Jiyu. The only thing she could do was hope that Jiyu could come back in time. Since she didn't get any information about the usefulness of the mysterious heavenly yang pill, Jiyu casually chatted with Nangong Yu and Nangong Maching for a while before leaving. With Xiaogu's help, she directly flew back to the Kanglan division from Bright Moon Ancient City. Jiyu planned to rest today and inform Wen Yunyang and the other 2 vice palace masters. She would leave the Kanglan Empire tomorrow. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute, silver level memory, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute, silver level memory, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After returning to the Azure Water Branch Hall, Jiyu hurriedly finished today's matters. Then, he went to inform the 3 vice hall masters. He asked them to help deal with the matters in the following days. Jiyu wasn't afraid of the 3 vice hall masters having any ulterior motives. Not to mention that he had already established his prestige in the Azure Water Branch Hall. Now, Zhuang Tianke had already broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm. When Morong Zili cultivated the purple-glazed pupil to the purple-glazed spirit transformation realm, she would definitely be able to break through to the Spirit Profound Realm. Just these 3 vice hall masters who were at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm didn't have the qualifications to have any ulterior motives. After that, Jiyu returned to his residence to rest. As he rested, he thought about it. Tomorrow, after leaving the Kanglan Empire, where should he go, or should he say? Although he could go anywhere. Regarding the southern region, Jiyu had specially flipped through many books to understand. Although the books didn't record much, he more or less understood it. The southern region had a total of 7 empires. They were Kanglan Empire, Shattering Army Empire, Wanshan Empire, Qinggang Empire, Lingbao Empire, Drunken Moon Empire, and Puppet Empire. The 7 empires, to a certain extent, corresponded to the 7 professions. For example, the most popular profession in the Kanglan Empire was, without a doubt, the alchemist. The most popular profession in the Shattering Army Empire was Array Master. And the most popular profession in the Wanshan Empire was Beast Tamer. Later on, the Qinggang Empire corresponded to refiners. The Lingbao Empire corresponded to appraisers. The Drunken Moon Empire corresponded to brewers. As for the Puppet Empire, it was obvious that the most popular profession was puppet masters. Apart from the 7 empires, the southern region actually had 2 other places. And they were both extremely special places. One of them was the Land of Chaos. The Land of Chaos was where all the evil people of the southern region gathered. It was a lawless place. Those who would be in such a place were either outlaws who committed all manner of crimes or madmen who sought thrills. Of course, there were also a very small number of geniuses who deliberately went to temper themselves. After all, in such a dangerous place, one could lose their life at any time. The other place was the Land of Extreme Cold. There were no detailed descriptions of the Arctic lands in the books. He only knew that there was such a place. Jiyu, on the other hand, planned to head to the Wanshan Empire, which was the closest to the Kanglan Empire. Even though the Fringe was his favorite place, it was still the Fringe. After all, this was the most suitable place for him to train himself. However, the Fringe was the furthest away from the Kanglan Empire. The next day, Jiyu led the way, and Xiaogu brought him to the Wanshan Empire. The distance was still very far, and it took them about 3 hours to reach their destination. Jiyu was dressed in the black uniform of the Azure Water Branch Hall. Meanwhile, Xiaogu was wearing the white dress that Jiyu had specially bought for her. Her silver hair and snow-white skin were a perfect match for this white dress. At this moment, Jiyu and Xiaogu were landing in a sparsely populated area of the Wanshan Empire. The reason why they didn't fly to crowded places was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiyu still kept the map that he bought from the Wanshan Empire last time in his storage ring. Ding! Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold. Level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. He opened the storage ring and took out the map. After determining his geographical location, he set off for a nearby town called Greenrock Town. Ding! Host has taken a step. Earthrank Superior Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has taken a step. Earthrank Superior Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. With Jiyu's current cultivation, even if it was just a normal walk, his speed was extremely fast. Within a few minutes, he arrived at Greenrock Town. However, the people of Greenrock Town didn't seem to welcome him. When Jiyu arrived at the entrance of Greenrock Town, he found a group of fully armed people blocking the entrance. Each of them stared at him with an unfriendly expression. "Stop right there, who are you people?" A middle-aged man standing at the front shouted in a cold voice. "We are just normal people passing by." Jiyu walked over unhurriedly and said calmly. "Ordinary people?" The middle-aged burly man frowned. He examined them carefully. He found that the young man in black and the little girl did not have much aura of cultivation. They were indeed ordinary people. At this moment, the middle-aged burly man's furrowed brows relaxed. And the other fully armed men next to him also relaxed their vigilance. "Sorry, we went too far just now." The middle-aged burly man put down the weapon in his hand and apologized. The others also apologized one after another. In their eyes, it should be that the brother and sister just happened to pass by here. But they did not ask for an explanation and pointed their weapons at two innocent children. Naturally, they had to apologize. "It's okay." Jiyu didn't care at all. From the beginning, he could see that these people were only at the defensive profound realm. The strongest middle-aged burly man was only at the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. With this level of cultivation, even if Jiyu stood still, they couldn't hurt Jiyu at all. But looking at these people, they didn't look like the kind of unruly people who used force to rob passers-by. Jiyu guessed that this Green Rock town might be often attacked by demon beasts or bandits. That was why there were so many fully armed people blocking the entrance. "Come in quickly. If those bandits from the Black Cloud Fortress come later, it will be troublesome." At this moment, the middle-aged burly man kindly reminded. It was just as Jiyu guessed. These people were guarding against bandits and thieves. But he didn't say much. He nodded lightly and slowly walked into Green Rock Town. After that, Jiyu discovered that there were some demonic beasts not far behind those people. They were all lying there docilely. Clearly, these demonic beasts had been tamed by those people. After walking for a while, Jiyu noticed that the surroundings were a little bleak. Many of the houses looked dilapidated. Some only had a part of the wall broken, and some were even unrecognizable. However, there were still people living in them. "Dad, don't waste money on those fake masters. None of them are reliable." At this moment, a beautiful brown-haired girl with wheat-colored skin walked past Jiyu and stopped in front of Jiyu. Beside the brown-haired girl was a handsome middle-aged man. From their conversation, one could tell that this middle-aged man was the girl's father. "I know, but I had no choice." The middle-aged man sighed. "Worst comes to worst, we can just move away from Green Rock Town. Don't give money to those scammers." The brown-haired girl said unyieldingly. "That's too troublesome, and it's very risky. We can't do that." The middle-aged man vetoed. "What else can we do?" The brown-haired girl became anxious. "Is this the best way?" "No matter what, let's let that master try first," the middle-aged man said. At this moment, Jiyu overheard the conversation between the father and daughter. From time to time, passers-by would call out "Mayor" to the middle-aged man. In other words, the middle-aged man was the mayor of Greenrock Town. "Father! Can't you listen to me for once?" At this moment, the brown-haired girl suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man looked back at his daughter, not knowing what to say. He sighed deeply in his heart and continued to walk forward with a helpless expression. The brown-haired girl suddenly felt very annoyed and impatient. She angrily turned around and left. She just happened to meet Jiyu. "You are?" the brown-haired girl immediately asked. "We're just ordinary people passing by," Jiyu said casually. Seeing that the black-clothed youth and the little girl didn't seem to be a threat, the brown-haired girl didn't care and left sullenly. Then, unknowingly, Jiyu followed the mayor to an interesting place. To be precise, something happened in this place that made him feel interesting. He saw a sanctimonious old man, dressed like a master, doing some fancy actions. In the eyes of the layman, this seemed very impressive. But in the eyes of Jiyu, an expert, he could barely see that the old man was drawing a formation diagram. What he was drawing was a very low-level first-grade offensive formation diagram. Ding! Host has watched an array master draw an array diagram for 1 minute. Array formation mastery has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has watched an array master draw an array diagram for 1 minute. Array formation mastery has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Just like that, Jiyu watched as the old man performed a series of fancy operations. After spending a long time, he barely managed to draw a first-grade offensive array diagram. He felt that it was an eyesore. More importantly, the people around him were still very excited. Obviously, they didn't know anything about arrays. Next, the old man started to brag about how awesome the array diagram he drew was. What third-grade offensive array diagram, what about easily killing a defensive mystic realm martial artist, he bragged about it to the skies. The laymen were all swallowed by his boasting. Even the mayor almost believed the old man's words. Jiyu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to continue watching. It was really too awkward. He couldn't be bothered with the old man. After all, these people being scammed had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the mayor asked the old man, "Then what kind of reward does Great Master want?" "Give that little girl to me as my servant. As for the gold coins, you can give as you see fit." The old man smiled and pointed at Xiaogu, who was beside Jiyu. Seeing this, Jiyu narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The mayor looked at the little girl the old man was pointing at. He didn't seem to remember that there was such a little girl in his town. "Jiyu, that old man's gaze makes me feel disgusted." At this moment, Xiaogu pulled Jiyu's hand. "Can you let me beat him up?" "Don't be anxious. Let me do it first," Jiyu said slowly. He walked straight to the old man. He was just an old scammer. He wanted to leave, but this old dog didn't have eyes and came knocking on his door. Since that was the case, he definitely wouldn't let this old dog have it easy. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu was in front of the old man. "This piece of junk is the third-grade array formation you speak of?" Jiyu directly snatched the array diagram. The old man had no time to react. Ding! The host has set up the first-grade inferior offensive formation, Scorching Formation. Formation attainment has been rewarded with 999 times the experience. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu activated the grade 1 array diagram. Following that, everyone felt their surroundings heat up a little. By the time the old man reacted, he found that the other party had already activated the array. He cursed inwardly. He hurriedly tried to escape. However, how could the mayor let this guy go? "You want to run?" The mayor immediately captured the old man. "Let me go." The old man struggled with all his might and shouted, "I didn't cheat you of anything. Why are you arresting me?" "Shut up," the mayor coldly rebuked with a gloomy expression. The old man was frightened and obediently shut his mouth. "Take this guy away. Beat him up 30 times before throwing him out of town." Then, the mayor ordered a few of his subordinates. "No, don't." The old man was dragged away with a face full of despair. At the same time, Jiyu casually dispelled the scorching formation. Ding! The host has dispelled the first grade inferior offensive formation, scorching formation. Formation attainment has been rewarded with 999 times the experience. He didn't even look at the old man. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Jiyu only exposed the old man's scam and didn't ask Xiaogu to smash the old man into pieces. This was already very merciful. The main reason was that he was worried that Xiaogu wouldn't be able to control the strength and range and would accidentally hurt the innocent people around. After the old man was dragged away, the mayor's attitude changed drastically. He looked at Jiyu respectfully. "Young master, I am the mayor of Green Rock Town, Li Yunhao. Thank you for exposing my scam just now." Li Yunhao thanked him with utmost sincerity. After all, if it wasn't for this young man, he would have been deceived by the old man. Because there was no one in Green Rock Town who understood formations, there was no way to verify the truth. If he was cheated of his reward later, his daughter would definitely completely fall out with him. "It's fine," Jiyu casually replied. Then, he planned to take Xiaogu away. The only reason he acted was because the old man had offended him. Therefore, he didn't need these people to thank him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve this young master." Li Yunhao ordered the subordinates beside him, "Send this young master to my residence." "Yes." The subordinates hurriedly replied. Jiyu could see that Xiaogu was a little tired and seemed to want to sleep. After all, it took him so long to fly here from the Kanglin Empire. He didn't refuse. Jiyu and Xiaogu arrived at Li Yunhao's mansion under the escort of his men. This mansion was shabbier than the Lin family's and Chen family's mansions in Chaoyang ancient city. After all, although Li Yunhao seemed to be the strongest martial artist in Green Rock Town, he was only at the peak of LV9 defensive profound realm. Since his overall strength was so low, this mansion was naturally not much better. Not long after entering the mansion, Jiyu bumped into the brown-haired girl again. "Yuner, go and prepare to welcome this young master," Li Yunhao said first. Li Yuner, the brown-haired girl, did not know what was going on, but she immediately went to prepare. Before leaving, she took a few glances at Jiyu. Her eyes were shining with doubt. After that, Li Yunhao led Jiyu and Xiaogu forward slowly. They even chatted a lot on the way. However, Jiyu did not say much from beginning to end. Most of the time, it was Li Yunhao who talked enthusiastically. When the three of them arrived, Li Yuner had already made tea and arranged the tables and chairs. "Please have a seat." Li Yunhao then asked Jiyu and Xiaogu to sit inside. Jiyu did not say anything and sat down casually. Xiaogu sat on his lap and rested her head on his chest. Soon, she fell asleep. On the other side, Li Yunhao and Li Yuner were talking outside the door. "Father, what is going on?" Li Yuner finally could not help but ask. "Yuner, you don't know. That young master just now, Li Yunhao told Li Yuner the whole story of what had happened. Li Yuner nodded slightly. "Then we should really thank him. I told you not to believe those swindlers, but you didn't listen to me." Li Yuner immediately complained. "If it was not for that person's help, we would have been cheated out of a lot of money again. Sigh, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore." Li Yunhao smiled awkwardly. "Forget it." Li Yuner did not dwell on it anymore. "Then let's move away from Green Rock Town as soon as possible." "No." However, at this moment, Li Yunhao shook his head and said, "I want to ask that young master to help us set up the formation and make those bandits from the Black Cloud stronghold pay the price." "Father, why are you still so stubborn?" Li Yuner said anxiously, "Although that person saw through the trick, it doesn't mean that he can set up a third-grade array formation. If we are fooled again, it will be too late for us to move away." She saw that he was about the same age as her, so how could he be a third-grade array grandmaster? Even the group of old men from before were all fake masters who did not live up to their name. How strong could such a young man be? In Li Yuner's opinion, it was very likely that the other party deliberately exposed the scam in order to gain their trust so that they could make a killing. "I don't think anything will go wrong this time. Let's ask that young master to give it a try first." Li Yunhao had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Unless he had no other choice, he absolutely did not want to move away from Green Rock Town. Most importantly, he would not have the face to face the families of those who were killed by the Black Cloud Citadel bandits. Li Yun'er knew that her father was a stubborn old man and would not listen no matter what she said. If it doesn't succeed, we will immediately move away from Green Rock Town. Is that okay? She could only compromise. Yes. Li Yunhao nodded heavily. If it really came to that, that was the only thing he could do. However, the conversation between Li Yunhao and Li Yun'er was heard clearly by Jiyu. He held the teacup in his hand and took a sip. He felt a little speechless. Not to mention that he did not have the obligation to help the people of Green Rock Town to set up the array formation. That little girl actually questioned his attainment in array formation. At this moment, Li Yunhao and Li Yun'er walked in together. The two immediately sat beside Jiyu. Is this young master's sister? Seeing that the little girl had fallen asleep on the black-clothed youth, Li Yunhao immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Do you want me to send someone to send her to rest?" "No need." Jiyu shook his head and said, Oh, okay. As he said that, Li Yunhao's expression gradually became serious. "Young master, I have a request. You want me to help you set up the array formation, right?" Jiyu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Li Yunhao was stunned for a moment when he was exposed. "Why yes." After a while, he came back to his senses and continued, "I hope you can help us set up a third-grade array formation. If it succeeds, I will thank you generously." Li Yunhao's attitude and tone were very sincere. "Tell me the reward first," Jiyu said lightly. A third-grade array formation was a piece of cake for him. However, the premise was that these people could give him a sufficient reward. "As long as it's within our means, we can give you whatever you want," Li Yunhao said firmly. Li Yun'er tried her best not to say anything. "Whatever you want." The corners of Jiyu's mouth lifted slightly. He then looked at Li Yun'er. "Does that mean she can do it too?" Li Yun'er was slightly taken aback. When she came back to her senses, her face immediately showed an extremely ashamed and resentful expression. "We can't accept that." Li Yunhao refused awkwardly. No matter what, he could not sell his own daughter. At most, he would move everyone out of Green Rock Town as his daughter said. "Okay." However, at this moment, Li Yun'er suddenly interrupted the conversation. She could not help but stand up and glare at Jiyu with a face full of shame and indignation. "If you can really set up a third-grade offensive formation, I'll agree." "Yun'er?" Li Yunhao couldn't help but exclaim. His daughter actually took the initiative to accept his request. "But you have to set up a third-grade offensive array and defeat the people from Black Cloud Citadel first." "Then, I'll agree," Li Yun'er emphasized. She wanted to see what kind of tricks this lecher could play. She did not see the demeanor of a master from this guy. He probably only knew a little about array formations. Therefore, Li Yun'er did not think that this guy could set up a third-grade offensive array. When the Black Cloud Citadel arrived, this guy would definitely show his true colors. Then, she would be able to teach this lecher a lesson. That was why she dared to agree to this guy's request. Anyway, this guy would definitely fail, so it did not matter if she agreed. At this moment, Jiyu looked up at Li Yun'er and said with a smile, "Okay." He just wanted to tease this girl a little. After all, this girl had doubted him before. He did not expect this girl to get carried away. Since this was the case, he might as well play with her. Since the matter was settled, Li Yunhao could not say anything else. Then, Li Yunhao arranged a room for Jiyu to rest in. After what happened just now, Li Yunhao's impression of Jiyu suddenly worsened. No matter what, his children were his reverse scale. This time, when the other party proposed to use Yun'er as a reward, he almost couldn't hold back his anger. Unless Yun'er was willing, as a father, he would never force Yun'er to submit herself to others. However, not only did Yun'er take the initiative to accept, but she also added reasonable conditions, which made him feel much better. If that young man could successfully set up a Tier 3 array formation, Li Yunhao would no longer be estranged from him. On the other hand, he had to make the other party regret it. In fact, Jiyu was just joking. But he accidentally made a big joke. At this time, Jiyu thought for a while and felt that it was better to apologize to her. Then, through spiritual communication, he sent a message to Li Yunhao. I went overboard with my joke just now. I'm sorry. After a while, Li Yunhao finally reacted. Wasn't this the mental communication that only Tongxian realm experts were capable of? This young man was actually a Tongxian expert? Li Yunhao was shocked. He was many times more shocked than when the other party exposed his lie. This young master looked to be about the same age as Yuner, which was about 16 or 17 years old. He was so young, but he was already a Tongxian realm expert. To be able to have such terrifying martial arts talent, he was definitely a super genius whose name shook the entire region, and he almost had the urge to shed all pretense of cordiality with this young master earlier. Li Yunhao felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Yuner's action just now made him hold back his impulse. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. These super geniuses usually had extremely powerful people behind them. If they were angered, the entire Green Rock town would be wiped out. At the same time, Li Yunhao thought of the other parties. I went overboard with my joke just now. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. With this young master's Tongxian realm cultivation, even if he couldn't set up a tier 3 array formation, he would definitely be able to defeat the people from the Black Cloud stronghold. At that time, if Yuner was willing, he would definitely support her with both hands. This was a Tongxian realm super genius, who was many times more powerful than him, the most powerful person in Green Rock Town. If Yuner married this young master, not only would they be able to go against the Black Cloud stronghold, they would even be able to do whatever they wanted in the royal city. It was a pity that this was ultimately just a joke. At this moment, just as Li Yunhao was about to say something, he realized that Ji Yu was already gone. This was because after transmitting that mental message, Ji Yu carried Xiao Gu out of this place and headed to her room. When they arrived at the room that Li Yunhao had prepared for them, Ji Yu carried Xiao Gu to the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then, he sat by the bed and started cultivating the purple glazed eyes. Currently, his purple glazed eyes had reached the 3rd stage of the 3rd stage, and he was only one step away from the 4th stage, the purple glazed god transformation. Ding! Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After an unknown amount of time. Before Ji Yu's Purple Glazed Eyes could break through to the Purple Glazed Divinity Transformation stage, Xiao Gu had already woken up and knocked him out of his senses. When Ji Yu opened his eyes, he realized that it was already late at night. That meant that he had been cultivating for almost half a day. No wonder Xiao Gu woke up at this time. There was no need for Xiao Gu to say anything. Ji Yu already knew that this fellow was here for candy. Ji Yu took out some candy from his storage ring and gave it to Xiao Gu. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a soft knock on the door. Li Yuner's voice sounded. It's me, Li Yuner. Come in. Ji Yu said casually. Then, Li Yuner pushed the door open and entered. Ji Yu saw a boy and a girl following behind Li Yuner. The 2 children looked even younger than Xiao Gu on the surface. They were probably around 7 or 8 years old. Why are you not sleeping at this time? Why did you bring 2 children here? Ji Yu could not help but ask in confusion. This is my younger brother, Xiao Chen, and my younger sister, Xiaoya. They kept saying that they were bored, so father asked me to bring them here to play with you. Li Yuner said uneasily. Actually, she did not want to come at all, but her father insisted that she bring her younger brother and sister. Of course, Li Yunhao hid some things from Li Yuner. Li Yuner did not know that Ji Yu was a mystic enlightenment cultivator. If she knew, it would be a different situation now. I see. Meanwhile, Ji Yu looked at little Chen and little Ye and said gently, Little Chen, little Ye, come over here. He was quite fond of interacting with children. After all, children were usually very innocent. However, Xiao Chen and Xiaoya seemed to be a little afraid of strangers. They hid behind Li Yuner for a while before carefully walking out. At this moment, Ji Yu opened her storage ring. Ding! Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. He took out some candies and other strange items from his storage ring. These strange things were things that he had casually collected in the past. Now, he could give them to children as toys. What is this? Xiaochen was first attracted by the candy in Jiyu's hand. His eyes seemed to be shining with a golden light as he asked in a childish voice. This is candy. It's something delicious. Jiyu gave the candies to Xiaochen and Xiaoya first. Xiaoya hurriedly took the candy and thanked him. Thank you, big brother. Meanwhile, Xiaochen got used to it very quickly and had already started eating. Jiyu, why did you give my candy to these two human brats? Seeing this, Xiaogu, who was eating candy at the side, immediately exploded. I still have a lot of candy here. It's definitely enough for you. Don't fight with these two kids. Jiyu immediately comforted Xiaogu. After hearing Jiyu's words, Xiaogu finally calmed down. Then, Jiyu treated those strange things as toys for Xiaochen and Xiaoya to play with. Seeing this scene, Li Yun'er's heart couldn't help but fluctuate a little. This lecture doesn't seem to be as bad as I thought, however, in the next moment, she shook her head vigorously. This guy is definitely pretending again. I can't believe him so easily. At this moment, Jiyu obviously didn't know what Li Yun'er was thinking. His attention was not on Li Yun'er at all. Big brother, are you here to help us defeat those bad guys? Halfway through playing, Xiaoya suddenly asked Jiyu. Hearing this, Jiyu knew that the bad guys that Xiaoya was talking about should be those people from the Black Cloud Fortress. Yes. Jiyu nodded and replied with a smile. Wow. Big brother, are you really that powerful? Even father and the rest can't defeat those bad guys. At this moment, Xiaochen exclaimed. I can barely be considered okay. Jiyu said modestly. Speaking of which, since Big Brother is so powerful, when are you going to marry Big Sister Yun'er? Xiaochen suddenly said something shocking. Li Yun'er, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Then, her face turned red. Don't talk about this, Big Sister Yun'er will be angry. Xiaoya quickly reminded Xiaochen softly. What's wrong with that? Father said before that Big Sister Yun'er should get married, and Big Brother is such a good person. Xiaochen said confidently, instead of letting those guys outside take advantage of her, it's better to marry Big Brother. Jiyu could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Xiaochen, Xiaoya, it's already very late, we should go back. At this moment, Li Yun'er seemed to be unable to stand it anymore and said. We still want to play for a while more. Xiaochen and Xiaoya were both unwilling. Others also need to sleep, don't be so willful. Li Yun'er lectured. Alright, Xiaochen and Xiaoya could only listen obediently. Before leaving, Li Yun'er looked at Jiyu. Speaking of which, what's your name? I don't even know. Jiyu. Jiyu casually replied. Jiyu, right, Li Yun'er said in her heart and then said, Jiyu, listen carefully. When the time comes, if you can't set up a third-grade formation to defeat the Black Cloud Fortress, I will make you suffer. Yes, yes, yes. Jiyu nodded perfunctorily. Li Yun'er snorted and then left. Goodbye, Big Brother. Big Brother, you have to do your best. Seeing Xiaochen and Xiaoya waving back as they walked, Jiyu also smiled at them. After Li Yun'er left with Xiaochen and Xiaoya, Jiyu immediately fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Jiyu directly suggested that they go and prepare the array formation later. That's good too. Let's set it up early so that we won't be caught off guard by the Black Cloud Stronghold's sudden attack. Li Yunhao nodded. Li Yun'er had no objections. This was exactly what she wanted. That way, she could immediately see through this guy's facade. Subsequently, Jiyu, Xiaogu, Li Yunhao, and Li Yun'er arrived at the entrance of Greenrock Town under the escort of a group of guards. Big Brother, Miss Yun'er, and the middle-aged man who had been guarding the entrance of the town was called Li Qing. He was Li Yunhao's younger brother and Li Yun'er's uncle. When he saw Li Yunhao and the others coming over, he immediately greeted them. But when he saw the black-clothed youth and the little girl beside his big brother, he was stunned. Aren't they the two kids from yesterday? Why are they with his big brother and Miss Yun'er? This is young Master Jiyu, and this is Ji Gongzi's younger sister. Li Yunhao introduced. Although Li Qing did not understand, he still said respectfully, "Nice to meet you, Ji Gongzi." No matter what, the fact that his big brother called this youth young master meant that this youth was definitely not ordinary. "Can I start now?" At this moment, Ji Yu asked. "Go ahead, young master." Li Yunhao immediately replied. Li Qing did not know what was going on, so he could only watch from the side. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Without saying anything, Ji Yu picked out the materials needed to create the 10,000 sword killing formation from the storage ring. A long time ago, he used this 10,000 sword killing formation to deal with the Lin family and the Qin family in Chaoyang ancient city. This 10,000 sword killing formation was a medium third-grade offensive formation. It should be enough to deal with the motley crew from the Black Cloud Fortress. Ding. Detected that the host has started to create a medium third-grade offensive formation. The success rate of creating the offensive formation has increased to 999 times. Ding. The host has created a medium third-grade offensive formation, 10,000 sword killing formation. Array formation proficiency has increased to 999 times. Now that Ji Yu was an inferior 4th-grade offensive formation master, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to create a medium 3rd-grade offensive formation. In addition to the 999 times success rate of creating the offensive formation, there was no chance of him failing. After about 10 minutes, Ji Yu successfully created the formation for the 10,000 sword killing formation. Done. At this moment, Ji Yu said. Done? Li Yunhao finally reacted. How long had it been? Was it already done? Was this really a 3rd-grade offensive formation? Li Yunhao found it hard to believe. Because Ji Yu's process of drawing the array diagram was very ordinary, unlike some people who liked to make the drawing process fancy, and because the drawing speed was too fast, it was normal for Li Yunhao to not dare to believe it. Father, let's just arrest this guy. On the other hand, Li Yun'er was certain that Ji Yu was faking it. Li Yunhao was embarrassed. After all, this young master was a mystic enlightenment expert. How could he have the guts to provoke him? Father, we don't have to do anything. Just chase this guy out. Li Yun'er added. After what happened last night, she did not seem to hate this guy as much as before. Therefore, she changed her mind and did not want to go overboard. Don't be so hasty to come to a conclusion. We'll be able to test the effectiveness of my offensive formation soon. However, Ji Yu did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled calmly. What do you mean? Li Yunhao and Li Yun'er did not understand Ji Yu's words. After a while, they suddenly realized that a group of black figures had appeared on a mountain not far away. The Black Cloud Fortress is attacking. Everyone, get ready. Li Yunhao came to his senses and shouted. Li Yun'er also reacted quickly. She immediately sent someone to ask Xiao Chen and Xiaoyu to hide. Li Yunhao's expression was ugly. He did not expect the Black Cloud Fortress to attack so soon. Many of the injured people had not recovered yet. Most importantly, he was not sure if Ji Gongzi would help them. Although he did not have high hopes for the offensive formation, Ji Gongzi was a mystic enlightenment expert. If Ji Gongzi was willing to help, they could fight it out with the Black Cloud Fortress. Ding. The host has set up the 3rd-grade medium offensive formation, the 10,000 sword killing formation. Array formation attainment has increased by 999 experience points. At the same time, Ji Yu finished setting up the 10,000 sword killing formation so that it could be activated at any time. All of you, stand back. Then, Ji Yu said to everyone. Ji Yu had already sensed the Black Cloud Fortress's attack through his soul perception. Furthermore, he could accurately sense each person's cultivation base. Most of them were defensive Mystic Realm martial artists, but their levels varied. There were LV9 defensive Mystic Realm martial artists and LV1 defensive Mystic Realm martial artists. One of the strongest martial artists was at LV1 Tongxian Realm. Below him was another LV9 defensive Mystic Realm martial artist. One of them was the Fortress Master, and the other was the Deputy Fortress Master. Regardless of whether they were defensive Mystic or Tongxian Realm martial artists, they were no different from ants in Ji Yu's eyes. The Thousand Swords formation was more than enough to deal with these guys. At the same time, the group of people did not know if they should listen to the young man. All of you, back off. Li Yunhao was overjoyed. He thought that Ji Yu was going to attack. With the help of this young man, as long as he tried his best to stop the fortress master, the Tongxian realm martial artist would be able to deal with the rest of the bandits easily. However, Ji Yu said, "You back off too." Huh? Li Yunhao did not know how to react when he heard that the young man was talking to him. Was this young man going to face everyone from the Black Cloud Fortress by himself? Li Yun'er pulled her father and retreated when she saw that the young man was still trying to be brave. She wanted to see what this young man was going to do later. After that, Ji Yu stood at the very front with a calm expression on her face as she quietly watched the group of black figures approach from afar. Beneath his feet was the Thousand Swords formation. The reason why he asked those people to back off was because he was too lazy to choose those who would not be harmed by the Thousand Swords formation. That would consume too much of his mental strength, and it was troublesome. Soon, the Black Cloud Fortress people were only 10 meters away from them. Li Yunhao, I'll say it again. Hand over your money and women, and I'll spare your lives. The Tongxian Realm Fortress Master, who was the leader, shouted. Don't even think about it. Li Yunhao shouted coldly without hesitation. Then there's nothing more to say. Attack. The fortress master ordered his subordinates without further ado. At this moment, he noticed that there was a black-clothed youth and a little girl in front of Li Yunhao. What was Li Yunhao doing? Why did he let these two brats stand there? However, he found that although the little girl was young, she was extremely beautiful. Then, he ordered his subordinates, bring those two brats to me. Then, a group of people from the Black Cloud Fortress rushed over. Father, why is that guy still standing there? Li Yun'er could not help but ask. Even if he wanted to activate the array formation, there was no need to stand in front of him, right? Moreover, that guy had his little sister with him. You'll find out soon enough. Li Yunhao said with a relaxed expression. He knew that the Gongzi's cultivation was definitely above Tongxian realm. Furthermore, the Black Cloud Stronghold's Fort Master and Vice Fort Master had yet to make a move. That motley crew of defensive Profound Realm cultivators would definitely not be a match for young Master Ji Yu. Therefore, he was not worried in the slightest. However, the others didn't know that the young man was a Tongxian realm expert. They were all shouting for the young man to come back. However, Ji Yu didn't move at all, as if she didn't hear anything. Seeing that the group of people from the Black Cloud Fortress were approaching them aggressively, Li Yun'er couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but rush forward to pull Ji Yu back. At this moment, Ji Yu was preparing to activate the Thousand Swords killing array. He also sensed Li Yun'er's movement through his soul perception. Without even turning around, he directly grabbed Li Yun'er and pulled her over. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Swords killing array was activated. Li Yun'er didn't expect Ji Yu to suddenly grab her. Moreover, her body was pressed against Ji Yu's back. She was shocked. Just as she was about to struggle free, she heard the sound of something breaking through the air. What happened next shocked her. She saw countless invisible sharp blades moving around her at high speed. They were irresistible and unstoppable. The group of people from the Black Cloud Fortress was instantly defeated. They died without a complete corpse. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Not only Li Yun'er, but Li Yunhao and the rest behind her were also shocked by this scene. They looked at the ground full of corpses in front of Ji Yu in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated? The leader and deputy leader of the Black Cloud Fortress opposite them couldn't believe what had happened. So many of their subordinates were gone just like that? Are you okay? After killing a group of people from the Black Cloud Fortress, Ji Yu first asked Li Yun'er, who was behind him. Yeah. Li Yun'er replied in a daze. She suddenly wondered if she would have ended up like those people from the Black Cloud Fortress if Ji Yu didn't pull her just now. Li Yun'er didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was too terrifying. As long as you're okay, Ji Yu said. After saying that, he stepped on the eye of the Thousand Swords killing array and broke it. Ding! Host has cracked the middle grade third grade array Thousand Swords killing array. Array attainment gained 999 times the experience. Because the Eye of the Thousand Swords killing array was under his feet and there was no sword aura above it, he and Li Yun'er were not injured. After cracking the Thousand Swords killing array, Jiyu said to Li Yun'er, "I've cracked the array. Can you let go of me now?" Hearing that, Li Yun'er realized that she was hugging Jiyu tightly because she was frightened by what just happened. This position, she instantly blushed and quickly let go of Jiyu. "That was an accident," Li Yun'er said stubbornly. Jiyu couldn't be bothered with her. Instead, he turned to Li Yunhao and said, "I've solved the problem. You should give me my reward, right?" Of course." Hearing Jiyu's voice, Li Yunhao regained his senses and quickly replied, "Young master, you can ask for whatever reward you want." As for the Black Cloud Stronghold's fort master and vice fort master, after they reacted, they immediately rode their horses and fled in panic. What just happened really scared them. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Moreover, there were only the two of them left. They couldn't fight at all. At the same time, Li Yun'er thought that Jiyu was referring to her. She immediately lowered her head shyly and nervously. Her hands clutched the corners of her clothes tightly. "This guy doesn't seem to be that bad. If I have to marry this guy, it's not impossible." At this moment, Li Yun'er's thoughts were running wild. Her face was red and hot. She was in her teenage years. She even thought about getting married and having children in the future. "Just give me some array formation materials, and that will do." Jiyu didn't want to ask for too much, so he said some things that he lacked. Li Yunhao did not expect that the other party would only want the formation materials. Although Green Rock Town was relatively poor, they had spent a lot of effort and gold coins to collect a lot of formation materials in order to hire a formation master to deal with the Black Cloud Stronghold. After all, the Black Cloud Stronghold only had the stronghold leader and deputy leader left. Furthermore, he would soon break through to the Mystic Enlightenment state. Then, the Black Cloud Stronghold would no longer be a threat to Green Rock Town. There was no need to keep the formation materials, so he might as well give them to this young master. When Li Yun'er heard Jiyu's words, she still did not know that Jiyu was just joking. Or rather, she had been overwhelmed by her own thoughts and did not realize it at all. "Young master, please follow me." At this moment, Li Yunhao said respectfully to Jiyu. Not only was this young master of the Mystic Enlightenment state, but he was also a formation master who could set up a third-grade formation. How could he not be respectful to such a terrifying young genius? Meanwhile, the others stared blankly at Jiyu as she followed Li Yunhao. Even now, they had yet to recover from the shock. Ding! Host has taken a step. Mystic Class Superior Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has taken a step. Mystic Class Superior Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. A few minutes later, Jiyu followed Li Yunhao to a warehouse in the residence. "These are the stocks of Green Rock Town. Take them as your payment." Li Yunhao said, "Young master, are you satisfied?" "Yes." Jiyu nodded. He then put all the formation materials into his storage ring. Although the highest grade materials were only third-grade formation materials, and most of them were first-grade and second-grade formation materials, it was better than nothing. After putting away all the formation materials, Jiyu brought Xiaogu back to his room. He had a feeling that the purple glazed eye was about to break through to the purple glazed spirit transformation state. He wanted to successfully break through the purple glazed eye here before leaving Green Rock Town. In his room, Jiyu immediately started cultivating the purple glazed eye. Ding! Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Ding! Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the purple glazed divinity transformation stage. Time passed quickly. After an unknown period of time, Jiyu's amethyst eyes finally broke through to the 4th stage, the amethyst transformation. The violet iris in his eyes grew darker and darker. Jiyu's vision also became clearer and wider. In fact, once the purple glazed eye reached the purple glazed god transformation stage, his eyes could release unpredictable spiritual attacks. This eye technique was called purple glazed divine light. It was similar to the small golden sword. It was a beam of violet light that could instantly destroy an enemy's mental strength and willpower, causing them to lose their ability to fight. This also meant that in the future, Jiyu would only need to use her eyes to defeat her opponents. He would be able to defeat all opponents below the Spirit Profound Realm with just her gaze. As for opponents of the Spirit Profound Realm, even if she couldn't defeat them in an instant, she could still cause quite a bit of interference and influence. This was a very practical ability. And the realm of purple glazed divinity transformation was different from observing Qi as real and seeing through illusion. There were a total of 5 stages. Jiyu was only at the first stage. Every time the later stages increased, the power of the eye technique purple glazed divine light would increase. However, Jiyu did not plan to continue cultivating the amethyst eyes now, because the sky was already dark. After resting for the night, Jiyu would leave Green Rock Town tomorrow. At this moment, Jiyu used her soul force to sense that someone was outside the door. And this person was Li Yuner. At the same time, Li Yuner was indeed standing outside Jiyu's door. And she was still walking back and forth. Before she came, she had already thought about it for a long time, and felt that she was mentally prepared to sacrifice herself. But when she walked here, she panicked again. But at this moment, the door in front of her suddenly opened. "What are you doing here?" Then came Jiyu's voice. Li Yuner jumped in fright. She stuttered incoherently, I'm here to fulfill my promise." "Fulfill what promise?" Jiyu realized what Li Yuner was talking about in the next second. "Oh, so you still care about that? That was just a joke. Although I did go overboard, I hope you don't take it to heart." "What?" Li Yuner couldn't help but be stunned. "You said it was a joke?" "Yes." Jiyu smiled awkwardly. "So you're saying that you were playing with me?" Li Yuner asked with a complicated expression. She immediately felt very upset. Because of this, she had been conflicted for a long time. In the end, it was her own wishful thinking. At this moment, Li Yuner couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, and her eyes became a little red. "Eh?" Jiyu was a little confused. How did it become him playing with her? She looked like she was about to cry. Shouldn't this be something to be happy about for Li Yuner? Also, didn't he tell Li Yunhao before? Why didn't he tell Li Yuner? Seeing Jiyu at a loss, Li Yuner became even angrier. She made up her mind and shouted with a red face, "Whether it was a joke or not, you have to take responsibility for me. I, Li Yuner, will marry you." "What the hell?" Jiyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't expect that she would take it seriously. "This is going to be difficult for me, Jiyu, what do you mean by marry?" However, at this moment, Xiaogu came over to join in the fun. For a moment, Jiyu didn't know what to say. Jiyu didn't answer for a long time, so Xiaogu shook Jiyu's hand. "Say it." After a while, although Xiaogu didn't know what marry meant, she still said, "Even if you don't say it, I still want to marry you." She automatically understood that marry meant to get closer to Jiyu. She didn't want to see other human women get closer to Jiyu than she did. That would be unfair. Jiyu only felt terrible. The current situation was already messy enough, but Xiaogu wanted to interfere and make it even messier. "You're his sister. How can you marry him?" As expected, Li Yuner couldn't help but say to Xiaogu. "I don't care. I'm going to marry Jiyu," Xiaogu said firmly. Li Yuner wanted to say something, but Jiyu suddenly interrupted her. "Stop fooling around. I will take responsibility, but I can't do it now," Jiyu continued. At this point, he could only accept it. He had to bear the consequences of his own joke. "Why?" Li Yuner asked immediately. "Because I have more important things to do, and I don't want to think about love for the time being," Jiyu said, "and I have to tell you in advance that I'm already engaged." "She's engaged?" Li Yuner suddenly looked stunned. "Yes, and it's a pair of sisters," Jiyu said very seriously. At this moment, Li Yuner could see that Jiyu's eyes were shining with warmth and happiness. She couldn't help but slowly lower her head and be silent. Although I'm not qualified, I still want to say that you'd better not be so impulsive and think carefully. At this time, Ji Yu said again, your mind may change in a year or two. He could see that she was obviously in puberty, and she was so emotional that she took the initiative. It was difficult for him to deal with her. Li Yun'er was silent for a moment and nodded, I understand what you mean. She gradually calmed down. She was indeed a little impulsive. Moreover, Ji Yu was already engaged, and the fiancé was likely to be a pair of sisters with a huge background and extraordinary talent. In comparison, she was too far behind. But she would not give up easily. That's it. At this time, Li Yun'er said, if my mind hasn't changed in a year, I will come to you. Well, Ji Yu replied softly. Then, Li Yun'er did not continue to stay and quickly went back. The next day, Ji Yu set off to leave Green Rock Town. At the back of Green Rock Town, Li Yun'er and a group of people came to see Ji Yu off. Ji Gongzi, be careful on the way. Li Yunhao said goodbye. Although Li Yun'er did not speak, she watched Ji Yu leave, and her eyes were full of determination. No matter whether her mind would change in a year or not. From today on, she should work hard to make herself better. Li Yunhao didn't know that his daughter had secretly fallen in love with Ji Gongzi, so he didn't think much about it. But he still seemed preoccupied. At this moment, he suddenly said, Yun'er, your mother will be back in a few days, really? Li Yun'er's mood instantly turned into surprise. For as long as she could remember, she had never seen her mother. She no longer had any impression of her mother. Soon, he would be able to see the mother he had been thinking about day and night. However, Li Yunhao's expression was somewhat heavy. At this moment, Ji Yu was looking at the map in her hand. This was a map of the entire Wanshan Empire. Now that they had passed through Green Rock Town, all they had to do was pass through the 10,000 Beast Mountain and they would arrive at the royal city of the Wanshan Empire. As its name suggested, the Wanshan Empire had many mountain ranges within its borders. The 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was the most dangerous mountain range. There were all kinds of poisonous insects and demonic beasts inside. Of course, there was no lack of treasures in this place. From the simple introduction on the map, one could understand that the 10,000 Beast Mountain was divided into two areas, the outer area and the inner area. Most of the demonic beasts in the outer region were rank 2 demonic beasts, and a small number of them were rank 3 demonic beasts. Rank 1 demonic beasts, on the other hand, were extremely rare. As for the inner area, most of the demonic beasts were of the 3rd rank. According to the map, there were 2 to 3 4th rank demonic beasts in the middle of the inner area, which was equivalent to a human being of the spirit profound realm. However, even so, in Ji Yu's eyes, this was like her own backyard. She could do whatever she wanted. Xiaogu was by her side. No matter how many 4th rank demonic beasts there were in the inner area of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, they were no match for Xiaogu. Not long after, Ji Yu and Xiaogu entered the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Ji Yu's actions were very casual. Naturally, she was attacked by many demonic beasts along the way. However, most of them were of the 2nd rank. Ding! Hostess swung her sword. Earth-class medium-level sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, 2nd form. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Hostess swung her sword. Earth-class medium-level sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, 2nd form. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations host, Earth-class medium-level sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, 2nd form has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Against 2nd rank demonic beasts, Ji Yu did not need to use any sword techniques. She could kill one with a swing of her sword. As for 3rd rank demonic beasts, it was not a big problem. Moreover, they were all 3rd rank demonic beasts with lower levels. At most, she could strike a few more times. Along the way, Ji Yu's sword technique had unknowingly broken through. Right at this moment, he suddenly sensed 3 people walking over from not far away. An old man with a cultivation of the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. There was also a young man and a young woman. The man was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm, and the woman was at the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. Not only that, there seemed to be two second-rank demonic beasts following beside these three people. One was a 9th-level demonic beast, and the other was a 6th-level demonic beast. After casually sensing, Jiyu did not pay any more attention to them. He continued to walk forward. This was one of the fastest shortcuts through the 10,000 Beast Mountain. It didn't take long for the three people that Jiyu had sensed earlier to appear before him. The three people opposite him also noticed Jiyu. He saw an ordinary-looking black-clothed youth with a strange-looking little girl. The young woman among them was about to go up and say something. "Mind your own business." However, the old man stopped the young woman. The young woman could only give up. She thought that the youth and the little girl had gotten lost nearby, so she wanted to bring the pair of siblings out of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. However, she did not dare to disobey the elder's orders. "Elder, please wait a moment." Right at this moment, the other young man whispered to the elder. Greed and excitement flashed in his eyes. He was mesmerized by the little girl's beauty at first glance. "Qi Dongjun, what are you doing?" The elder frowned slightly. In the next moment, he saw Qi Dongjun's eyes and understood. He could not help but shake his head slightly. A genius was indeed a genius. It was just that his hobbies were a bit perverted. However, this had nothing to do with him. He only needed to protect this beast-taming genius that even the dean valued. The elder did not say anything else and allowed Qi Dongjun to leave. Seeing this, the young woman bit her lower lip lightly but did not dare to say anything. At the same time, Jiyu heard the conversation between the elder and the young man and immediately turned around. "Qi Dongjun? Oh? Kid, you actually know me?" Qi Dongjun said in surprise. "That old dog Xianxia is your father, right?" Jiyu narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Hearing this, Qi Dongjun's eyes turned cold and he said with a gloomy expression, "Kid, do you know who you are talking to?" But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. Before the pain came, he heard the youth's voice in his ear. "Do you need me to ask again?" Cough. Qi Dongjun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A tearing pain came from his abdomen. He knelt on the ground uncontrollably and covered his abdomen with both hands. He had almost lost his ability to think. His mind was in a mess. "Who are you?" Only then did the old man realize what had happened. He immediately exclaimed in shock. He was frightened by this youth's terrifying speed. He didn't even see the youth's movements clearly. The young woman was so frightened that she couldn't speak. "I didn't ask you." Jiyu didn't even turn his head and just said lightly. The old man didn't know what to do and could only say, "Qi Xiang is his father." "Young hero, don't be agitated. Let's talk nicely." Hearing this, Jiyu didn't hesitate to pull out cold blade and stab it into Qi Dongjun's heart. Ding! Host has stabbed. Earth-class medium-level sword technique, brilliant sun in the sky, second form. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Qi Dongjun was dead. Dongjun. The old man couldn't believe that the other party killed Qi Dongjun without saying anything. Once Qi Dongjun was dead, that second-class 9th-rank demon beast instantly lost control and pounced at Jiyu. Obviously, this was a demon beast that Qi Dongjun had tamed. However, Jiyu didn't even dodge. He directly faced the demon beast with his sword. Ding! Host has stabbed. Earth-class medium-level sword technique, brilliant sun in the sky, second form. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In the next moment, that second-class 9th-rank demon beast also died under Jiyu's sword. After that, Jiyu couldn't be bothered with the old man and the young woman. After killing Qi Dongjun, he turned and left. "Stop right there." The old man was furious. "You want to leave after killing someone from the Royal Academy? Don't force me to send you on your way." Jiyu looked back and said coldly. The cold light in his eyes made the old man's heart tremble. He was stunned and didn't dare to speak anymore. The young woman was scared out of her wits. The old man could only stare blankly at the youth in black leaving with the little girl. Only when the black-clothed youth's figure completely disappeared in the distance did he dare to move. The old man went forward to take Qi Dongjun's corpse and said to the young woman behind him, "Xiaofeng, draw a portrait of that young man when you go back. He killed Qi Dongjun, the dean will definitely not let him go. Although the young woman who was replaced by Xiao Feng was unwilling, she still nodded and replied, yes. She had always felt that Qi Dongjun was not a good person, especially this time when Qi Dongjun had thoughts about a little girl, which made her feel even more disgusted. However, she couldn't disobey the elder's orders. Furthermore, she had sensed that the young man had no intention of attacking her. She only hoped that the young man would not be discovered in the royal city. Let's go. After keeping Qi Dongjun's body, the old man said. At this moment, he looked deeply in the direction that the youth had left in. That young man was able to make Qi Dongjun, who was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm, feel that he must be a Tongxian expert like him. As for his specific strength, he shouldn't be stronger than him. He was just fooled just now. The next time they met, he would definitely capture that brat alive. The most important thing was that Qi Dongjun had been killed this time. The dean would definitely be furious when he found out. Qi Dongjun was a rare beast-taming genius that only appeared once in 100 years, and was even appointed as the next vice-dean by the dean. His death was a big deal. He still had to think about how to explain it to the dean when he returned. At this moment, Jiyu had already entered the inner area. He only knew that he was now in the inner area, but he didn't know where exactly. In any case, as long as he kept walking forward, he would be able to pass through the 10,000 Beast Mountain. After reaching the inner region, the number of demonic beast attacks that Jiyu suffered was significantly less. This wasn't because the number of beasts in the inner area had decreased. It was because the third-rank beasts all had a bit of intelligence. They could sense that Jiyu had killed many of their kind along the way and knew that this human youth was not someone to be trifled with. Most of them would choose to avoid him. Of course, there would always be some third-rank beasts who didn't care about their lives and ran over to attack Jiyu. They were all easily dealt with by Jiyu. Therefore, Jiyu's speed in the inner area had increased. Unknowingly, Jiyu had reached the centermost area of the inner area. At the same time, he also felt that the surrounding demonic aura had indeed become much denser. Ding. The host has been eroded by demonic aura, gold level spirit experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has been eroded by demonic aura, gold level spirit experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In fact, Jiyu even sensed that there were 3 demonic beasts whose demonic power had reached the 4th stage in the vicinity. And they were approaching him. Through the perception of his soul power, Jiyu could specifically sense that these 3 4th-rank beasts' demon power levels were all at the 1st or 2nd rank of the 4th rank. Just based on their demon power levels, they didn't pose any threat to him. Jiyu continued to walk forward unhurriedly as if nothing had happened. Bold human, how dare you trespass into our territory? At this moment, an abnormally large demon wolf with a ferocious ghost face appeared in front of Jiyu. When a demon beast's demon power level reached the 4th rank, it could imitate human speech. This was obviously one of the 3 4th-rank beasts that Jiyu had just sensed. Immediately after, the other 2 4th-rank beasts also appeared. A total of 3 4th-rank beasts surrounded Jiyu. In front of these 3 beasts, Jiyu seemed very small. I'm just passing by here. I didn't mean to disturb you. However, Jiyu's expression was still calm as he spoke calmly. As long as the beasts didn't provoke him, he didn't need to kill them casually. You killed so many of our compatriots, and you still dare to say that it was unintentional? The ghost-faced demon wolf said angrily. That's because they wanted to attack me. It's up to you to believe it or not. Jiyu said somewhat helplessly, if you really want to fight, then try it with her. As Jiyu's sole contract partner, Jiyu didn't need to say anything. Xiaogu understood Jiyu's intentions. She opened her bone wings and didn't transform back into her original form. She only released her dragon power. This is. Faced with the suppression of the dragon power, the 3 4th-rank beasts couldn't help but lie on the ground. Especially that aura that was infinitely close to the 6th-rank demon power level, they didn't dare to move at all. They didn't dare to believe that the little girl beside this human youth was actually a 5th-rank 9th heaven demon power existence. And it was a species that they had never seen before. It gave them an unknown fear that came from the depths of their souls. All right. Jiyu said calmly, and Xiaogu retracted her dragon power and bone wings. Even without the suppression of the unknown power, the 3 fourth-rank beasts still didn't dare to move. They were afraid that the other party would tear them apart in a fit of anger. What surprised them the most was that existence seemed to completely listen to this human youth. Let's go. After that, Jiyu continued to walk forward calmly. Xiaogu nodded slightly and held Jiyu's hand. Until Jiyu and Xiaogu completely left, the 3 fourth-rank beasts didn't dare to move at all. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times the experience. After leaving the center of the inner area, Jiyu immediately used his movement technique to increase his speed. With his superior Earth-rank movement technique, he quickly left the 10,000 Beast Mountain. When he came out, Jiyu's celestial chi was almost depleted. He immediately took out a 4th-rank pill that could restore celestial chi from his storage ring and swallowed it. Ding. Host has consumed a 4th-rank recovery pill. Celestial chi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. Under the effect of the 999 times increase, Jiyu quickly recovered the celestial chi in his body. After that, Jiyu followed the route on the map and continued on his way to the royal city. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has used Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the superior Earth-rank movement technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Jiyu used his movement technique again and arrived at the royal city with Xiaogu. When they arrived at the royal city of the Wanshan Empire again, it was already late. Jiyu randomly found a restaurant to rest. After dinner, he followed Xiaogu into his room. Jiyu, I'm going to sleep first. After that, Xiaogu lay on the bed and went to sleep. Jiyu didn't need to sleep so early. He planned to cultivate the purple glazed eyes first. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. However, the Purple Glazed Eyes had already reached the Purple Glazed God transformation stage, so it naturally couldn't break through to the second stage so quickly. When it was late at night, Jiyu fell asleep. The next day, Jiyu was woken up by Xiaogu early in the morning, asking for candy. After giving her the candy, he washed up briefly and went downstairs for breakfast. However, when he arrived downstairs and sat in his seat, he noticed that more and more people were looking at him with strange eyes. He couldn't help but be a little concerned. Then, he carefully observed them. Only then did he realize that there was a portrait of himself pasted on the wall. The painting was very detailed. Although it was not exactly the same, it was very similar. However, this was a bounty. And it was released by the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Jiyu didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely because she killed that Qi Dongjun at the 10,000 Beast Mountain yesterday. At this time, there were already quite a few people who had left in a hurry. Obviously, they were all rushing to inform the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire, and then they would be rewarded handsomely. Jiyu was too lazy to care. He didn't care if those people went to report. After all, even if the headmaster of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire came to him personally, there was nothing he could do to him. Jiyu acted as if nothing had happened and calmly ate his breakfast. Even the waiter who delivered the breakfast couldn't help but look at Jiyu strangely a few times. This kid had a bounty on his head by the Royal Academy, how could he eat here? At the same time, the people around them were also discussing. Why did the Royal Academy put a bounty on this kid? What could this kid have done? Do you know the beast-taming genius from the Royal Academy, Qi Dongjun? I heard that this kid killed that Qi Dongjun, so the Royal Academy put a bounty on him. Are you for real? I remember that Qi Dongjun was a genius at LV9 Defensive Profound Realm, and he had a very high talent for taming beasts. Together with the beasts, he could barely fight against a LV1 Tongxian expert. How could he be killed by this kid? If it's true, then it's incredible. This kid is at least a Tongxian expert. His martial arts talent is comparable to the Crown Prince, right? The Crown Prince they were talking about was the first prince of the Wanshan Empire royal family. At the same time, he was also the #1 prodigy of the Wanshan Empire. His cultivation was at LV2 Tongxian, and his beast-taming talent was no weaker than Qi Dongjuan's. He was directly appointed as the next king of the Wanshan Empire. That was why he was called the Crown Prince. No matter how the people around him talked, Jiyu continued to eat his breakfast quietly. After breakfast, Jiyu left the restaurant with Xiaogu. Ding. Host has used spiritual perception, soul power gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has used spiritual perception, soul power gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. However, not long after leaving the restaurant, he felt that a few people were following him. If he wasn't wrong, they should be the people sent by the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Jiyu's lips curled up. He suddenly quickened his pace and walked into a small alley with Xiaogu. The 3 men who were tailing Jiyu also hurriedly caught up with them. When they reached the alley, they saw Jiyu turn a corner and followed. However, at the corner, the figure of the youth in black suddenly appeared in front of him. "You're from the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire, right?" Jiyu asked. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. The 3 of them were frightened. One of them was so scared that he fell on his butt. "Ouch, it hurts." "No, we're not from the Royal Academy." One of them hurriedly explained, "We're from the Jade Spirit sect. We're here to help you on the orders of the sect leader." Jiyu then noticed that the 3 people were all women, and their cultivations weren't even Tongxian experts. Moreover, they weren't wearing the uniform of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. As for the Jade Spirit sect, he had seen it on the map. The Wanshan Empire seemed to have 2 major cultivation factions. One was the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire, and the other was the Jade Spirit sect. The Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire was backed by the royal family, and the Jade Spirit sect seemed to only accept female disciples. The overall strength and background of the Jade Spirit sect were naturally much weaker than the Royal Academy. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pursue the matter of you following me. Go back to wherever you came from," Jiyu said casually. "Wait." The leader of the women said, "We can help you get rid of the Royal Academy, as long as you," however, before the woman could finish, Jiyu interrupted her. "Don't get it wrong. I don't need your so-called help. I'm already being nice by not pursuing the matter." After he finished speaking, Jiyu no longer paid any attention to the 3 of them. He turned around and left with Xiaogu. The 3 Jade Spirit sect disciples didn't know if they should continue to chase after them. "Senior sister, what should we do now?" "Yeah, what should we do?" the 2 younger female disciples asked one after another. "Seeing that they don't welcome us, it might backfire if we continue to follow them. To be safe, let's go back for now. As for the sect master, I'll talk to him." The woman who was addressed as senior sister, who was the leader, said. Now that the entire city had put a bounty on him, Jiyu was still brazenly walking on the streets without a trace of concealment. He didn't care about the people from the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Not to mention the Royal Academy. There might not even be a spirit profound realm expert in the entire Wanshan Empire. Even if there were, they couldn't do anything to Jiyu. That was why he could be so brazen. However, not long after, a group of guards appeared in front of Jiyu. They were the patrol team in charge of patrolling the royal city. "He's Jiyu, go and capture him," a middle-aged man who seemed to be the patrol team leader shouted. The group of guards all surrounded Jiyu. Jiyu glanced at them and found that they were all in the defensive profound realm. The patrol team leader with the highest cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the enlightening profound realm. She didn't know where these guys got the courage to capture her. Many passers-by were shocked by this scene. Most of them left in a hurry. However, there were always some brave people who didn't hide and even came to watch. "What's going on? Look at that young man in black. Doesn't he look similar to the portrait on the bounty poster?" This kid has a bounty on his head, but he still dares to walk on the streets like this. He's really not afraid of death. It's too late for him to regret now. Those people watched from the side and started whispering to each other. Brat, surrender obediently. At this moment, the patrol team leader said to Jiyu. Jiyu didn't even bother to say anything. She made the first move. Ding. Host has swung his sword once. Earth rank medium level sword art brilliant sun in the sky, second style. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has swung his sword once. Earth rank medium level sword art brilliant sun in the sky, second style. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In less than 3 seconds, Jiyu seemed to have pulled out countless swords. The group of guards fell to the ground with miserable screams. In fact, Jiyu's sword didn't hit the vital parts of these people. She just made them lose their ability to move. In the blink of an eye, the patrol captain was the only one left standing in the group. He stood rooted to the ground, his face filled with disbelief as he watched everything unfold before him. He remembered that Jiyu's cultivation was clearly at LV1 of the Tongxian realm. How could she be so strong? Even he, who was at the second LV of Tongxian realm, could not see Jiyu's movements clearly. This young man's strength was definitely above the first LV of Tongxian realm. The only thing he could think of was that he had been fooled. This extremely shocking scene also caused the surrounding people who were gossiping to instantly shut their mouths. Do you need me to make a few cuts on your body too? At this moment, Jiyu's gaze turned to the patrol leader. The patrol leader's face instantly darkened. He was the patrol leader, but he could do nothing about it when he was looked down upon by a junior. He was conflicted whether he should flee or fight to the death. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Jiyu said indifferently. Stop. But at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly came from behind them. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a young lady with fair skin and a frosty expression wearing green armor. Even the armor couldn't hide her impressive figure. She exuded a unique aura. Commander Ning. Seeing the green-armored lady, the patrol leader was overjoyed. Commander, hearing that, Jiyu sized up the green-armored lady. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her cultivation had reached the second LV of Tongxian realm. Compared to the average person, her talent was quite good. Behind the green-armored woman, there were also many elite guards. Their cultivation was at least at the 9th LV of defensive profound realm. Those elite guards chased away the surrounding onlookers. When there were no more onlookers, Ning Qingzhu opened her mouth and said, Next, you guys tell me clearly what happened just now. The patrol leader was about to speak, but Jiyu beat him to it. They attacked me first. I was just defending myself. Jiyu said directly. Is it true? Ning Qingzhu asked the patrol leader coldly. The patrol leader broke out in cold sweat. After hesitating for a while, he could only nod and say, yes. He did not dare to fabricate the truth in front of Ning Qingzhu. Not only was Ning Qingzhu the general's daughter, but there were so many ordinary people watching. If he fabricated the truth, he would be exposed when Ning Qingzhu asked any ordinary person. Seeing that the patrol leader nodded, Ning Qingzhu ordered her subordinates without any change in expression, take them back. Why? The patrol leader was shocked. At the same time, he could not accept it. Why are you only arresting us and not that guy? That young man had a bounty on his head, and the patrol team was only following the rules. He did not mind being arrested, but it was unacceptable that only the patrol team was arrested. The Royal Academy issued the bounty, and it has nothing to do with the general's residence. Speaking of this, Ning Qingzhu glanced at Jiyu. In my eyes, he is innocent. You attacked him first. According to the rules of the royal city, you are all guilty. Hearing Ning Qingzhu's words, the patrol leader was in despair. He had forgotten that the general's residence did not have much interaction with the Royal Academy. Moreover, Commander Ning was impartial and never gave anyone any face. He had no choice but to accept his fate. After that, the elite guards took the patrol team away. Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by Ning Qingzhu. Wait. Is there anything else? Jiyu turned around and asked. Did you really kill that Qi Dongjun? Ning Qingzhu asked. That's right. Ji Yu nodded slightly. I just want to advise you to leave the royal city as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Royal Academy and some people in the royal palace won't let you go, Ning Qingzhu said. As for what happened just now, I'll settle it, but I'm just doing my duty. I don't want to help you. She didn't know Ji Yu's cultivation level, and she didn't care. She only reminded him out of goodwill because the general's residence had always been at odds with the Royal Academy. Now, whether this young man lived or died had nothing to do with her. I know. Ji Yu said casually. He couldn't be bothered to continue this nonsense. After that, he left. He walked in the direction of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Ji Yu only wanted to kill that scumbag Qi Dongjun on the way. He didn't want to do anything to the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. However, the Royal Academy put up a bounty so quickly. He had to make the Royal Academy pay a little price. Xiaogu didn't need to ask to know what Ji Yu was thinking. She didn't say anything and just ate her candy quietly. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. The Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire wasn't very far away. Before long, Ji Yu arrived at the gates of the Royal Academy. The student guarding the gates of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire sensed that someone was coming in and wanted to confirm his identity. In the next second, he was stunned. Why did this young man in front of him look so similar to the drawing on the bounty poster that the dean put up? But he wasn't 100% sure, so he tried asking, "Who are you?" At this time, Ji Yu tore down a bounty poster and said to the student guarding the door, "Who posted this bounty poster?" As expected, you are Ji Yu, right? The gatekeeper said in a deep voice. At this time, some students walked out of the academy. They seemed to be going out to carry out missions. When they saw Ji Yu, they were also stunned. Isn't this the Ji Yu on the bounty poster? They really look alike. Why did he come to our Royal Academy? Is he here to die? Ha ha ha, he was probably frightened by the bounty and came here to beg for mercy. The students began to discuss amongst themselves. But Ji Yu didn't care. Yes, it's me. He ignored everyone around him and said to the gatekeeper indifferently, "Now, can you answer my question?" The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment and said, "It was our dean who posted the bounty." "What can you do even if you know?" The bounty poster stated that Ji Yu was above tier 1 of the enlightening mystic realm. He was only at the defensive mystic realm, so he couldn't fight against this Ji Yu. The elders and dean weren't here either. He could only go with the flow for now. What can I do? You'll know soon enough. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Tell your dean to scram out here. I'll wait here. The student guarding the door was stunned. He didn't expect Ji Yu to be so arrogant. His eyes darkened, then he signaled to the students who were watching the show. Immediately, a few students secretly went to find the dean. Not long after, a dignified and handsome middle-aged man and 6 old men arrived. Are you the one who killed our student, Qi Dongjun? The middle-aged man questioned Ji Yu in a condescending tone. This middle-aged man was the dean of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire, Wu Lang. The other 6 elders were probably the 6 elders of the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire. Qi Dongjun deserved to die. Ji Yu's expression didn't change as he said coldly, "And you'll have to pay a price today. No matter who you are, I won't let you off easily for daring to behave so atrociously in the Royal Academy." Wu Lang's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack. Initially, he was still worried that Ji Yu might have some sort of powerful backing, so he only issued a bounty and did not kill her. But now that this brat had stepped on his head, he couldn't care less anymore. Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. This guy was only at the peak of tier 9 of the enlightening mystic realm, yet he wanted to fight him. Ignorant fool. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu's figure disappeared on the spot. Ding. Host has performed Shadowless Thunder Flash. Superior Earth Rank Shadowless Thunder Flash obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has performed Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has activated 70% Sword Dao True Meaning. 70% Sword Dao True Meaning has gained 999 times experience. Jiyu flashed in front of Wu Lang and instantly performed the intermediate Earth rank sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style. To put it simply, this was another form of attack. Although the range of this sword technique couldn't be compared to a normal attack, its power, accuracy, and speed were all greatly increased. In addition to 70% Sword Dao True Meaning. One slash to the throat. Before Wu Lang could react, his head was gone. The terrifying power of Jiyu's instantaneous slash turned Wu Lang's head into ashes, leaving no trace behind. What was even more surprising was that Wu Lang's body didn't move at all under such terrifying power. It was enough to see how accurate and fast Jiyu's slash was. After killing Wu Lang, Jiyu still didn't give up. After a few slashes, he killed the 6 elders as well. Ding. Host has performed Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has activated 70% Sword Dao True Meaning. 70% Sword Dao True Meaning has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations Host, the intermediate Earth rank sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second style has successfully broken through to the mastery stage. This time, Jiyu didn't perform it instantaneously. Instead, he used the normal attack form and slashed out a golden sword wave. The 6 elders were all swallowed up by this golden sword wave in fear and despair. After killing these 7 people, Jiyu turned and left with Xiaogu. He didn't plan to destroy the entire Royal Academy, because there was no need to. When the normal students regained their senses, Jiyu had already disappeared. Today, all the higher-ups of the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy, including the Dean and the 6 elders, were all killed in less than 2 seconds. For a moment, the entire Wanshan Empire Royal Academy was shrouded in endless fear. In a certain restaurant, at a certain table, a few people were talking to each other. Have you heard? The person that the Royal Academy put a bounty on killed the principal and 6 elders of the Royal Academy yesterday. I heard about it too. That's King terrifying. I heard that he's a young man who's not even 18 years old yet. Young man? That's impossible. The principal of the Royal Academy is at least a Tier 9 Tongxian martial artist, and he has a Tier 3 Tier 9 demonic beast accompanying him. In our Wanshan Empire, other than the King of Wanshan and the Great General, no one can win against the principal. That's true. I feel that the young man must have a master who's a hidden almighty. That makes sense. I think so too. It was written on the bounty poster that the young man is a Tongxian realm expert. It's not strange for him to have a hidden expert behind him. It can only be said that the Royal Academy is too unlucky to have provoked such an existence. Let's go take a look at that portrait. Don't be unable to recognize Jiyu when we meet him. Just as they were talking animatedly, their voices suddenly stopped. The reason for that was because they saw that youngster by the name of Jiyu walking in from outside. In order to save their lives, they quickly shut their mouths. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were stiff as they sat there. Not only this table, the people at the other tables also noticed Jiyu. The entire first floor of the restaurant was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Seeing this, Jiyu was speechless. He wasn't a murderous demon. Was there a need to be so scared? As long as they didn't provoke him for no reason, he never liked to take the initiative to kill. Jiyu, they were talking about you just now. Just then, Xiaogu suddenly spoke. With her ability, she could hear the voices from the restaurant from far away. When she said that, everyone around her trembled violently. They instantly broke down. How did this little girl hear it? Not only did she hear it, she even said it at this time. She was asking for their lives. Now, everyone was on tenterhooks. They were very afraid that Jiyu would kill them all in a fit of anger. Don't worry about them, Jiyu said casually. Then, he took Xiaogu upstairs to his room. After that, everyone present let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party didn't care about them. After that, some people hurriedly finished their food and drinks, and some people even paid the bill and hurriedly left. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. The restaurant owner's mood was even worse than if he had eaten an Oreo. If news of Jiyu staying in his restaurant spread out, no one would dare to come here. His business would become extremely bleak. However, he did not dare to ask Jiyu to leave this place. Even the principal and 6 elders of the Royal Academy had been killed by Jiyu. It would be a piece of cake for her to destroy his restaurant. Half a day passed. Inside the room, Jiyu was cultivating the amethyst pupils. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. After killing the principal and 6 elders of the Royal Academy yesterday, Jiyu did not do anything else. She directly returned to her room and began to cultivate the amethyst pupil. In addition, she had spent half a day today. The amethyst pupil's amethyst transformation stage had finally reached the 2nd stage. The eye technique Amethyst Divine Light and the amethyst pupil had all been strengthened. Until now, Jiyu had not tried out the power of the Amethyst Divine Light eye technique. Yesterday, the principal and 6 elders of the Royal Academy were too weak. She could kill them easily without using the Amethyst Divine Light. She could only wait until she had the chance to find an opponent of the Spirit Profound Realm. At that time, she would test the power of this eye technique. When that time came, she was sure that it would not disappoint her. Now, there was nothing else to do in the Wanshan Empire. Jiyu felt that it was about time to leave the Wanshan Empire. She headed to the next empire. Based on the geography of the southern region, Jiyu should be heading to the Pijuan Empire. Speaking of this empire, she thought of the 2 sisters, Xianxia and Xingjiang. After packing her things, Jiyu set off with Xiaogu. Seeing Jiyu check out, the restaurant owner was overjoyed. He was still worried about what to do. But just as Jiyu was about to walk out of the restaurant, the commander and a group of elite guards appeared in front of her again. What is the meaning of this? Jiyu frowned slightly. We are under the orders of the king of Wanshan to invite you to the palace. Ning Qingzhu said. Her tone was much more respectful than the first time they met. After all, this young man in front of her was the one who killed the principal and 6 elders of the Royal Academy. No matter whether it was caused by him or a powerful figure behind the scenes. She had to be careful. Invite me? Jiyu shook her head expressionlessly. I'm not interested. It was probably because she had attacked the Royal Academy of the Wanshan Empire, and the king of Wanshan could not sit still. After all, it was the Royal Academy, and it definitely had a lot to do with the royal family. Don't be in a hurry to reject, young master. Ning Qingzhu was not surprised by Jiyu's reply. The king of Wanshan has no ill intentions towards you. He just wants to be on good terms with you. Be on good terms with me? Jiyu thought about it. If he really wanted to be on good terms with me, that's not bad. I'll get some good stuff then. As for whether the king of Wanshan had any ulterior motives, Jiyu did not care. After all, with his current strength, he had nothing to fear in the Wanshan Empire. Even if something went wrong, Xiaogu could sweep everything away. In such a situation where there was no danger, he could go and take a look. If he could get some good stuff that he needed and lacked, that would be good. In essence, Jiyu's main idea was to get some good stuff from the palace. Then take me there. At this moment, Jiyu said. Okay. Ning Qingzhu nodded. Wanshan Empire, inside the palace. Many officials stood on both sides, and a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe sat on the throne. As Ning Qingzhu led Jiyu here, the middle-aged man walked down from the throne. His majestic gait was dignified, and his thick eyebrows added a sense of heroism to his face. This man in the dragon robe was naturally the current king of Wanshan Empire, Ning Xianxia. Is this young hero Jiyu? Ning Xianxia personally came down to welcome him. I'm Jiyu. Greetings, king of Wanshan. Jiyu said frankly. You don't have to be so polite. Xianxia did not put on any airs, and said calmly, I have a request for you this time. A request for me? Ji was slightly confused. Not only did he not mind what he did to the Royal Academy of Wanshan Empire, but he also had a request for him. Was this king of Wanshan really so kind? I've heard about your deeds in the Kanglan Empire, so I know you're an alchemist. Xianxia said, this time, we also want to ask you, or the mysterious Almighty behind you, to help us refine a pill. Even the king of myriad mountains, Xianxia, thought that Ji must have a mysterious Almighty backing her. As he spoke, Xianxia glanced at the little girl beside Ji. He felt that this little girl was a little strange, but he was doing something very important now, so he was not in the mood to pay attention to her. What pill? Ji immediately asked. He did not expect the king of Wanshan to specifically inquire about his deeds in the Kanglan Empire. As for the mysterious Almighty, he was too lazy to explain, so he pretended not to hear. A 5th grade pill, the Breakthrough Spirit Pill. Xianxia said solemnly. The Breakthrough Spirit Pill, Ji knew about this pill. The Breakthrough Spirit Pill was a top-notch pill among the 5th grade pills. It could improve a martial cultivator's celestial chi, mental strength, and soul strength to a certain extent, and was most suitable for breaking through to the spirit profound realm. With his current level of alchemy, he could indeed refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Does the king of Wanshan want to use the Spirit Breakthrough Pill to break through to the spirit profound realm? Ji asked casually. He could tell at a glance that King Wanshan's cultivation had reached peak LV9 Tongxian realm. After taking the Spirit Breakthrough Pill, there would be a greater chance of breaking through to the spirit profound realm. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something. When he first came to the Wanshan Empire, a bunch of alchemists wanted to come to the Wanshan Empire. The reason why the Wanshan Empire wanted to gather so many alchemists was probably because of this. Cultivating a group of alchemists, there would always be one or two who would stand out. He was betting on his luck. That's not the case. Xianxia shook his head. This is for my father. He has been in seclusion for many years and is only half a step away from breaking through to the spirit profound realm. Xianxia's father was naturally the former king of Wanshan. Hearing this, Ji basically understood. He didn't ask any more questions and directly said, then, if I help you refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill, what benefits will it bring me? Of course, there will be many benefits. Xianxia said, if you succeed, you can enter my palace's treasure vault and choose any 3 treasures. Are you satisfied? Sure. Ji wasn't greedy and gladly accepted Xianxia's conditions. Then, I'll have to trouble you to invite that mysterious Almighty. Xianxia said. What mysterious Almighty? He doesn't exist. Ji was really helpless. If you have prepared the materials for the Spirit Breakthrough Pill, I can refine it for you now. Huh? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. This young hero didn't have a mysterious Almighty backing him? And he even said that he wanted to refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill himself? However, Xianxia was the ruler of a country and immediately regained his senses. Sorry, I lost my composure. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. We have already prepared the materials for the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Young hero, please follow me. Although he didn't quite believe that this young man had the alchemy skills to refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill, he had to try no matter what. Ji didn't say anything and followed Xianxia's footsteps with Xiaogu. Meanwhile, Qingzhu was still standing in the same spot, waiting quietly. Because she didn't have the qualifications to follow. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earthgrade upper level movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earthgrade upper level movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. At this moment, Ji followed Xianxia to a secret chamber. To be precise, it should be an alchemy chamber. Walking into the alchemy chamber, a natural fragrance assailed their nostrils. All kinds of alchemy materials were neatly arranged around. There was a high-quality alchemy furnace in front of them. One look and one could tell that it was very expensive. This is the alchemy chamber that I sent people to build previously. I guarantee that you won't be affected by anything and can refine pills in peace. Ning Shanha introduced. Okay. Ji Yu nodded. Go ahead, young hero. With that, Ning Shanha left, leaving Ji Yu to refine pills in the alchemy chamber. That was because he knew that the breakthrough spirit pill was a top-notch pill among the 5th grade pills. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to refine. He still had many complicated things to deal with. He couldn't keep waiting for Ji Yu here. At this moment, Ji Yu had already started to choose the alchemy materials. In the process of choosing the materials, he realized that Ning Shanha had prepared 5 sets of materials for the breakthrough spirit pill, probably for safety reasons. Ji Yu thought about it for a moment and decided to pick out the 5 portions. Although he only needed 1 set of materials to refine the breakthrough spirit pill because there was no chance of failure, he could still use the remaining 4 sets for himself. Anyway, as long as he didn't say anything, no one would know except for Xiao Gu. After that, Ji Yu used the alchemy furnace here to start refining pills. Ding! Detected that the host has started to refine the 5th grade pill breakthrough spirit pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Ding! The host has used the mystical spirit fire seal. The mystical spirit fire seal has gained 999 times the experience of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the 4th grade inferior alchemy hand seal, mystical spirit fire seal, has successfully broken through to the impeccable refinement realm. With the help of the 999 times success rate, there was almost no possibility of Ji Yu failing. Refining this breakthrough spirit pill was only a matter of time for him. Ji Yu gave Xiao Gu enough candy at the beginning, so he was not disturbed during this period. After about half a day, a breakthrough spirit pill was successfully produced. Ding! The host has successfully refined a 5th grade breakthrough spirit pill. Alchemy attainment has gained 999 times experience. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully refined the 5th grade breakthrough spirit pill. The success rate has returned to normal. After taking the breakthrough spirit pill out of the furnace, Ji Yu immediately walked out of the secret alchemy room. However, he did not see the King of Myriad Mountains, so he could only walk back to the palace along the original route. When he reached the palace, Ji Yu realized that the King of Myriad Mountains seemed to be reviewing documents. Young hero, why are you here so quickly? At this moment, Ning Shanha noticed Ji Yu. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the other party kept failing and used up all the materials? After all, less than half a day had passed. He felt that it was very likely that the other party had failed. If all the materials were used up, then it would be troublesome. He had spent a lot of effort and money to prepare those materials. Ji Yu did not say anything and directly showed the breakthrough spirit pill in his hand. Seeing this, Ning Shanha immediately exclaimed, This is the breakthrough spirit pill? He thought that the other party had failed, but he did not expect the opposite. Most importantly, it had only been less than half a day. He had actually successfully refined it so quickly. This young man was simply a godlike existence. Even though Ning Shanha was not an alchemist, he knew a lot about alchemy. Most 5th grade alchemists would find it difficult to successfully refine the breakthrough spirit pill. Ordinary 6th grade alchemists would not dare to say that they had a 100% chance of successfully refining it. However, this young man had done it. Moreover, he had only used less than half a day. Ning Shanha did not dare to imagine such a terrifying level of alchemy. Yes. Ji Yu nodded and said, however, I used up the other 4 materials when I was practicing. He also took the opportunity to fabricate a suitable excuse. Ning Shanha immediately stopped what he was doing and couldn't wait to see the spirit breakthrough pill. As for the 4 sets of materials, he didn't care at all. As long as the spirit breaking pill was correct, nothing else mattered. Ning Shanha took the breakthrough spirit pill from Ji Yu's hand and examined it carefully. Based on his own perception, he felt that there was nothing wrong with the spirit breakthrough pill. The quality was also very good, and there was almost nothing to nitpick about. There was no doubt that this was the spirit breakthrough pill. General, I'll bring young swordsman Ji Yu to our palace's treasure vault right now to pick out the treasures. Don't be negligent. Ning Shanha ordered one of the generals. This general was the master of the general's mansion. He was also Ning Tianhe's younger brother and Ning Qingzhu's father. Not only that, but he was also the second strongest person in the Wanshan Empire, second only to Xianxia. Yes. Ning Tianhe replied. After that, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu led Jiyu to the palace treasury. Ning Shanhe, on the other hand, went to give the spirit-breaking pill to his father. At this moment, they were on the way to the palace treasury. It was unknown if Ning Tianhe was a natural or something, but he could chat happily with Jiyu as soon as they met. Speaking of which, do you already have a wife? At this moment, Ning Tianhe changed the topic to another topic. You can say that I already have one. Although Jiyu didn't know why he suddenly changed the topic, she still answered truthfully. A fiancée should be considered a wife. I see. That's a pity. Ning Tianhe said regretfully, otherwise, I can let my daughter Qingzhu have a close relationship with you. Jiyu smiled speechlessly. It's not good to not ask for Commander Ning's opinion first. However, Ning Qingzhu's next sentence immediately made him choke. It's fine. I don't mind. Ning Qingzhu said with a straight face. Jiyu was instantly speechless. But if you don't mind, my daughter Qingzhu can also be one of your concubines. At this moment, Ning Tianhe said with a smile. Forget it. Jiyu said awkwardly. No matter how beautiful Ning Qingzhu was, he couldn't just accept her as his concubine. Moreover, he had only met Ning Qingzhu a few times at most. They had only spoken a few times, so how could he have a casual conversation with her? All right. Although Ning Tianhe felt that it was a pity, he could only end this topic. If Qingzhu and this young man could become a couple, he wouldn't have to worry about Qingzhu's future. Unfortunately, there was basically no hope. At this moment, Ning Qingzhu looked at Jiyu with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. This young man didn't seem to be greedy for beauty like other men. If her father said what he had just said to the other young masters of the major forces, they would definitely accept it ecstatically without hesitation. Of course, if that really happened, she definitely wouldn't be willing, and her father wouldn't force her. The reason why she didn't care just now was that after interacting with him a few times, she felt that this young man was much stronger than other men of the same generation in all aspects. After that, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu brought Jiyu to the palace's treasure vault. Jiyu and Xiaogu entered the palace's treasure vault, while Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu waited outside. In the palace's treasure vault, Jiyu saw countless precious treasures. Among them, there were beast-taming techniques that he had never seen before. Although Jiyu had become a beast-tamer long ago, he didn't have any beast-taming techniques. This time, he naturally had to choose a beast-taming technique carefully. He could choose a total of 3 treasures. First, Jiyu chose the most advanced 3rd-grade beast-taming technique. This 3rd-grade beast-taming technique could tame 3rd-grade 9th-grade demonic beasts at most. Although he already had Xiaogu as his sole contract partner, and there was no need to tame other low-grade demonic beasts, there was no harm in learning it. After that, Jiyu continued to choose other treasures. Soon, he saw a sword engraved with strange green patterns. It was a low-grade 4th-grade sword, and it was called the Green Streak Sword. His own cold blade was only a low-grade 3rd-grade artifact. Moreover, he had used the cold blade for so long, and he often overloaded himself with earth-grade sword techniques. After a long period of accumulation, it was already damaged, and it was no longer as useful as before. Therefore, it was indeed time to change to a new sword. Jiyu chose the Green Streak Sword as the 2nd treasure. Next, Jiyu started to choose the 3rd treasure. The palace vault was huge. Almost all of the most precious treasures in the entire Wanshan Empire were stored here. However, Jiyu did not have an obsessive-compulsive disorder, nor did he like to waste time. He did not need anything in particular, so he decided to just pick one and leave. Just then, Jiyu caught a glimpse of a pitch-black slate. The system notification rang in his head. Ding! The host glanced at the sword intent slate. Half-step sword intent 70% experience gained, won by 999 times. Sword intent slate, that was good stuff. Without much thought, Jiyu chose the sword intent slate as the 3rd treasure. After all, with the sword intent slate, he could improve his sword intent anytime. After that, Jiyu brought Xiaogu out of the palace's treasury. Seeing Jiyu walk out, Ning Tianhe asked, "Have you chosen, young master?" "Yes, I have." Jiyu showed the 3 items to Ning Tianhe. When he saw the sword, intent slate, Ning Tianhe was surprised. You know sword Dao, young master? Just a little. Jiyu said humbly. These are the sword intent slates passed down by several kings. Their sword intents are on them. Ning Tianhe explained, it will be of great help to young master sword Dao. Then, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu left with Jiyu. When they were about to leave, Ning Tianhe reminded him, young master, you have to be careful of the evolving temple. Young master has become famous in the Wanshan Empire. They might have bad intentions. Jiyu just nodded with a smile and did not say anything. When he first came to the Wanshan Empire, he had met the vice palace master of the Wanshan sub-palace. Since they already knew that he was the palace master of the Kanglan sub-palace, they would not do anything to him. However, if anything happened, he did not mind teaching the Wanshan sub-palace a lesson. Then, Jiyu planned to leave the Wanshan Empire. As for whether Ning Tianhe's father could break through to the spirit profound realm, it had nothing to do with him. He was only responsible for refining the spirit breakthrough pill. However, Jiyu had just walked out of the royal city and arrived at a piece of wilderness when she was stopped by a group of men in black. This group of black-clothed people was clearly from the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace Hall. Jiyu felt like she had been slapped in the face. He was just thinking that the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace Hall would not do anything to him, but now, someone had come. However, Jiyu was more concerned about why these guys were here. If they were here purely to find trouble with him, then he would be speechless. Are you waiting for me? Jiyu asked. That's right. The leading black-clothed man said, however, we are not here to find trouble with Hall Master Ji. Jiyu glanced at the black-clothed man and could feel an energy similar to his own in his body. It was apparent that this black-clothed man was also the vice palace master of the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace. His cultivation was also at the peak of LV9 Tongxian realm, but he was not the same person he had met previously. What's the matter? Jiyu continued to ask. The other party was not here to find trouble, which made Jiyu feel less speechless. We just want to ask Hall Master Ji not to snatch our resources from the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace Hall. The black-clothed man said. Snatch resources? Jiyu thought about it for a moment, then realized what the other party meant. To put it simply, the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace Hall was worried that he, the Navy Branch Palace Master, would recruit the new blood from the Myriad Mountains Empire. After all, he was now very famous in the royal city. If he revealed his identity as the Navy Branch Palace Hall Master, he would definitely attract many people to follow him. However, Jiyu had never thought of this and was completely uninterested. He did not have the leisure to recruit people. He was now a hands-off boss, so why would he specially go to other empires to recruit people? Don't worry, I don't have the leisure and interest. Jiyu said. Thank you, Hall Master Ji. The black-cloaked man could not help but sigh in relief. He was originally worried that Jiyu would not agree. In fact, Jiyu had no reason to do this, but he still had to thank him. This was because this young man's talent and strength made the Myriad Mountains Branch Palace Hall extremely fearful. In this world, whoever had the most strength would be the one in the right. Then, goodbye. With that, Jiyu walked past the black-cloaked men. Let's go back. The Vice Hall Master also said to the other black-cloaked men. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no need for him to have too much contact with that young man. After all, that was a terrifying existence that had slaughtered the upper echelons of the Royal Academy. Before leaving, the Vice Hall Master could not help but take a deep look at Jiyu and muttered to himself, this young man might be able to change the current situation of the southern region. At this moment, Jiyu was dealing with the wild beasts. One had to admit that the Myriad Mountains Empire really had a lot of wild beasts. Even in this kind of wild land, one could encounter strange beasts at any time. Fortunately, they were all low-level rank 1 and rank 2 beasts that could be killed with a casual swing of the sword. Ding! Host has swung the sword. Earth rank medium level sword technique Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second form gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has swung the sword. Earth rank medium level sword technique Brilliant Sun in the Sky, second form gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Along the way, Jiyu could not remember how many beasts he had killed. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly sensed that someone was fighting with a beast in front of him. Moreover, it seemed to be one of the 3 female disciples of the Jade Spirit sect who had followed him last time. Jiyu could not be bothered and continued to walk forward. When he was about to meet that female disciple, he took a slight detour and did not meet that person to save himself the trouble. However, at this moment, Jiyu just happened to sense that the female disciple seemed to be running towards him. There was also a rank 3 beast chasing after that female disciple. Jiyu was speechless. It was definitely not that the other party had discovered him, but that the other party had coincidentally run in his direction. In the next moment, that female disciple appeared in front of him. Behind her, there was a ferocious-looking and tall pig demon chasing after her. When that female disciple saw Jiyu, it was as if she had seen her savior. She shouted with a sobbing voice, "Young master, save me." Hearing that, Jiyu could not ignore it. Since she had already run in front of him, then he might as well save her. Ding! Host has swung the sword. Earth rank medium level sword technique, brilliant sun in the sky, second form, gained experience, won by 999 times. Jiyu pulled out the green streak sword and flashed in front of the pig demon, slashing the pig demon's head. The pig's head fell to the ground. Blood splattered in midair. Killed in one hit. Jiyu perfectly dodged all the blood splattering in the air. However, that female disciple was in a miserable state. She was splattered with beast blood all over her body. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Hearing the other party's cries, Jiyu was immediately confused. "You can cry like this?" Jiyu was stunned. She asked, "Why are you crying?" "I'm scared, sob sob sob," the female disciple sobbed while sobbing like a storm of pear flowers. Jiyu finally understood. This girl was like a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. She had never experienced life and death. In addition, she had a weak and timid personality. Not only was she chased by demon beasts, she had also witnessed the bloody scene just now. She was even splashed with demon blood. Naturally, she couldn't help but cry. For such a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, Jiyu didn't know what to say. "Speaking of which, where are your other 2 companions?" When the female disciple was almost done crying, Jiyu changed the topic. "Senior sisters and I were attacked by demon beasts on the way back to the sect. We lost them." The female disciple wiped her tears and said, "Then you go find them. I'm leaving." After saying that, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and turned to leave. "Wait." The female disciple had just opened her mouth when she realized that the other party had already disappeared. She was left alone in such a dangerous wilderness, and her body was covered in demon beast's blood. She didn't know what to do. Just as she was about to lose all hope, her 2 senior sisters found her. They returned to the Jade Spirit sect together. On the other side, Jiyu was being carried by Xiaogu out of the Wanshan Empire. After flying past one ancient city after another, they finally left the Wanshan Empire. Next stop, Pejuan Empire. In the Kanglan Empire, array formation masters didn't have much of a presence, but in the Pejuan Empire, array formation masters were the most popular profession. Jiyu just happened to want to learn more about array formations. After another half a day, Jiyu and Xiaogu arrived at the Pejuan Empire. The moment they entered the Pejuan Empire, Jiyu realized that array formations could be seen everywhere. Most of them were used for surveillance. Obviously, they could save a lot of manpower. Especially in the more deserted areas at the borders of the empire, there couldn't be soldiers guarding them. In such situations, these array formations could be very useful. Jiyu did not waste any time in those ordinary ancient cities or small towns. Instead, she headed straight for the Shattering Armaments Empire's royal city. If he wanted to further study array formations, he naturally had to come to the royal city. After that, Jiyu specially bought some maps and books to learn more about King City. Ding! The host has browsed the map. Silver level memory experience gained, won by 999 times. Ding! The host has flipped through the book. Silver level memory experience gained, won by 999 times. The understanding was complete. Jiyu found out that in the Pejuan Empire's royal city, There was also a power similar to the Kanglan Empire's Alchemist Guild, which was the Array Master Guild. The main branch of the Array Formation Master Guild was located in the Shattering Army Empire's imperial city. Only Array Formation Masters of the second rank and above could enter. In the Array Formation Guild, there were several 5th-grade Array Formation Masters. All of them were the Shattering Army Shattering Empire's most famous and accomplished Array Masters. This was especially true for the president of the Array Formation Guild, whose level was very close to that of a 6th-grade Array Formation Master. There was no need to doubt the Array Formation Master Guild's background and strength. If GU wanted to further study array formations, the Array Formation Master Guild was undoubtedly the best place to go. Although the Qing family could be considered as one of the most famous array families in the royal city, he did not plan to go to the Qing family to find Qing Yuyu and Qing Jiangjiang. After all, he was not very familiar with Qing Yuyu and Qing Jiangjiang. Without thinking too much, GU planned to go to the Array Formation Master Guild. But before that, he had to obtain the identity of an Array Formation Master. Because the Array Formation Master Guild had extremely strict requirements, as long as one did not have the identity of a 2nd-grade Array Formation Master or above, they were not allowed to take half a step into the Array Formation Master Guild. GU first went to get the identity of an Array Formation Master so that he could save a lot of trouble. After all, he was not going to cause trouble. And the place to register as an Array Formation Master was right next to the Array Formation Master Guild. This place was called the Array Formation Testing Ground, and it was a place specially used to test Array Formation Masters. Even ordinary people could go in and take the test. Once they succeeded, they would be able to obtain the identity of an Array Formation Master. However, the registration fee for participating in the test was a must, and ordinary people might not be able to afford it. This was because the venue, array formation materials, and so on were all provided by the Array Formation Testing Ground. At this moment, Jiyu and Xiaogu had found the location of the Array Formation Guild. And the Array Formation Testing Ground was right next to the Array Formation Master Guild. Jiyu entered the Array Formation Testing Ground first. He walked into the hall. Soon, a staff member came forward to inquire. "May I ask if both of you are here to participate in the Array Formation Master Guild's test?" "Only me," Jiyu said. "Okay." The staff member smiled and said, "Then please go in." Jiyu did not say anything else and walked straight in. He pushed open a door, and his eyes lit up. Jiyu came to a very spacious open-air room. He glanced around casually. He found that he was surrounded by audience seats. The innermost area was the place where the Array Formation Master Guild's test was held. There were too many people, so he directly chose to ignore them. Jiyu planned to go straight to the test area to take the test. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Then, a slightly familiar voice sounded. "Are you Jiyu?" Jiyu instinctively looked back. He found that it was the sisters Xianxia and Jiangjiang. "It's really Jiyu." Xianxia and Jiangjiang were both surprised. Just now, Jiangjiang felt that this figure in front of him looked a little familiar, so he went up to pat him on the shoulder. "Why are you here?" Jiyu asked Xianxia and Jiangjiang. "We want to ask you, why are you here?" Jiangjiang asked. The Kanglan Empire was very far away from here. That was why she was so surprised to see Jiyu here. "I'm here to register as an Array Master." "What about you?" Jiyu replied casually. "Yes, my sister and I are here to take the 3rd-grade Array Master exam," Jiangjiang said. Then, she looked at the little girl who was holding hands with Jiyu. "By the way, is this your sister?" "Yes." Jiyu nodded. "So you have a sister. But why are you dressed like this?" Jiangjiang thought that the horns on the girl's head and the tail behind her were deliberately made up by the girl. "She just likes it," Jiyu said casually. Jiangjiang didn't care so much. "Let's take the exam together." Jiyu didn't say anything else. They walked into the Array Formation exam area together. "Miss, are you going to take the 3rd-grade Array Master exam this time?" The examiner in charge of the Array Formation exam asked respectfully when he saw Xianxia and Jiangjiang. After all, these two twin sisters were not only the eldest and second miss of the Qing family, but also the best array formation geniuses in the Pajuan Empire. At the same time, a group of people in the audience also paid attention to Xianxia and Xianxia. Look, that's the eldest and second miss of the Qing family. These twin sisters are really amazing. They're going to take the third grade array master exam at such a young age. That's right. Xianxia and Xianxia's array formation talent is the best in the entire Pajuan Empire. Who is that young man in black next to them? He's actually so close to Xianxia and Xianxia. I'm not sure. Anyway, I don't have any impression of that young man. A group of people were discussing animatedly in the spectator stands. That's right. Xianxia replied. Then she looked at Jiyu and said, "This friend of mine is also here to take part in the array formation master assessment." And this is? The examiner's gaze also landed on the black-clothed youth. "My name is Jiyu, and I would like to participate in the lower grade 4th stage array master assessment," Jiyu said calmly. His words were shocking. The examiner was stunned. "You. Say that again?" He thought that he had misheard. Not only that, but the surrounding audience was also in an uproar. Who on earth is this young man? How dare he threaten to take the inferior grade 4 array master assessment? I'm afraid he's just bragging. This young man is probably not even 18 years old. How could he possibly be a 4th grade array master? Look at the expressions of the two young ladies of the Qing family. I don't know how this kind of person can mix with the two young ladies. The surrounding crowd sighed incessantly. No one believed that the black-clothed youth really had the ability of a lower grade 4 array master. After all, a 4th grade array master was an extremely rare existence in the entire Pajuan Empire. For example, the number of 5th grade array masters in the entire Pajuan Empire could be counted on one hand. As for 4th grade array masters, there were at most 100 of them. They did not believe that this young man would be one of those 100 or so people. Indeed, even Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. Xianxia was slightly better. Previously, during the beast hunting ceremony in the Kanglan Empire, she felt that Jiyu's array skills seemed to be very strong. However, she did not expect that Jiyu would ask for the 4th grade array master assessment right off the bat. I would like to take the inferior grade 4 array master assessment directly. Jiyu repeated his request. As for the various noises around him, he directly ignored them. Although the examiner felt that he was being played by this young man, he chose to bear with it since this young man seemed to be friends with the two young ladies of the Qing family. If young master is sure, we can go through the procedures right now. The examiner forced a smile on his face and said, "Young master, please pay the service fee for the inferior grade 4 array master assessment." At this time, some people in the audience began to laugh at him. It's not that I want to say this, but that kid probably can't even afford the service fee for the inferior grade 4 array master assessment. Ha ha ha, that's very likely. I don't think there's a problem. After all, he's someone that the two young ladies of the Qing family know. But he's really too pretentious. However, the group of people was laughing heartily when Jiyu casually threw a few bags of gold coins on the table. Ding! Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Golden spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Previously, Jiyu had stored most of the gold coins in the blue merchant card. Although there were not many gold coins left in his storage ring, it was still very easy to pay the service fee. Hearing the sound of the gold coins falling on the table, many people in the audience immediately shut their mouths. Is this enough? Jiyu asked indifferently. It's completely enough, completely enough. Seeing so many bags of gold coins, the examiner hurriedly nodded. Then, Jiyu added, "Keep the change, it's too troublesome." Good. Good. Thank you, young master. The examiner immediately bowed and nodded. In fact, the other party had given him a lot of gold coins. He could keep the extra money for himself, so naturally, he was very happy. At the same time, he completely lost his temper. Even if this young master said that he wanted to take the 5th grade array master assessment, he would not say a word. After all, this was a rich young master who had rewarded him with a large amount of gold coins. Only Xianxia and Xianxia were not surprised. Based on their understanding of Jiyu and the Kanglan Empire, this guy was so strong in all aspects, it was impossible for him to lack money. They also did not think that Jiyu was bragging when he said that he wanted to take the inferior grade 4 array master assessment. After all, Jiyu had shocked them too many times during the beast hunting ceremony in the Kanglan Empire. Next, Xianxia and Xianxia also paid the service fee for the inferior grade 3 array master assessment. Then, under the quick arrangement of the examiner, Jiyu, Xianxia, and Xianxia all took their respective assessments at the same time. First of all, Jiyu was going to face an inferior 4th grade array formation master assessment. The rules of the assessment were very simple. It was somewhat similar to the pill master assessment. That was, the examiner would first prepare 3 sets of materials for the 4th grade array. Jiyu needed to use these 3 sets of materials for the 4th grade array to successfully draw an array diagram. After drawing the array diagram, it would be handed over to the examiner for inspection. The examiner prepared the array formation materials that the 3 of them needed, and the array formation master assessment officially began. Xianxia and Xianxia raced against time to start drawing the array formation. After all, there was a time limit to the array formation master assessment. Although this time limit was not a problem for them, it was naturally better to draw the array formation as soon as possible. On the other hand, Jiyu started unhurriedly. Ding! Detected that the host has started to draw the 4th grade array formation Earth Fire Burning Array. The success rate of drawing the array formation has increased by 999 times. Previously, he had already been promoted to an inferior 4th grade array formation master, so the 999 times success rate of drawing the array formation was naturally triggered. This was his first time drawing a 4th grade array formation. Although he was a little rusty, it was not a big problem. This time, the array formation that Jiyu needed to draw was the relatively inferior 4th grade array formation Earth Fire Burning Array. On the other side of the audience, those who were previously slapped in the face by Jiyu with gold coins began to mock Jiyu again. Although this kid is rich, he should be a rich and brainless playboy. No matter how rich he is, he doesn't have the ability to draw a 4th grade array formation. When the time comes, let's see how he will embarrass himself, hee. This naive kid, he can't really think that a 4th grade array formation is so easy to draw, right? Don't think about it, this kid will definitely fail later. Not to mention the 4th grade array formation masters, there is no 3rd grade array formation master like him. However, Jiyu was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He didn't even bat an eye at those people. He was completely focused on drawing the array diagram. About an hour had passed. Ding! Successfully drew the 4th grade array formation Earth Fire Burning Array. Array formation attainment has increased by 999 times experience. At this moment, a complete array formation was formed in Jiyu's hands. Xianxia and Xianxia had not finished drawing the array formation yet. At the same time, the examiner, who was originally slacking off, happened to look at Jiyu at this moment. As a result, he saw the array formation in Jiyu's hands. Young master, you're done? The examiner suddenly asked in surprise. Jiyu nodded slightly. The moment the examiner said that, the group of people in the spectator seats finally noticed that Jiyu had already completed the array diagram. Is that really an array diagram in his hand? That's impossible. Did he really succeed in drawing a 4th grade array? I definitely don't believe it. I have to let the examiner check it first. I don't believe it either. Xianxia and Xianxia haven't even finished the 3rd grade array master exam, and this guy is going through the 4th grade array master exam. How can he be faster than Xianxia and Xianxia? Everyone was in disbelief. Because this speed was simply too fast. It had only been slightly more than an hour. The complexity of drawing an array diagram was not much lower than refining pills. Even Xianxia and Xianxia, 2 of the best array formation geniuses, had not yet completed the 3rd grade array formation master examination. This youth needed to draw a 4th grade array diagram, so it was definitely abnormal for him to be so fast. Many people were guessing that this youth was participating in the 4th grade array formation master examination on the surface, but in reality, he was drawing a 1st grade or 2nd grade array diagram. It had to be checked by the examiner before it could be counted. Xianxia and Xianxia, who were drawing a third-grade array diagram, could not help but feel a little surprised. Jiu's speed in drawing the array diagram was so fast that it was unbelievable. "Young master, please hand the array diagram to me for inspection first." At this moment, the examiner finally recovered from the shock and said to Jiu. Jiu did not say anything and casually handed the array diagram to the examiner. The examiner took the array diagram from Jiu's hand and checked it very carefully. The final result made him even more shocked. Not only was it the fourth-grade array diagram of the earth-fire-burning array, but it was also almost flawless. If it was given to other examiners who were not present, they would definitely think that this array diagram was drawn by a master. Therefore, it was hard for him to believe that this array diagram was actually drawn by this youth in front of him. "Is it done?" At this moment, Jiu felt that she had waited a little too long and casually asked. "It's done." The examiner hurriedly said, "Young master's array diagram is completely fine." Once this was said, the entire crowd was shocked. It's actually real?" Even the examiner said that it's completely fine. "Looks like it's really real. Who exactly is this youth? He can actually draw a fourth-grade array diagram so easily?" There were still many people who were unwilling to accept the truth in front of him. Because this was really too shocking. This youth was at most about the same age as Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia were about to become third-grade array masters. They were already recognized as the best array masters in the Junpa Empire. And this youth had directly reached the standard of a fourth-grade array master. In comparison, there was a huge gap between Xianxia and Xianxia. If Xianxia and Xianxia were said to be the best array masters, then this youth was an unprecedented array master in the Junpa Empire. However, at this moment, Jiu was expressionless as if nothing had happened. She simply stood there quietly and waited for the examiner to register her as a fourth-grade array master. After registering her identity, the examiner even gave her a badge as proof that she was a fourth-grade array master. "Young master, I've already registered your identity." At this moment, the examiner said very respectfully. Now that he knew that this youth was not only a rich family's young master, but also a super genius, he naturally did not dare to slight her. "Okay." Jiu replied calmly. After another half an hour, Xianxia and Xianxia finally finished drawing their third-grade array diagrams. Compared to Jiu, they instantly seemed a little mediocre. After the examiner finished checking Xianxia and Xianxia's array diagrams, the two of them were successfully promoted to third-grade array masters. After that, Jiu held Xiaogu's hand and left the array formation assessment area with Xianxia and Xianxia. On the way out, Xianxia could not help but ask. "Jiu, your true ability should not just be a fourth-grade array master, right?" Xianxia only heard her ask. Because the speed at which Jiu had drawn the array diagrams just now had truly stunned her. One had to know that that was a fourth-grade array diagram. If it were an ordinary fourth-grade array master, they would need at least 3 to 4 hours to complete it. However, Jiu only used slightly more than an hour to finish it. With such a fast speed, Xianxia would believe that Jiu was an intermediate fourth-grade array master or even a superior fourth-grade array master. Moreover, this was under the premise that they wouldn't fail. Ordinary fourth-grade array masters couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't fail when drawing a fourth-grade array diagram. But Jiu not only didn't fail, but she was also very fast. "I'm not too sure," Jiu replied. This time, he really wasn't bluffing. Anyway, he knew from the system that he was now an inferior fourth-grade array master. But he also had the support of 999 times the success rate of drawing an array diagram. He really didn't know what level he was at. Forget it if you don't want to say. However, Xianxia didn't believe it. He felt that Jiu didn't want to reveal it. But he didn't insist on asking. After all, this was Jiu's privacy. "Jiu, where are you going next?" Xianxia said, "Why don't you come to our Qing family?" "I'm going to the Array Master Guild first," Jiu said. "Is that so? Then why don't we go with you?" Xianxia said. Xianxia didn't have any opinion about her sister's decision. Jiu didn't say anything and just nodded in agreement. The Array Master Guild was next to the Array Master Guild. Soon, they walked into the Array Master Guild. The function of the Array Master Guild was very simple, but the Array Master Guild had many functions. They could trade things like array formations and array materials, and they could also ask array masters to help draw array diagrams. From time to time, there would be lectures on array formations, and various other functions. The reason why Ji wanted to go to the Array Master Guild was mainly to buy array materials. If there was a lecture on array formations, she could also listen to it. After all, with enough array materials, he could draw array diagrams and improve his attainments in array formations. When they walked into the Array Master Guild, the guards immediately came forward. Obviously, they wanted Jiyu and the others to show their identity. But when they saw that it was Xianxia and Xianxia, they let them go without saying anything. They were very clear about Xianxia and Xianxia's identity, so they didn't need to check. As for the young man in black and the little girl, they seemed to be acquaintances of Xianxia and Xianxiang, so they didn't stop them. Rules were dead, but people were alive. Although the Array Formation Master Guild only allowed those who were second-grade array masters and above to enter, in reality, as long as one's status was high enough, they could bring their acquaintances into the Array Formation Master Guild. For example, Qing Yu and Qing Jiangjiang, the two young ladies of the Qing clan, an aristocratic family that specialized in array formations. At the same time, they were also one of the best array formation geniuses in the Shattering Army Empire. For a person of this level to bring an acquaintance into the Array Formation Guild, they would turn a blind eye to it. At the same time, just as Jiyu was about to show her identification card, she found that the guards had moved aside. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about it. He calmly entered the Array Formation Guild. Later, under the lead of Qing Yaya and Qing Jiangjiang, Jiyu soon came to the area dedicated to trading array materials. At a glance, one could see many stalls with all kinds of formation materials on display. After a round of shopping, Jiyu bought a lot of grade 4 array formation materials in one go. After purchasing the materials for the array formation, he had used up all the gold coins in his storage ring. Although there was still a huge amount of gold coins in the blue merchant card, Jiyu didn't plan to use it casually for the time being. Then, Jiyu asked around and found out that there would be an array formation class the day after tomorrow. Moreover, it would be taught by the vice president of the Array Formation Master Guild. The vice president of the Array Formation Master Guild was a grade 5 intermediate array master, second only to the president. As for the president, he was a grade 5 advanced array master. Since such a person was going to teach in person, she could indeed go and take a look. In fact, it didn't matter what the array formation class was about or who was teaching it. As long as it was an array formation class, Jiyu would be able to obtain array formation knowledge through the system. After finding out that Jiyu was going to participate in the array formation class the day after tomorrow, Qing Jiangjiang said, "Since that's the case, why don't you come to our Qing family for 2 days?" "That's fine." Jiyu thought for a moment and nodded. This would save her the trouble of looking for a place to rent. After that, Jiyu followed Qing Yaya and Qing Jiangjiang to the Qing family estate. When the Qing family guards saw that it was their 2 young ladies, they immediately stepped aside and let them pass. They also saw the young man in black and the little girl behind the young ladies. Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to ask. "Let's prepare a courtyard for you and your sister first." After saying that, Qing Jiangjiang and Qing Yaya brought Jiyu to an empty courtyard. This was a Fenglin courtyard. The courtyard was located in a maple forest. "Let's go and inform father first. Later, we will send someone to send dinner here." After informing Jiyu, Qing Yaya and Qing Jiangjiang left. At this time, it was already late. Jiyu prepared to start drawing array diagrams to increase her array formation knowledge, while Xiaogu went to sleep first. He planned to use the materials for the grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 array diagrams first. He wanted to use the materials for the grade 4 array diagrams last. Ding. Detected that the host has started drawing grade 3 array diagrams. The success rate of drawing array diagrams has increased by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing grade 3 array diagrams. Array formation knowledge has increased by 999 times. At the same time, Xianxia and Xianxia were looking for their father. After all, their father didn't know Jiyu. They had to explain to their father first. However, when they were about to arrive, they saw an old servant hurriedly leaving the room where their father was handling affairs. However, they didn't particularly care about this. Xianxia opened the door first and shouted, "Father." In the room, a middle-aged man was fidgeting. This middle-aged man was obviously Xianxia and Xianxia's father. He was also the head of the Qing family, Qingming. When he heard Xianxia's voice, Qingming immediately turned around. "Yeah, Jiang, you came at the right time." "Father, what's wrong with you?" Jiang couldn't help but ask when he saw that his father looked a little strange. "I heard that you brought a strange man back. Is this true?" Qingming immediately said in a serious tone. "Yes," Jiang responded instinctively. However, in the next moment, she seemed to have realized something. Her face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "No, it's not what you think. That's a friend that my sister and I made in the Kanglan Empire. This time, he specially came to our Pijuan Empire's monarch city to invite him to our Qing mansion. There's definitely no other meaning." Although Xianxia's reaction wasn't that intense, she still said shyly, "We just happened to be here to inform you, father." After that, Xianxia and Xianxiang told their father a lot about Jiyu. Only then did Qingming understand what was going on. "So that's how it is. I thought you found a son-in-law for me." Qingming smiled. "Dad, you're thinking too much." Xianxiang rebuked. All right. Qingming kept the smile on his face and turned serious. "According to what you said, that young master is indeed an incredible genius. Not to mention his uncertain martial arts cultivation, he was a fourth-grade array master at such a young age. In the Pijuan Empire, he was definitely the #1 array master in the Pijuan Empire. He fully supported Ye's and Jiang's idea of treating that young master well. After all, such a talented young man must be on good terms with as much as possible." "Then what do you think, Dad?" Xianxia asked. "Of course, we'll treat that young master with the highest VIP treatment," Qingming said without hesitation. At the same time, Jiyu was still drawing the array diagram. Ding! The host has successfully drawn a second-grade array diagram. Array formation attainment has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! The host has successfully drawn a third-grade array diagram. Array formation attainment has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Array formation attainment has successfully broken through to a middle-grade fourth-grade array master. At this time, Jiyu had used up the last set of materials. All that was left were materials for the fourth-grade array diagram. His array formation attainment had also been promoted to a middle-grade fourth-grade array master. Now, it was much easier for him to draw a fourth-grade array diagram than before. After that, Jiyu did not rest and continued to draw the fourth-grade array diagram. Ding! Detected that the host has started to draw a fourth-grade array diagram. The success rate of drawing an array diagram has increased by 999 times. Ding! The host has successfully drawn a fourth-grade array diagram. Array formation attainment has gained 999 times experience points. Now that Jiyu was a middle-grade fourth-grade array master, her speed was naturally faster than when she was drawing the earth-fire burning array diagram. In just about an hour, Jiyu had successfully drawn the fourth-grade array diagram. After that, she did not stop. Ding! The host has successfully drawn a fourth-grade array diagram. Array formation attainment has been increased by 999 times. Ding! The host has successfully drawn a fourth-grade array diagram. Array formation attainment has been increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your array formation mastery has successfully broken through to the superior fourth-grade array master. In the middle of the night, Jiyu had used up all the materials for the grade 4 array diagrams. At the same time, he also became a superior fourth-grade array master. At this moment, he had a total of more than 30 grade 1 to grade 3 formations and 5 grade 4 formations. Among the 5 grade 4 array diagrams, 2 were offensive array formations, 2 were support array formations, and the last one was defensive array formation. It was already late at night, and Jiyu fell asleep after drawing the array diagram. The next morning, the Qing family sent someone to deliver a sumptuous breakfast. Jiyu watched as the Qing family servant placed the breakfast that was enough for 2 people on the table. He immediately said, "I only need a single portion. This is too much." One had to know that Xiaogu did not need to eat and might not like the food that humans usually ate. Such a large portion of breakfast might be wasted in the end. Understood. The Qing family servant did not ask anything and just nodded. He knew very well that he was only a servant and had no right to say anything to this young master. Then, he followed Jiyu's request and took back one of the portions of breakfast. After breakfast, Jiyu and Xiaogu left Fenglin courtyard together. He had too many unused array diagrams, so he planned to sell them. He only needed to keep the 5 grade 4 array diagrams. As for the remaining 30 or so grade 1 to grade 3 array diagrams, he should be able to sell them for quite a bit of money. However, halfway through, he coincidentally bumped into Xianxia and Xianxia. "We were just about to look for you. Where are you going?" Xianxia immediately asked when he saw Jiyu. "I just want to sell some array diagrams," Jiyu said. "Sell array diagrams?" Xianxia suddenly reacted. "We are going to participate in the auction that the Array Master Association is holding today. You can come with us." "Okay." Jiyu nodded. An auction held by the Array Master Association. That was indeed possible. He could put his array diagrams up for auction and auction them all off when the time came. A single one of them might not be worth much, but if a whole bunch of them were to be sold, the value would be high. "Then let's go now," Xianxia said. "We came to find you just now to ask if you want to participate in the auction with us." Then, Jiyu and the others came to the Array Master Association again. The number of people at the Array Master Association today was obviously at least twice as much as yesterday. After all, there was an auction today, and many people liked to watch the show. In many cases, the more ordinary the people, the more they liked to watch the intense competition between the rich and powerful families. Jiyu was not very familiar with the Array Master Association, so she followed Xianxia and Xianxia to the auction venue. The venue was very spacious and had a total of 3 floors. On the first floor, there was a large group of ordinary people crowded there like a swarm of bees. On the second floor, there were some VIP rooms that were specially provided for those who were more wealthy. On the third floor, there were the most luxurious suites. Only the big shots of the big families could stand there. Jiyu naturally sat with Xianxia and Xianxia in the luxurious suite on the third floor that was closer to the front. In the middle of the venue, there was a high platform. This high platform was to display the auction items. At this moment, there was already a tall and beautiful woman with a hot figure standing on the high platform. This gorgeous woman was obviously the auctioneer in charge of this auction. Before the auction started, many people's eyes were attracted by this gorgeous woman. "This is the auctioneer in charge of this auction, Ling Yao." At this moment, Xianxia, who was sitting at the side, introduced her to Jiyu. Jiyu only glanced at the gorgeous woman indifferently and did not pay much attention to her. Ding. Host resisted the temptation. Silver level willpower, gained experience, won by 999 times. This Ling Yao seemed to know some kind of charm that could charm men. Most ordinary people would fall for it. However, Jiyu was not an ordinary person. This little bit of charm was like nothing to him. A silver level willpower was no joke. To put it bluntly, he had seen many beauties who were prettier than Ling Yao. Xianxia was a little surprised to see Jiyu's calm demeanor. This Ling Yao's art of seduction was famous. Who knew how many men had been subdued by Ling Yao's pomegranate skirt, but Jiyu was not moved in the slightest. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt. Was this guy really such a gentleman? Although Jiyu and the others were already seated in the VIP room, the auction wasn't going to start yet. "Jiyu, the auction won't start for another hour. You should take this opportunity to have your formation diagrams appraised," Xianxia reminded Jiyu at this moment. "Okay." Jiyu immediately stood up and left the VIP room. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior level movement technique, shadowless lightning flash, obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior level movement technique, shadowless lightning flash, obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. It didn't take long for Jiyu to find the right place. First of all, she had to apply for the right to auction items from the service staff at the front desk. Only after successfully applying for the right to auction items would they be able to put them up for auction. As the auction was about to begin, there were many people applying for the right to auction items. However, she soon discovered that most of the people who applied for the right to auction items were unable to pass. After all, for such an important auction, the items that were put up for auction were definitely going to be quite impressive. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes, it was finally Jiyu's turn. "Sir, may I ask if you also want to apply for the right to auction items?" The service staff in charge of receiving Jiyu smiled politely. Although this young man was quite young, he could very well be a young master from a large family clan. After working as a service staff in the Formation Master Association for so many years, he knew very well that no matter who it was, one couldn't judge them based on their appearance. "That's right." Jiyu nodded. As he spoke, he took out the formation diagrams from his storage ring one after another. Coincidentally, the first formation diagram he took out was a first-grade formation diagram. The service staff immediately furrowed his brows upon seeing this. It seemed that he had misjudged the other party. The other party was just an ordinary youth. Just as he was about to bid farewell to the young man, Jiyu took out a third-grade array diagram. Moreover, it was one of the better formations among the third grade. Seeing this, the service staff forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The following scenes made him even more flabbergasted. He watched as Jiyu took out more than 30 formations in one go, leaving only 5 fourth-grade formations in her storage ring. The attendant could no longer speak normally. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly got up and ran away. "Please wait a moment, young master." He ran into a room and hurriedly said to an old man, "Elder Lin, please come with me quickly." There were still quite a few people in the room. What's going on? To think that Elder Lin would have to step in. Maybe someone used a more advanced array diagram to apply for the right to be auctioned. In response, the service staff immediately replied, "There's a young man who took out more than 30 formations." However, he didn't know much about formations and couldn't completely distinguish the more than 30 formations, so he didn't explain it very clearly. "I'll go take a look first." After the old man called Elder Lin heard this, he didn't show any surprise. After all, those more than 30 formations could be first or second grade formations. Although their value wasn't high, if all of them were auctioned off at wholesale prices, someone would still buy them. Then, Elder Lin and the service staff came to the front desk together. Elder Lin saw the black-clothed youth in front of him and immediately asked, "You're the one who took out more than 30 formations?" "Yes." Jiyu nodded. He could tell that this was probably the formation master that the service staff had invited to appraise the formations. Then, he quietly waited for the other party to appraise them. Elder Lin didn't say anything else and immediately began to appraise the more than 30 formations. After a long time, more than 30 formations were appraised. He was a fourth-grade formation master, so he was very quick to confirm. 11 third-grade array diagrams, 18 second-grade array diagrams, and 5 first-grade array diagrams. Elder Lin said. Slowly. Then, he took a deep look at the black-clothed youth in front of him. "What's your name?" Not to mention the first and second-grade formation diagrams, these 11 third-grade formation diagrams were quite impressive. The application standard for auction items wasn't high. Basically, as long as it was a second-grade formation and above and was of good quality, they would accept it. However, there weren't many third-grade formations that could be accepted. After all, most of the formations that were going to be auctioned at the auction had already been prepared by the Formation Master Guild through their internal channels. And those who specially came to apply for the right to auction items were usually ordinary people. Therefore, there weren't many third-grade formations that could be accepted, and there were basically no fourth-grade formations. However, this segment was still indispensable. Such an important auction couldn't just be a game of competition between the major forces. Those more ordinary or slightly wealthy people had to participate. And this black-clothed youth in front of them actually took out 11 third-grade formations and 18 second-grade formations at once. These 11 third-grade formations were more than all the third-grade formations that they had received from other people combined. Moreover, among these 11 third-grade formations, there were 2 or 3 that were more superior. Elder Lin felt that this black-clothed youth in front of him must be the young master of some major force. However, he didn't have any impression of him at all, so he was very curious. Ji Yu said. Ji, Elder Lin felt that this name was very familiar when he heard it. In the next moment, he suddenly thought of it. This name was clearly the person who had just become an inferior 4th-grade formation master yesterday. After the news spread yesterday, he was shocked at that time. He didn't expect that it was actually this youth in front of him. It was no wonder that he could take out so many formations at once. In that case, these formations were all drawn by you, young master? Elder Lin asked. That's right. Ji replied. The younger generation will surpass us in time, truly the younger generation will surpass us in time. Elder Lin couldn't help but sigh. None of these 30-odd formations were defective, and they were all drawn by the same person. Then, has the right to auction items been approved? Ji asked without changing her expression. Of course, it has been approved. Elder Lin said, these formations will be temporarily handed over to the Formation Master Guild for safekeeping. When the auction starts, they will be auctioned for you, young master. After the auction ends, our guild usually takes about 5% of the processing fee from others, and the higher the value of the auction item, the higher the processing fee. But for you, young master, we can make an exception and only charge you a 3% processing fee. It was obvious that Elder Lin was trying to save her a favor. Ji didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. He didn't know how the auction house charged the service fee. He would do whatever Elder Lin said. Just as Ji was about to turn and leave, Elder Lin said, one more thing. Young master, do you want to auction a grade 4 array diagram? There's no need for that. Ji shook her head. She still had a use for his grade 4 array diagram. Alright then. Elder Lin said, I'll send your array diagram to the auction venue later. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji brought Xiaogu along and left. After that, Ji and Xiaogu returned to the VIP room. You've been gone for so long. Qing Jiangjiang said when he saw Ji walk in. Because there were too many people. With that, Ji sat down. What kind of array diagrams did you auction? Qing Jiangjiang asked curiously, did you auction grade 4 array diagrams too? No, I only auctioned some very ordinary array diagrams. Ji said casually. To him, those array diagrams were indeed very ordinary. However, at this moment, someone barged in. It was a young man in luxurious clothes and an old man in a black robe. Su Mingyuan, what are you doing in our Qing clan's auction room? Qing Jiangjiang said unhappily when he saw the young man. Ji didn't even bother to turn around. She could sense with her soul power that the young man was only at LV8 defensive mystic realm, while the old man in a black robe was only at LV7 Tongxian realm. However, from the looks of it, the other party didn't seem to be on good terms with Qing Jiangjiang. I'm here to tell you that your Qing clan can form an alliance with our Su clan in this auction. The young man named Su Mingyuan said. However, he looked arrogant and didn't have the attitude of someone asking for help at all. There's no need. Qing Jiangjiang rejected him coldly. Su Mingyuan sneered. I knew you would say that. It'll be too late for you to regret it then. The two of you are not welcome here. Please leave. At this time, one of the Qing family elders who came with Qing Yaya and Qing Jiangjiang stood up and said. However, Su Mingyuan was not afraid of that Qing family elder, because the old man beside him was not any weaker than him. At this moment, his gaze landed on the black-clothed youth beside the two women. He asked with concern, who is this guy? It's none of your business. Qing Jiangjiang said coldly. Brat, come over here. Su Mingyuan said to the black-clothed youth in a commanding tone. Ji was annoyed by the noisy fly. Get lost. Su Mingyuan was stunned when he heard the word, get lost. He simply could not believe that this kid who came out of nowhere actually dared to tell him to scram. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Su Mingyuan's face gradually darkened. Just as he was about to explode, the old man at the side suddenly stopped him and whispered something in his ear. He calmed down again. "Brat, you'll see later." Su Mingyuan's eyes were gloomy as he left a ruthless sentence, and then left with the old man. The auction room where the Su family was located was not far away. At this time, Ji shook her head helplessly. It was really strange. Why did all these crooked melons and split dates have to provoke me? "I'm sorry, Ji. That guy just now is the young master of the Su family." Qing Jiangjiang said, "Actually, the Su family's relationship with our Qing family is not bad, but that guy just wants to go against me and my sister. That guy even threatened to take me and my sister as concubines. He's an out-and-out lecher." As she spoke, Qing Jiangjiang began to complain. Obviously, Su Mingyuan brought her a bellyful of anger. "Alright, Jiangjiang, don't say any more." At this time, Xianxia could not help but remind her. Otherwise, if her sister annoyed Ji Gongzi, it would be bad. Qing Jiangjiang also realized that and stopped. Ji did not feel anything, and did not take Su Mingyuan seriously at all. The reason why he did not make a move just now was because fighting was prohibited in the auction. Moreover, he did not want to mess up the auction. After that, if Su Mingyuan did not want to give face, then he would not be merciful. In the following time, the people from the various large powers and clans all arrived one after another. In the end, the time was up, and the auction officially began. The time is up, the auction officially begins. On the high platform, Ling Yao spoke, "I'm the auctioneer presiding over this auction, Ling Yao." The ordinary people on the first floor below the platform all applauded enthusiastically. For a time, all kinds of noise and applause mixed together, causing the hall to be very noisy. Next, the first round of the auction began. Ling Yao was currently using her seductive voice to introduce the functions of the formation diagram in her hand to everyone present. This was only the first round, so it was naturally just an appetizer. First grade formation diagrams, second grade formation diagrams. Among them were the first and second grade formation diagrams that Ji Yu had given to Elder Lin earlier. Although they were only formation diagrams that weren't too valuable, Ling Yao's bewitching voice had increased their value by more than half. After all, there were many rich people present. Moreover, even if they were not rich, some ordinary people with a little money dared to boldly bid. Their goal was very similar, and that was to win Ling Yao's smile. Even if they could not compete with those large powers and clans, they could still bid for these first and second grade formation diagrams. Most importantly, those large powers and clans disdained to bid for these first and second grade formation diagrams. Those people were at least here for the third or fourth grade formation diagrams. However, Su Mingyuan of the Su clan was a little special. He spent a lot of money to bid for many first and second grade formation diagrams purely to attract Ling Yao's attention. Ling Yao also understood this guy, and deliberately said some slightly ambiguous words to this guy. Su Mingyuan became even more enthusiastic. When the first round ended, the accompanying old man finally could not help but remind him, "Young master, please don't forget the purpose of this auction." "Of course I know, there's no need for you to tell me." Su Mingyuan was a little displeased. Regarding this, the old man could only sigh silently in his heart. However, although Su Mingyuan said this, he was actually concerned in his heart. He really should not have squandered so carelessly. Not to mention that his father had given him a mission, he still had to deal with Xianxia and Qing Jiangjiang later, especially that brat. That brat who dared to be arrogant in front of him, he would definitely make him pay the price. The grade 1 and grade 2 diagrams that Ji Yu gave to Elder Lin were all sold at more than half the normal price. What was more interesting was that most of them were bought by Su Mingyuan. Ji Yu immediately felt that this guy was really a fool with a lot of money. At the same time, she had to admit that the woman called Ling Yao was really something. It was no wonder that she could host such an important auction alone. Not only was she good at manipulating the atmosphere, but her every word, action, and smile could also stimulate the men in the hall to bid crazily. The only man who could not be affected by Ling Yao was Ji Yu. Of course, those who had reached the mystic comprehension realm and above would only be slightly affected, but they would not lose their rationality. At the same time, after the end of the first round, the second round of the auction began. The first item of the second round was one of the 11 grade 3 diagrams that Ji Yu gave. It seemed that the second round was about to begin with the bidding for the third grade array diagrams. Although there were many items to be auctioned, there were actually only 5 rounds of the auction. It was not the kind of auction where there was only one item in each round. The first round of the auction was all grade 1 and grade 2 diagrams. The second round of the auction was all grade 3 diagrams. The third round of the auction was said to be more precious and rare array materials. The fourth round should be the grade 4 diagrams that the Array Formation Master Association prepared in advance through their internal channels. As for the fifth round of the auction, it would definitely be the last item. It was said that the grade 5 diagrams were jointly drawn by several grade 5 array masters of the Array Formation Master Association. This was the purpose of those big forces and big families. The auction continued. Ji Yu did not have anything she wanted, so she waited quietly. By the way, are you here to bid for the grade 5 diagrams in the last round? At this time, Ji Yu asked Xianxia and Xinjiang. Nope. Xianxia and Xinjiang both shook their heads. Our Qing family is not willing to spend a sky-high price to compete for that grade 5 diagram. Let the other forces fight for it. Xinjiang said, we just want to bid for some array materials. I see. Ji Yu nodded. He felt that he could also see if he should bid for some array formation materials later. It just so happened that he could use the array diagrams that he had auctioned off as payment. After an unknown amount of time, the second round also ended. In the second round, most of the people on the field were not as impulsive, because if they were impulsive again, they would go bankrupt. Even so, with Ling Yao present, those formation diagrams that were auctioned off in the second round were still slightly overpriced. Then, the third round began. A few people pushed a huge counter onto the stage. All kinds of array formation materials were placed on the counter. Ji Yu glanced over and saw many rare materials that could be used to draw 4th grade array diagrams. There were even a few that could be used to draw grade 5 array diagrams. At this moment, Ling Yao specially took out a few materials from the counter and introduced them one by one. After the introduction, she said, next, these materials will be auctioned together. The starting price is 100,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be lower than 1,000 gold coins. Let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yao smiled sweetly. This smile immediately ignited the atmosphere of the scene. 105,000. 110,000. 120,000. Everyone in the field started bidding. However, these people were basically on the second and third floor. After all, at a price of 100,000 gold coins, it had nothing to do with the ordinary people on the first floor. Ji Yu looked at the materials in Ling Yao's hands. They could all be used to draw a better grade 4 array diagram. These rare materials were usually very difficult to buy in the ordinary market. This also meant that he could start bidding now. 200,000. Ji Yu was not stingy at all and calmly called out the price. When this voice was heard, the field instantly fell silent. Many people were shocked by Ji Yu's bid. F*CK, who is this? She actually directly called out 200,000 from 120,000? From the sound of it, it's coming from the third floor. It seems to be the auction room where the Qing family is. So it's the Qing family. No wonder they're so generous. I'd better give up. After realizing that the voice came from the Qing family's auction room, most people in the field gave up on the idea of continuing to bid. After all, the Qing family was also a big family and was rich. Their main goal was not these materials, so there was no need to snatch them. Moreover, unless it was necessary, they did not want to casually provoke the Qing family. No one wants to bid? Ling Yao shouted, 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. However, at this moment, another voice was heard. I'll bid 300,000. At this moment, almost everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who wanted to compete with the Qing family and had already called out 300,000, however, when they realized that it was young Master Su from the Su family who called out the price, they did not find it strange. After all, they all knew about Su Mingyuan's relationship with the Qing family. Especially Su Mingyuan, who was a hedonistic young master who spent money like water. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I didn't expect young Master Su to compete with the Qing family so soon. I'm very surprised too. I thought that the Qing family and the Su family would at least start competing. In the 4th and 5th round. Su Mingyuan's personality is like that. Just get used to it. At the same time, Su Mingyuan was looking at the Qing family's auction room triumphantly. When he heard that it was that brat who called out the price, he wanted to teach that brat a lesson. He directly increased the price by 100,000 gold coins. That brat definitely could not afford it. However, in the next moment, Jiyu's indifferent voice was heard again from the Qing family's auction room. 500,000. Since Su Mingyuan wanted to play, then Jiyu planned to play along with him. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. What? 500,000? Is he King crazy? Who's the one calling out the price from the Qing family? These materials are not worth 500,000 gold coins. I really don't understand. Maybe this is what it means to be rich. At the same time that everyone was shocked, Su Mingyuan was also shocked. That brat, did he really go crazy? Not only that, even Ling Yao's charming face revealed a shocked expression. Originally, she estimated that these materials would not exceed 200,000 gold coins at most. Now, it had soared to 500,000 gold coins. Moreover, from the voice that came from the Qing family's auction room, it seemed to be a young man. She did not remember that the Qing family had a young master. However, these things did not have much to do with her. She was very happy that the price was so high. Even though Jiyu had raised the price to 500,000, Su Mingyuan was still unwilling to give up. 550,000. Su Mingyuan continued to shout. This time, that kid definitely wouldn't be able to shout anymore. 550,000 was still within the range that he could accept. At this moment, the old man at the side could no longer sit still. However, after thinking about it, he decided to let his young master do as he wished. After deducting 550,000, they still had enough gold coins to use. He also knew that his young master was very prideful. He's still shouting. The Su family is really going against the Qing family. They have money. We'll just watch the show. The attitude of the crowd gradually changed from shock to watching the show. Is that young master of the Qing family going to continue to bid? At this moment, Ling Yao deliberately used an extremely seductive voice to ask. Her goal was very clear. She wanted to provoke the Qing and Su families to bid higher. As for whether the Qing family or the Su family would be tricked in the end, she didn't care. At the same time, in the Qing family's auction room. Jiyu, stop shouting. Xianxia and Xianxia hurriedly tried to dissuade her. It's useless to be angry with that guy. It's okay. I have my own plans. Jiyu said. After Jiyu said that, Xianxia and Xianxia couldn't say anything else. They could only be anxious. 800,000, Jiyu shouted again. The bidding price was getting higher and higher, and the noise in the auction room was getting louder and louder. Everyone thought that the Qing family had really gone crazy. What's wrong with this kid? Su Mingyuan's expression became a little ugly. He hesitated in his heart. Should he continue to bid? If he did, he would lose too many gold coins. However, he didn't want to lose to that kid. At this moment, the old man couldn't sit still anymore. However, just as he was about to persuade him, Ling Yao on the stage spoke first. Young Master Su, if you don't continue to bid, you will lose to the young master of the Qing family. At this moment, not only did Ling Yao use an extremely seductive tone, but she also deliberately showed a trace of disappointment. Her words and expression made Su Mingyuan lose his mind. He didn't want to lose to that brat, and he didn't want to lose face in front of a beauty. The old man at the side turned pale with fright. Based on his understanding of his young master, this time, his young master would definitely go crazy, but it was too late for him to stop it. I bid 1 million. Su Mingyuan shouted angrily without regard for anything else. Silence, the crowd instantly quieted down. No one expected that Su Mingyuan would actually raise the bid to 1 million in a fit of anger, The materials that were worth at most 100,000 gold coins had been multiplied several times, directly to 1 million gold coins. Today was an eye-opener for them. The corners of Ling Yao's mouth curled up slightly. She had only provoked him casually, but Su Mingyuan had really fallen for it. Now, she was wondering if she should continue to provoke that young man from the Qing family. At this moment, Ji Yu was speechless. This guy was really stupid beyond measure. He had been fooled by a woman. In fact, Ji Yu didn't raise the price so high because she wanted to cheat Su Mingyuan. It was just that he had been fooled by Ling Yao. Ji Yu had raised the bid to 800,000 because he had discovered that there was a very rare material among the materials that could be used to draw a fifth-grade array through his purple glazed eyes. But because it hadn't been consecrated, no one else could see it except for him. After all, only he had such a special purple glazed eyes that could see through materials that had been consecrated on the surface but hadn't. With this material, it was barely worth it to raise the bid to 800,000 gold coins. But now that the price had been raised to 1 million gold coins by that idiot Su Mingyuan, Ji Yu felt that it was better to forget about it. There was no need to raise the price anymore, and she wasn't sure if that idiot would continue to go crazy. And even if there was a very rare material hidden inside, the Su family definitely wouldn't be able to find it, so Su Mingyuan couldn't gain any advantage at all. It could be said that he had a net loss of 800,000 gold coins. Next, Ling Yao wanted to use a similar trick to provoke Ji Yu. However, Ji Yu wasn't moved at all and didn't even bother to respond to that Ling Yao. Ling Yao also knew that the young man from the Qing family wouldn't fall for it, so he shouted, 1 million gold coins once, 1 million gold coins twice, 1 million gold coins thrice, deal. Congratulations, young Master Su. Ling Yao said with a smile. Hearing Ling Yao's voice and seeing Ling Yao smile, Su Mingyuan was still very happy. But soon, he would regret it even more than if he had eaten Oreo. On the other side, in the Qing family's auction room, Qing Jiangjiang was excitedly talking to Ji Yu, so you deliberately tricked that guy, you're really good. Don't, I didn't plan on tricking that guy. Ji Yu was a bit speechless, it's that Ling Yao who tricked him. Anyway, no matter what, Su Mingyuan is in trouble this time. Qing Jiangjiang said happily, after wasting this 1 million gold coins, he won't be able to compete with us anymore. After the farce ended, the third round of the auction continued as usual. Then, it was time to auction off the remaining materials. Ji Yu ignored the materials that could only be used to draw third-grade formations. And when it came to the materials that could be used to draw fourth-grade formations or even fifth-grade formations, Ji Yu shouted the most ruthlessly. After the incident with Su Mingyuan, everyone in the auction room deeply remembered the young man from the Qing family's auction room. As long as it wasn't a material that they needed, they would directly give up once that young man shouted a price. Because that young man was really too scary, he made young Master Su so miserable. Su Mingyuan, who realized that he had suffered a huge loss, just sat there lifelessly. He didn't say anything, nor did he try to compete with Ji Yu. Even if Su Mingyuan still wanted to compete, the old man at the side would definitely stop him even at the cost of his life. As a result, Ji Yu would always bid for the materials she wanted at a very reasonable price. Ling Yao wasn't too happy. She was even more concerned about that young man from the Qing family. She seriously suspected that the reason why that young man fought to the death with Su Mingyuan was because of this situation. She even suspected that not only was Su Mingyuan being used by that young man, but she was also being used by that young man. However, in reality, Ji Yu didn't have any thoughts at all. From the beginning to the end, he was just bidding for the things that he wanted normally. If Ji Yu knew what Ling Yao was thinking, he would probably be completely speechless. He clearly didn't do anything, but these guys inexplicably thought of him like that. Unknowingly, the third round of the auction had also ended. Ji Yu had won quite a few array formation materials, all of which could be used to draw fourth-grade and fifth-grade array formations. The price was also quite reasonable, making him quite satisfied. He also realized that it was because of the competition with Su Mingyuan that allowed him to win these materials so easily. The fourth round is about to begin. There aren't many items to be auctioned in this round, only 3 fourth-grade array formations. Ling Yao smiled sweetly. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, 3 scrolls appeared on the auction table. First, Ling Yao picked up the first scroll. This scroll was dark purple in color. The first scroll is an upper-grade 4th-grade defensive array personally drawn by our Array Master Guild's Elder Ling. It can set up the defensive array Jadewater Green Armor Array. Ling Yao introduced the array formation's functions in detail. The Jadewater Green Armor Array, even among 4th-grade defensive arrays, is a relatively high-grade array formation. Once this array formation is activated, it can at most withstand the full power attack of a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Next, everyone can start bidding. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be lower than 5,000 gold coins. As his voice fell, people from various large powers began to fiercely bid. After all, this Jadewater Green Armor Array could withstand the full power attack of a cultivator at the Spirit Profound Realm. And on the surface, the Shattering Army Empire did not have any cultivators at the Spirit Profound Realm, so this Jadewater Green Armor Array was an extremely good life-saving method. 310,000. 350,000. 400,000. The bidding became more and more intense. In the end, it was won by Xianxia at a price of 1,500,000 gold coins. From the looks of it, Xianxia and Xianxia's goal in participating in this auction was the Jadewater Green Armor Array. And Jiyu did not participate in the bidding. His own cultivation was at the Spirit Profound Realm, so he did not need this Jadewater Green Armor Array. Moreover, he would not compete with Xianxia and Xianxia. But he also gained some benefits. Ding. Host has taken a look at the upper-grade 4th-grade defensive array formation Jadewater Green Armor Array, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the upper-grade 4th-grade defensive array Jadewater Green Armor Array. That was to comprehend all kinds of information regarding the Jadewater Azure Armor formation through the system. This time, Su Mingyuan felt even more uncomfortable. Others had spent more than 1,000,000 gold coins to buy a defensive formation that was very useful, while his 1,000,000 gold coins were just a pile of useless trash. At this moment, he hated that brat in the Qing family's auction room to the bone. He felt that it was that brat who had caused him to become so miserable. He had been deliberately set up by that brat. The second scroll was created by a mysterious formation master. It's a superior 4th-grade auxiliary formation, the teleportation formation. At this moment, Ling Yao started to introduce the second formation diagram. After setting up the teleportation point, you can use this formation to teleport to any teleportation point within the limits of the formation. The starting price is 400,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be lower than 5,000 gold coins. Although Ling Yao purposely didn't mention the maximum range of the teleportation array, the people from the major powers had a rough idea of the actual range of the teleportation array. After a round of bidding, the final price was set at 1.85 million gold coins. Because this type of auxiliary formation was relatively rare, its price was slightly higher than that of the defensive formation, the Jadewater Armor formation. Ding. The host has taken a look at the superior 4th-grade auxiliary formation diagram, the teleportation formation, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the superior 4th-grade array, the teleportation formation. This time, Jiyu still benefited from it. Next was the last formation diagram of this round. The third scroll was drawn by a young man named Jiyu during yesterday's formation master examination, the inferior 4th-grade array, the Burning Earth Flame formation. Although its grade isn't as high as the previous two formations, only being inferior 4th grade, its actual quality isn't inferior to that of a middle-grade 4th-grade array. Moreover, it was created by that kind of formation genius. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be lower than 3,000 gold coins. Everyone, please begin. Ling Yao emphasized that formation genius. This name could raise the price of this Burning Earth Flame formation by quite a bit. 230,000, 230,000, 250,000. In the end, the bidding price was raised to 1,390,000 gold coins. This price was much higher than the normal price of an inferior 4th-grade array, and it wasn't much lower than that of the Jadewater Armor formation. The reason why the price was so high was because the person who drew this formation diagram was a genius young man. The faction that won this formation diagram would have a better chance of befriending that genius young man. If they really befriended him, the benefits would be endless. Ji didn't expect that the burning earth flame formation he drew would be auctioned by the Formation Master Guild. He also didn't expect that this inferior 4th grade array would be auctioned at such a high price. However, since it was auctioned, he would be able to obtain 97% of the 1,390,000 gold coins, which was beneficial to him. Therefore, it didn't matter to him. Finally, the auction came to an end. The 5th round of the auction, which was also the finale, was about to begin. Now, let's begin the final round of the auction. After Ling Yao finished speaking, many guards appeared in the surroundings of the arena. Especially one of them who was at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Obviously, this was to prevent people from causing trouble at such a crucial moment, or even stealing treasures. At the same time, it could be seen how important this final round of the auction was. Then, Ling Yao displayed the item for this round of the auction. It was a scroll with golden edges, and one could see the golden light flickering on it. This is the final auction item for this year's auction. Compared to before, Ling Yao was much more serious now. This is the superior 5th grade defensive formation diagram, 5 Suns Defense Formation, which was drawn by the Formation Master Guild's president, vice president, and various elders. This formation can easily defend against the attack of a Spirit Profound Realm expert, and its range is extremely wide. However, it requires at least 5 martial artists at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm to work together in order to activate this 5 Suns defense formation. It is very suitable to be used as a defensive formation to protect clans and sections. I believe that many of the important figures here are here for this 5 Suns defense formation. Our Formation Master Guild has shown our sincerity by bidding for this formation diagram at a price lower than the superior 5th grade array diagrams obtained through other channels. The starting price will be 3 million gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 gold coins. This time, Ling Yao didn't use any methods to provoke the crowd. Perhaps the value of this 5 Suns defense formation was so high that he didn't need to stir up the atmosphere or stimulate the auction. After all, many of the great powers and clans present were here specifically for this 5 Suns defense formation. Ding! Host has taken a look at the superior grade 5 defensive array diagram 5 Suns defense array, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the superior grade 5 defensive array diagram 5 Suns defense array. Looking at the array diagram in Ling Yao's hand, Jiyu comprehended it once again. The starting price of the 5 Suns defense array was 10 times higher than the 4th grade array diagram. Other than the powerful families on the 3rd floor, no one dared to participate. Just the starting price alone was 3 million, the final price would definitely be at least a few million. Not those powerful families, but they really couldn't afford to compete. 3,500,000. 4 million. 5 million. There weren't many people bidding, but each one was fiercer than the last. In the blink of an eye, the bidding price had reached 5 million and above. Other than the Qing family and a few other families, the other families were bidding, and the Su family was also in the list of competitors. The reason why Su Mingyuan came to the treasure appraisal convention this time was mainly because his father had specially instructed him to get the 5 Suns defense array for the finale. Originally, the blue merchant card that his father gave him contained 15 million gold coins, and there was a high chance that he would be able to get the finale array diagram this time. However, after his previous squandering, there were only 12 million gold coins left in the blue merchant card. Whether or not he could get the 5 Suns defense array was another matter. If his father knew that he had squandered gold coins like that, he would definitely be punished when he returned. Su Mingyuan gritted his teeth, hoping that he could successfully get the 5 Suns defense array this time. When the bidding went up to more than 7 million, he began to bid 8 million. Hearing that it was Su Mingyuan's voice, everyone started to discuss. Isn't that Su Mingyuan? After wasting so many gold coins on him previously, he can still compete for this 5 Suns defense array? Who asked the Su family to be a wealthy family? It wouldn't be a problem for them to take out 10 million gold coins. However, although the Qing family isn't participating this time, the Su family still has many strong competitors. It's really hard to say who will get the 5 Suns defense array in the end. Just as the crowd was discussing, someone immediately shouted a higher price. 8,500,000. Su Mingyuan did not back down. 9 million. 9,800,000. 10 million. 15 million. Another 3 big shots from different forces raised the bidding price step by step without any hesitation. Su Mingyuan felt very anxious, but he only had 12 million gold coins on him. He could only increase it slightly. 16 million. As soon as he called out the price, someone else immediately followed up. 11 million. 5 million. 12 million. In less than 3 seconds, the bidding price had reached Su Mingyuan's limit. He hardened his heart, gritted his teeth and said, 12. 6 million. These were all the gold coins he had on him. If this still didn't work, then it would be completely over. He kept praying in his heart that no one would continue to raise the price. At this moment, Ling Yao felt that it was about time, so he began to speak. 12,600,000, going once, 12. 6 million going twice, 12. 6 million. At this moment, Su Mingyuan began to rejoice in his heart. He was about to succeed, however, in the next moment, his hopes were instantly dashed. 14 million. A middle-aged man's deep and domineering voice came from a certain large forces auction next door. Hearing this bid, Su Mingyuan instantly fell into despair. The others also stopped bidding. 14 million was too high. They couldn't keep up. 14 million going once, 14 million going twice, 14 million going thrice, sold. Ling Yao said with a smile. The final price of the 5 Suns defense array was 4 million more than what the Array Master Association had expected. Hearing that the bidding price of 14 million had been settled, Su Mingyuan felt even more uncomfortable and almost vomited blood. If he hadn't squandered his gold coins like that, 15 million gold coins would have been enough to buy the 5 Suns defense array. The auction came to an end. The people from the other forces were chatting politely. Jiyu, on the other hand, left the auction venue after receiving the materials that he bought. As for the gold coins that he had to pay for the materials, they were all offset by the array diagrams that he sold. After the offset, he still got close to 1 million gold coins. After all, he sold a total of 1 4th grade array diagram, 11 3rd grade array diagrams, 18 2nd grade array diagrams, and 5 1st grade array diagrams. The total price of the array diagrams added up to a huge amount. He returned to Fenglin Courtyard in the Qing Mansion to rest for a day. The next day, he went to the Array Master Association again to participate in the Array Master class. The reason why the Array Master class was scheduled for the day after the auction. It wasn't a coincidence. It was because those who could participate in the Array Master class were those who had a certain amount of gold coins in the auction or those who had a high enough status. Jiyu had sold more than 2 million gold coins in the auction yesterday. Moreover, he had sold the array diagrams that were worth more than 3 million gold coins. It was far more than what was required to participate in the Array Master class. He found an empty corner to sit down and quietly listen to the Array Master class. Ding. Host has listened to the Array Master class for 1 minute. Array Master gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has listened to the Array Master class for 1 minute. Array Master gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After more than an hour, the Array Master class ended. Jiyu could feel that she would soon break through to become a 5th grade Array Master. Her harvest this time was not bad. At the same time, she also understood the uses of many unorthodox materials. After the end of the Array Formation class, Jiyu left the Array Formation Guild and planned to leave the Shattering Army Empire. The Bedlam Lands was located in the northwestern part of the southern region. After crossing the Shattering Army Empire, he would arrive at the Bedlam Lands. The Fringe was the best place to hone one's strength. When the time came, Jiyu would try her best not to let Xiaogu help her, unless it was a matter of life and death. If he blindly relied on Xiaogu, then he would probably be able to do as he pleased in the entire southern region. That would be meaningless, and it would be difficult to improve himself. After making her decision, she bid farewell to the Qing clan and the others. Then, Jiyu left the royal city and the shattering armory empire. However, not long after he left the royal city, suddenly, he felt as if someone was following him. Ding. Host has used soul perception, soul strength experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Through her soul perception, Jiyu sensed that the other party was an old man in his twilight years. Then, she sensed more clearly. Only then did she realize that it was the old man who had been following Su Mingyuan during the auction. His cultivation was at the 7th tier of the Tongxian realm. Jiyu did not need to think too much about this. The other party was definitely here to find trouble with her. At the same time, Xiaogu also sensed the old man following her. However, she acted as if nothing had happened, because she knew that Jiyu could easily deal with that old man. Jiyu did not even turn his head. Instead, he activated his mental strength, and the small golden sword instantly appeared around him. Ding. Host has activated mental strength, gold level mental strength experience gained, 1 by 999 times. With a single thought. Like an arrow, the small golden sword rapidly flew towards the old man's hiding spot. Ding. Host has used gold sharp blade, gold level mental strength experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Only now did Jiyu know that the small golden sword's real name was Gold Sharp Blade. At this moment, the old man, who was hiding in the dark, only saw a golden light flash before his eyes. Then, his mental strength and willpower suddenly collapsed. A perfectly fine person's mental strength and willpower collapsed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Jiyu had already walked far away, because he knew that the old man would not be able to reverse the situation. After testing the power of the gold sharp blade, he felt quite satisfied. Martial artists below the spirit profound realm would probably not be able to withstand his gold sharp blade. As for those above the spirit profound realm, although their mental strength had improved by leaps and bounds, they should not be able to completely defend against this gold sharp blade. They would more or less be affected. The gold sharp blade and the eye technique purple glazed divine light were both formless and terrifying killing moves that targeted mental strength. Due to the remote location of the bedlam, it was quite a distance away from the vanquishing army empire. Jiyu was carried by Xiaogu, and it took almost a day to reach the bedlam. At this moment, in front of Jiyu was a small and broken city wall. It gave off an ancient aura. Broken city walls were everywhere. All of them were only a few dozen meters long. He did not know what had happened here before. Why did it become like this? Ding. Host has taken a step. Upper Earth rank movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Upper Earth rank movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu walked step by step through the ruins. Poor wanderers could be seen everywhere. There weren't many houses in the vicinity that were barely habitable. Ding. Host has used soul perception, soul strength gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu used his soul strength to sense. He found that most of the wanderers were only at the tempered body realm, and there were not many who were at the defensive profound realm. At this time, Jiyu was wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Was this really the bedlam? Jiyu took out the map and looked at it carefully again before he found his current location. He then found that he had accidentally wandered into the slums of the bedlam. Moreover, this slum was the ruins of a small city. Jiyu casually found a local poor person and asked about it before she found out. 100 years ago, this small city was invaded by the people of the bedlam. They burned, killed, looted, and plundered everything. The few who survived did not know where to go because this place was too remote. Most of the survivors chose to stay here and prolong their lives. The small number of people who managed to escape might have been killed by the poisonous insects and exotic beasts on the way. Fortunately, after the invasion 100 years ago, this place was almost completely plundered. The people of the bedlam no longer cared about this place, and very few people came here again. The survivors all sold everything they had, and even tore down the city walls to exchange for money from the merchants who passed by. Until now, that was why the city walls looked like they were in sections, not neat and short. In another 10 years, they would be torn down by the local poor people. Jiyu was not a kind person. the life and death of the poor people here had nothing to do with him. He would not use his own money to help these people he did not know. After asking, Jiyu casually threw a gold coin to the poor man he had just questioned. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, the poor man was overwhelmed. As of the poor people of the Bedlam, he had never seen a gold coin before. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." He hurriedly and gratefully. This one gold coin was enough for him to eat and drink well for a long time. "Young master, please wait a moment." But just as Jiyu was about to directly pass through the ruins, the poor man suddenly called out to him. "What else do you want?" Jiyu turned around and asked. "I have a secret that is not really a secret. I wonder if young master is interested." The poor man said in a small voice. He wanted to use this method to repay this young master's kindness. "Speak." Jiyu was really interested. In the ruins of the city lord's mansion, there are treasures left behind by the last city lord. The poor man said in a small voice, "It is said that at the last moment of the city's destruction, the last city lord sacrificed all of his lifespan to form a sealing formation, sealing all of the most precious treasures inside. Until now, no one has been able to break that seal, not even those invaders. But in fact, in addition to that sealing array, there is a weaker seal located under the ruins of the city lord's mansion. After more than 100 years of washing, that sealing array has become much weaker. For young master, breaking that sealing array shouldn't be a big problem. Other than me, not many people know about that sealing formation underground, and they will not easily tell outsiders. Although the treasures inside are quite ordinary, they are still good for young master. In any case, the poor man would not be able to break that sealing formation underground for the rest of his life, so he might as well tell this young master in front of him. Regardless of whether the other party was interested in those treasures or not, he would still repay the favor. As for those precious treasures in the sealing formation, he just mentioned them in passing. It was not that he looked down on this young master, but it had been more than 100 years, and no one had been able to break that sealing formation. After hearing the poor man's words, Jiyu became interested in that sealing formation. He really wanted to see a formation that no one had been able to break after so many years. Then, Jiyu casually rewarded the poor man with 2 gold coins. The poor man was instantly moved to tears and was very grateful. Receiving 3 gold coins from this young master, he did not have to worry about making a living for a year. According to what the poor man had said, Jiyu had arrived at the ruins of the city lord's mansion. Among the ruins, there was only one ancient building that was still standing strong. The building was surrounded by a formless array. This was clearly the sealing array that the poor man had mentioned. Ding. Host has taken a look at the 5th grade sealing array, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the 5th grade sealing array. Jiyu had comprehended the 5th grade sealing array at first glance. She had also comprehended the method to break the array. This sealing array was able to prevent anything from entering the array's range. Other than breaking the array, the only way to break the barrier was through brute force. To break the barrier of the 5th grade sealing array, one would need to be at least at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Although Xiaogu was there, Jiyu did not want to rely on Xiaogu unless she had no other choice. Although he needed to become a 5th grade array master to be able to break this array, he was not far from that now. Jiyu still remembered that the poor man had said that there was a weaker sealing array under the ruins. Once he broke that weaker sealing array, he might be able to break through to become a 5th grade array master with the help of the system. Thinking up to this point, Jiyu began to use her soul strength to sense the location of the sealing array. Ding. Host has used soul perception, soul strength gained experience, 1 by 999 times. In the next moment, Jiyu sensed that the weaker sealing array was right under her feet. Ding. Host has used the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Art, Solitary Slaughter Fist Art. Solitary Slaughter Fist Art gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Art, Solitary Slaughter Fist Art has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. After that, Jiyu directly punched the ground under her feet and cracked it open. She even broke the sealing array underneath. Ding. Host has taken a look at the 3rd grade sealing array, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the 3rd grade ceiling array. Ding! The host has cracked the 3rd grade ceiling array. Array formation attainment has gained 999 times the experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the inferior 5th stage array master. With the 999 times array formation mastery experience gained from cracking the grade 3 ceiling array, Jiyu instantly broke through to become an inferior grade 5 array master. This also meant that he could break open the grade 5 ceiling formation. But at this moment, the ground beneath his feet collapsed. Jiyu landed on the ground. It was a good opportunity to collect all the treasures hidden here, regardless of whether they were valuable or not. After going down, they found that there was a secret chamber below. Most of the things in the secret chamber were placed on the side, so only a few things were pressed down by the collapsed stones. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to care about the things that were suppressed. Ding! The host has activated the gold level spiritual power. The experience gained from the gold level spiritual power is 1 by 999 times. He immediately activated his spiritual power and stowed everything into his storage ring. Then, he jumped out of the big hole above. Jiyu then walked to the grade 5 ceiling formation from before and prepared to crack this grade 5 ceiling formation. Jiyu, I can break this thing with one punch. At this moment, Xiaogu suddenly spoke. No need, I can do it myself. Jiyu smiled. A few minutes later. Ding! The host has cracked the grade 5 ceiling formation. The experience gained from the array formation attainment is 999 times the experience gained. Although the cracking method was a little troublesome, Jiyu's cracking speed was still very fast since she was familiar with the method. At this moment, the invisible barrier in front of her disappeared instantly. Jiyu could now enter. She directly pushed open the door and entered the building. She saw gold, silver, jewelry, pills, artifacts, formation diagrams, secret manuals, materials. There were all kinds of treasures everywhere. However, Jiyu didn't have the time to examine them carefully. She directly put them all into her storage ring. Ding! The host has activated the gold level spiritual power. The experience gained from the gold level spiritual power is 1 by 999 times. After putting away all the treasures, Jiyu left the building. It wouldn't be long before this building was torn down by the slums. At this moment, Jiyu had already left the ancient city ruins. According to the map, after leaving the ancient city ruins, she still had to pass through a desert before she could reach the only prosperous city in the Bedlam lands, the Bedlam city. In such a harsh Bedlam, the desert was naturally full of dangers. Not only did she have to be careful of poisonous insects and mutated beasts, but she also had to be careful of humans. After all, most of the humans in the Bedlam lands were extremely evil. There were very few slums like the ancient city ruins, as well as young talents like Jiyu who came here to train. People like Jiyu were naturally very few. After all, even a profound Ascension Realm cultivator couldn't guarantee their safety in a place like the Bedlam lands. Ding! Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior grade Shadowless Lightning Flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. While walking in the desert, Jiyu looked at the things he had received from the storage ring. Apart from those gold, silver, and jewelry that he didn't need to care about, he roughly swept through the rest of the items. Pills, formation diagrams, artifacts, and the like. Most of them were of the 3rd rank, and a few of them were of the 4th rank. There were also many profound rank and even earth rank mystic skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. The value of these treasures was very high, and there were so many of them. This time, Jiyu could be said to have struck it rich overnight. First, Jiyu took out 2 of the 4th rank artifacts from the storage ring. One was a long spear that flickered with silver light, while the other was a thin green robe made of special silk. These 2 were both of the 4th rank artifacts. The one that attracted Jiyu's attention the most was the long spear that flickered with silver light. Whether it was the spear or the handle, they were all silver. Actually, the most important thing was that he was very interested in the way of the spear. It was just that he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with the way of the spear. Let's call it the pure silver spear. Jiyu looked at the silver spear in his hand and thought to himself. Then, he looked at the thin green robe in his other hand. As for the other one, let's call it the thin green silkworm robe. Jiyu thought of a name for these two artifacts. Right at this moment, Jiyu suddenly realized that she had missed a piece of paper and had not noticed it. Only then did he realize that this piece of paper was somewhat familiar. Ding! Host has taken a look at the third volume of the King Rank Cultivation Method Sky Splitter, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the third level of the King Rank Cultivation Method Sky Splitter. Jiyu was pleasantly surprised. This piece of paper that he had accidentally found was actually the third volume of the Sky Splitter Cultivation Method. He had been stuck at the second layer of the King Rank Cultivation Art Sky Splitter for a long time, and his physique had also stopped at the 9th grade spirit body. This time, his constitution finally broke through to the Xian body. The mysterious heavenly continents physiques were divided into the following categories: mortal physique, spiritual physique, mystic physique, monarch physique. Jiyu didn't know if there was a higher level of physique after that. The Xian body was above the spirit body. Now, Jiyu had automatically broken through from the 9th grade of the spirit body to the 1st grade of the profound body after comprehending the third layer of the heaven splitter technique. Ding! Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 525 by 999 times. Ding! Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 525 by 999 times. Jiyu tried to cultivate for a while, and sure enough, her cultivation efficiency improved. Just as he was about to start upgrading the third stage of the Sky Splitter technique, he suddenly sensed that someone was rushing towards him from the side. Ding! Host has used spiritual perception. Spiritual perception experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Using his spiritual perception, he realized that it was a young woman being chased by a group of black-robed people. The young woman's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th grade of the defensive profound realm. The other group consisted of a young man and 4 middle-aged men. Apart from the young man who was only at the 9th grade of the defensive profound realm, the other 4 middle-aged men were all at the Tongxian realm. Although he didn't know the reason, the young woman was probably being chased. However, Jiyu didn't want to care about this trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. In a place like the Bedlam lands, almost everyone was an enemy. Meddling in other people's business wasn't a wise thing to do. Jiyu pretended that he didn't notice anything and continued to walk forward. As he walked, he prepared to upgrade his technique. Not long after, the young woman and the 5 black-robed people that Jiyu had just sensed appeared in his line of sight. The young woman and the 5 black-robed people naturally noticed Jiyu and Xiaogu, who was beside Jiyu. The young woman saw hope. Her eyes flashed as she charged towards the black-robed youth. After getting close to the black-robed youth, she directly hugged him. "What are you doing?" However, Jiyu blocked the young woman's head with one hand, preventing her from touching him. The young woman in front of him had fiery red hair, and her black clothes wrapped around her curvaceous figure. Her beauty was naturally top-notch. However, compared to the beauties that Jiyu had seen before, this young woman in front of him paled in comparison. "Husband, it wasn't easy for me to get that thing. Aren't you going to give me a hug?" At this moment, the young woman suddenly acted coquettishly and said. Hearing this, Jiyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What the hell was this? However, Jiyu quickly reacted. This woman was probably being chased by the 5 black-robed people because she had taken something. Now, she wanted to frame him so that she could escape. He glanced at the 5 black-robed people chasing after him. As expected, they also had a strong killing intent towards him. However, how could he let such a bad woman succeed? Get lost. Jiyu's face darkened. Ding. Host swept his leg. Low-grade yellow rank Gale Kick, experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the inferior yellow-ranked Gale kick has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. The kick was aimed at the woman's abdomen. The woman did not have time to react, let alone dodge. Cough. Blood spilled from the woman's mouth as she was sent flying. She fell to the ground and rolled a few times. She looked at Jiyu in shock. She did not expect this young man in black to suddenly attack. She also did not expect this young man in black to be so strong. Jiyu glanced at the woman with a cold and emotionless expression. He did not use any strength in that kick, and it was not something a mere peak level 9 defensive Mystic Realm person could withstand. Then, he turned and left. He left behind a sentence. I have nothing to do with her. You can continue. When the 5 black-robed men heard this, they only grabbed the woman and did not dare to act rashly against Jiyu. Although they did not know where this young man in black came from and how he could subdue this woman so easily, it was fine as long as the item was still there. Hand it over obediently. The young man among the 5 men in black grabbed the woman's hair and threatened her. The woman showed a pained expression. But in the next moment, her lips curled into a cold smile. Observing this, the 5 black-robed men immediately realized that something was wrong. *T. At this moment, they sensed that a group of people was rushing towards them in an aggressive manner. Grab her, let's run. The young man hurriedly said. But it was too late. Soon, a group of people surrounded them. Are these the reinforcements you called for? The young man's face was covered in cold sweat as he asked the woman. Only then did he realize that the woman had escaped from his hands. The red-haired woman dragged her injured body to the group of people. Mississippi, the 7 Tongxian realm experts on horseback greeted her respectfully. But at this moment, they realized that there was something wrong with their miss. Miss, what happened to you? Why are you injured? Who did this? It must be those fellows from the Sioux family. Let's go and avenge the young miss. The 7 immediately glared at the 5 black-robed men. Now is the time to run. The young man ordered. The other 4 black-robed men immediately fled with the youth. Chase. However, just as the 7 people were about to give chase, he was stopped by the red-haired woman. Cough, cough. Don't chase after him. It's fine as long as we get what we want. The red-haired woman coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and weak. Miss, are you all right? The 7 of them had no choice but to obey and check on their young miss's condition. I'm fine. Someone else caused me to become like this. The red-haired woman explained. Who are they? Let's hurry up and bring the things back. We'll talk about it on the way back. At the same time, Jiyu was already far away. Naturally, he could sense that those people were all at Tongxian realm and above. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be that woman's accomplice. As for those 5 black-robed men, they were probably doomed. However, this matter had nothing to do with Jiyu. He couldn't be bothered to go back and deal with that woman again. Not long after, Jiyu encountered a 3rd-grade demonic beast that was equivalent to a human martial artist at Tongxian realm. It was a huge scorpion that was 2 to 3 meters long. Its stinger flickered with poisonous light. He didn't know the name of this demonic beast. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold grade spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu took out the pure silver spear from the storage ring. He could use this poisonous scorpion to improve his spear Dao. Ding. Host has fired a shot. Basic spear technique experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, basic spear technique has successfully broken through to initial success realm. Ding. Congratulations host, basic spear technique has successfully broken through to mastery realm. Ding. Congratulations host, basic spear technique has successfully broken through to perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations host, basic spear technique has successfully broken through to peak of perfection realm. Ding. Detected that basic spear technique has reached perfection realm. Automatically upgraded to inferior yellow rank spear technique, psychedelic spear technique. Jiyu swung the spear in his hand and broke the poisonous scorpion's pincers. Although he didn't use much strength, the grade 4 artifact, the pure silver spear, was extremely sharp. It easily broke through the poisonous scorpion's tough skin. After the two pincers were broken, the poisonous scorpion lost one of its main means of attack. It could only use its stinger to attack Jiyu. Ding. Host has used inferior yellow rank spear technique, psychedelic spear technique. Psychedelic spear technique experience gained, 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, inferior yellow rank spear technique, psychedelic spear technique has successfully broken through to initial success realm. However, Jiyu swung his spear again and broke the poisonous scorpion's tail. This time, the scorpion's two main means of attack were gone. It had almost lost its ability to attack, and could only charge forward and bite. However, how could Jiyu give the scorpion a chance to bite him? Ding. Host has used the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art. Hallucination spear art obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art has successfully broken through to the mastery level. On the third shot, the pure silver spear in Jiyu's hand destroyed the scorpion's head. The scorpion's legs struggled a few times, but its head was already gone. It was too late. Not long later, the scorpion lost all signs of life. Its poisonous blood was corroding the desert below. After that, they encountered many second and third stage demonic beasts, but they were all destroyed by Jiyu's pure silver spear. Ding. Host has used the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art. Hallucination spear art obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has used the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art. Hallucination spear art obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art has successfully broken through to the mastery level. Ding. Congratulations host, the inferior yellow-ranked spear art hallucination spear art has successfully broken through to the mastery level. Ding. It has been detected that the hallucination spear art has reached the mastery level. It has automatically upgraded to the intermediate yellow-ranked spear art traceless spear art. Along the way, Jiyu's spear art kept on breaking through. It directly upgraded to the intermediate yellow-ranked spear art. At this time, Jiyu was about to leave the desert and reach Chaos City. Only when he saw more and more buildings around him did he know that he had arrived at Chaos City. However, this was still a desert, but there were no more demonic beasts around, and there were more people than before. To be precise, this should be the border between the desert and Chaos City. Jiyu continued to move forward. The desert on the ground became less and less, and the surrounding buildings and people became more and more numerous. Jiyu suddenly felt a little puzzled and used his soul force to feel around. Ding. Host has used soul perception, soul strength experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In the end, he discovered that there were no city walls in the vicinity. But Jiyu took another look at the map. She was indeed in the Chaos City. It was just that this was a slightly more remote area. From the looks of it, the city of chaos had no walls at all. Compared to normal towns and cities, the pandemonium was a bit strange. Don't underestimate the pandemonium just because it was the capital of the Kanglan Empire. It was at least 3 times larger than the capital city of the Kanglan Empire. Compared to the entire Kanglan Empire, pandemonium was about 1/4 the size of the Kanglan Empire. This was considered very large for a capital city. Inadvertently, Jiyu passed by a mansion. He saw many laborers transporting things into the mansion. Jiyu looked up and discovered that they were in the Yao residence. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a somewhat familiar aura. He subconsciously turned around and saw the red-haired woman he met in the desert. "It's you?" At the same time, the red-haired woman saw Jiyu and exclaimed in surprise. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Jiyu spoke as if he was an old acquaintance of the other party. "It's him." The red-haired woman immediately pointed at Jiyu and said with a gloomy expression, "It's this guy who injured me before." As soon as she said this, the 7 Tongxian realm experts beside the red-haired woman immediately erupted with intense hostility toward Jiyu. "You're the brat who injured our young miss?" Brat, do you know who our young miss is? Today, we'll make you pay a price. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Tongxian experts dismounted from their horses and surrounded Ji Yu menacingly. At the same time, the laborers who were transporting the goods deliberately slowed down, as if they wanted to watch the show for a while longer. They did not know how this young man in black offended Miss Yao, but they knew that this young man in black was going to be very, very miserable. Those were 7 Tongxian realm experts. Just the thought of it was terrifying. You want to fight with me? However, Ji Yu's expression was still calm and even had a trace of a smile. It was as if he did not care about the 7 of them at all. Not only do we want to fight with you, but we also want to cripple your cultivation and break your tendons. That's too boring. Why don't we just chop off all 4 of his limbs and put him in the pigsty as a pig? He, that's not a bad idea. We can make this brat suffer a fate worse than death. Before they even made a move, those people had already thought of how to deal with this black-clothed youth in front of him. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, the young man in black said calmly. A silver spear appeared in his hand. Oh? You still want to resist? I'll go and take care of him first. One of the 7 Tongxian experts walked towards Ji Yu with a ferocious smile on his face. Such a young brat, how high could his strength be? He alone was enough to take care of him. However, before he could take 2 steps, he realized that the black-clothed youth had disappeared. Following which, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Ding! Host has executed the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art. Traceless Spear Art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations host, the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art has broken through to initial mastery. That person's head was pierced through by Ji Yu's pure silver spear and he fell to the ground, dead. The other 6 Tongxian realm men were still in a daze. Their expressions were still frozen on their faces from a second ago. In the next moment, they regained their senses and their expressions froze. Even the laborers who were carrying the goods around were stunned in place. All of them stared at Ji Yu in disbelief. This youth. Who exactly is he? All of you will be buried together with him. Ji Yu pointed her spear at the 6 Tongxian realm experts and said indifferently. Ding! Host has executed the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art. Traceless Spear Art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Host has executed the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art. Traceless Spear Art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations host, the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art has broken through to mastery. Ding! Congratulations host, the yellow rank intermediate level spear art Traceless Spear Art has broken through to perfection. Ji Yu, 1 person and 1 spear, used various methods to kill the remaining 6 people. Just as the 6 Tongxian realm experts had the thought of escaping, they lost consciousness. Seeing this, the laborers who were carrying the goods also fled in all directions without a care for the consequences. They all thought that this black-clothed youth was an enemy of the Yao residents and could possibly destroy the entire Yao residence. They hastily cut ties with the Yao manor and ran as far as they could. However, Ji Yu completely ignored these strong laborers. She turned to look at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman was so scared that her face turned pale, and her legs trembled slightly. I wanted to hand you over to those black-robed men, but I didn't expect you to survive. Ji Yu said indifferently, if that's the case, then I'll personally deal with you this time. No. Don't. The red-haired woman felt weak all over and immediately sat down on the ground. His face was filled with fear and despair. At this moment, she was filled with regret. If he hadn't called out to her just now, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. No. From the very beginning, she shouldn't have come into contact with this young man, however, it was already too late for her to regret. In response, Ji Yu's eyes were filled with indifference. He walked in front of the red-haired woman without a change in expression, and without hesitation, he pierced the other party's throat with his gun. Ding! Host has performed the middle-class yellow spear art Traceless Spear Art. Traceless Spear Art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations host, middle-class yellow spear art traceless spear art. Traceless spear art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding. Detected that traceless spear art has reached perfection. Automatically upgraded to upper-class yellow spear art vanishing spear art. After killing the red-haired woman, Jiyu sensed that there were people running inside the Yao Manor's main gate. It was obvious that the people of the Yao clan had seen what had just happened and were running to report to the Yao clan's patriarch or elder. Thinking of this, Jiyu immediately walked toward the Yao clan's residence. In the past, he wouldn't exterminate other people's clans. But later on, he realized that this would always lead to more trouble. Although those troubles were easily dealt with, they were more or less annoying. So this time, Jiyu planned to eliminate those people in the Yao clan's upper echelons who didn't know what was good for them. Before entering the Yao clan's residence, Jiyu also took the red-haired woman's storage ring. He remembered that this woman was being chased after because she took something. Although he wasn't sure what it was always a good idea to take it. Those laborers who hadn't run far discovered that the black-clothed young man didn't pay any attention to them and directly walked into the Yao clan's residence. They immediately felt very fortunate that this young man didn't take them seriously. At the same time, they were deeply moved. Today, the Yao clan that dominated this area was going to suffer a bloody calamity. Inside the Yao family mansion. In a pavilion. The Yao family patriarch, Yao Yunshan, was playing chess with the great elder. Patriarch. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the leisurely and peaceful atmosphere. What happened? Yao Yunshan frowned and asked in a low voice. Miss, the man ran over and stuttered because he couldn't catch his breath. It's good that Liner is back. You can leave. Yao Yunshan said calmly. Yao Yunshan thought that the man was going to say that his daughter was back. He didn't find it surprising at all. He had sent 7 mystic comprehending realm elders to support her. There shouldn't be any accidents. However, his opponent's next sentence made his hand, which was about to pick up the chess piece, freeze in midair. Young Miss was killed. The man finally finished his sentence. What did you say? Yao Yunshan was so agitated that he smashed the chess table with his palm. Miss was killed, by a young man in black. The man really stuttered this time. He was so frightened by Yao Yunshan's appearance that he stuttered. Where is she? Yao Yunshan asked with a gloomy expression. Just as the man was about to speak, he heard a young man's voice. Are you talking about me? Hearing this voice, the man's expression changed. He turned his head with a stiff expression and found that it was indeed the young man in black from before. Yao Yunshan also looked at the young man and realized that this young man was the same as what his subordinate had described. He had also admitted it. You're the one who killed my daughter? Looking at the young man in black, Yao Yunshan's heart was instantly filled with uncontrollable rage. Ding. Host has made a move. Superior Earth Rank Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding. Host has made a move. Superior Earth Rank Movement Technique Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained experience, won by 999 times. He saw Jiyu holding a silver spear and walking over with an indifferent expression. It's me. Jiyu said calmly, it seems that you want to kill me too. The 7 elders of our Yao family were also killed by you? Yao Yunshan's last shred of rationality made him feel that something was wrong. This young man was too calm, so calm that it was abnormal. In order to survive in the fringe, he had to rely on his instincts. Jiyu nodded slightly, as if confirming an insignificant fact. I understand. Yao Yunshan's expression gradually turned ferocious. Great Elder, let's attack together. No matter what, he would never let this young man go. The enmity of killing his daughter was absolutely irreconcilable. The Great Elder nodded solemnly. Although he couldn't see through the true strength of this black-clothed youth in front of him, he felt that it was very likely that this black-clothed youth wasn't any weaker than him, so he had to be cautious. Jiyu's expression did not change at all. He did not put the 3 people in front of him in his eyes at all. Excluding the lackey who was only here to deliver the news, the Yao clan's clan head and grand elder were only at LV9 Tongxian realm. As for these 2 people, Jiyu could easily destroy them. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow ranked spear art Vanishing Shadow Spear art. Vanishing Shadow Spear art has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow ranked spear art Vanishing Shadow Spear art. Vanishing Shadow Spear art has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the superior yellow ranked spear art Vanishing Shadow Spear art has successfully broken through to initial success realm. Before the person appeared, the cold light of the spear tip appeared. Before Xianxia could see Jiyu's figure, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, his abdomen had been pierced. Fortunately, he had used profound qi to protect his body from the start. Otherwise, the power of this spear would have been enough to break his waist. After all, this Vanishing Shadow Spear art was only a superior yellow-ranked mystic spear art. If the spear art was of a higher grade, with the difference in cultivation between Jiyu and Xianxia would have been dead. Although the opponent's speed was shockingly fast, the battle-hardened Xianxia was not intimidated. His reaction was very fast. He immediately grabbed the spear that had pierced his abdomen and pulled it out with brute force, ignoring the intense pain in his abdomen. At this moment, Xianxia decided to attack as a form of defense. He would use his greatest killing move and risk everything to kill this young man. A treasured saber appeared in Xianxia's hand. The treasured saber emitted a bone-chilling cold. At this moment, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. The little lackey who had reported earlier immediately hugged himself and squatted there, trembling. In less than a second, he felt like he was about to freeze to death. This was the first time he had experienced what it meant to be a fight between immortals and mortals. He could only hope that the patriarch and the great elder could get rid of the youth as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really freeze to death here, unable to run even if he wanted to. Is this your strongest technique? Jiyu seemed to have seen Xianxia's determination. However, in his eyes, this strongest technique was a little too weak. Seeing the trace of contempt in the other party's eyes, Xianxia could not help but be slightly stunned. However, he still held the treasured saber tightly in his hand. His determination would not waver. Forget it, I don't have the leisure to slowly play with you. Jiyu slightly shook his head and said, next, I will send you on your way. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow-ranked spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow-ranked spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, superior yellow-ranked spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu casually shot Xianxia and knocked him to the ground. Xianxia didn't even have the time to use his strongest killing move before he was seriously injured by Jiyu's Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Even though the Yao family's great elder hadn't been attacked by Jiyu before, he didn't dare to act rashly when he saw this. Jiyu's spear pierced through Xianxia's heart, killing him completely. Then, without any nonsense or hesitation, he directly rushed towards the Yao family's great elder. Seeing that the situation was not good, the great elder immediately wanted to run. But no matter how he ran, he couldn't outrun Jiyu. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow-ranked Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow-ranked spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique obtained 999 times proficiency experience. The great elder, who only knew how to escape and didn't have any defense, directly stabbed his heart from the back. Although it wasn't completely pierced through, the great elder was still hanging on to his last breath, but it was no different from death. Goodbye. Jiyu lightly said. Once again, he used the spear and completely pierced through the opponent's heart. Ding. Host has used the superior yellow-ranked spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique obtained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, superior yellow-ranked spear technique vanishing shadow spear technique has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. At this time only the lackey was left alive. He was completely dumbfounded. His family's patriarch and great elder didn't even have the strength to resist in the hands of this black-clothed youth. The two strongest experts of the Yao clan were easily killed by a young man. Who would believe him if he told them? Even he, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, could not believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. This was simply too shocking. Right at this moment, a calm voice jolted him awake from his shock. "Oh, you too." It was as if he had heard the whispers of the devil. His face was instantly filled with fear and despair. In the next second, a silver spear pierced through his head. The people who should be killed were basically all killed. Jiyu acted as if nothing had happened and leisurely walked out of the Yao family residence. Along the way, he encountered some Yao family disciples, but he directly ignored them. These irrelevant people, who were practically powerless, were not worth Jiyu's time. There was no need for Jiyu to attack these people. Those Yao family disciples did not know who this black-clothed youth was. They had never seen him before. However, they only paid a little attention and did not pay much attention to him. After all, they did not know that their eldest miss, several elders, and even the patriarch had been killed by this black-clothed youth. Otherwise, they would not have been able to walk past this black-clothed youth so calmly. That day, what happened in the Yao clan spread quickly. In an instant, it caused a commotion in the nearby area. The Yao clan was the strongest clan in this area. Putting aside the patriarch's daughter, the patriarch Yao Yunshan and great elder were both experts at LV9 of the Tongxian realm. The other elders would not be too far off either. But today, they were all killed by a young man. This also meant that the young man's martial cultivation was at least at LV9 Tongxian realm. He must have all kinds of mystic skills and might even be a spirit profound realm expert. For a young man to be this strong, it was inconceivable to everyone. Under normal circumstances, those who could break through to the Tongxian realm before reaching adulthood were considered super geniuses in the Chaos City. But now, a young man who was at least at LV9 Tongxian realm or above appeared. This was simply a huge shock to them. At night, in a tavern. I don't know if you have heard. Today, a group of important figures in the Yao clan were massacred. Moreover, they were all killed by a black-clothed youth. How could I not have heard of such a huge matter? Although that young man is very capable, he probably won't be able to last for long. The Yao clan has the backing of a powerful force in the central district. Really? If that's true, then they won't be able to last for long. Those powerful forces in the central district are many times more terrifying than the Yao clan. This time, that young man killed the entire upper echelon of the Yao clan. This is equivalent to harming the interests of those powerful forces in the central district. When that happens, this matter will be blown up even more. A few tables of guests were discussing the big matter that happened today. However, Jiyu happened to be separated from these people by a wall. At this moment, Jiyu was drinking tea and resting in a private room. In addition, his hearing was much sharper than normal people's, so he could clearly hear what the people in the room were saying. He didn't really care about what these people were saying about him. However, he received a rather interesting piece of information. That was what these people were saying. The Yao clan had a powerful faction in the central region behind them. The chaotic city was so huge, but it was roughly divided into two regions. The remote regions and the central region. Right now, Jiyu was in the most remote part of the chaotic city. The more remote a place was, the lower the average strength of the cultivators. This was also why the Yao clan was able to dominate this area. Of course, even if this place was very remote and the average strength of the cultivators was low, the Yao clan couldn't dominate this area as they pleased. Another important reason was that the Yao clan had an even more powerful faction behind them. In Jiyu's opinion, the Yao clan and the powerful faction in the central region couldn't possibly have an equal relationship. It should be that the Yao clan was relying on the powerful faction in the central region. To put it bluntly, they were the underlings. As for the benefits that the Yao clan reaped here, that powerful faction would naturally take the lion's share. Now that Jiyu had killed almost all of the Yao clan's upper echelons, the Yao clan's dominant position would no longer exist. Unknowingly, they had even offended the powerful faction there. However, Jiyu didn't really care. On the contrary, he felt that it was quite good. Because this was more exciting. When the time came, he could just sweep his way through. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any challenge at all. After resting, Jiyu brought Xiaogu back to the room that he had rented to sleep. The next day, Jiyu didn't stay here any longer. He directly set off for the central region. Since he had provoked an even more powerful faction, he might as well go and take a look. He called for a first-class carriage. The horse was handsome and powerful, and its speed was much faster than that of a normal horse. Just like that, Jiyu and Xiaogu sat in the carriage together and headed to the central region. Ding! Host has used spiritual perception. Spiritual perception obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Before setting off, Jiyu casually used his spiritual perception and found that there were people secretly monitoring him. But now that he was in the carriage, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those people. After all, they were just a bunch of clowns who could only hide in the dark. It was not worth mentioning at all. Then, the carriage set off. Along the way, Jiyu began to raise the level of her king-rank cultivation technique, Sky Splitter. Ding! The host has read the 3rd volume of Split the Sky for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of Split the Sky is 1 times 999 times. Ding! The host has read the 3rd volume of Split the Sky for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of Split the Sky is 1 times 999 times. Half a day later, when the carriage reached the center of Chaos City, Jiyu finally got out of her trance. During this period of time, although Jiyu hadn't been able to break through to the 3rd stage of Heaven Splitter, his physique had already broken through to the 2nd grade of the Profound Body Realm. Ding! Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial Arts Cultivation experience gained, 540 by 999 times. Ding! Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial Arts Cultivation experience gained, 540 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations host, Martial Arts Cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. After trying to cultivate for a while, as expected, his cultivation speed had increased again. And very quickly, Jiyu broke through to the middle stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu, I feel like I'm going to break through soon. Right at this moment, Xiaogu, who was eating candy at the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Breakthrough? Jiyu was momentarily stunned. Are you talking about yourself? Yes. Xiaogu nodded slightly. Jiyu remembered that the last time she looked at Xiaogu's demonic power, Xiaogu was already at the 9th level of the 5th level. Now, Xiaogu suddenly said that he was about to break through. This also meant that Xiaogu's demonic power would soon reach the 6th level. Jiyu thought about it again. The 4th level of demonic power was equivalent to the Spirit Profound Realm for human warriors. The 5th level of demonic power was equivalent to the Human Profound Realm for human warriors. Then, the 6th level of demonic power was equivalent to the Earth Profound Realm for human warriors. Jiyu wasn't sure about other things. Only the Earth Profound Realm for human warriors. Jiyu was sure that there wouldn't be any Earth Profound Realm cultivators in the entire southern region. Not to mention the Earth Profound Realm, the southern region might not even have a Human Profound Realm that was 1 realm lower. This was enough to prove that Xiaogu was currently in existence that no one in the entire southern region could match. You'll break through today? Jiyu asked with concern. The only thing that worried him was that Xiaogu's demonic power had reached such a level. Would there be any difficulties or calamities in breaking through? Nope. Xiaogu shook his head and said, I feel like it'll take a few more days. At this moment, Xiaogu pretended to speak like an adult and said earnestly, my demonic power has already broken through to the 6th level, and you're still at the Spirit Profound Realm for human beings. You have to work hard. Yes, Jiyu smiled helplessly. This guy was really a monster. His demonic power breakthrough speed was really fast. Most importantly, he didn't even need to cultivate. He could increase his demonic power just by breathing. But to be honest, he did need to work harder. His current strength was already in the upper echelons of the southern region. But if he looked at the entire mysterious heavenly continent, the spirit profound realm was still far from enough. Above the spirit profound realm, there was the human profound realm, earth profound realm, sky profound realm. There were even more realms that he couldn't touch. Jiyu still wanted to pursue higher realms and not be satisfied with the current situation. Young master, we have reached the central area. At this moment, the coachman outside the carriage spoke. All right, please stop for a moment. Jiyu said. After that, Jiyu and Xiaogu alighted from the carriage. It could be seen that the surrounding scene was much more prosperous than the remote area. The average strength of the martial cultivators was also much higher. Basically, the weakest martial cultivator was at the defensive profound realm. There were also many Tongxian experts. After all, in a place like this, those who weren't strong enough could only be servants or slaves. Those servants and slaves didn't have the mood or time to appear on the streets. Even if they worked themselves to death every day, they might not even be able to get a meal. Surprisingly, the atmosphere here didn't seem too bad. Along the way, they didn't see many people committing crimes. It was probably controlled by the various large factions here, and they were controlling this place on their own. Of course, the control wasn't very strict. Because at this moment, Jiyu saw with his own eyes a man who had a stall being killed in a single stroke in front of everyone. The surrounding people seemed to be used to it. They only came to watch for a while before dispersing. To them, this was already a small matter. Ding! Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Host has taken a step. Earth rank superior movement technique shadowless lightning flash gained experience, won by 999 times. As Jiyu carried a silver spear on his back and was dressed in black, this impression was very obvious. After walking for a while, he realized that more and more people seemed to be staring at him. Ding! Host has used soul perception, soul strength experience gained, won by 999 times. Jiyu purposely used her soul force to sense the surroundings. She discovered that not only were there people spying on her, there were also many Tongxian realm experts gathered in the dark. There were even 2 spirit profound realm experts. After discovering these people, Jiyu was not afraid. I noticed you guys a long time ago. Stop sneaking around and come out. Jiyu stopped in her tracks and said. All of a sudden, the auras of those people became somewhat chaotic. Obviously, they did not expect to be discovered by Jiyu so quickly. After that, those people gradually walked out from the shadows. Brat, you do have some skills. I didn't think that you would be able to discover me. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. He seemed to be the leader of these people. At the same time, he was also one of the 2 spirit profound realm martial artists that Jiyu had just sensed. Just by looking at their words and actions, Jiyu knew that they were here to cause trouble for her. This way, there was no need to talk nonsense. Jiyu directly pulled out the pure silver spear on her back and pointed the spear at those people. Something was wrong. At this time, Jiyu suddenly realized. The number of people in front of her was different from the number that she had sensed with her soul force. It was less than half. And the other spirit profound realm martial artist had not appeared yet. Where did the rest of the people go? Jiyu was a little curious. She once again used her soul force to sense her surroundings. Ding! Host has used soul perception, soul strength experience gained, won by 999 times. This time, Jiyu suddenly realized that the other half of the people were all in the dark behind her, as if preparing to appear. The next moment. Just as expected. The other half of the people appeared. The leader was a gray-robed old man whose cultivation had reached the spirit profound realm. At this time, in front of and behind Jiyu, there were about 20 to 30 people on each side. There was a spirit profound realm old man in each side. As for the rest, their cultivation was all above the Tongxian realm. This kind of lineup could be said to be very valiant. When these 2 groups of people appeared, the nearby ordinary people all ran away, as if they all knew that these people were not to be trifled with and should not be approached. Jiyu suddenly felt that she had a lot of face. The big powers here had just started and they had already sent such a strong lineup to deal with her. In that case, he naturally couldn't disappoint him. But just as Ji Yu was about to show her skills, the black-robed old man in front of her suddenly spoke. The black-robed old man frowned. "People from the Green Cloud Gang, why are you here?" Green Cloud Gang? Ji Yu did not know much about the powers in this chaotic city. She only heard that this Green Cloud Gang should be a gang. She still did not understand what was going on. "Do you still need to ask?" "Of course we are here to stop your Black Water Gang," the gray-robed old man behind Ji Yu slowly said. "Are you planning to become enemies with our Black Water Gang?" The black-robed old man's face gradually darkened and his tone gradually became cold. "When were you not enemies with us?" The gray-robed old man smiled faintly and said. After listening to the conversation between the two old men, Ji Yu had a rough idea of what was going on. These two old men belonged to the Green Cloud Gang and the Black Water Gang respectively. They should be the major powers in the center of Chaos City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people in the Spirit Profound realm. Both sides were enemies. And from the two old men's words, the one who wanted to find trouble with Ji Yu was the Black Water Gang. The Black Water Gang should be the Yao family's backer. And the Green Cloud Gang was here to stop the Black Water Gang. In other words, the Green Cloud Gang was here to help him. Although there was the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," Ji Yu wasn't too sure yet. At the same time, the black-robed old man had already understood the Green Cloud Gang's intentions. He seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a while, he still decided to temporarily retreat. "Kid, today's matter won't end so easily." Before retreating, the black-robed old man warned Ji Yu. "Wait." At this time, Ji Yu suddenly spoke up. "En?" The black-robed old man looked back at Ji Yu with some doubt. The Green Cloud Gang people were also puzzled. The Black Water Gang people had already temporarily given up. What else did this kid want to do? "Did I say I was going to let you go?" The corner of Ji Yu's mouth slightly raised, and she smiled. When these words came out, both the Green Cloud Gang and the Black Water Gang people were stunned. "Kid, I advise you to not be ungrateful." The black-robed old man quickly regained his senses and said with a displeased expression, "Don't think that with the Green Cloud Gang people here, this old man is afraid of you." In his opinion, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to fight to the death with the Green Cloud Gang people here, how could this kid have the right to speak? On the other side, the Green Cloud Gang people also felt that this kid was too ridiculous. They helped this kid out of goodwill, but in the end, this guy wasn't willing to let the Black Water Gang people go. If the Black Water Gang people really got angry and started a fight, they weren't willing to fight to the death for this guy. "Young man, listen to my advice. Don't fight to the death with the Black Water Gang." The gray-robed elder of the Green Cloud Gang couldn't stand it anymore and immediately sent a message to Ji Yu. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Ji Yu replied indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he had never asked those people from the Clear Sky sect to help him. Instead, it was those who rushed out on their own. As for the Black Water Gang, since they wanted to cause trouble for him, he wouldn't let them go so easily. Hearing Ji Yu's reply, the gray-robed old man couldn't help but shake his head. If it wasn't for the gang leader's orders, he wouldn't have brought anyone here. Originally, he was quite interested in this young genius, but after coming into contact with him, he immediately felt a little disappointed in this young man. This young man's talent and strength might be extremely high, but he was too arrogant and domineering, not putting others in his eyes. However, this kind of situation was very normal. After all, young people were full of vigor. He didn't intend to lend a helping hand for now. He wanted to let this young man suffer a little and reduce his arrogance. When this young man's life was in danger, he would save him. Less nonsense, let's do it. Ji Yu was too lazy to listen to the black-robed old man's nonsense. He directly held the pure silver spear and rushed into the crowd of the Black Cloud Gang. Ding! Host has used the superior Earth-rank Shadowless Thunder Flash. Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Oh no, seeing this, the gray-robed old man of the Clear Sky sect suddenly shouted in his heart. He didn't expect this young man to be so reckless and stupid to directly rush into the crowd of the Black Cloud Gang. It seemed that he had to make a move now. Otherwise, in a few seconds, the young man would most likely lose his life. All of you, go. Don't let that young man be killed. the gray-robed old man immediately ordered his subordinates behind him. However, before the rest of the Clear Sky sect could react, Jiyu had already rushed into the crowd of the Black Cloud Gang. Ding! Host has used the superior yellow rank spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding! Host has used the superior yellow rank spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique. Vanishing Shadow Spear technique has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations host, the superior yellow rank spear technique Vanishing Shadow Spear technique has successfully broken through to the greater perfection stage. Ding! Detected that the Vanishing Shadow Spear technique has reached the perfection stage. Automatically upgraded to the inferior profound rank spear technique Cold Chill Spear technique. He saw that Jiyu didn't first look for the spirit profound realm black-robed old man. Instead, she reaped the Tongxian realm martial artists one by one as if she was cutting grass. At the same time, her spear technique also obtained a breakthrough and advanced to the inferior profound rank Cold Chill Spear technique. Each of Jiyu's spear strikes left no trace and were incomparably swift. Those Tongxian realm martial artists simply couldn't block or even see Jiyu's spear technique. They didn't even have the strength to resist and were all dealt with by Jiyu. Among them, there was no lack of Tongxian realm martial artists. At most, they couldn't withstand 3 to 5 of Jiyu's spear strikes. This was because they didn't even have the time to prepare. When the black-robed old man regained his senses, he was the only one left alive. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, the black-robed elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He brought so many people, all of whom were above the Tongxian realm, but in the blink of an eye, they were all killed by this young man? It seemed that this young man's cultivation was at the spirit profound realm. The black-robed elder quickly calmed himself down and started to take this young man seriously. At the same time, on the other side, the people from the Green Cloud Gang were all dumbfounded. Even the gray-robed elder was shocked. With this young man's shocking performance, he felt that this young man's martial strength was definitely not weaker than his. At this moment, the gray-robed elder's impression of Jiyu completely changed. He no longer felt that Jiyu was young and frivolous, arrogant and despotic, because this young man really had strength. When a person with strength acts pretentiously, that is awesome. Next, it's time to send you on your way. Following that, Jiyu pointed the pure silver spear in his hand at the black-robed elder. Today, this old man will properly meet you. The black-robed elder did not show any weakness. Although the subordinates he brought were all killed by the opponent, he was not affected too much. After knowing this young man's strength, he actually wanted to fight with this young man, and see if he could thoroughly investigate this young man's true strength. Jiyu did not say anything and directly charged at the black-robed elder. At this moment, the pure silver spear in his hand became even whiter, emitting waves of cold air. Ding! Host used the low profound rank spear art Cold Spear art. Cold Spear art obtained 999 times experience. Facing Jiyu's spear, the black-robed elder did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He immediately used his best defensive mystic skill to block Jiyu's spear. A faint red translucent barrier appeared around the black-robed old man. Although it had blocked Jiyu's spear attack, a crack had appeared on it. At first contact, the black-robed elder could feel that the young man in front of him was indeed at the spirit profound realm. But the specific realm did not seem to be very high, probably just broke through to the first level of the spirit profound realm not long ago. Realizing this, the black-robed elder was delighted. He was at the peak of the first level of the spirit profound realm. In terms of cultivation, he had the advantage. However, what the black-robed old man didn't expect was that he only had a slight advantage over Jiyu in terms of cultivation. Ding! Host has performed the high-level profound rank spear art Cold Spear art. Cold Spear art has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Host has performed the lower profound rank spear art Cold Spear art. Cold Spear art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the profound class inferior spear art Cold Spear art has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. At this moment, Jiyu's continuous attacks completely destroyed the red barrier around the black-robed old man. Following the shattering of the defensive profound skill, the black-robed elder took advantage of the opening when Jiyu retracted her spear, and immediately sent a palm strike towards Jiyu's abdomen. He used all his strength in this palm strike. The other party would definitely not be able to resist in time and would definitely suffer heavy injuries. This is bad. The gray-robed old man at the back realized that the situation was not good. That youth had been caught, and that palm strike was an earth-rank palm art. However, Jiyu, who had the amethyst eyes, had a dynamic capturing ability, reaction speed, and other aspects that far surpassed ordinary people. The black-robed old man's seemingly ferocious palm strike, in Jiyu's eyes, was as slow as a child playing house. Ding! Host has performed the high-level Earth-rank Shadowless Thunder Flash. Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times experience points. Jiyu used her movement technique and easily dodged the black-robed old man's palm strike. What? The black-robed old man originally thought that his palm strike would at least injure the other party, but it didn't feel like it had hit the other party at all. He simply couldn't believe that the other party could actually dodge like this. I have something good for you. At this moment, Jiyu said. Hearing the voice, the black-robed old man subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. It just so happened that his eyes met with Jiyu's. It was a pair of eyes that flickered with a purple light. Ding! Host has used the eye technique Purple Glazed Divine Light. Purple glazed eyes gained experience points, won by 999 times. The moment Jiyu's eyes met the black-robed old man's, she immediately used the eye technique Purple Glazed Divine Light. This was the first time she had used the eye technique Purple Glazed Divine Light. She didn't know if the effect would satisfy him. At this moment, the black-robed old man felt a piercing pain in his eyes. In the depths of his mind, countless streaks of purple lightning were wreaking havoc, threatening to destroy the heavens and earth. He knelt on the ground in agony, as if he was experiencing hellish torment. Seeing the black-robed old man in such a state, Jiyu could sense that his mental strength and willpower were continuously weakening. It was even on the verge of collapse. It seemed that the eye technique Purple Glazed Divine Light was quite effective. If she used both the eye technique Purple Glazed Divine Light and the Golden Blade at the same time, both of them were mental attacks, so there should be a stacking effect. Ding! Host has used the Golden Blade. Gold-level mental strength gained experience points, won by 999 times. At this thought, Jiyu decided to experiment on the black-robed old man and use the Golden Blade at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a small golden blade pierced through the black-robed old man's head. The black-robed old man's mental strength and willpower completely collapsed. He knelt on the ground and wailed in agony. It was obvious that he had completely lost the ability to fight. Right now, he could only be at the mercy of others. The black-robed old man no longer had the slightest ability to fight, let alone resist. Ding! Host has used the low profound rank spear art Cold Spear Art. Cold Spear Art has obtained 999 times of experience. Jiyu walked over and casually fired his spear, sending the black-robed old man to meet the King of Hell. The scene in front of them caused the Green Cloud gang members to be shocked. They basically did not see what method the youth used to make the Spirit Profound Realm old man from the Black Water gang suddenly enter a state of madness. Only the gray-robed elder, whose cultivation was at the Spirit Profound Realm, was barely able to see a little of it. He seemed to have seen a golden light just now, but he did not know what method it was. And before that golden light appeared, the Black Water gang guy was already abnormal. He could not help but sigh. This youth was really a terrifying and mysterious existence. Do you have anything else? At this time, Jiyu turned around and looked at the so-called Green Cloud gang members. The Green Cloud gang members did not dare to say a word. Only the old man in gray robes spoke carefully. Our gang leader wants to cooperate with young master. Cooperate? Jiyu frowned slightly. You'd better get out of my sight before I make a move. He was not interested in cooperating at all. In this chaotic land, there was no one who could make him afraid. Why should he cooperate with a gang that he did not even know? He was already very merciful that he did not take care of the Green Cloud gang along with them. Hearing the other party's words, the old man in gray robes did not dare to say anything else. This youth was really not easy to get along with. Since he could not get along with him, he must not force it to avoid inviting a fatal disaster. Let's hurry and leave. The old man in gray robes ordered the others to leave. After a while, the Green Cloud gang members all disappeared from Jiyu's sight. Because they were very afraid that the youth would kill them all if he was unhappy, they fled very quickly. Jiyu did not take the Green Cloud gang members to heart. After that, he collected the storage rings on the Black Water gang members. This was called collecting the spoils of war. After that, Jiyu left with Xiaogu. As if what happened here had nothing to do with him. Ding. The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the Superior Earth Step Shadowless Lightning Flashes, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the Superior Earth Step Shadowless Lightning Flashes, 1 by 999 times. While walking, Jiyu was still checking the storage rings she had looted from the Black Water gang members. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. First, Jiyu opened the storage ring she had obtained from the black-robed old man. That black-robed old man was at least at the spirit profound realm, so the treasures in his storage ring should not be bad. He opened the storage ring to take a look, only to find that the space inside the storage ring was extremely clean. There was almost nothing inside. He took a closer look and saw that there was an old and tattered piece of yellow paper lying in the storage ring. What is this? Jiyu was just about to take out the incomplete piece of yellow paper from her storage ring when the sound of a system notification suddenly sounded in her head. Ding. The host has taken a look at the Land of Extreme Frost treasure map, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully comprehended the Land of Extreme Frost treasure map. After taking it out, Jiyu found that the incomplete piece of yellow paper was blurry and hard to understand. However, the system triggered the 999 times comprehension ability, allowing him to directly comprehend this Land of Extreme Frost treasure map. All the details of the entire treasure map appeared clearly in his mind. Land of Extreme Frost treasure map. This should be a good thing. Jiyu secretly thought in his heart. Since he had this Land of Extreme Frost treasure map, then when the time came, he would definitely make a trip to the Land of Extreme Frost. This treasure map was enough to prove that there were extremely precious treasures in that place. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gold level spiritual power has successfully broken through to the initial stage. Next, Jiyu opened the rest of the storage rings one by one. After taking a rough inventory, he put these storage rings into his original storage ring. After that, Jiyu found an information broker in a dark corner, intending to ask for information. What information does the young master need? That information broker asked with a smile. Where is the specific location of the Black Water Gang? Jiyu directly asked. Black Water Gang? Does the young master want to join the Black Water Gang? The information broker asked curiously. Because the Black Water Gang was one of the top forces in the central area of the Chaos City, usually no one would ask about this. Don't talk nonsense. Jiyu's expression was slightly displeased, obviously somewhat impatient. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this person. Although Jiyu's attitude wasn't very good, the information broker wasn't angry. The information broker didn't dare to lightly offend the customer, and hurriedly told Jiyu the specific location of the Black Water Gang. If the young master really wants to join the Black Water Gang, it's best to, then, the information broker kindly reminded him. However, halfway through, he discovered that the young man with the little girl just now had disappeared. According to the information provided by the information broker, Jiyu headed towards the Black Water Gang. Now that the Black Water Gang wanted to make a move on him, he naturally would not let them go. Along the way, Jiyu took out all the elixirs from the storage rings he had obtained from the Black Water Gang members and consumed them. Ding. Host has consumed a second-grade pill. Martial Cultivation has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has consumed a third-grade pill. Martial Cultivation has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation technique to suppress the commotion caused by the breakthrough. Ding. Host has circulated the King rank cultivation technique Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter has gained 999 times experience. Most of these pills were only Tier 2 and Tier 3 pills. Only a few of them were Tier 4 pills. So after consuming so many pills, Gu barely broke through 2 small realms and reached the peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But Gu did not only have these pills. He still had the pills he obtained from the ancient city ruins. Thinking of this, he took out those pills and consumed them all. Ding. Host has consumed a third-grade pill. Martial Cultivation has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has consumed a fourth-grade pill. Martial Cultivation has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The pills obtained from the ancient city ruins were completely different. There were more of them and their quality was generally higher. Consuming all of them in one go allowed Gu to continuously break through to the late stage of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. He was quite satisfied with the speed of his cultivation. With his current strength, fighting against a martial cultivator at the third level of the Spirit Profound Realm was a piece of cake. It was even possible for him to fight against a martial cultivator at the fourth level of the Spirit Profound Realm if he gave it his all. However, this time, he had relied on medicinal pills to break through so many cultivation realms, so he had to stabilize his foundation for quite some time. At this time, Gu had already arrived at the Black Water Gang's location. This was really near a river with black water. No wonder it was called the Black Water Gang. This black water river seemed to contain a very valuable substance, which was why the Black Water Gang was able to occupy this place. Even the gang was named Black Water. Gu walked unscrupulously to the place where the Black Water Gang members were stationed, as if she had entered a place where no one was around. Who are you? At this time, a member of the Black Water Gang who was patrolling nearby saw Gu and immediately scolded her. I'm here to kill you. Gu said straightforwardly. That was indeed his goal. Those patrolling people couldn't help but be stunned. This brat who came out of nowhere actually said that he wanted to kill them. They seemed to have heard a very funny joke, and when they came back to their senses, they all started laughing. I'm going to die of laughter. Is this brat dreaming? Brat, scram back to where you came from. Hurry up and scram. We don't have time to play around with you. Those people didn't put Gu in their eyes. They were in a good mood today, otherwise, they would have already made a move on this reckless brat. Gu didn't say anything else, and was prepared to kill these people who were talking nonsense. From the beginning, she could sense that the 5 people in front of her were only at the 8th or 9th level of the defensive Profound Realm. Ding. Host has used the low Profound rank Spear Art Cold Spear Art. Cold Spear Art obtained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has used the low Profound rank Spear Art Cold Spear Art. Cold Spear Art obtained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the low Profound rank Spear Art Cold Spear Art has successfully broken through to the Mastery Realm. The long spear in Gu's hand flashed with a cold light, and the cold air penetrated the bones. With a few quick strikes, she killed all 5 of them. At the same time, the Cold Spear Art also broke through to the Mastery Realm. However, the commotion here also attracted the attention of the other members of the Black Water Gang. More and more people rushed out from various buildings, and many of them were of the Tongxian realm. Where did this guy come from? How dare he cause trouble in our Blackwater gang? Damn it, those 5 brothers were actually killed by this brat. Kill that brat and avenge our brothers. A group of people held their weapons and aggressively charged towards Jiyu. Ding. Host used soul perception, soul power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu used her soul power to sense and realized that the group of people in front of her were only defensive Profound Realm and Tongxian Realm martial practitioners. The Blackwater gang had 3 Spirit Profound Realm martial practitioners, 2 at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm and 1 at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. However, they did not appear. But for now, it was better to eliminate this group of people first. Ding. Host used the low Profound rank Spear Art. Cold Spear Art gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host used the low Profound rank Spear Art. Cold Spear Art gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, low Profound rank Spear Art. Cold Spear Art has successfully broken through to the Perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations host, low Profound rank Spear Art. Cold Spear Art has successfully broken through to the Perfection realm. Ding. Detected that Cold Spear Art has reached the Perfection realm, automatically upgraded to middle Profound rank Spear Art. Frost Star Spear Art. Jiyu held the pure silver spear in her hand and charged into the crowd with an imposing manner that could sweep away 1,000 soldiers. Not a single person could withstand one of her spear. In less than 10 seconds, only half of the hundreds of people were left. The rest were all easily killed by Jiyu. The 3 Spirit Profound Realm martial practitioners who did not appear previously seemed to be unable to remain calm at this moment. Kid, who are you? One of them wore a black robe and had the strongest aura. His cultivation was at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm, the highest in the entire Blackwater gang. Obviously, this person should be the gang leader of the Blackwater gang. Luoxing. You heard the name Luoxing from the information dealer before. Previously, he might have taken this Luoxing seriously. But now that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he did not need to put Luoxing in his eyes. You don't need to know who I am because you're going to die soon. Jiyu said indifferently. Looking at the black-clothed youth in front of him, Luoxing's expression was somewhat ugly. He had already guessed that the person in front of him was the young man who had made a move on the Yao family. Before this, he had never thought that this young man's strength would be so strong. I wonder what happened to the 20 or so people led by the vice gang leader. Could it be that they were also? No, it shouldn't be. In any case, the vice sect leader was at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. No matter how weak he was, he would not have been killed by this young man. Gang leader, let's go take care of that brat first. At this moment, the other 2 men who were at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm spoke up beside Luoxing. Yes. Luoxing nodded solemnly. It just so happened that he could send his subordinates to investigate the true background of that young man. After receiving the sect leader's nod, the 2 men at the Spirit Profound Realm immediately used their movement techniques to rush towards Jiyu. Seeing that the 2 guys at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm wanted to go first, Jiyu decided to end the battle quickly. The pure silver spear in his hand suddenly disappeared, and immediately after, a green patterned sword appeared out of thin air. Ding! Host has performed Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Host has performed Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations host, the Earth rank medium level sword art Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style has successfully broken through to the Perfection realm. Jiyu did not even use her sword intent. She only relied on the Earth-ranked sword art Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. 2 Earth-ranked sword arts were used consecutively. The 2 men at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm, as well as the rest of the Blackwater gang members who had yet to reach the Spirit Profound Realm, were all directly burned to ashes under the extreme heat. Not even their bones remained. Only Luoxing was slightly further away. Furthermore, as he felt that his life was in danger, he reflexively used all his strength to block. Even so, his body still suffered quite a few burn wounds. The Black Water Gang was not that easy to join, so there were not many people. Originally, there were only 100 or 200 people. Now, only Luo Xing was left. Looking at the incomparably tragic scene in front of him, Luo Xing's entire body stiffened. His face was filled with a dazed and helpless expression. He did not expect that such a scene would happen. In an instant, he was the only one left in the entire Black Water Gang. Luo Xing did not even have the chance to use the Black Water Gang's strongest trump card, the Black Water Formation. This was because the Black Water Formation required at least 2 Spirit Profound Realm Martial Cultivators and 10 Tongxian Realm Martial Cultivators to be able to use it. But now, he was the only one left. How could he fight this? How the F***ck could he fight this? Luo Xing's heart was crumbling. His mentality had already crumbled, and he had completely lost his will to fight. Ding. Host has performed Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style has obtained 999 times of proficiency experience. Ding. Host has activated 70% Sword Dao True Meaning. 70% Sword Dao True Meaning has obtained 999 times of proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations host, 70% Sword Dao True Meaning has successfully broken through to 80% Sword Dao True Meaning. This time, Jiu's sword attack was instantaneous. Furthermore, it was accompanied by Sword Dao True Meaning, intending to kill Luo Xing in one strike. Perhaps Luo Xing had given up on resisting, or perhaps Luo Xing did not even have the time to react. Luo Xing could not resist at all, and his throat was easily slit by Jiu's sword. Today, one of the major powers in Chaos City, the Black Water Gang, was completely annihilated. After annihilating the Black Water Gang, Jiu kept everyone's storage rings. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiu opened everyone's storage rings one by one to see what was inside. Not to mention the various treasures, he found a treasure map in Luo Xing's storage ring. Ding. Host has taken a look at the Land of Extreme Frost treasure map, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the Land of Extreme Frost treasure map. At this time, Jiu realized. The Land of Extreme Frost treasure map that he obtained from the black-robed old man, who was also the deputy leader of the Black Water Gang, was only a part of the entire treasure map. But these 2 pieces of treasure map were still not the complete map. Jiu guessed that there should be 1 or 2 pieces missing. But it didn't matter. Only the 2 pieces of treasure map in his hands could roughly pinpoint the location. At most, it would take a little more time to find it. After that, Jiu took out all the pills in the storage rings and consumed them. Ding. Host has consumed a 3rd grade pill, gaining 999 times cultivation experience. Ding. Host has consumed a 4th grade pill, gaining 999 times cultivation experience. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations host, Martial Cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The pills in the storage rings of these Black Water Gang members were not few, but not many. Therefore, Jiu's breakthrough in martial arts cultivation was not too explosive. To be precise, these guys had everything in their storage rings. Gold coins, pills, treasures, diagrams, materials, all kinds of things. Not many, so there were not many pills. During this trip to the fringe, Jiu had obtained a huge amount of valuable items. If he sold all of them for gold coins, the total amount of gold coins would be unimaginable. Not only that, but his overall strength had also increased by several times. It could be said that he was extremely satisfied with the harvest of this trip. Next, Jiu prepared to head to the Land of Extreme Frost to search for the hidden treasure. There was no reason to stay in the Chaos City any longer. Although the Blackwater Gang wasn't the only major power in the City of Chaos, he had no enmity with the other powers. As long as others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't go looking for trouble. At this moment, Jiyu turned around and left. Ding. The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the superior Earth step shadowless lightning flashes, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the superior Earth step shadowless lightning flashes, 1 by 999 times. However, not long after, Jiyu was slapped in the face at the speed of light. A group of people appeared in front of him. They looked like the Green Cloud Gang from last time. Jiyu frowned slightly. What are these people from the Green Cloud Gang doing here? Don't say that they are here to find trouble with him. The gray-robed old man that Jiyu met before was also among the Green Cloud Gang. Why are you here? The gray-robed old man exclaimed when he saw Jiyu. Deputy gang leader, you know him? A green-robed man asked curiously when he saw that the gray-robed old man knew the unfamiliar youth. Gang leader, this is the youth I was talking about earlier. The gray-robed old man explained. The green-robed man who was called gang leader was naturally the Green Cloud Gang's gang leader. So it's him. The green-robed man couldn't help but be slightly shocked. I'm just here to do something. Jiyu said indifferently, but you guys, what are you doing here? We have something to do with the Blackwater Gang. The gray-robed old man replied vaguely. He was more concerned about why this black-robed youth would appear near the Blackwater Gang. Could it be that he was here to settle accounts with the Blackwater Gang, and he even brought his own little sister? He looked at the little sister beside the black-robed youth. Although her appearance was a little special, she was just a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. This made him very puzzled. You are here to find the Blackwater Gang for something? Jiyu smiled slightly, then I'm sorry, I have just sent them on their way. This understatement shocked everyone present in the Green Cloud Gang. They almost thought that they had heard wrongly. This youth meant that those people from the Blackwater Gang had already died in the hands of this youth? What nonsense is that kid talking about over there? He wants to lie to us. Does he really think that we are all 3-year-old children? Gang leader, deputy gang leader, let's deal with that kid first. Yes, this kid really dares to act all pretentious. At least let him learn a lesson. However, almost no one believed it. Only a small group of people who had seen Jiyu before held a skeptical attitude. The rest of the people suggested to the green-robed man and the gray-robed old man. After all, the Blackwater Gang had several Spirit Profound Realm experts. The Blackwater Gang leader's cultivation had even reached the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. To defeat the entire Blackwater Gang, one would need to at least have the strength of the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Those who had not seen Jiyu's strength would not think that someone could reach the Spirit Profound Realm at this age. Hearing the others provoking him, the gray-robed old man's face immediately became ugly. Shut up. The gray-robed old man scolded. He really wanted to kill these idiots on the spot. They dared to say anything. If they really angered the black-robed youth, they would all suffer. Probably only the gang leader could stop him. No one expected that the vice gang leader would suddenly fly into a rage. Although they didn't know what was going on, they all obediently shut their mouths. As the gang leader, the green-robed man was also speechless to his subordinates. Although he hadn't seen the black-robed youth's strength with his own eyes, hearing the vice gang leader's words, he was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Young master, please don't take it to heart. The people next to him all shut up. The gray-robed old man then turned to Jiyu and said. Jiyu was silent. From the beginning, he didn't take these people seriously at all. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiyu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with these people and prepared to leave. Of course there's nothing else, young master, please leave. The vice gang leader hurriedly said. It would be best if this youth could leave quickly. He couldn't rest assured if he stayed here for even a second. Then, Jiyu didn't talk nonsense and directly passed by those people of the Green Cloud Gang. Ding. The host has taken a step. The superior Earth rank movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has taken a step. The superior Earth rank movement technique Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Letting Jiyu walk past those people, those people didn't dare to say a word. However, they weren't afraid of Jiyu, but the vice gang leader. Seeing that the black-robed youth left, the gray-robed old man suddenly didn't worry so much. The green-robed man also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, those people of the Green Cloud Gang continued to walk towards the Black Water Gang. On the way, there were still some people whispering below. What happened to the vice gang leader just now? Why was he suddenly so angry? I don't know. It's a little strange. The vice leader seems to be very afraid of that young man. Hey, don't you know? Not long ago, the deputy leader of the Black Water Gang was killed by a black-cloaked youth. Wait, the black-cloaked youth you're talking about, could it be that youth from earlier? The people below were whispering to each other. Finally, someone told the truth. All of a sudden, the group of people felt that it was unbelievable. They were very clear that the Black Water Gang's vice gang leader was at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm, yet he was killed by a young man. That black-cloaked youth just now couldn't be more than 18 years old, at most 16 or 17 years old. To be able to kill the Black Water Gang's vice gang leader meant that his true strength was at least at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. In other words, the black-clothed youth, who was not even 18 years old, already possessed a cultivation at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. This caused them to simply not dare to believe it. This was truly too shocking. In the entire Bedlam lands, they had never heard of any young genius whose cultivation had reached the Spirit Profound Realm. However, since even the vice gang leader was so afraid, they could only believe it. After a while, the Green Cloud Gang arrived at the Black Water Gang's location. However, when they looked over, they didn't see a single living figure. They only saw corpses all over the ground. So much so that only a few bone fragments were left of the corpses. It looked like they died very tragically. Everyone from the Green Cloud Gang stood in place blankly, dumbstruck by the scene in front of them. Was it really done by that youth just now, including the gray-robed elder and the green-robed man? These two Green Cloud Gang's vice gang leader and gang leader were shocked by the scene in front of them. That black-clothed youth just now, who was he? The green-robed man muttered dreamily. I'm not sure either. I don't even know where he came from or what his name is. The gray-robed elder barely regained his senses and replied. From start to finish, that black-clothed youth's identity was a mystery. The green-robed man suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly used his soul force to sense the surroundings. He immediately realized that other than the Green Cloud Gang members, there wasn't a single living person in the surroundings. In other words, even the Black Water Gang's gang leader, Luo Xing, was also killed by that black-cloaked youth. If I'm not wrong, the Black Water Gang's gang leader and vice gang leader's treasure map should have been taken by that black-cloaked youth. The green-robed man pondered for a while, then said solemnly, when the time comes, we will probably meet that black-clothed youth in the extremely cold land. But even so, we shouldn't provoke that youth. Understood. The gray-robed old man also nodded solemnly. The reason why their Green Cloud Gang had mustered so many people to come here this time was because of the treasure map of the Arctic land. The Land of Extreme Frost's treasure map actually had a total of 4 pieces. The 4 pieces were combined together to accurately find the specific location of the treasure. But now, the 2 pieces of the Black Water Gang's treasure map had been taken away by that young man. Their plan had to be changed. It was definitely unrealistic to ask that young man for it. Later, that young man would also destroy the entire Green Cloud Gang. But they couldn't give up the treasure in the Land of Extreme Frost. Although they only had 1 piece of the map in their hands, and the other piece was in the hands of other forces, they could barely find the approximate location. In this situation, they could only make do with it. As for the other people of the Green Cloud Gang, especially those who wanted to provoke Jiyu before, they all felt very lucky. Fortunately, the deputy gang leader was there, otherwise they would be in trouble. At this moment, Jiyu had already gone far away. Now that it was already late, he casually found an inn to stay. At night, there was nothing to do, so Jiyu prepared to start refining pills. He had countless materials in his storage ring, and it was time to use some of them. Immediately, Jiyu took out the alchemy furnace and a pile of alchemy materials from his storage ring. This pile of alchemy materials were all materials for the 4th grade pill, Xian enhancement pill. Ding! Detected that the host has started refining the 4th grade pill, Xian enhancement pill, triggering a success rate of 999 times. Accompanied by the system's prompt of 999 times success rate, GU began to refine the pill. Ding. The host has refined a 4th grade pill, Xian enhancement pill, alchemy attainment pill, has gained 999 times experience. Ding. The host has refined a 4th grade pill, Xian enhancement pill, alchemy attainment pill, has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host, alchemy attainment pill has successfully broken through to the 5th grade superior alchemist. A total of 10 Xian enhancement pills were refined. GU's alchemy attainment also had a breakthrough at this time. Then, he took all 10 Xian enhancement pills one after another. Ding. Host has consumed a grade 4 pill, Xian enhancing pill. Martial arts cultivation has increased by 999 times. Ding. Host has consumed a grade 4 pill, Xian enhancing pill. Martial arts cultivation has increased by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. After consuming the 8th Profound Enhancing Pill, GU's cultivation broke through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. At this time, it was still not too late. GU began to cultivate the Heaven Splitter. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. However, it was not so easy to break through the Heaven Splitter. Although he felt that he was close to breaking through, he estimated that he would need to cultivate for another day or two before he could break through. It was already late at night. GU should go to bed. When he woke up the next day, he washed up simply and ate breakfast. After that, he headed towards the direction of the land of extreme cold. In the entire southern region, the land of extreme cold was the northernmost place. He called for a horse carriage with good quality horses and left the chaotic lands for the land of extreme cold. In the carriage, GU did not waste any time and continued to cultivate the Sky Splitter. He wanted to strive to raise his physique as soon as possible. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter to the small success realm. This time, GU finally succeeded in breaking through. Of course, it also took a day and a half. The carriage was almost at the land of extreme cold. GU could feel that his physique had already reached the 3rd grade of the profound body. Ding. The host has cultivated profound chi for 1 minute. The experience gained from martial cultivation is 560 by 999 times. Ding. The host has cultivated profound chi for 1 minute. The experience gained from martial cultivation is 560 by 999 times. Before getting off the carriage, GU tried to test the cultivation speed of his physique. Obviously, his cultivation speed had increased again. Young master, the land of extreme cold is just ahead. At this time, the coachman's embarrassed voice came from outside. This one won't be going in. At the same time, he was very worried that this young master would not be willing. If he was not willing, then he would be in trouble. However, there was nothing he could do. Okay. GU did not mind and directly brought Xiaogu down the carriage. He could understand why the coachman did not dare to bring them into the land of extreme cold. After all, the temperature in the land of extreme cold was too low. It was very easy for horses to freeze and not move forward. That coachman's cultivation was not high either. He was only at the defensive profound realm. It was very dangerous to enter a place like the land of extreme cold. After getting off the carriage, the journey to the land of extreme cold was not very far. Even if they walked, it would take at most half an hour. Moreover, Xiaogu could fly with him. There was no need to make things difficult for others. With Xiaogu's help, Jiyu flew to the land of extreme frost. According to the two treasure maps, Jiyu directly asked Xiaogu to bring him to the approximate location of the treasure. Looking down from the sky, it was a glacier, and the surrounding temperature was also dropping rapidly. When they arrived at a suitable location, Xiaogu descended. This is the place. Jiyu looked at the snow-white ground below his feet. When he looked up, there was only snow and ice. Although the treasure trove should be nearby, they still had no idea where it was. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank inferior movement technique shadowless lightning flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank inferior movement technique shadowless lightning flash has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After walking for a long time, Jiyu still didn't find a place where the treasure was hidden. Then, an idea surfaced in his mind. That was to use the purple glazed pupil's ability to search. Ding. Host has used purple glazed pupil. Purple glazed pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has used purple glazed pupil. Purple glazed pupil has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After a few rounds of searching, Jiyu finally found a place hidden under the ice and snow that looked the most like a treasure trove. He walked to the top of the treasure trove. Then, the next step was to break through the layers of thick ice and snow below his feet. This was at least a dozen meters deep, and it wouldn't be easy to go down. Ding. Host has used the Earth rank inferior fist art solitary killing fist art. Solitary killing fist art has gained 999 times proficiency experience. Ding. Congratulations to Host, the Earth rank inferior fist art solitary killing fist art has successfully broken through to the mastery stage. With a punch, he only broke through about 2 meters of the ice and snow below his feet. Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No matter what, this was an Earth rank inferior fist art, but it only broke through less than 2 meters of the ice and snow below his feet. Perhaps it was because this ice and snow had settled in this extremely cold place for hundreds of thousands of years, and its degree of toughness was extraordinary. Jiyu could only continue to punch down. In any case, he still had a lot of Xianxia in his body. Ding. Host has performed the Earth lower level fist art solitary slaughter fist art. The solitary slaughter fist art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding. Host has performed the Earth lower level fist art solitary slaughter fist art. The solitary slaughter fist art has gained 999 times experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Host. The inferior Earth rank fist art, solitary slaughter fist art, has successfully broken through to the impeccable stage. After a few more punches, Jiyu finally broke through the layer of ice and arrived at the location of the treasure that she had discovered through her amethyst pupil. Immediately after, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The Host has taken a look at the 5th stage concealment array and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the Host for successfully comprehending the 5th stage concealment formation. At this moment, Jiyu found out that there was actually a grade 5 concealment array underneath. It was no wonder that when he used the amethyst pupil, he could only see that this place looked like a treasure trove. Ding. The Host has successfully deciphered the 5th stage concealment array. Array formation proficiency has gained 999 times experience points. After learning the deciphering method, Jiyu spent some time to decipher the 5th stage concealment array. Then, a place that looked like an ice cellar appeared in front of him. Because this ice cellar was more than 10 meters deep from the ground, the environment was relatively dark. Ding. The Host has activated her spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately took out a night luminescent pearl from her storage ring. Although this night luminescent pearl was not particularly bright, it was enough to illuminate this ice cellar. Jiyu originally thought that she would be able to find the treasure hidden here after entering this ice cellar. In the end, she discovered that there was nothing in this ice cellar. Forget about treasures, there was not even a single gold coin. That's not right. Since there is a treasure map, there can't be nothing here. Jiyu still did not believe it. This treasure map of the land of extreme frost could not be completely useless, right? Ding. The host has used the Amethyst Pupil. Amethyst Pupil has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has used the Spiritual Perception. Spiritual Perception has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately activated the Amethyst Pupil again. At the same time, she used her Spiritual Perception to search for any possible secrets in this ice cellar. In the next instant, she sensed a fluctuation of Xianxia behind her. Following her Spiritual Perception to search for the Xianxia fluctuation, Jiyu saw a wall of ice in front of her. At this moment, the Amethyst Pupil just so happened to be in its active state, so he immediately saw through the wall of ice. There was a door that contained Xianxia fluctuations. He was instantly overjoyed. He had finally found it. Ding. Host has used the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique. The Solitary Killing Fist Technique has gained 999 times the experience. Jiyu used his fist technique and smashed through the ice wall in front of him. Then, a door containing mysterious Xianxia energy appeared in front of him. However, this door did not seem to be easy to open. Jiyu looked carefully and found that there were 4 shallow grooves on the door. One of the grooves seemed to be about the size of a treasure map. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After discovering this, Jiyu immediately took out the 2 treasure maps from the storage ring. He compared them with the grooves on the wall and found that they were almost the same size. However, he only had 2 treasure maps and there were 4 grooves on the door. Looks like I'm still missing 2 treasure maps. This is a little troublesome, Jiyu thought to himself. Where could he find the 2 missing pieces of the treasure map? Jiyu was at a loss for a moment. He thought about it and decided to try to break open the door with force. Ding. Host has used the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique. The Solitary Killing Fist Technique has gained 999 times the experience. However, this punch did not cause any damage to the door in front of him. The strangest thing was that it gave Jiyu the feeling that he hit it, but in fact, he did not hit it at all. It was as if there was a layer of invisible film in front of him. Ding. Host has used the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique. The Solitary Killing Fist Technique has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has used the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique. The Solitary Killing Fist Technique has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations host, the Earth Rank Inferior Fist Technique, Solitary Killing Fist Technique has successfully broken through to the Greater Perfection stage. Ding. It has been detected that the Solitary Killing Fist Technique has reached the Perfection stage and has automatically upgraded to the Earth Rank Intermediate Fist Technique, Cloud Extinction Fist Technique. No matter how many punches Jiyu threw, it was useless. The door in front of him didn't even shake. Although Jiyu's greatest killing move wasn't the Solitary Slaughter Fist art, there was no need to continue trying. The Solitary Slaughter Fist art was an inferior Earth Rank Fist art. Its power was not weak, but it was unable to shake this door in the slightest. Even if he swapped out his sword and used his strongest killing move, it would still be a waste of energy. From the looks of it, Jiyu had no choice but to collect the remaining 2 treasure maps. Other than this, he had no other choice. However, at this moment, Jiyu suddenly sensed that someone was approaching from the ground. Ding. Host has used Soul Perception, Soul Strength Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately used her soul force to sense the situation. To his surprise, he discovered that it was the Green Cloud Gang. Not only that, there was also a group of people on the other side, but he didn't know what kind of power they were. Jiyu could sense that among the group of people on the other side, the strongest one was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Aside from this person, there were 4 others whose cultivation was around the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The rest were all at the Tongxian realm. This power, as a whole, was obviously stronger than the Green Cloud Gang. However, he didn't know what kind of power they were, nor did he know where they came from. However, no matter who they were, since they were able to find this place, it meant that there was a high possibility that they had a treasure map. If there were no surprises, the Green Cloud Gang had a treasure map, and the other unknown power also had a treasure map. Jiyu already had a plan in his heart, waiting for those people to come down by themselves. Not long after, the people from the Green Cloud Gang met with people from another unknown faction. Jiyu could sense that these two groups of people quickly reached a consensus. Without any fighting, they came down to the ice cellar together. "You're finally here." At this moment, the corner of Jiyu's mouth slightly raised. Hearing the somewhat familiar youth's voice, the Green Cloud Gang's group all trembled. This voice, wasn't it the voice of the black-clothed youth from before? The Green Cloud Gang's gang leader, which was the green-robed man, was the first to recognize that this was the black-clothed youth's voice. His gaze turned to the source of the voice in shock, and discovered that there was a black-clothed youth holding a night pearl in one hand, and holding a bewitching girl in the other hand standing inside. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that this youth would actually come here so quickly. Moreover, he glanced around and discovered that the treasures here seemed to have been swept clean by that youth. Regarding this, he could only admit defeat. This trip could be considered as a waste. Apart from feeling very regretful, he didn't have any other thoughts. He couldn't possibly ask that youth to hand over the treasures, right? Wasn't that courting death? The entire Blackwater gang was directly wiped out by the other party. If their Green Cloud Gang provoked this youth, their end wouldn't be good. The second to react was the deputy gang leader, the gray-robed elder. He and the gang leader had the same thoughts. Anyway, no matter what, it was fine as long as they didn't provoke that youth. After all, life was more important than anything else. As for the rest of the Green Cloud Gang members, they didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. At the moment when they heard the black-clothed youth's voice, they already had the idea of escaping in their hearts. What happened to the Blackwater Gang last time brought too much shock to their hearts. In their eyes, the black-clothed youth was simply like a killing god. Everyone from the Green Cloud Gang stood in place, not daring to act rashly. They were hoping that the gang leader would immediately order them to leave. The man in green was hesitating on what to do next. When he was on the ground, he thought that the ice hole was naturally formed, so he went down directly. It would be difficult to go up again. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was more likely to be caused by the black-clothed youth. He was hesitating. Should he bring everyone out of here, or should he observe the situation first? At the same time, another group of people from an unknown power was completely different. An eagle-faced man who seemed to be the leader was the one who Jiyu sensed was at the peak of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. He observed the surrounding situation and immediately determined that the black-clothed youth who came out of nowhere took all the treasures here. "Kid, you should understand that a man's wealth is his own ruin, right?" The eagle-faced man said to Jiyu in a threatening tone. Oh no, hearing this, the man in green from the Green Cloud Gang immediately cursed in his heart. He forgot to remind those guys from the Chaotian gang not to provoke the black-clothed youth. "Chaotianing, shut up." The man in green immediately sent a message to the gang leader of the Chaotian gang, Chaotianing. What? Hearing such an anxious voice, Chaotianing was slightly stunned. "Don't provoke that black-clothed youth." The man in green sent another message. "Su Yunqing, don't play tricks here. I'll give you a portion of the treasures later." Chao Tianing was clearly unhappy. He thought that Su Yunqing was worried that he would take all the treasures on the black-clothed youth, so she deliberately said those strange words. After all, what could such an ordinary youth do to him? Su Yunqing was anxious to death. This Chao Tianing was really brainless. Just as she was about to send another message, the black-clothed youth suddenly spoke again. "You should have treasure maps on you, right?" Ji Yu said. "So what if we do?" Chao Tianing said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to quickly hand over the treasures, or else I'll take action." It's over. At this moment, Su Yunqing was in complete despair. Now that Chao Tianing had offended that black-clothed youth, the entire Chao Tian gang would probably be annihilated. Although the life and death of the Chao Tian faction had nothing to do with him, the main thing was that it might affect the Green Cloud faction. "Hand over the treasure map, and I can let you live." Ji Yu said calmly. Chao Tianying almost thought that he had misheard. This brat actually dared to say such words in front of him? Brat, I think you are tired of living. Chao Tianying's expression darkened. Sect leader, don't waste your breath on that brat. Just kill him and take his treasures. That's right. I don't know how that brat found this place. He actually got the treasure first. Fortunately, we came in time. Otherwise, this brat would have taken advantage of us. The rest of the Chao Tian faction members were also clamoring. It was very obvious that they did not put the black-clothed youth in their eyes. On the other hand, Su Yunqing from the Green Cloud Gang was pleasantly surprised. Our Green Cloud Gang will hand over the treasure map. Su Yunqing immediately said in a low voice. She also took out the treasure map from the storage ring and held it in her hands. The deputy sect leader, the gray-robed elder, was also very happy. This time, their Green Cloud Gang could save their lives. When the group of Chao Tian faction members heard Su Yunqing's words and saw her attitude, they all suspected that the sect leader of the Green Cloud Gang was stupid. Sect leader Su, is there something wrong with you? Chao Tianying could not help but ask Su Yunqing. It was fine that Su Yunqing wanted to stop him from making a move on the black-clothed youth, but now she obediently handed over the treasure map to the black-clothed youth. Even if the treasure map was no longer useful, it was still too abnormal. He felt that this Su Yunqing might have gone crazy. Su Yunqing was too lazy to pay attention to that Chao Tianying. Right now, she did not want to have anything to do with this idiot. The more she distanced herself from him, the better. This idiot was courting death. She would regret it later. Su Yunqing could only try her best to please the black-clothed youth and save the lives of the Green Cloud Gang members. As for the life and death of Chao Tianying and the Chao Tian faction, it had nothing to do with her. Very good, all of you stand still. Ji Yu nodded slightly to Su Yunqing and said, I will solve a small problem first. The small problem he was talking about was naturally the other force that did not obey him. Hearing the black-clothed youth's words, Su Yunqing's heart could not help but thump. It was obvious that this black-clothed youth was going to make a move on those people from the Chao Tian faction. Before it started, she had already predicted what the outcome would be. At this time, Chao Tianying and the Chao Tian gang had not realized the severity of the situation. Ji Yu wanted to use his Earth Rank Sword technique to kill these guys, but he thought about the power of the Earth Rank Sword technique, especially the high temperature, which could easily melt the surrounding ice. When the situation became chaotic, it would be troublesome to get the Clear Sky Gang's treasure map. He might as well go and get it now. Ding. Host has used the Earth-ranked upper-class Shadowless Lightning Flash. Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience points. Ji Yu's figure flashed and snatched the treasure map from Su Yunqing's hand. At the same time, he left behind a sentence. You can leave now. Hearing this voice, Su Yunqing suddenly realized that the treasure map in his hand had been taken away by the black-clothed youth. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately ordered the people behind him, let's go. The Clear Sky Gang reacted one after another and used their movement techniques to climb up. At the same time, the Azure Streak sword appeared in Ji Yu's hand. Ding. Host used Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host used 80% Sword Dao True Meaning. 80% Sword Dao True Meaning gained 999 times experience. In almost an instant, Ji Yu had already slashed out a golden sword wave. Like a stormy sea, it swallowed the Clear Sky Gang. In this gloomy ice cellar, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, dazzling the Clear Sky Gang. Most of them were swallowed up before they realized what was happening. Only Chao Tianying and the other 4 who were at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm survived. Even so, the 4 of them were heavily injured. Only Chao Tianying's situation was better, but he was not optimistic, his face was pale. At this moment, he realized that his subordinates were almost all dead. Only then did he realize that he had provoked a monster. At the same time, the ice layer above was melting quickly. However, Ji Yu had profound chi protecting his body, so the melting water could not touch him at all. Ding. Host used Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky Second style gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has activated 80% Sword Dao True Meaning. 80% Sword Dao True Meaning has been increased by 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the greater perfection stage of the Earth Rank Medium Level Sword Technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, Second Style. Ding. It has been detected that the second style of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky has reached perfection. Automatically upgraded to the third style of the superior Earth-ranked sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Jiyu didn't give the 5 people who were still alive a chance to catch their breaths. She used her sword technique again. At the same time, there was a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, and it advanced to the superior Earth-rank Brilliant Sun in the Sky, third style. Just as the 4 first-level Spirit Profound Realm cultivators from Chaotian faction were about to take a healing pill to alleviate their heavy injuries, they saw the same golden sword wave as the one before. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. No. No. Ah. The sword wave swept over, swallowing these screams in an instant. Chao Tianying subconsciously used a defensive mystic skill to resist, but how could Chao Tianying's flustered actions be able to block it? Chao Tianying's defensive mystic skill shattered like tofu. After a while, his injuries worsened. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and there were burn marks all over his body. In particular, his internal organs were almost unable to hold on any longer. You. Who exactly are you? Chao Tianying spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. There's no need for you to know. Jiyu's expression was indifferent. Ding. Host has used the superior Earth-ranked Shadowless Thunder Flash. Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times experience. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of Chao Tianying. Ding. Host has used the Brilliant Sun in the Sky, third style. Brilliant Sun in the Sky, third style has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has activated 80% Sword Dao True Meaning. 80% Sword Dao True Meaning has gained 999 times experience. Following that, he instantly released a sword and killed Chao Tianying. At the same time, the surrounding ice layer was also melting at a very fast speed. After a while, the entire ice cellar would be filled up. Jiyu quickly snatched the storage ring from Chao Tianying's hand. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold-grade spiritual power has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. He immediately opened the storage ring to take a look. Indeed, the 4th treasure map was inside. As for the storage rings of the others, he did not have time to look for them because the ice layer above was collapsing and melting. The most important thing right now was to hurry and open that door. Ding. Host has used the superior Earth-ranked Shadowless Thunder Flash. Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times experience. Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and used her movement technique to arrive in front of the door. She took out all 4 pieces of the treasure map and placed them in the 4 grooves of the door in front of her. At this moment, the Xianxia in this door started to flow restlessly. On the other side, before the ice layer began to melt, the Green Cloud Gang's leader, Su Yunqing, and the gray-robed elder had already come out of the ice cave. In the next second, Su Yunqing was the first to feel the ice layer below shaking faintly. He immediately realized that the situation was not good. Come up quickly. Su Yunqing hurriedly shouted to his subordinates who had not come out yet. The Green Cloud Gang members hurriedly increased their speed and used all their strength to climb out of the ice cave. When the last person came up, the layer of ice on the ground had already begun to collapse. Spread out quickly. Seeing this, Su Yunqing immediately ordered. Under Su Yunqing's order, the Green Cloud Gang members scattered in all directions. In a short while, the ice layer had completely collapsed. The Green Cloud Gang members' hearts raced, and they felt some lingering fear. This is probably caused by that black-robed young man, yes. Those people from the Chaotian gang should not be able to come up. The gray-robed elder and Su Yunqing both stared blankly at the ground below. With such momentum, even if the Chaotian gang was not completely wiped out, there would not be many people left alive. At this moment, Su Yunqing was especially glad that he had always avoided becoming enemies with the black-robed young man. Otherwise, their Green Cloud gang would only end up worse than the Chao Tian gang. Moreover, it was all thanks to that black-robed young man. Their Green Cloud gang lacked two powerful competitors, the Black Water gang and the Chao Tian gang. At the same time, Jiyu had already used the 4 treasure maps to open the door. However, what appeared before him was actually a teleportation circle. Ding! The host has taken a look at the 7th grade teleportation circle, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 7th grade teleportation circle. Jiyu was instantly shocked. This was actually a 7th grade teleportation circle. This was the first time he had seen a 7th grade teleportation circle. Could it be that the place that this 7th grade teleportation circle could teleport to was the place where the treasure was hidden? Jiyu was already somewhat impatient to go in and take a look. Moreover, this ice cave had already been flooded by snow. He immediately held Xiaogu's hand and walked into the teleportation circle. At this moment, Jiyu's eyes were in a daze. In the next moment, he and Xiaogu appeared in an illusory space. The surroundings were pure white, as if there was no end in sight. Meanwhile, in front of Jiyu and Xiaogu, there was only a spiritual projection. Other than that, there was nothing else. It's been 10,000 years. Finally, someone has come. The voice was a little hazy, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Who are you? Jiyu had a vigilant look in her eyes. This was because he couldn't see through the soul phantom in front of him at all. Ding! Host has used purple glazed pupil. Purple glazed pupil experience gained, 1*999x. Even with the help of the amethyst eyes, he still couldn't see through it. Jiyu, this thing is very strong. At this moment, Xiaogu's voice sounded from the depths of Jiyu's mind. Jiyu immediately became more cautious. Even Xiaogu felt apprehension towards the soul projection. Don't be so nervous. I won't harm you. The soul phantom spoke again. So, why did you trick us into coming here? Jiyu asked directly. In this space, apart from the soul phantom in front of them, there were no treasures at all. It was obvious that she had been tricked. There were no treasures hidden in this space at all. I'm not tricking you. Rather, my remnant soul is the treasure here. Remnant soul, this was slightly different from Jiyu's guess. He originally thought that this soul phantom was the soul of some super expert. He didn't expect it to be a remnant soul. A remnant soul, simply put, was a damaged soul. This was only a damaged soul, but it could make Xiaogu feel apprehensive. Then, if it was a complete soul, how powerful would it be? And when it was alive, thinking of this, Jiyu didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Could it be that you have some benefits for me? Jiyu still maintained her vigilance and asked. Of course there are benefits, but you need to agree to a condition of mine. What condition? Jiyu asked. Let me live in your body. Hearing this condition of the soul phantom, Jiyu immediately frowned. This remnant soul wanted to live in his body. To put it bluntly, it wanted to live in his soul. Not to mention whether it could successfully live in his body under the obstruction of the system. If it succeeded, he would be at risk of being possessed. How could he agree to such a condition? But just as Jiyu was about to speak, the soul phantom said, the method is very simple. As long as you make this soul rope recognize you as its master, then I will enter this soul rope. That's all. At this moment, a red string appeared in Jiyu's hand out of thin air. He had just glanced at it when the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has taken a look at the soul rope, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have successfully comprehended the soul rope. At this moment, Jiyu not only knew what this soul rope was, but he also knew how to make this soul rope recognize him as its master. If Jiyu said that this soul rope had successfully recognized him as its master, then the remnant soul would be able to use the soul rope to reside in his body. There was no need for it to enter his soul. However, the main question was what exactly this remnant soul wanted to do. So, what is the purpose of you residing in my body, and what are the benefits? Jiyu asked. The remnant soul said, the purpose is naturally to leave this place. As for the benefits, I am your greatest benefit. Jiyu was speechless. He still didn't know what was going on with this remnant soul. What kind of benefit was this? The remnant soul seemed to know what Jiyu was thinking. It then said, whether you believe me or not, if you don't agree to my conditions, you won't be able to leave this place. Because I can control that teleportation formation at will. Think about it carefully. Hearing the remnant soul's words, Jiyu couldn't help but frown. Because he could feel that the teleportation formation was indeed in a closed state. Let's talk about it in detail first. What benefits do you have for me? Jiyu could only ask. For example, that friend beside you is a calamity bone dragon, right? She's about to break through to the 6th stage demonic power. I can help her. The remnant soul said. About to break through? Jiyu looked at Xiaogu in surprise. Also, this remnant soul could tell that Xiaogu's original body was a calamity bone dragon. He had never told this remnant soul before. Yes. Xiaogu nodded. This breakthrough to the 6th stage demonic power will bring quite a bit of danger to your friend. The remnant soul continued. Is that true? Jiyu immediately asked Xiaogu. Yes, Xiaogu nodded again. At this moment, Xiaogu's expression was somewhat abnormal. With Jiyu's understanding of Xiaogu, if Xiaogu really showed such an expression, then something very serious was definitely going to happen. Jiyu pondered for a moment, then said seriously to the remnant soul, if you really help her, I will agree to your conditions. He had to ensure little Gu's safety. After all, he had established a soul contract with Xiaogu. Once one of them was in mortal danger, the other would also have to suffer. Not only that, but he had also gradually begun to view Xiaogu as his family. Even if there was no such thing as a soul contract, it was impossible for him to sit idly by and do nothing about little Gu's matter. Sure. Without any hesitation, the shadow agreed decisively. In about half a day, your friend will break through on her own. By then, I will help her overcome the difficulty. Then I'll wait for half a day. Jiyu said. He planned to wait in this space for half a day. He wouldn't believe it so easily. Only after that remnant soul successfully helped Xiaogu overcome this crisis would he agree to the other party's conditions to prevent the other party from betraying him. Next, Jiyu began to cultivate the Heaven Splitter. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained for the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1*999x. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained for the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1*999x. During this period of time, the remnant soul didn't disturb Jiyu. About half a day later. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly felt an extremely powerful demonic power forming in the space, and it was getting stronger and stronger. He immediately stopped cultivating because it was very likely that Xiaogu was about to break through. It seems that you also felt it. The remnant soul spoke at this moment. But during the period when your friend breaks through to the 6th stage, you have to leave this place temporarily. Why? Jiyu was obviously unwilling. Because the powerful demonic power produced by your friend's breakthrough can tear you apart at any time. The remnant soul said, I don't want you to die here. Jiyu fell into a short period of contemplation. Then, he continued, aren't you afraid that I'll take this opportunity to escape? I feel that you can't abandon your friend. After all, didn't you establish a soul contract with her? The remnant soul said. Hearing this, Jiyu's pupils shrank. Even the matter of the soul contract was seen through by the other party. Jiyu, just listen to this guy and leave this place first. At this moment, Xiaogu suppressed the reluctance in her heart and said to Jiyu. Although she didn't want to be separated from Jiyu, she also felt the terrifying power that was about to be produced in her body. If Jiyu continued to stay in this space, it would indeed be dangerous. She definitely didn't want to see Jiyu get hurt because of her. Okay, since even Xiaogu said so, Jiyu didn't have anything to say. I've already reopened the teleportation formation. You can directly teleport out. The remnant soul said, after you leave, I'll close the teleportation formation. When your friend successfully breaks through to the 6th stage, I'll reopen the teleportation formation. Jiyu didn't say anything else. Seeing that the teleportation circle had already appeared behind him, he walked towards it. When he walked into the teleportation circle, Jiyu released his profound chi to surround himself to prevent himself from being soaked by the melted ice. After a while, the scene in front of him changed. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the ice cellar filled with melted snow. Little Gu. Nothing must happen to you. Jiyu looked at the 7th grade teleportation circle in front of him, praying silently in his heart. Next, he could only cultivate while keeping an eye out for the teleportation circle to open again. Ding. Host has read the 3rd volume of Split the Heavens for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of Split the Heavens, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the 3rd volume of Split the Heavens for 1 minute. The experience gained from the 3rd level of Split the Heavens, 1 by 999 times. Time slowly passed. 2 to 3 days had already passed. Jiyu's physique broke through again, reaching the 4th grade of the mystic body. The teleportation circle in front of him still had no movement. Jiyu felt that every minute and second that passed was unbearable. Because he had no way of knowing what was happening to little Gu in that space. However, what he could be sure of was that little Gu's life was not in danger yet. Otherwise, as the soul contract, he would definitely be affected. Now, Jiyu could only wait slowly. Ding. Host has cultivated profound chi for 1 minute. The experience gained from martial cultivation, 580 by 999 times. Ding. Host has cultivated profound chi for 1 minute. The experience gained from martial cultivation, 580 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm. Unknowingly, another 2 to 3 days had passed. Jiyu's martial cultivation also had a breakthrough. However, the teleportation circle in front of him still had no movement. He also did not feel anything through the soul contract. In the next moment, Jiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This. The teleportation circle was opening again. Seeing this, Jiyu was overjoyed and hurriedly walked into the teleportation circle. Furthermore, he was not affected, which meant that little Gu's life was not in danger. In other words, he had successfully broken through to the 6th grade. After that, Jiyu returned to the white space. However, what appeared in front of him in the next second was a naked Xiao Gu. Jiyu couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, what's going on? What do you mean what happened? Xiao Gu, on the other hand, was not aware of this. After all, she didn't care whether she wore clothes or not. She didn't have the concept of a normal human being. She felt more comfortable without clothes. I'm your clothes, why are they all gone? Jiyu regained her senses and asked again. Oh, you mean the clothes? They were all destroyed by the uncontrollable violent energy just now. Xiao Gu explained. No matter what, it's fine as long as you're fine. Jiyu said with a smile. Looking at Xiao Gu's energetic appearance, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with him. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately took out a blue and white dress from her storage ring. The white dress that had been destroyed by Xiao Gu's energy just now was the other one. Just as Jiyu was about to put on Xiao Gu's clothes, she suddenly discovered that both of Xiao Gu's dragon horns were gone. Why are your dragon horns gone? Jiyu subconsciously asked. Dragon horns? Xiao Gu rubbed his forehead, and only then did he notice this. Perhaps it disappeared on its own when I just broke through. My tail is also gone. That's true. Jiyu immediately looked behind Xiao Gu. Her tail really was gone. This is because she broke through to the 6th stage, and her transformation is even more perfect. At this moment, the remnant soul image opposite her said. I see. Jiyu said. Ding. Host has used purple glazed pupil. Purple glazed pupil experience gained, 1 by 999 times. He immediately used the purple glazed pupil to take a look. Xiao Gu was indeed a 6th stage demonic beast now. But it took so long. Jiyu couldn't help but mutter to herself. It took a total of 4 to 5 days to break through to the 6th stage. 6th stage demonic beast power was equivalent to profound Earth realm human martial artists. This meant that it would take at least 4 to 5 days for him to break through to the profound Earth realm in the future? Your friend seems to have experienced something. For a long time, a large amount of chaotic energy has accumulated in her body, and she can't absorb it. Nothing will happen when her demonic power is low, but when she reaches the 6th stage, this large amount of chaotic energy will explode. The remnant soul image said, but I've already helped her get rid of the chaotic energy these few days. She's fine now. Thank you, Senior. This was Jiyu's heartfelt gratitude. The something that the remnant soul image was talking about should be that Xiaogu had been sealed for thousands of years. Moreover, it was in the depths of the Kanglan Empire Academy. That was why she had accumulated such a large amount of chaotic energy. Fortunately, she encountered this remnant soul of an expert and solved it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Xiaogu lost her life because of this chaotic energy, then he wouldn't be able to continue living. So now, can you fulfill your promise? The remnant soul image asked. Yes. Jiyu nodded without hesitation. Once a promise was made, it was impossible to take it back. Since he had promised the remnant soul image, then he wouldn't go back on his word. He didn't sense any malicious intent from the remnant soul image. Furthermore, the remnant soul image had indeed helped him greatly this time. Saving Xiaogu's life was equivalent to saving his own life. Jiyu immediately took out the red string that the remnant soul image had given him. It was the so-called soul string and prepared to make this soul string recognize him as its master. The method was actually very simple. It was to drip blood to make it recognize him as its master. However, the problem was whether the soul string was willing to recognize him as its master. No matter what, Jiyu would just give it a try first. He used a hand knife to cut a wound on his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the soul string. Ding! Detected that the host is currently undergoing blood recognition. Blood recognition success rate has increased by 999 times. Hearing the sudden notification from the system, Jiyu was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that even something like blood recognition could be increased by 999 times through the system. Then, was there any suspense, as expected? After a while, Jiyu successfully blood recognition on the soul string. I'm done here. It's your turn now. Jiyu immediately said to the remnant soul image. Okay. The remnant soul image responded. The remnant soul image didn't lie to Jiyu. When it said that it would directly enter the soul string, it really did. In the blink of an eye, the remnant soul image entered the soul string. At this moment, although the remnant soul had disappeared from his sight, Jiyu could clearly sense the existence of the remnant soul through the soul rope. That was all. Other than that, Jiyu could not sense anything else from the remnant soul. This way, I can leave this space through the string of souls. The remnant soul said. Then let's go out now. As Jiyu spoke, he held the string of souls in one hand and Xiaogu in the other and walked out of the teleportation circle. In the next instant, he was back in the ice cellar. The remnant soul sealed the 7th grade teleportation formation again. Ding! Host has used the Earth grade medium level fist technique, Cloud Decimating Fist technique. The Cloud Decimating Fist technique has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Host has used the Earth grade high level fist technique, Shadowless Lightning Flash. The Shadowless Lightning Flash has gained 999 times experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Earth grade medium level fist technique, Cloud Decimating Fist technique, has successfully broken through to minor accomplishment stage. Jiyu broke the layer of ice above with a punch and used his movement technique to bring Xiaogu out of the ground. I just need to bring you out of that space, right? At this moment, Jiyu asked the remnant soul in the string of souls, then should I let you out now? Not yet. However, the remnant soul's voice sounded from the string of souls. Jiyu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, what else do you want? Nothing much. I just feel that it's more convenient to follow you, the remnant soul said. Furthermore, in order to help your friend just now, I don't have much energy left. I have to sleep in the string of souls for a while. When I wake up next time, you will know more. The remnant soul's voice became weaker and weaker. It was probably unable to hold on any longer. Wait, what's your name? Jiyu asked. Name? It's been too long. I can't remember it now. I'll tell you when I wake up next time. After this voice sounded, the remnant soul did not respond anymore. It had probably fallen into a deep sleep. Jiyu did not care too much about it. It was better for him to be in a deep sleep. At least he would know his place. I don't think that thing is a bad person. Meanwhile, Xiaogu spoke abruptly. I hope so, Jiyu murmured. Then, he said, let's go back to the fringe. Hearing this, Xiaogu immediately spread its bone wings. He took Jiyu away from the land of extreme frost and headed to the fringe. Jiyu could clearly feel that Xiaogu's flying speed was much faster than before. After all, Xiaogu's demonic power had already broken through to the 6th stage, so it was very normal for her flying speed to increase. After arriving at the fringe, Jiyu returned to the center of the city. Ding! The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the superior Earth-ranked Shadowless Thunder Flash is 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the superior Earth-ranked Shadowless Thunder Flash is 1 by 999 times. When Jiyu passed by a certain building, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and curious. When he turned around, he realized that he was passing by a slave market. Ding! The host has used soul perception. The experience gained from soul power is 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately used his soul power to sense which familiar person was in the slave market. Then, he realized that the familiar aura he felt just now was Musun's aura. Why is she here? Jiyu couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Musun, the previous Azure Water Branch Hall Master, was extremely close to the Spirit Profound Realm. Although she was defeated by Xiaogu with one punch, she still left a deep impression on him. It could be said that Musun was the most powerful and mysterious Tongxian realm martial cultivator he had ever met. In his opinion, although Musun's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, it was not difficult for her to defeat martial cultivators who had just broken through to the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu really didn't expect that Musun would actually be in the fringe, and even in a slave market. Immediately after, he felt a murderous intent from Musun. This was interesting. Jiyu narrowed his eyes and walked into the slave market in front of him. He really wanted to see what was going on inside. After Jiyu walked into the slave market, he realized that there were people running out in a hurry. It seemed that Musun was causing trouble inside. Very quickly, Jiyu found Musun's location. It was obvious that this was a slave market, but it was in a mess now. There was not a single thing in the market that was undamaged. Seeing a large group of people in the market, the first person Jiyu saw was Musun. Behind Musun, there were many women in ragged clothes wearing handcuffs. There were women in their early teens and women in their 20s. Obviously, these women were slaves being sold here. Opposite Musun, there was a group of people who looked like they were from the slave market. Other than a man who was at the early stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm, the rest were mostly at the Tongxian Realm and above. On the other hand, Musun's group was weak. Those slave women didn't have much fighting ability, so it was useless no matter how many of them there were. Hurry up and capture that woman. At this time, a fat man who looked like a rich man pointed at Musun and said angrily. However, at this moment, Musun happened to sense Jiyu, who had appeared out of nowhere. Jiyu? Why are you here? Musun subconsciously asked. I'm more interested in why you're here. As she spoke, Jiyu pointed at the people who were aggressively charging towards Musun. But you better pay attention to your own situation first. Musun immediately regained her senses. Indeed, she shouldn't be distracted at this moment. She had always been able to sense the location of those people, and the people who were charging towards her were much weaker than her. Musun casually waved her hand and beat those people to the ground. A bunch of trash. The man whose cultivation was at the early stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm could no longer bear to watch. Let me personally deal with you. Hearing this voice, Musun's expression gradually turned serious. The battle between the two was about to start. Although Musun was powerful, she was still at a slight disadvantage when facing an opponent whose cultivation was higher than hers. At this moment, Jiyu realized that she had overestimated Musun. The gap between the peak stage of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm and the early stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm wasn't that easy to make up for. Do you need my help? At this moment, Jiyu casually asked. Musun was from the same Azure Water Branch Hall as her, and she had helped her greatly before. This time, she could consider it as returning the favor. Not at the moment. Musun replied to Jiyu while exchanging blows with the Spirit Profound Realm man. Her reply was more conservative. She wanted to deal with the person in front of her alone. But if an accident happened, she still had to ask for Jiyu's help. Especially since the little girl who had defeated her in the Azure Water Branch Hall was also by Jiyu's side. Hearing the short exchange between the two, the Spirit Profound Realm man couldn't help but frown. He deliberately probed the black-clothed youth, only to discover that he was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But from the black-clothed youth's eyes, he inexplicably felt a trace of contempt. That gaze, that tone. It was as if the other party didn't take him seriously. Not to mention the blind lady before him. Even though her cultivation was only at Tongxian realm perfection, she was exceptionally powerful. He didn't dare to let his guard down and quickly turned his attention back to Musun. The man held a large sword in his hand. His speed was slightly slower, but his powerful strength made up for this disadvantage. Musun had to be very careful when dealing with her opponent's sword. Once one was struck by the sword, it was possible for one to be severely injured. Fortunately, Musun's soul perception was very strong. She could basically sense the other party's movements in advance and had enough time to react and dodge. Musun's weapon was a thin sword, so she definitely wouldn't be able to clash head-on with the opponent's large sword. She took advantage of the gap between dodging the opponent's attack and found the right time to stab with her sword. He really knows how to dodge. The Spirit Profound Realm man was stabbed in many places by Musun, and was gradually enraged by Musun. Not only did he not stop attacking, but he also increased the frequency of his attacks, trying his best to reduce the opportunity for his opponent to seize the opportunity. There was still a huge gap between the early stage of the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm and the complete stage of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Musun was only able to surpass the Spirit Profound Realm man in terms of soul power. She was suppressed by him in all other aspects. Under her opponent's attacks, Musun gradually became tired, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. When the man noticed this, he attacked more and more fiercely, trying to force Musun into a disadvantageous position. Hit him. The man forcefully endured the opponent's defensive stab from time to time, and slashed his large sword at her with all his might. Musun slightly opened her mouth. She didn't expect that the opponent could still slash out as if nothing had happened after suffering so many injuries. But it was already too late for her to dodge, so she could only use her thin sword to block in front of her. The man's fierce slash sent Musun and her sword flying. Musun only managed to slow down after smashing a hole in the wall behind her. Not only that, the fierce force in the opponent's slash had also caused some internal injuries to her. Musun's face was slightly pale, and she couldn't help but cough a few times. Her body wasn't very good to begin with, and this was one of her biggest flaws. Well done. When the chubby middle-aged man saw this scene, he was immediately overjoyed. Immediately after, the chubby man's face changed into an obscene and evil expression. Capture that woman for me. I will let her know that she can only be a slave for the rest of her life. Oh? Seems like you have something. Hearing the chubby man's words, Jiyu smiled faintly. He then asked Musun, do you need me to make a move now? Yes. Please make your move. Musun nodded weakly. Huh? Is this woman crazy? The Spirit Profound Realm man couldn't help but mock, letting a brat with a lower cultivation than you deal with me? Don't you have a capable helper? Musun shook her head slightly and remained silent. She had already vaguely sensed that this young man named Jiyu was many times stronger than the last time they met. Hearing Musun's request, Jiyu did not waste any more words. Ding. Host. Has used Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash. Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash has successfully broken through to the Great Accomplishment realm. Ding. Detected that Shadowless Thunder Flash has reached the Great Accomplishment realm, automatically upgraded to Heaven rank lower grade Shadowless Thunder Flash, 3000 Clouds Movement. In an instant, Jiyu arrived in front of the Spirit Profound Realm man. Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash had unexpectedly broken through and upgraded to Heaven rank lower grade Shadowless Thunder Flash, 3000 Clouds Movement. This was the first time Jiyu had obtained a Heaven rank lower grade Shadowless Thunder Flash. However, he did not have the time to think about this right now. He had to eliminate this guy in front of him first. A Cyan Vein sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he instantly used Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash and 80% sword intent at the same time. Ding! Host has used Dazzling Sun in the Sky third form. Dazzling Sun in the Sky third form has gained 999 times experience. Ding! Host has activated 80% sword intent. 80% sword intent has gained 999 times experience. Jiyu speed, and the fact that she was using an Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash, was not something that a first-level Spirit Profound Realm man could predict. That person did not even see Jiyu's movements. When he realized that Jiyu was gone, a golden sword ray was already in front of his eyes. That sword ray, which was smaller than a marble, exploded the moment it touched that person. It exploded with extreme heat and power, annihilating that person until not even ashes remained. This was the instantaneous form of the Earth rank upper grade Shadowless Thunder Flash, third form. Everyone in the surroundings was unable to open their eyes because of Jiyu's sword ray. Only the blind Musun's eyes were not affected. When those people opened their eyes, they discovered that the Spirit Profound Realm man was already gone. Where is he? Everyone looked around, but did not see that lord. The fat middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" As for Musun, although she couldn't see with her eyes, she could sense through her soul power that the life aura of the guy who was slightly stronger than her had already disappeared. Clearly, he had been killed by Jiyu in an instant. Musun couldn't help but take a deep breath. How long had it been since they last met? Jiyu had gone from being on par with her to far surpassing her. She couldn't help but marvel at such talent and strength. There's no need to look for him. I've already killed that guy. At this time, Jiyu said to Fatty middle-aged and the others in a flat tone. What? The fat middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not believe that an expert at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm would be killed by a youth, and in the blink of an eye. The others also had the same expression as the fat middle-aged man. Because Jiyu's earlier attack was an instantaneous sword technique, her target was only that man at the Spirit Profound Realm. Therefore, the fat middle-aged man's side, as well as Musun and the slave girls behind Musun, were not affected by Jiyu's attack just now. At this time, Jiyu turned around and said to Musun, "Do you still need me to deal with the remaining guys?" Hearing Jiyu's voice, those people's hearts all jumped. Even that lord at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm was instantly killed. Wouldn't it be even more impossible for them to survive? No need, I want to deal with it myself. Musun shook her head and walked forward. Hearing this, Jiyu put the Cyan Vein sword back into the storage ring. If he guessed correctly, Musun should have a grudge with the people in the slave market. And from what the fat man said earlier, Musun seemed to have been a slave here. Then, Musun's blindness when she was young was very likely to be related to this matter. Therefore, Jiyu asked Musun if she wanted her to deal with those people herself. At this time, Musun walked in front of the fat man and said coldly, "I'm only looking for this person." Everyone else, scram. Those people who were originally standing stiffly in place immediately ran away when they heard this voice. You. All of you. Come back here. Seeing that his subordinates all ran away without saying a word, the fat man hurriedly shouted. However, those people didn't even turn their heads and didn't even stop in their tracks. At this kind of life and death situation, how could they care so much? If they could live, they definitely didn't want to die. In just a short while, those people had all run away without a trace. The fat man was instantly enraged and desperate. Now that he was alone, he was no match for this woman in front of him. After more than 10 years, I've finally waited for this day. Musun raised her thin sword, her tone extremely cold. Don't kill me. The fat man directly knelt on the ground in fear and stammered with a trembling voice, Back then. back then, I at least let you go. Let me go? Musun's tone became even colder. When you were abusing me, you accidentally blinded me. After you felt that I was useless, you threw me away. Is this what you mean by letting me go? The fat man was instantly speechless. While he was still thinking about how to beg for mercy, he saw that the other party had already stabbed her sword. Musun's sword pierced through the fat man's heart. Following the fat man's complete death, Musun's thin sword slowly fell from her hand. After so many years, everything was finally over. Were you really from here? Jiyu walked over and asked. But halfway through, he wasn't sure if he should say the word slave. That's right. Musun nodded frankly. I became a slave here when I was young. My eyes were also given to me by this person. As expected, Jiyu sighed. That's indeed a little tragic. Musun seemed to have misunderstood Jiyu's words. She said, don't misunderstand. My chastity has always been with me. Jiyu was stunned. He pointed at himself and said awkwardly, I don't think I've ever said anything about chastity, right? He almost didn't react in time. He was shocked by Musun's words. Is that so? Musun turned around and said, then pretend I didn't say anything. She looked calm on the surface, but she was feeling a little embarrassed. In the eyes of ordinary people, female slaves were usually, when Jiyu said the word tragic, she subconsciously misunderstood Jiyu. Also, she didn't know why she deliberately explained this. Ahem, Jiyu coughed lightly and didn't think too much about it. He changed the topic. Then what are you going to do with those women? He was naturally referring to the slave women hiding behind Musun. I'll arrange for them to go somewhere. Musun said. That's good. Jiyu said, speaking of which, do you have anything else to do in the land of chaos? Nope. Musun shook her head. After arranging their places, I'm going back to the Kanglin branch. Then let's go back together. Jiyu said. He didn't plan to stay in the land of chaos any longer. He might as well go back to the Kanglin Empire with Musun. Okay. Musun nodded. Next, Jiyu and Musun had to deal with those slave women. At this moment, those slave girls were all trembling as they looked at Musun and Jiyu. Although the young man, woman, and little girl in front of them seemed to have saved them, they were still unsure whether the three of them were good or bad people. After all, they had been enslaved for so long that it was difficult for them to trust anyone. Furthermore, the young man and woman in front of him were both very powerful. Even the spirit. Profound Realm Lord was killed. Musun sensed the fear in these slave girls' hearts and said gently, don't worry, we won't do anything to you. Furthermore, we'll help you arrange a place to go. If we really wanted to do something, would you still be standing there and watching us? Jiyu said straightforwardly. To the slave girls, Musun's words only made them feel a little more at ease. Jiyu's words were very effective. Because Jiyu's words were very simple and straightforward. With Jiyu's strength, if she really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. After that, Musun spent half a day arranging places for those slave girls. She gave them a little money, and those who were supposed to go home went home. Those who were supposed to be self-reliant went to be self-reliant. As for the subsequent matters, she couldn't care less. After all, she couldn't bring these slave girls with her at all times. As for Jiyu, he didn't interfere with Musun's matters and let Musun make her own arrangements. He casually found a tea house to sit down and cultivate Split the Sky while waiting for Musun to come over after she was done with her matters. Ding. Host has read the third volume of Split the Sky for 1 minute. Experience gained for the third level of Split the Sky, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the third volume of Split the Sky for 1 minute. Experience gained for the third level of Split the Sky, 1 by 999 times. In just half a day, Jiyu's cultivation realm and physique hadn't broken through yet, but Musun had already finished with her matters and returned. Everything has been arranged. Musun used her soul perception to find Jiyu's seat. She walked over to Jiyu's side and sat down as she spoke. For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding people converged on them. After all, although Musun's eyes were covered, her exquisite and beautiful facial features couldn't be hidden. Moreover, that impressive figure was faintly discernible under the black robe. The central area of Chaos City was the most turbulent place in the entire Chaos City. Those who could stay in such a place were all ruthless people. When the surrounding people saw the black-robed woman, they immediately started to pay attention to her. In their eyes, this black-robed woman couldn't even see her eyes, so she definitely wasn't that strong. As for the black-clothed youth and the little girl in the white dress, they were completely ignored. It seems like there are quite a few idiots who have their eyes on you. At this moment, Jiyu looked at Musun and smiled faintly. Naturally, Musun had also sensed the unbridled gazes of the surrounding people through her soul power, which made her feel slightly displeased. When Jiyu's voice rang out, the surrounding people's expressions darkened. That brat is quite gutsy, daring to call us idiots. Let's attack together. Let's kill that brat first, then we'll snatch the two girls next to him. At this moment, they couldn't wait to make their move. Hearing that those people wanted to kill her, Jiyu immediately narrowed her eyes. However, after 3 seconds, ding. Host has used Gold Blade, Gold level spiritual energy experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has used Gold Blade, Gold level spiritual energy experience gained, 1 by 999 times. As the small golden sword pierced through their bodies, their minds instantly collapsed. Let's go. At this moment, Jiyu calmly put down the teacup in her hand and held Xiaogu's hand as they walked out of the tea house. Musun, on the other hand, was stunned for a while before following them. Ding. Host has taken a step, Heaven rank inferior martial technique 3000 clouds movement experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step, Heaven rank inferior martial technique 3000 clouds movement experience gained, 1 by 999 times. After that, Jiyu and the other two took a carriage and left the Bedlam lands, following the original route back to the Kanglan Empire. In the Bedlam lands, even the coachman was a first-tier Tongxian realm martial cultivator. After all, without sufficient strength, there was no way to survive in the Bedlam lands. Even though the cost of the carriage was slightly more expensive, Jiyu didn't care. Moreover, riding such a carriage was equivalent to hiring a Tongxian realm fighter. If they encountered demonic beasts with low demonic power, it would save him the trouble of personally dealing with them. Young master wants to go to the Kanglan Empire? The coachman couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young master, you're going on a long journey with your wife and child." After all, the Bedlam lands was so far away from the Kanglan Empire. As for the woman beside him, she also made him gasp in amazement. He had traveled all over the place in his life and had seen countless beauties, but almost none of them could compare to this woman. Hearing the coachman's words, Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It was clear that the other party treated Musun as his wife and Xiaogu as his daughter. You misunderstood. Jiyu smiled and explained, "This is my younger sister, and that is my friend." Oh, I see. The coachman nodded and didn't think too much about it. Musun, on the other hand, didn't react at all. She followed Jiyu into the carriage. No one knew what she was thinking. On the way, Jiyu began to cultivate. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained for the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1*999x. Ding. The host has read the 3rd volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained for the 3rd level of the Sky Splitter is 1*999x. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 3rd level of the King rank Sky Splitter to the Mastery realm. After about 4 to 5 days, Jiyu's Sky Splitter finally broke through again. Her physique reached the 5th grade of the mystic body. After so many days, the carriage had already left the Bedlam lands. At this time, the coachman had to stop to let the horses rest for a while. It was impossible to let the horses run continuously on such a long journey. Jiyu just happened to get off the carriage and walk around. He looked around. He seemed to be in the Shattering Army Empire's King City. He estimated that he would be able to return to the Kanglan Empire in a few days. After more than 10 minutes, they continued on their way. This time, Jiyu switched to cultivating the Amethyst Pupil. Ding. The host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. The experience gained for the amethyst pupil is 1*999x. Ding. The host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. The experience gained for the amethyst pupil is 1*999x. After an unknown amount of time, GU's amethyst pupil also had a breakthrough. The amethyst pupil had reached the 3rd stage. There was only the 4th stage left before the amethyst pupil could be considered complete. After that, GU cultivated her mystic chi to increase her cultivation. Ding. The host has cultivated her mystic chi for 1 minute. The experience gained for the martial cultivation is 600*999x. Ding. The host has cultivated her mystic chi for 1 minute. The experience gained for the martial cultivation is 600*999x. Ding. Congratulations, the martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the early 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Before the carriage arrived at the Kanglan Empire's border, GU's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. When the carriage arrived at the Kanglan Empire's border, GU and the other 2 got off the carriage. The Kanglan Empire's terrain was rather special. They had to take the spirit ship to enter. After taking the spirit ship into the border, GU temporarily parted ways with Musun. Because he wanted to go to the imperial city's Qianyuan martial house first, he did not want to return to the Azure Water Branch Hall with Musun. He would return to the Azure Water Branch Hall later. It would save him the trouble of running back and forth. And if GU remembered correctly, it should be Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony in a few days. He had previously agreed with Nangong Maching that if he could return to the Kanglan Empire in time, he would attend Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony. He did not want to go back on his word. After returning to the imperial city's Qianyuan martial house, GU would go to Bright Moon Ancient City to attend Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony. Ding. Host has used the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement. 3000 Clouds Movement has gained 999 times experience. GU immediately used the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement and brought Xiaogu to the royal city. The main reason was to test out the speed of the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement. Secondly, it was also convenient for him to travel. At this moment, GU seemed to be riding on the clouds. This speed was even faster than the Earth Rank Superior Skill Shadowless Lightning Flash from before. As expected of a Heaven Rank Superior Skill, GU thought to himself. This speed made him very satisfied. Ding. Host has used the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement. 3000 Clouds Movement has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has used the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement. 3000 Clouds Movement has gained 999 times experience. After that, GU continuously used the Heaven Rank Inferior Skill 3000 Clouds Movement and quickly arrived at the royal city. However, after using the 3000 Clouds Movement a few times, the profound chi in his body was almost depleted. After all, this was a Heaven Rank Inferior Skill. It consumed a lot of the user's profound chi. With GU's current cultivation, it was already very good for him to be able to use the 3000 Clouds Movement a few times. If it was an ordinary Spirit Profound Realm martial artist who used the Heaven Rank Profound Skill, for example, those at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm, they might not even be able to use it once. At this moment, GU had already arrived at the Qianyuan martial house. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power has gained experience, 1/999 times. Ding. Host has consumed a 4th level profound chi recovery pill. The profound chi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. He took out a 4th level profound chi recovery pill from the storage ring. Under the support of the 999 times profound chi recovery effect, he instantly recovered all the profound chi in his body. At this moment, because GU was only dressed in black and did not cover his face, he was quickly noticed by the surrounding martial house students. Look! Isn't that genius GU? It's true. She's exactly the same as in the portrait. She's really the genius GU. F*CK, this is my idol. I didn't expect to have the chance to meet him. Since Jiyu's legendary deeds in the Kanglan Empire kept increasing, almost everyone in the Qianyuan martial house worshipped Jiyu. This included the female students as well. Many of them went crazy when they saw Jiyu. Get out of the way, I want to have children with Senior Ji. You wish. Senior Ji belongs to Senior Sister Yuechu and Senior Sister Yuexin. No matter what, it won't be your turn. It's not just Senior Sister Yuchu and Senior Sister Yuexian. I heard that Senior Sister Ling has a very close relationship with Senior Brother Ji as well. However, when everyone wanted to get closer, they saw that Jiyu had already left, leaving only an afterimage. Ding. Host has used the lower heaven class movement technique 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement has obtained 999 times proficiency experience. At this moment, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and directly appeared in front of the violet gold palace. Although those martial house students looked like his fans, he didn't have the time nor the leisure to do so. House Master Murong, I'm back. After entering the violet gold palace, Jiyu directly greeted him. Murong Zili was in the violet gold palace as usual. You've been gone for about a month this time, right? Hearing Jiyu's voice, Murong Zili immediately turned around. It's about time. Jiyu said, speaking of which, House Master, how's your violet glazed pupil cultivation going? Right now, I've only cultivated to the see-through reality realm. However, it's only a matter of time before I reach the violet glazed divine transformation realm. Murong Zili said. That's good. Jiyu looked around and didn't see Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's figures. He immediately asked, where are Yuechu and Yuexin? They went out to train. Murong Zili said. Train? Jiyu's gaze slightly trembled. Just as he felt a bit worried, Murong Zili already said, they insisted on going out to train, so I let them go. However, you don't have to worry. Before they left, I gave them 2 treasures. One is to let me immediately sense if they're in danger after crushing it. The other is a defensive formation that can block the attacks of Tongxian realm experts. Moreover, their current strength is very close to Tongxian realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't let them go out to train. Saying this, Murong Zili took out a jade pendant and gave it to Jiyu. Take this jade pendant. If they're in danger, crush the other jade pendant. You'll be able to sense their specific location through this jade pendant. Jiyu took the jade pendant and asked, speaking of which, where did Yuechu and Yuexin go to train? They should still be in the Demon Beast Mountain range. Murong Zili said. I know. Jiyu said, what about Ling Er? Ling Er is cultivating in seclusion. Are you going to find her? Murong Zili said. Cultivating in seclusion. Then forget it. I'll leave first. After speaking, Jiyu turned and left. He had already planned to go to Bright Moon Ancient City. Bright Moon Ancient City was relatively close to the Demon Beast Mountain range. If something happened to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he would be able to arrive in time. Ding. Host has taken a step. Low-grade heaven rank movement 3000 clouds movement gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Low-grade heaven rank movement 3000 clouds movement gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After walking out of Qianyuan martial house, Jiyu let Xiaogu take him to Bright Moon Ancient City. Halfway through, they arrived above the Demon Beast Mountain range. Ding. Host has used Soul Perception. Soul Force gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has used Soul Perception. Soul Force gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Soon, Jiyu sensed Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's aura at the border between the outer and inner regions. They seemed to be dealing with a second-stage demon beast. However, Jiyu didn't plan to disturb them. Because this was their training, Jiyu respected their choice. As long as they weren't in any danger, Jiyu wouldn't interfere. Then, Jiyu and Xiaogu arrived at Bright Moon Ancient City. They landed in a sparsely populated place in Bright Moon Ancient City, and Jiyu walked to the Nangong family. Ding. Host has taken a step. Low-grade heaven rank movement, 3000 clouds movement, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step forward. Experience gained from the heaven rank inferior martial art, 3000 clouds movement, 1 by 999 times. A few minutes later, Jiyu arrived at the Nangong residence. The guards at the entrance of the Nangong residence were just about to stop the young man in black and the little girl in white who had appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, he saw the appearance of the black-clothed youth clearly. Isn't this Jiyu? The guard was stunned on the spot. When he reacted, he hurriedly made way for the other party. In the entire Kanglin Empire, Jiyu was even more famous than the current queen, Zhuang Weiran. She was also the queen's favorite. There was also a guard among them. When he realized that the person who came was Jiyu, he immediately ran in to inform the patriarch. Jiyu naturally noticed the appearance of those guards, but he didn't care at all. He pretended that he didn't see anything and walked into the Nangong estate. Not long after entering the Nangong estate, Jiyu coincidentally bumped into the patriarch of the Nangong family, Nangong Yu, who was running out in a hurry. Jiyu, you're here. Nangong Yu seemed to have just heard the news from the guards that Jiyu was here, so he rushed out in a hurry. Patriarch of the Nangong family, you don't have to be so anxious. Jiyu said politely. Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony should be starting soon, right? Jiyu went straight to the point. That's right. Maching's coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Nangong Yu instantly understood that Jiyu was here to attend his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. He immediately felt happy. If that was the case, Jiyu still had Maching in his heart. There was still hope. Patriarch, help me arrange a place to stay. I'll attend Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony on that day. Jiyu said. All right. Nangong Yu nodded and immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange a place to stay. At this moment, Jiyu was in the place that Nangong Yu had arranged for him. He planned to break through the 4th stage of the purple-glazed pupil's purple-glazed god transformation in one go, which was also the last stage. That way, the purple-glazed pupil would be considered complete. As for Xiao Gu, Jiyu had already given her some candy, so she would at least be obedient for a day. Ding. Host has taken a look at the purple-glazed pupil cultivation manual. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a look at the purple-glazed pupil cultivation manual. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. However, less than half a day after Jiyu started cultivating the purple-glazed pupil, there was a light knock on the door. Ding. Host has used soul perception, soul strength experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu immediately used his spiritual perception and found that it was Nangong Maching standing outside the door. Come in. At this moment, Jiyu stopped cultivating and said, come in. Then, Nangong Maching, who was standing outside the door, pushed open the door and walked in. Jiyu looked at the sky outside the window and found that it was already dark. Then, she asked Nangong Maching, it's already so late, why are you here? I'm here to bring you dinner. At this moment, Nangong Maching took out an exquisite box. Nangong Maching directly walked in and sat beside Jiyu, which was the bedside. Dinner? Thank you. Jiyu said. Nangong Maching placed the box on her lap and slowly opened it. This is the dinner I made myself. Come, have a taste. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of meat and put it in front of Jiyu's mouth. Seeing this, Jiyu was slightly stunned. Was she trying to feed him? I'll eat it myself. Jiyu declined politely with a smile. He was a man. Why did he need someone to feed him? He was not a child anymore. Why don't you try it first? Nangong Maching was still unwilling to give up. This was a rare opportunity for her. Alright, Jiyu compromised in the end. After taking a bite, she realized that the dinner was indeed quite delicious. Your culinary skills are much better than those two girls, Yu Chu and Yu Xian. Jiyu could not help but sigh. Thinking back to when he ate Jiang Yuechu's food, it left a deep impression on him. Nangong Maching was already happy enough when Jiyu obediently took a bite. Now that she was praised for her culinary skills, she was even more delighted. Speaking of which, you call them by their names. Can't you call me by my name too? Nangong Maching suddenly paid attention to how Ji Yu addressed Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin just now. Name? Ji Yu thought for a moment. Maching? Yes. Nangong Maching smiled cheerfully and picked up another piece of vegetable leaf, wanting to continue feeding Ji Yu. No, I'll eat by myself next. This time, Ji Yu really did not want to continue compromising. He was a man, after all, and his hands were intact. How could he let a woman feed him? Nangong Maching could not force Ji Yu, so he could only give up. At least she had fed Ji Yu a bite just now. She was already satisfied. When Ji Yu was eating dinner, Nangong Maching was still sitting at the side and watching. Aren't you going back? Ji Yu was halfway through her meal when she realized that Nangong Maching had been sitting at the side and watching her. She could not help but ask. There's no hurry. I'll bring the cutlery back after you finish eating. Nangong Maching said calmly. Hearing this, Ji Yu didn't think too much about it. After dinner, Ji Yu returned the box to Nangong Maching. Sorry to trouble you. Then I'll go back first. Nangong Maching immediately stood up. In fact, she wanted to continue staying here, but Ji Yu seemed to be cultivating. In order not to disturb Ji Yu, she could only go back. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. After Nangong Maching left, he continued to cultivate the amethyst pupil. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Ding. Host has read the Amethyst Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Amethyst Pupil Experience gained, 1*999x. Before Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony began, Ji Yu had been cultivating the amethyst pupil. During this period, Nangong Maching would come to Ji Yu every meal time with the dishes he personally cooked. As a result, Ji Yu was never hungry. However, on the day of Nangong Maching's coming-of-age ceremony, Ji Yu's amethyst pupil had not completely reached perfection. However, he felt that he was about to break through the 4th stage of the amethyst transformation. It would probably take another 1 or 2 days. This morning, Nangong Maching delivered breakfast as usual. However, Ji Yu found that Nangong Maching looked a little strange today. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Just as Ji Yu opened his mouth to ask this question. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has taken a look at the 1st stage of the extreme colding body, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the method to solve the 1st stage of the extreme colding body. Ji Yu found out about this through the system. In other words, Nangong Maching had the extreme colding body physique. From the system, he found out that the extreme colding body was a special type of physique with extreme yin. There were a total of 3 stages. The 1st stage would erupt when a person turned 18. In the 1st stage, the body would only feel very cold and uncomfortable. The reason why it was only was because the last 2 stages were even more terrifying. If the 1st stage was not solved, the 2nd stage would cause the body to be frozen from the inside out, unable to move, and could be described as a vegetable. In the 3rd stage, even the heart would be frozen, and the person would lose their life completely. Obviously, Nangong Maching had erupted the 1st stage of the extreme colding body today. Ji Yu completely did not expect that Nangong Maching actually still had this kind of physique hidden in him. Coincidentally, Ji Yu found out from the system that the method to solve the 1st stage of the extreme colding body was the Great Heaven Mystic Yang pill from last time. Thinking about this, Ji Yu did not think about it anymore. Seeing that Nangong Maching in front of him was very uncomfortable, even swaying as she walked, he immediately put down the box in Nangong Maching's hands. There's something wrong with your body. Come with me to your father first. Ji Yu carried Nangong Maching on his back and left the room as he spoke. Nangong Maching wanted to say something, but because her body was too cold, she could not open her mouth. Feeling the warmth of Ji Yu's back, she could not help but hug Ji Yu's neck tightly, sticking her body close to Ji Yu's back. Ding. Host has used the inferior heaven rank movement technique 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement technique has gained 999 times the experience. Jiyu immediately used the 3000 clouds movement technique and carried Nangong Maching towards Nangongyu. Seeing Jiyu suddenly barge in with Nangong Maching on his back, Nangongyu was originally happy, but he soon realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Seeing that his daughter seemed to be very uncomfortable, Nangongyu couldn't help but worry. There's a serious problem with Maching's body. Jiyu quickly said, let's bring her to the room first. Okay, young master, follow me. Nangongyu realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately led the way. Jiyu quickly caught up with him. Ding. Host has taken a step. The inferior heaven rank movement technique 3000 clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. The inferior heaven rank movement technique 3000 clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Soon, Jiyu followed Nangongyu to Nangong Maching's room. After placing Nangong Maching on the bed and covering her with a blanket, he comforted Nangong Maching, rest here first, you'll be fine. Young master, what happened to Maching? At this moment, Nangongyu anxiously asked Jiyu. There's a body constitution called the extreme coldine physique hidden in her body, and it broke out today. Jiyu quickly explained, then took out a pill furnace from her storage ring and said, I'll prepare a solution now, you don't have to worry. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Gold level spiritual power has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu took out a pill furnace and a pile of materials from her storage ring. Right now, he was only a superior grade 5 alchemist. If he wanted to refine the grade 6 Great Heaven Profound Yang pill, he would need to be at least a grade 6 alchemist. Therefore, he planned to first refine other medicinal pills to increase his alchemy attainments. Ding. It has been detected that the host has begun to refine grade 4 medicinal pills. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Ding. Host has concocted a 4th grade medicinal pill. Alchemy attainment has been increased by 999 times. Ding. Host has concocted a 4th grade medicinal pill. Alchemy attainment has been increased by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the inferior 6th stage pill refinement master. After half a day, Jiyu's alchemy Dao finally broke through to become a 6th grade alchemist. During this time, Nangongyu took good care of Nangong Maching. At this moment, Jiyu did not stop and was preparing to refine the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. Fortunately, he had made a trip to the land of chaos. That trip had been very fruitful. He had even managed to gather a set of ingredients for the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. Ding. It has been detected that the host has begun to refine a grade 6 Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Another half a day passed. Ding. The host has successfully refined a grade 6 Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. Alchemy attainment has been increased by 999 times. Jiyu had finally refined the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. He then took out the pill from the furnace and walked to the bedside. Is this the antidote? Looking at the pill in Jiyu's hand, Nangongyu could not help but ask. That's right. This is the pill that can solve the first stage of the extreme cold extreming body, the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill. Jiyu said. Great Heaven Profound Yang pill? Nangongyu was shocked. He did not expect this pill to have something to do with his daughter's body constitution. Then, who was that mysterious person back then? At this moment, Nangong Maching seemed to be in a half-awake state. Her furrowed brows indicated that she was not feeling well. Jiyu tried to pry open Nangong Maching's lips with her hands. She immediately felt that it was terrifyingly cold. It's okay. It will be done soon. Jiyu said softly as she stuffed the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill into Nangong Maching's mouth. The moment Nangong Maching swallowed the Great Heaven Profound Yang pill, a burst of extreme yang qi erupted from her body. Soon, Nangong Maching's body warmed up. Her furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. Is it done? Nangongyu asked anxiously. Yes, it's done. Jiyu nodded and then looked out of the window. It's quite late now. Let her rest here. Okay. Thank you very much for saving us, young master. Namgongyu said gratefully. If Jiyu was not here this time, he really did not know what to do. By the way, your coming-of-age ceremony this time, Jiyu suddenly thought. It's already so late. Let's not hold it as long as Maching is fine. Namgongyu looked at Namgong Maching and said, and we can hold it again next year. That's true. Jiyu said, then my sister and I will go back now. We'll come back when we have the chance. Take care, young master. Namgongyu sent him off. Ding. Host has taken a step. Inferior Heaven Level Martial Arts, 3000 Clouds Movement, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Inferior Heaven Level Martial Arts, 3000 Clouds Movement, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Just as Jiyu turned around and took a few steps, he suddenly felt Namgong Maching's cultivation aura skyrocketing. LV6 Defensive Profound Realm, LV7 Defensive Profound Realm, LV8 Defensive Profound Realm, LV9 Defensive Profound Realm. However, Namgong Maching's cultivation had broken through to LV9 Defensive Profound Realm and showed no signs of stopping. In a flash, he broke through the shackles of Defensive Profound Realm and reached Tongxian Realm. LV1 Tongxian Realm, LV2 Tongxian Realm, LV3 Tongxian Realm. It was only when he broke through to LV3 Tongxian Realm that the speed of growth slowed down. Even so, he was still breaking through. Mid LV3 Tongxian Realm, late LV3 Tongxian Realm, peak LV3 Tongxian Realm, peak LV3 Tongxian Realm, LV4 Tongxian Realm. In the end, Namgong Maching's cultivation stopped at early LV4 Tongxian Realm. Ding. Host has sensed another person's cultivation aura breakthrough. Martial Arts Cultivation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has sensed another person's cultivation aura breakthrough. Martial Arts Cultivation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu felt Namgong Maching's cultivation aura breakthrough and gained a lot of cultivation realms. At the same time, Namgong Maching woke up. Her face was filled with disbelief as she muttered, What's going on? Namgongyu was also shocked. How did his daughter's cultivation suddenly surpass his? This is the benefit of solving the first stage of the extreme colding body. Jiyu explained, although this physique is fatal, once it erupts and is resolved, you will obtain a large amount of cultivation and a martial talent that far surpasses ordinary people. Extreme Cold Absolute In Physique. Namgong Maching understood that the extreme colding body was the main culprit that caused him to become what he was today. However, he did not expect that it would actually allow him to obtain a large amount of cultivation and martial arts talent that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Hearing Jiyu's words, Namgongyu gradually recovered from his shock. Then, young master, what do you mean by the first stage? Namgongyu was a little concerned about the first stage of the extreme colding body that Jiyu mentioned. He then asked, is there a second stage? That's right. Jiyu nodded. Not only is there a second stage, but there's also a third stage. This. Namgongyu was horrified. The first stage of the extreme colding body was already so terrifying. How could there be a second and third stage? Moreover, the 6th grade Great Heaven Mystic Yang pill could only solve the first stage of the extreme colding body. Then, what kind of pills would be needed to solve the second and third stage of the extreme colding body? A 7th grade pill, an 8th grade pill, or even a 9th grade pill? Namgongyu did not dare to continue thinking about it. However, the second stage of the extreme colding body will only erupt in half a year. Jiyu said at this moment. As for the solution, it would require a 7th grade pill. As for the third stage of the extreme colding body, it would require a 9th grade pill as the antidote. Half a year? Namgongyu was frightened. Only half a year. What should he do? It seemed that he could only pin his hopes on Ji Gongzi. Namgongyu seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt down in front of Jiyu. Young master, please save Maching. Patriarch Namgong, you don't have to do this. I will save him if I can. Jiyu helped Namgongyu up and said awkwardly. With your words, I'm relieved. Namgongyu said gratefully. Namgong Maching did not seem to care about his body constitution. He suddenly asked Jiyu, are you leaving now? Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. It is about time for me to go back. I will come back again if I have the chance. Namgong Maching was reluctant to part with her, but he did not show it. Thank you. Ding. Host has taken a step. Low-grade heaven movement technique 3000 clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Low-grade heaven movement technique 3000 clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After leaving the Namgong estate, Jiyu asked Xiaogu to bring him to the Kanglan branch hall. On the way, he used his soul power to check if Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were still in the Demon Beast mountain range. Ding. Host has used soul perception. Soul power has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has used soul perception. Soul power has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Through her soul perception, Jiyu discovered that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were still wandering between the outer and inner regions of the Demon Beast mountain range. However, right at this moment, the soul rope on his body suddenly moved. The soul rope started to shake violently. Sensing the soul rope's movements, Jiyu released the soul rope from her sea of consciousness. A huge remnant soul floated in the air. What's the matter, senior? The remnant soul narrowed its eyes and looked at the Demon Beast mountain range. Suddenly, it laughed out loud. You are indeed fated with my clan. Jiyu still didn't understand what senior was talking about. The remnant soul continued. I have recovered some of my strength. It must be because of this Demon Beast mountain range. Jiyu patted Xiaogu's head. Xiaogu, let's go down and take a look. Xiaogu didn't say anything. In an instant, they landed beside a lake in the Demon Beast mountain range. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were in the middle of the lake with their palms facing each other. Looking around, the surrounding moon essence was continuously entering their bodies. Jiyu took a step forward. Ding. Host has taken a step forward. Low-grade heaven tier movement technique 3000 clouds movement obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Sensing Jiyu's aura, the two sisters suddenly opened their eyes. They slowly put away the cultivation technique. Jiyu, why are you here? Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin said almost at the same time. They were very surprised. They didn't expect Jiyu to suddenly appear here. I heard from the mansion master that you were training here, so I came to see you. Jiyu smiled and said, speaking of which, how is your training now? The two sisters' expressions became serious. Their bodies were like lightning, flashing quickly in this forest. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to see their afterimages. However, in Jiyu's eyes, the two sisters' movement techniques were still ordinary. Although they are a little weaker than me, they are still very powerful. Jiyu gently patted the two sisters' heads. Suddenly, a long whistle came from the depths of the forest. Jiang Yuexin and Jiang Yuechu immediately took out their magic tools with vigilance on their faces. A figure flew out from the forest, and the trees on both sides collapsed. A demonic beast with an eagle head and a leopard body appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the four people before it, the demonic beast licked its lips, as if it had seen some kind of delicious meal. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the two sisters. Judging from the bony wings on the back of the demonic beast, this demonic beast had already reached the 3rd grade. From the probing sense, the two sisters felt that they could only fight against this demonic beast if they went all out. A rank 3 demonic beast. Why is there such a demonic beast here? Watch how I teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a clap of thunder resounded in the air. He saw Jiyu take a step forward and throw out a heavy punch. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown. The 3rd-rank demonic beast didn't even have the chance to cry out before it was torn to pieces. Jiyu took out the demonic core from the 3rd-rank demonic beast's body and threw it into their hands. Take this demonic core. You can get a lot of benefits from it. When the Jiang sisters saw that Jiyu's punch just now had killed the monstrous beast that they felt was incomparably dangerous, they were incomparably shocked. Jiyu had already shown his extraordinary talent for cultivation. Even so, killing a 3rd-rank demonic beast with just one punch still shocked the two sisters. It was really too amazing. The two sisters felt as if their hearts were being thrown into turmoil. I'm going back to the royal city. You two can go back with me, Ji said. Okay. Okay. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin nodded in unison. The next day, Ji and the two sisters returned to the royal city and arrived at the Qianyuan martial mansion. At this time, Ji had already left the Qianyuan martial mansion and was heading to the Alchemist Guild. He wouldn't forget the promise he made with Yu Shuyun. Ding. Host has used the low-grade heaven-level movement technique 3000 Clouds Movement. 3000 Clouds Movement has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Host has used the low-grade heaven-level movement technique 3000 Clouds Movement. 3000 Clouds Movement has gained 999 times experience. Soon, Jiyu brought Xiaogu to the Alchemist Guild. However, he found that there was a crowd in front of him. It was noisy as if something had happened. In the middle of the crowd, there was a sedan chair pulled by 6 or 7 giant beasts. On the sedan chair, a seductively dressed man was hugging 7 or 8 beauties and drinking wine. Is this the Alchemist Guild? A few people wearing rainbow-colored robes walked forward. Yes, esteemed emissary of the planet of Malayo. As a superior 5th-rank alchemist, he would only be respected no matter where he went on this continent. He swaggered down and revealed the emblem on his rainbow-colored robes. The guards at the door were dumbfounded. Why would such a noble person come to our place? Yu Shuyun walked out with a few elders of the Alchemist Guild. Seeing her face covered in white sand, the Malayo star suddenly felt that the women who were sleeping on the same bed as him were not fragrant at all. No, it should be said that he was simply eating pig food when he went over. Everyone, this emissary has taken a fancy to you. Today, you will be my wife. Yu Shuyun didn't expect that when she saw a senior expert coming, she would be treated like this. Presumptuous. Presumptuous. The elders of the Alchemist Guild couldn't stand by and watch. They directly channeled their Xianxia and rushed towards him. Planet of Malayo's subordinates laughed in disdain. He had actually completely dissolved the profound energy without making a single sound. How is this possible? What's going on? Planet of Malayo laughed. This emissary came this time because I heard that there was a fairy-like woman here. I didn't make a mistake. Since you are unwilling, I will use force. This emissary likes to use force the most, ha ha ha. Do you think you have the right to touch my woman? Just as Mo Luoxing's hand was getting closer and closer, a thunderous sound rang out. A young man in black suddenly appeared. It's him. Yu Shuyun's eyes were filled with surprise and gratitude. Just now, Jiyu had only shouted, but she had already channeled her spiritual energy into Mo Luoxing's body. She had directly destroyed the spiritual energy of a few lackeys beside Mo Luoxing. Mo Luoxing's body emitted a rainbow-colored aura. He was a Tongxian realm expert. Jiyu threw a punch. Mo Luoxing laughed. You want to destroy my aura with just one punch? You're like an idiot. Before he could finish his sentence, the smile on Mo Luoxing's face froze. With a crack, his aura shattered into countless pieces. Ding. Host has thrown a punch. Intermediate Earth rank fist technique, cloud slashing fist technique, 1 by 999 times. Wait, don't kill him. Many messengers walked out from behind. An old man stroked his beard and said, This man is my disciple. Can you let him live? Give me some face? Face? How much is your face worth? Jiyu said disdainfully. How much is my face worth? Even if you're here, you won't dare to say that. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Mo Luoxing's head fell to the ground. The old men in rainbow robes widened their eyes in shock. You. What about you? You deserve to die for humiliating my woman. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. The old man was furious. As a superior grade 5 alchemist, did he have to depend on someone else's mood to live? You're also an alchemist. Do you dare to compete with me? This old man was not stupid. He chose to compete with Jiyu on his own strength. If you win, you can take my pill formula. If you lose, you'll have to kowtow 3 times in front of my disciple's grave and destroy your own cultivation. However, if you don't dare, I can accept it. Why don't you just kowtow 3 times? The people nearby all knew of Jiyu's attainments in alchemy, so they couldn't help but feel that the other party was a little idiotic. They were all waiting to see this foreign alchemist make a fool of himself. Jiyu smiled faintly. All right. The foreign alchemist did not bring out his alchemy furnace. Instead, he opened his palm. A ball of fire began to burn on his palm. How is this possible? Following that, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless medicinal herbs were thrown into the raging fire. Soon, a faint green light emerged from the pill. It was just a very ordinary pill. Jiyu carefully observed the other party's palm, using her mental power to observe the other party's circulation route. Unexpectedly, the other party did not use a mysterious technique to produce flames. It was as if everything had originated from the jade bottle at the old man's waist. The pill had been formed, but the old man did not stop. Instead, the flame in his hand became even more intense. The radiance of the pill changed again. Jiyu also made her move. She casually threw out an alchemy furnace. Haha, you actually need an alchemy furnace to refine pills. The alchemists of the 7 great empires are only SOSO. However, in just an hour, the pill in Jiyu's hand gave off a faint medicinal fragrance. Everyone present was immersed in the medicinal fragrance. Especially Xiao Gu, who could not wait to pounce on the alchemy furnace. This kind of pill was the most fatal attraction to the dragon race. Playing to the gallery. The old man shouted in disdain. The flame in his hand became even more intense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the alchemy furnace on the field changed. A ray of mysterious light shot into the sky. It was as if there was a strong attractive force, sucking in everything around it. Although the pill in the old man's hand was a supreme-grade pill, it did not have the protection of an alchemy furnace. The mysterious energy on the pill turned into a rainbow light and slowly flew into Jiyu's alchemy furnace. The heavens and earth had changed color. What kind of powerful medicinal pill is this? I didn't expect that there would be someone with such attainments in alchemy. The sky darkened. Jiyu gently patted the alchemy furnace. The lid of the alchemy furnace flew into the sky. A pill glowing with 7-colored light floated in the air. The pill slowly landed in Jiyu's hand. The old man looked at the pill in Jiyu's hand and sat on the ground with a thump. His face was ashen. This old man has seen a lot in his life. But to be able to see such a miraculous pill, even if I die, it will be worth it. Jiyu said indifferently, you admit defeat? The old man and the emissary behind him lowered their heads. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. This old man has pill recipes for you to choose. Who would have thought that this group of alchemists from the outer realm would be so straightforward? In fact, if Jiyu had not killed Maluoxing so straightforwardly, they would have gone crazy and killed him. I don't want anything else. I just want the small jade bottle on your waist. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He did not expect that the other party could see through what he was using so easily. The old man took the bottle from his waist and handed it to Jiyu with both hands. He did not have the face to stay in the Demon Alchemists Guild anymore. He led the survivors and fled in a sorry state. Yu Shiyun looked at the man in front of her with an infatuated expression. She was saved by him time and time again. Suddenly, Jiyu pulled her into his arms. The surrounding crowd looked at them with envy. This ice beauty was high and mighty in the eyes of others. Only Jiyu could touch her at will. Yu Shiyun blushed and curled up in Jiyu's arms. You're back. Jiyu lifted Yu Shiyun's chin with one hand. This time, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Fulfill his promise? Yu Shiyun did not expect that happiness would come so quickly. Her eyes were filled with joy. It was as if there were only the two of them left in the world at this moment. Seeing that Yu Shiyun lowered her head and did not say anything, Jiyu smiled. Could it be that you're not willing now? Willing, of course I'm willing. SSS, when has this ice beauty ever acted like this? It's really young Master Jiyu. Only he can create such a miracle. This time, Jiyu did not choose to let Xiao Gu bring them back. Instead, he rented a carriage and planned to accompany his fiancée on the way back. After leaving the Alchemists Guild, each person had a carriage. It was like holding a bag of gold and showing off in this land. on Black Wind Mountain not far from here. A sneaky brat knelt in front of the fatty. The person in the hall had a wide body and a fat body. He took a bite of his drumstick and said excitedly, "Another big deal has arrived." This fatty was originally a general of the Spirit Treasure Empire. He was persecuted by the Prime Minister and was forced to lead hundreds of elite cavalrymen into the Bedlam lands. Hundreds of elite cavalrymen were all at the Tongxian realm. Even so, they were forced out of the Bedlam lands and suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to become bandits on Black Wind Mountain. They were the most troublesome existence for the local authorities. Shui Buping, who was also the fatty, had a good relationship with the various factions, so no one was willing to touch him. Shui Buping rubbed his big belly. "Brothers, there's work at our door." On the main road, Jiyu closed his eyes and cultivated his mental power. Yu Shuyun and Xiaogu were lying on Jiyu's body like kittens. Suddenly, Jiyu sensed hundreds of Tongxian realm experts lying in ambush on the nearby mountain range. Ding! Host has used soul perception. Soul power obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Even if the factions within a radius of hundreds of miles were targeting Jiyu, they would not be able to send so many Tongxian realm experts. Jiyu chuckled. He looked at Yu Shuyun and said calmly, "A good show is about to start." Then, he whispered into Xiaogu's ear. Xiaogu laughed evilly, and then disappeared on the spot. The carriage entered a narrow valley. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose and hundreds of people surrounded the carriage. A soldier on horseback rode forward. "I opened this road and planted this tree. If you pass by, leave behind beautiful women, gold coins, and good herbs." Jiyu pulled open the curtain of the carriage. "Where are you heroes from?" Jiyu felt that it was a pity that such a large number of elite soldiers had become bandits. "We are from the Black Wind Mountain." "Cut the crap. Leave behind your money or your head." "I don't think that's appropriate." "You should ask your big brother." "Big brother?" The Tongxian realm experts looked at each other. Suddenly, Xiaogu grabbed a fatty and threw him to the ground. "Big brother, how did you fall into their hands?" Shui Buping groaned. Jiyu removed the linen cloth from his mouth that came out of nowhere. "Bastard! Bandits! Shameless scum! Let me tell you, I have countless elite soldiers under my command." Jiyu knocked on Fatty's head, and he immediately became obedient. "You're interesting. You were the ones who set up an ambush for us, but you call us bandits. I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, let me go. I'll definitely fight with you for 7 days and 7 nights. All right." Jiyu had never seen such an interesting person before, so she had Xiaogu release him. Shui Buping looked at Jiyu with suspicion. "Are you really going to let me go?" Jiyu smiled and nodded. Shui Buping immediately turned around and left. It was as if a pair of wind and fire wheels had appeared under his feet. However, before he could run far, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Jiyu had only used a portion of her strength in the cloud extinction palm technique, and Shui Buping fell to the ground. Xiaogu lifted his leg as if she was dragging a toy and dragged him to the front of the carriage. After a long while, Shui Buping finally regained his senses. "Despicable. Shameless. Bandits. Didn't I let you go just now? Let me go? But you caught me again. Then what do you want?" "I'm not going. You have to take care of my food and drink. I have nowhere to go. You saw it too. My brothers are all at the Tongxian realm. From now on, you'll be my big brother." Jiyu chuckled. This person was really interesting. With such a person accompanying her on the road, it would not be boring. Jiyu's palm strike had completely subdued this group of elite soldiers. Everyone was sincerely convinced that they could follow such an expert. Hence, after packing up, they set off in a grandiose manner. In Chaoyang Ancient City, a few guards saw that there were over 100 cavalrymen charging at them with an aggressive aura. They immediately reported. Jiang Zhongtian led everyone out of the city. They saw the word Ji on the carriage. There were very few experts with the surname Ji. Could it be? Jiyu slowly walked out of the carriage. Shui Buping urged his horse forward and shouted, "Ji Gongzi is here. Open the city gates." The soldiers on the city gates took a look. As expected, Jiyu had returned. They immediately ordered people to open the city gates. The people in the city all looked at the group of soldiers who entered the city. Every one of them was a Tongxian realm expert. Not to mention Jiyu, who was in the carriage, was a genuine spirit profound realm expert. Jiang Zhongtian looked at Xue Buping and the elite soldiers behind Jiyu. His eyes were filled with envy. At the same time, he rejoiced. Fortunately, both of his daughters were with him. Jiyu directly brought Yu Shuyun to the Alchemist Association branch. Under the congratulations of everyone, they set the engagement. When Jiyu turned 18, it would be the wedding day. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Chaoyang ancient city. Countless young disciples named Jiyu as their idol, followed by the Jiang sisters. Now, with Yu Shuyun, they were spirit profound realm experts. What was the peak of life? This was the peak of life. After the engagement was confirmed, Xianxia came to visit. He seemed to have a serious expression on his face. Seeing that he had something to say, Jiyu invited him to the side hall. With a flash of green light, a purple wooden box was placed on the table. Xianxia said politely, "Little friend Ji, this wooden box contains the secret of our alchemist guild. It's a pity that I haven't deciphered it yet. Perhaps you're the only one who has this opportunity." Suddenly, the soul rope trembled. "Accept it." The voice of the remnant soul came from Jiyu's mind. After Jiyu accepted the wooden box, Xianxia got up and left. After he left, Jiyu opened the wooden box. Unexpectedly, there was only a small piece of paper in the wooden box. Surprisingly, there was no pill formula hidden on the paper. The remnant soul phantom floated out, and absorbed the blue thing inside. The power inside can replenish my soul. After the blue light disappeared, a map slowly appeared on the paper. This map showed a place that Jiyu had never seen before. This place is very familiar. It seems to be a place in the Azure Steel Empire, but I can't remember the exact location. Jiyu said calmly, "Alright, then let's go to the Azure Steel Empire." Under Xiaogu's lead, they arrived at the Azure Steel Empire's Fengyu city on the second day. The people of the Azure Steel Empire made a living by making weapons, and they even compared people of other professions to trash. Here, weapon refiners were respected. The streets and alleys were filled with all kinds of lights all the time. The blacksmiths were shouting. The moment Jiyu entered the city, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Suddenly, a child of about 17 or 18 years old walked over. He stroked his beard and said to Jiyu, "Little brother, did you make the clothes you're wearing yourself?" "No." When the child heard that it wasn't made by Jiyu, his eyes lit up. "Then can you sell this to me? I'm willing to buy it for 100 gold. 100 gold was very tempting. Many martial artists were willing to do things they didn't want to do. Who knew that what welcomed him was Jiyu's casual reply? "No need." The young man immediately walked away dejectedly. Right at this moment, a group of people walked out of a mansion not far away. Seeing the youth, one of the burly men shouted, "Look, that guy is over there." The burly man pointed at Jiyu. The young man shouted and grabbed Jiyu's hand. "Run." However, Jiyu shook off his hand. "I'm not the one they're after." The corner of the young man's eye suddenly flashed. "Big brother, they are the ones who bullied me." Jiyu looked at him in confusion. Several burly men pulled up their sleeves. "Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The aura of the Tongxian realm was gradually released from the 7 of them. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on Jiyu. Even though the 7 of them had just entered the Tongxian realm, they were confident that they would be able to kill a Tongxian realm expert together. However, under the pressure of this aura, Jiyu didn't move at all. He didn't even frown. "Brat, acting tough won't do you any good. Get lost. You're annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye. He threw out several punches in a second. The cloud extinction fist technique landed on the 8 burly men. In a short moment, they exploded and died. Only the remaining young man let out a miserable shriek. Only the smell of urine wafted over from his body. He shouted, "I'll give anyone who can take him down a grade 3 magic weapon." After hearing this, many experts on both sides of the street took out their magic weapons and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu grabbed the young man's collar. When he touched her, he felt a strange feeling. He looked at him in confusion. He thought that this brat was just a pretty boy. He didn't expect that he was actually a woman. However, he threw the woman behind him. Even though Jiyu wasn't afraid of the people in front of him, he couldn't bear to be bothered by so many mosquitoes. He directly released the aura of the spirit profound realm. Everyone stopped in their tracks. It was as if a body freezing technique had been used on them. He's in the spirit profound realm. This person looks so young. He's actually a spirit profound realm expert. Young master, we were wrong. Please forgive us. That's right, that's right. Please treat us as farts and let us go. Jiyu said coldly, get lost. The young man landed on the ground. His hat fell down and his hair slowly fell. So he was a peerless beauty. However, who wasn't a beauty by Jiyu's side? The young lady stood up. She didn't know why this black-clothed young man looked so handsome and was so strong. Her face was slightly red as she walked in front of Jiyu. Young master is really skilled. Thank you for just now. Jiyu wasn't interested in people who used others, even if she was a beauty. If there's a next time, die. The young lady immediately shouted, young master, please wait. This young lady was wrong just now. However, this young lady has her own difficulties. The young lady's name was Dai Shui. Her family was a family that had been passed down for generations. However, in the generation of her father, Dai Tianen, there was only one female. In order to obtain the position of clan leader, several branch families wanted to marry her. The young man that was killed by Jiyu just now was Dai Shui's cousin. Now that her father was seriously ill, Dai Qing wanted to seize the position of patriarch and forced her to marry him. Dai Shui escaped. So she was also a pitiful person. I'll let the previous matter go. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Jiyu was about to leave, Dai Shui anxiously said, young master, please wait. Just now, I saw that young master was an expert above the 8th level of the Tongxian realm. Dai Shui couldn't see through Jiyu's strength. However, from the way he killed 8 Tongxian experts, his strength was definitely not ordinary. How is it? Dai Shui's eyes immediately turned red. Coupled with her male attire, she looked very pitiful. Young master, can you accompany me home? Perhaps with your Xian energy, you can force the poison out of my father's body. She was worried that Jiyu wouldn't agree. Dai Shui anxiously said, marry me, I'm willing to accept the position of patriarch. Patriarch? Our Dai family has been master blacksmiths for generations. We can create invincible artifacts for you. Seeing that the other party was so anxious and that there were benefits, Jiyu agreed. When the time comes, I'll just choose one artifact from your family. As for the marriage, let's forget about it. Could it be that this young master doesn't like me? Dai Shui didn't know why, but she felt unhappy. Jiyu accompanied Dai Shui to the front of the Dai mansion. As the residence of the Dai family's master, Dai mansion had lost all its vitality. Obviously, it was in decline. When a maid saw Dai Shui return, she anxiously came out. Miss, why did you come back? Dai Shui said, I invited a master to come back. The maid looked at Jiyu and thought that although this person was very handsome, he was too young to be of help to the master. But the miss was so determined that she had no other choice. But miss, uncle and the others are inside. Outside the door, a middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 years old came out. Well, Dai Shui, you still know to come back. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. I advise you to marry my son. Dai Shui gritted her teeth and looked at the man in front of her. I have found a husband now. She glanced at Jiyu, he is my husband. The middle-aged man looked at Jiyu and released a strong psychic power. He couldn't feel any change in Jiyu's Xianxia. Haha, it's just a nameless boy. Come, break his legs and drive him out. The two servants quickly gathered their qi and threw a silver dagger in Jiyu's direction at the same time. The middle-aged man was smiling proudly. Suddenly, the two silver knives turned in the air and stabbed into the middle-aged man's legs. Only a scream was heard. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground. The servants were scared silly. They opened their mouths wide and couldn't make any reaction. The next moment, Jiyu appeared in front of the middle-aged man and punched him in the chest. The rest of the servants were scared and knelt on the ground. "Young master, we were forced to do this. Please let us go." "Yes, he ordered us to do this." Jiyu said lightly, "You shouldn't ask me, ask her." Several servants knelt in front of Dai Shui. "We were wrong, we were all wrong, please spare our lives, young miss. Get lost. Don't let me see you in Feng City in the future." "Of course." Dai Shui glanced at Jiyu, touched. Suddenly, a coughing sound was heard. Jiyu and Dai Shui followed the sound and rushed into the room. Old Master Dai's body was covered in black gas. It was obvious that he didn't have much time left. Jiyu released her spiritual power and covered Old Master Dai's body. The black gas on his body did not come from his main body. Following the black gas, he extended his spiritual power outwards and found that there were 4 small flags around Old Master Dai. Array formation? Jiyu gently swung her hand, and the flag made a cracking sound. Then, it broke apart. The black chi on Master Dai's face suddenly disappeared without a trace. Dai Shui excitedly laid on Master Dai's body. "Father, you're finally all right." Old Master Dai was also very puzzled as he checked his body and found that there were no injuries. "My dear daughter, what about your uncle? He has already been killed by this young master." Old Master Dai sighed, "He only has himself to blame." Then, he cupped his hands, "Thank you for your help, young master. This old man has nothing to thank you with, only this artifact." After speaking, a purple gold gourd appeared in Old Master Dai's hand. If outsiders knew about this purple gold gourd, they would definitely go crazy and even fight for it with their lives. Because this purple gold gourd had hundreds of arrays on it. It could easily kill people below the first level of the spirit profound realm. It was the Dai family's family treasure. Jiyu unceremoniously accepted it. Ding. Host has taken a look at the purple gold gourd, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the method to create the purple gold gourd. Coincidentally, Jiyu also had all the formulas needed to make the purple gold gourd. With a thought in her mind. In the jade bottle obtained from Malao Xing, a purple flame appeared. As a third-grade blacksmith, Old Master Dai had seen all kinds of strange people in his life. Suddenly, he saw a flame appear on Jiyu's palm and was extremely surprised. Could it be that this young friend was also an alchemist? The purple flame in Jiyu's hand was strengthened by the profound energy on her body and burned even more fiercely. A small tower gradually formed in her hand and slowly burned into the shape of a gourd. Moreover, Jiyu was a 5th-grade lower-grade array master. The newly carved array was hundreds of times stronger than the original one. Now, even if a 4th-level spirit profound realm expert appeared in front of Jiyu, he would not be afraid. Old Master Dai originally thought that Jiyu was only an alchemist. He did not expect that she was also an alchemist. Ding. Host has successfully created the purple gold gourd, blacksmith attainments has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, blacksmith attainments has successfully broken through to the 2nd grade middle grade. Young friend, you are indeed capable. I wonder what is the relationship between you and Schwerer? Jiyu said indifferently, we can be considered friends. After hearing this, Dai Shui lowered her head. She did not know why, but she felt that her nose was a little sour. Although Old Master Dai did not know where Jiyu came from, he was able to create the purple gold gourd and was also an array master. He did not know how powerful her ability had become. Moreover, Schwerer seemed to have feelings for him. I wonder if this young friend is interested in joining our blacksmith guild. Thank you very much, senior. Haha, how about we become friends? Old Master Dai stepped forward and held Jiyu's hand. The news of his recovery quickly spread throughout the entire Feng City. The Blacksmith Guild branch president and a group of elders personally came to visit. Gao Jian walked in with a sage-like demeanor, followed by a group of elders. After the two exchanged greetings, Gao Jian found that Jiyu was also present. He asked Old Master Dai, this is? This is a good friend of my daughter, her name is Jiyu. Young friend Ji. You don't know, but young friend Ji is also an alchemist. What? Gao Jian and the other branch presidents looked at Jiyu. They could not see any Xianxia fluctuation from her body. Well, this old man has a trial stone here. Alchemists have 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only those who have one attribute can be considered an alchemist. Jiyu, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. She placed her hand on the trial stone. The people behind looked at the trial stone. To be able to be valued by Old Master Dai, she must be at least a genius. Jiyu gradually released her Xianqi. She injected it into the trial stone. A burst of faint green light appeared. The wood attribute is not bad, and this color is at least the strength of a second-grade alchemist. An old man said while stroking his beard. However, at this time, the trial stone that was originally emitting a blue light changed. The blue light suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The blue light disappeared in a flash. Instead, it was replaced by a red light. This is the power of fire. It's really rare to have 2 attributes. Yes, we haven't seen such a genius in Feng City since 100 years ago. However, when the elders were surprised, the red light in front of them gradually faded. Could it be? Gao Jian couldn't believe it. Master Dai didn't dare to believe it, and the rest of the elders didn't dare to believe it either. Yellow. Earth. Power of earth. Look, it's blue, the power of water. My God, gold, the power of gold. 5 elements refiner, he's actually a 5 elements refiner. The Craftsmen's Union was like the 7 empires in the southern region. In Qinggang City, although they were all under the union in name, no one was willing to submit to the other. Jiyu withdrew his Xianqi. It took a long time for the elders to wake up from the shock. Gao Jian said excitedly, "Little friend, I wonder if you can join our Feng City Craftsmen's Union branch?" Jiyu cupped his hands. "Senior, this time I came to the Qinggang Empire to look for something." As he spoke, he took out a wooden box from his body and took out a piece of cloth from it. When he saw the wooden box, Gao Jian said, "I was lucky enough to see this thing. It should be in Kiran's hands." How could it be? Could it be that little friend is also an alchemist? Jiyu nodded, yes. After hearing this, Gao Jian felt that he couldn't stand properly. Master Dai was even more excited. If Xiao Shui and Jiyu could fulfill their wish, then their Dai clan would instantly become the #1 clan. Thinking of this, Master Dai said proudly, "Young friend Ji also refined the purple gold gourd himself. The array formation on it was carved by him." After saying this, the person next to him sucked in a breath of cold air. Craftsmen, alchemists, array masters, and they couldn't sense Jiyu's Xianqi. What did it mean? It meant that Jiyu was either a waste or had surpassed them. And he's not even 18 yet, right? This was simply too inconceivable. Wasn't this world a little too crazy? Looks like we're all old. At the same time, they quickly searched through their memories to see if they had any close relatives whose daughters were not married yet. If they could get Jiyu's attention, they would be able to do so. Jiyu, however, focused on Gao Jian's words. "Senior, where have you seen him before?" Gao Jian said faintly, "I've seen this thing in our blacksmith guild. In fact, every guild keeps the same thing, and each of them has their own rules. Our rule here is that every 10 years, there will be a blacksmith general assembly. As long as you win, you will have the opportunity to comprehend it." Jiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "I am willing to join your union. May I know when this meeting will be held?" Coincidentally, in 3 months, the blacksmith convention will be held. But even if Ji Gongzi is a genius, he still needs to win in our guild selection. Second-grade blacksmiths were everywhere on this continent. Indeed, they didn't have the ability to participate in the blacksmith convention. However, if Jiyu could join their guild, it would be of great benefit to the future of Feng City. Most people could hear the benefits in Gao Jian's words. How long until the next blacksmith guild selection? 1 month later. Well, this junior will participate. Gao Jian coughed dryly, even if little friend Ji is talented, but in such a short time. Jiyu said faintly, "Senior, we'll see you in a month." Seeing Jiyu so determined, Gao Jian thought that it was a good thing for young people to gain more experience, so he didn't say anything more. He just took out a recipe from his arms. There was a pagoda carved on it. Ding, the host has read the recipe of the 7 orifices exquisite pagoda and mastered it. In a flash, Jiyu memorized every detail in her mind. Gao Jian and the others said a few words and then got up to leave. Master Dai also planned to go back to his room to practice. Jiyu suddenly said, "Master Dai, I have a business deal, I don't know if you are interested?" Business? Hearing this, Master Dai immediately turned his head. The two discussed for a while. Master Dai said that he would unconditionally follow Jiyu's words. 3 days later. All the rich and powerful families in Feng City received a strange invitation. There were 3 big words written on the invitation. Distinguished Guest Hall. What did these 3 words mean? It meant that the people invited here were all distinguished guests. If they weren't distinguished guests, they would have to raise their noble feet and have a look at other places. Some people who didn't receive the invitation thought that they were from the rich and powerful families and bought the invitation at a high price. The invitation only said that there would be an auction of elixirs and magic tools. And all of them had to be paid with gold coins. Magic tools were not rare, but elixirs were something that every family was very eager to get. With elixirs, it meant that they could cultivate a genius in minutes. 3 days later, at the entrance of the distinguished guest hall, a row of well-dressed maids were waiting in front of the door. Their words and actions revealed their gentleness. Carriages came one by one, and a few burly men guided them to put down the carriages. When they entered, the distinguished guest hall was decorated with incomparable splendor. Generally, the auction would focus on elegance, but under Jiyu's idea, it was as noble as it could be. The people who came felt that they had a lot of face. After they were seated, the auctioned medicinal pills were quickly swept clean. Next was the purple gold gourd. Of course, this weakened version couldn't be compared with the one in Jiyu's hand. It was completely made to gain experience. Under the stage, the eyes of the rich and powerful families were fixed. With such a treasure, who could invade their family in the future? The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. I bid 50,000. A big fat man stood up and waved the fan in his hand. Isn't that the young master of the Zhang family? Yes, I didn't expect that they would also participate. I bid 100,000 gold coins. The young master of the Li family. Oh my God, 2 of the 4 great refining families have made a move. Yes, they have participated. How can we dare to compete? You are too stingy. I bid 500,000. The Zhao family has also participated. I bid 1 million. My God, the Sun family has also participated. 4 major refining families have participated at the same time. What kind of treasure is this? Looking around, everyone was looking at each other. The young masters were glaring at each other as if they were all enemies. In the end, the Li family bought it for 1.8 million gold coins. Master Dai walked up to the center of the small stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In Feng City, Master Dai's family was the most prestigious. Although the sun had already set, their foundation was still there. What kind of artifact was Master Dai going to introduce? Master Dai coughed dryly and clapped his hands. 4 servant girls in scantily clad clothes slowly walked out with a huge wooden box in their hands. The wooden basin looked squarish and was as long as 4 people put together. Master Dai walked in front of the wooden box with a smile. Everyone, please allow this old man to introduce the whirling staff. What? The Li family's young master was the first to stand up. The fan in his hand fell to the ground. The Zhang family's young master was also shocked. A few people sitting at the back asked, "What is this whirling staff?" Hiss. You may not know, but this whirling staff is said to be an artifact left behind by a spirit profound realm expert. It has already gone extinct in this continent. Gone extinct, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of rare artifact, how could it appear here? Master Dai was very proud. When he saw this artifact for the first time, his expression was not much more relaxed than these people. Although this kind of artifact had a crafting method, because of the required materials and the high requirements for the craftsman, even the Craftsman Guild's president could not successfully create it. Now, it actually appeared here. Many of the aristocratic family's children had ominous glints in their eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere became very oppressive, as if a life-and-death battle would break out in the next moment. A few defensive Profound Realm experts slowly pulled out their swords. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure slowly came. It covered the entire VIP hall. Everyone was sweating like rain, drops of sweat dripping to the ground. This is the aura of a Spirit Profound Realm expert. The number of Spirit Profound Realm experts in the entire Azure Steel Empire can be counted on one hand. Who is it? Who is it? Those who dare to use martial artists, die. Jiyu's majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire guest hall. The clan leaders of the few clans stood up and cupped their hands respectfully. Senior, please don't be angry. It's our fault for not being strict enough. That's right. Senior, please be tolerant. Jiyu, who was on the second floor, smiled. Whirling staff, starting at 50 million gold coins. Everyone's eyes widened. 50 million gold coins, this was simply going to bankrupt them. Jiyu's eyes were fixed on the leading family, the Sun family. The pressure on the Sun clan's clan had increased tremendously. Even with his Tongxian realm level 3 cultivation, he found it hard to breathe. 51 million. Under this pressure, the head of the Sun family could only shout out a bid. The other three patriarchs cursed in their hearts. You added so much at one go. Aren't you harming others? However, they soon felt the pressure from the Sun family's head. One bid higher than the other. In the end, it was sold for 80 million gold coins. If it weren't for the fact that this kind of treasure had been extinct for a long time on the continent, it was definitely not that low of a price. In Jiyu's mind, these people really didn't know what was good for them. The auction came to an end. Some people were happy while others were sad. However, boxes of gold coins were sent to the Dai family. Master Dai came to Jiyu with a smile. Little friend Ji, there's a total of 130 million gold coins here. According to our agreement, we'll split it 3-7. You get 70% and I get 30%. Jiyu raised his hand and waved, Master Dai, there's no need. Then, Jiyu whispered a few words in Master Dai's ear. The more Master Dai listened, the happier he became. Little friend, you're really smart. Days passed by. Every day, there was a steady stream of refining materials sent to the Dai family, and a steady stream of magic tools sent out. Many refining experts heard that there was a mysterious expert in the Dai family. They all came to the Dai family, hoping to join the Dai family. Jiyu was not afraid of those who came. Sooner or later, he would leave here. Only with these talents would he be able to earn a steady stream of gold coins. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At the entrance of the Blacksmith Guild branch, all the younger generation of the entire Feng city gathered here. Li Chongqing could be said to be the most outstanding generation of the Li family. The surrounding young masters had to be respectful when they saw him. Sun Dahai snorted coldly. A bunch of bootlickers. Zhang Hong laughed, Brother Dahai, who is Li Chongqing? How can we compare to him? Today, we're going to choose the most outstanding one among the 4 families. Amir. Li family is nothing. I was wondering who it was, so it's the young master of the Zhao family. While the young masters of the 4 families were arguing, the rest of the young masters suddenly looked in the direction of the crowd. Dai Shui pulled Jiyu's sleeve and walked on the street. The houses on both sides are the craftsmen who forge materials. That's where our Blacksmith Guild branch is located. Don't you think it looks like a big iron hammer? Dai Shui jumped up and down and introduced the streets of Feng City to Jiyu, as if she wanted to tell him everything she knew. The veins on Li Chongqing's forehead bulged out. He clenched his fists with a gloomy face. Sun Dahai, Zhang Hong and Zhao Shao also knew that a new master had recently joined the Dai family. They didn't dare to be too presumptuous and just walked forward with a smile on their faces. Isn't this Sister Shui? I don't know who this is? Dai Shui snorted and didn't pay attention to the 3 people. The 3 people knew that the Dai family was no longer a declining family that could be bullied by anyone. They just smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. Jiyu said, let's go in. Li Chongqing came forward, wait. He stopped the two people and said to Jiyu, it seems that you are also a blacksmith? So what? Li Chongqing didn't have anyone talk to him like this before. However, as the most likely person to become the next president of the Blacksmith Guild branch, he naturally had to pay attention to his image. Nothing, I just want to compare notes with you later. At this time, Gao Jian came out from the direction of the gate. The two people beside him rang the gong. Gao Jian said with a sage-like demeanor, welcome, young talents. This old man announces the official start of the Blacksmith Guild selection. Good. Good. The people under the stage applauded. Gao Jian waved his hand, everyone, let's first assess your ability. Those under the second grade don't need to participate. Sun Dahai and the others evaluated one by one and the result was that they passed. There were also many people who were judged as unqualified during the process. When he called Li Chongqing's name, he looked at Jiyu provocatively. He walked in front of the testing stone. Triple attribute armament master, and his profound strength was at the Tongxian realm. All the onlookers were in an uproar. What an outstanding generation. Is this the person who will take over the branch in the future? His strength is really strong. Young Master Li is so handsome, I want to marry him. Gao Jian smiled and invited young Master Li off the stage. Li Chongqing was a little curious. Didn't Gao Jian try every means to accept him as a disciple? Why did he feel so cold towards him today? The people at the side shouted, next, Jiyu. Dai Shui's hand nervously clenched. Jiyu patted her hand and smiled. He walked in front of the testing stone. Seeing that Jiyu really came, Gao Jian thought that he really came to get experience. His talent was good, but his grade was still too low. Little friend Ji doesn't need to be tested, he directly passed. Gao Jian's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone on the scene shouted out their objections. Based on what? That's right, based on what can he be exempted from the test? Jiyu didn't refute, but gently placed his hand on the testing stone. Suddenly, the testing stone bloomed with a 7-colored halo. What? 5 attribute armament master. Heavens, isn't this something that only exists in legends? This is really too inconceivable. There were differing opinions, but those who were screaming to marry Li Chongqing just now all changed their tune and shouted to marry Jiyu. Gao Jian said, this is the reason why little friend Ji doesn't need to be tested. Li Chongqing's eyes locked onto Jiyu's black clothes, only to see that there was no badge on it. Only those who had been recognized by the Armament Masters Guild could be exempted from the test. This guy doesn't have a grade, haha, even if you're a genius, you're not my opponent. Li Chongqing said seriously, Brother Ji is really good, but we take priority here. Why don't you make a bet with me? Jiyu wondered if this guy was an idiot. What do you want to bet on? If I win, you are not allowed to approach Miss Dai in the future. Ever since they found out that an artifact refining expert had come to the Dai clan, all the artifact refining geniuses in the city had set their sights on Dai Shui. Not to mention that he could build a relationship with an expert. Just based on Dai Shui's red lips, white skin, and that wonderful figure of hers that occasionally liked to dress up as a man. It was enough to make these young masters go crazy. However, in the past, the family had looked down on this girl. Even if they had such thoughts in their hearts, they would not be allowed to do so. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to get close to her. If you lose, what will you do? When Li Chongqing heard Jiyu's question, he almost laughed himself to death. This young master is the city's #1 young refiner, how could I lose to you? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. You said it yourself. If you lose, the entire Li family will become servants of the Dai family. When Li Chongqing heard this, he was so angry that he almost made a move. But because of the rules, he couldn't make a move. Okay, if you lose, you will be my slave for the rest of your life. Jiyu only felt that the other party was childish. Gao Jian was afraid that the atmosphere would continue to worsen, so he immediately stood up and said, everyone, in this election, we will give each refiner badge according to your results. Let's see how strong you are. We chose the treasure refined by the refiner master, Gudut Songyun, the seven orifices exquisite pagoda. We don't ask you to be 100% accurate. As long as you are the closest to the original, you will be the winner. One by one, the fires in the furnaces lit up after the call to start. The first process of refining was to forge the iron. Everyone began to smash the iron. Jiyu took a step forward and hammered the dark steel provided by the Craftsman Guild. Ding! The host has hit the black iron, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully comprehended the Gale Hammer. Gale Hammer, Jiyu shouted in a low voice, and his whole arm exploded. With each hit, the entire floor, which was reinforced with Xian energy, gradually sank. Everyone present was shocked by the shaking of the floor and woke up. This is the strongest iron forging technique this old man has seen in so many years. It's rare to see in 1,000 years. God has mercy on my Feng City. Genius, no, no, no. Genius is not enough to describe him. This is a monster, a monster. Looking at it, Jiyu seemed to be invisible. Everyone only saw that the black iron in front of him was becoming more and more delicate. Next was to remove the impurities. Jiyu released the purple flame in the small jade bottle. Together with Jiyu's Xian energy, the flame eroded the black iron in an instant. All the impurities in it were removed. Such an exquisite removal technique, this old man has lived for so many years in vain. Sigh, I wanted to accept little friend Ji as my disciple. It was this old man, no, I was too arrogant. If only little friend Ji could teach me a thing or two. Jiyu closed his eyes, and the precious weapon in front of him gradually took shape in the raging fire. Next, the precious weapon could be considered a great success. It was a pity that it lacked a process. That was the formation. Everyone felt that they would not see the reappearance of the seven orifices exquisite pagoda today. Unexpectedly, Jiyu suddenly shouted. Snake-like runes gradually gathered on top of the pagoda. A dazzling light filled the entire hall. It made everyone unable to open their eyes. Everyone understood that the guest invited by the Dai family was none other than the young man in front of them who was not even 18 years old. God, what was wrong with this world, why was it so crazy? The light gradually dimmed, and the rest of the people stopped. Yes, there was such a monster here. What was there to compete, what's there to compete? They should all go home directly. Gao Jian announced the result. The people from the four families were about to leave, but Jiyu suddenly asked, when did the Li family join the Dai family? Li Chongqing suddenly turned his head. Jiyu, I advise you to leave some leeway in front of others so that we can meet again in the future. My master is an elder in the headquarters, and his strength has reached the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. If he comes, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? The aristocratic families and some independent blacksmiths despised Li Chongqing in their hearts. He was the one who made the bet, but not only did he go back on his words, he even threatened others. No matter who it was, their disdain for Li Chongqing had reached the peak. Jiyu chuckled and suddenly swung her hand, and one of Li Chongqing's arms flew out. Blood flowed continuously. Go back. If the Li family does not return in 3 days, we will exterminate them. Jiyu walked out with Dai Shui without looking back. The people of the Weapon Craftsman Guild did not even look at the former genius Li Chongqing. Instead, they chased after Jiyu. Gao Jian followed Jiyu back to the Dai mansion. Jiyu looked at him curiously. What's the matter, President Gao? Gao Jian glanced at the person beside him. That person immediately took out a 4th-grade weapon craftsman badge. Jiyu had been constantly making weapons for the Dai family to auction. Her strength had already reached the 4th-grade lower-level weapon craftsman. Through a series of techniques, she was actually equivalent to a 5th-grade middle-level weapon craftsman. However, he kept a low profile and did not say anything. After taking the things, President Gao and the others did not intend to leave. Jiyu looked at them in confusion. What else does President Gao want? Gao Jian smiled awkwardly. Little friend Ji, no, Mr. Ji, I wonder if you can accept us as your disciples? This? Mr. Ji, please rest assured. We will definitely learn well and obey Mr.'s orders. All right then. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that they all knelt down and kowtowed. We pay our respects to teacher. After a few days, Jiyu was about to set off for the capital of the Azure Steel Empire, Azure Steel City. All the weapon craftsmen of the 7 empires packed their luggage and set off for Azure Steel City. Before leaving, Dai Shui reluctantly called Jiyu and suddenly bit his arm. I know you don't like me, but I want you to always remember me. When you see this scar, you will remember me. After saying that, Dai Shui ran into the Dai mansion without looking back. The journey was quite smooth. Finally, they arrived at the Azure Steel City. As soon as they entered the city, Jiyu only felt 3 spiritual powers sweep over her body. The Weapon Craftsman Convention could be said to be one of the most important ceremonies in the Azure Steel Empire. Therefore, there were 3 great experts in the city. Gudu Yun of the Gudu family. Xiao Ran of the Xiao family. Daoist Feng Yun and the other 2 first-level Spirit Profound Realm experts were all here. They were monitoring every single person who entered and exited Qinggang City. Jiyu was stronger than the 3 of them, so when they saw that Jiyu was just an ordinary person, they didn't pay much attention to her. Together with Jiyu was the genius of the Li family of Feng City, Li Chongqing. He dragged his broken arm and knelt in front of an old man. Master, you must seek justice for your disciple. Your disciple's arm was crippled. The old man's expression turned ferocious. What? Someone actually dares to hurt my disciple? He slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. Now that Li Chongqing had lost an arm, he would be a cripple in the future. He would not care much for a cripple, but this cripple was his disciple before he was crippled. Now that he was in such a state, wasn't it a slap to his face? Preposterous. Where is this person now? Li Chongqing cried out, reporting to Master, this person has already arrived at Qinggang City. Her name is Jiyu. Men. Here. Take your junior brother away and have a good rest. Yes, Master. The old man brought 7 or 8 people to the Iron Armor Hotel. Who called Jiyu? Get out here now and I'll leave your corpse intact. The aura of a Tongxian expert suppressed everyone present. Jiyu had just arrived and found the Iron Armor Hotel. This was the place where all the blacksmiths would stay temporarily. You're so noisy. Get lost. Jiyu's voice drifted over. The old man immediately found Jiyu's location. He opened and closed his hand, and a huge iron hammer appeared. The iron hammer struck forward heavily. It was as if the air was about to shatter. The door of the hotel flew out, and the surrounding tables and chairs were in a terrible state. The blacksmiths who were originally in the hotel ran out of the room, but they were also affected. A Tongxian expert's essence, qi, and spirit were in one. His earth energy was extremely domineering. Jiyu's figure slowly walked out of the room. I gave you a chance. Get lost. The old man still wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt his body become light and flew into the air. What followed was a torrential barrage of attacks. The old man could not understand. His Tongxian aura could withstand his master's attacks for a period of time. Why did he feel like he was floating? The cloud extinction fist technique was extremely fast and domineering. In the blink of an eye, the old man's aura that could withstand thousands of soldiers and horses had disappeared. All the acupoints on his body were sealed. There was no hope for him to cultivate anymore. Jiyu's eyes widened as he prepared to deal the killing blow. Suddenly, a very anxious voice sounded. Young friend, please wait. However, Jiyu still attacked directly. The old man immediately exploded and died. How dare you kill my disciple? In an instant, the voice became extremely manic. It was as if someone had taken away something precious. Die. Thousands of flying swords flew over. The people who were watching the battle outside shouted in unison. It's Taoist Master Feng Yun. That's right, it's Daoist Feng Yun. Oh my god, who is that person? He actually made Daoist Feng Yun attack. Daoist Feng Yun was also sullen. He had sensed that something was wrong and rushed over as fast as he could. However, he did not expect that his disciple would be beaten to death in front of him. There was nothing he could do. If he did not kill this person today, how could he, Daoist Feng Yun, live in this world with the face? Go to hell. Myriad induction sword technique. In an instant, the world changed color as if it was shrouded by the sword light. Killing intent was everywhere. It was as if as long as Daoist Feng Yun willed it, a river of blood would flow. Ding, a crisp sound was heard, and the oppressive dark clouds seemed to have disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Everyone looked at the Iron Armor Hotel. It turned out that the black-clothed young man who had been motionless just now had swung his sword. Daoist Feng Yun was also stunned. He had never seen anyone who could neutralize his sword technique, except for the other two old men who were on par with him. However, this person looked so young. Ji Yu said. Indifferently, you don't have to leave. What? The people present wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The black-clothed young man in front of them actually told Daoist Feng Yun that he did not have to leave. Who do you think he is? Is he your toy? Are you the one who can leave and stay just because you want others to? The other party is one of the 3 national guardians of the Azure Steel Empire, Daoist Feng Yun. They suspected that either they had gone mad, or Ji Yu had gone mad. However, Ji Yu then told them that it was not them who had gone crazy, but the world that had gone crazy. Ji Yu displayed a set of sword moves in an elegant manner. Ding! The host has used the third style of the brilliant sun in the sky. The third style of the brilliant sun in the sky has obtained 999 times the experience. Daoist Feng Yun's eyes widened. With a slash of the broken sword, the chi aura around his body was shattered. Even his spiritual power had been greatly damaged. Blood gradually flowed down from the corner of his mouth. An expert at the first level of the spirit profound realm was actually injured to this extent by a single profound skill. This was simply unheard of. At this moment, 2 enormous waves of mental strength swept towards the small inn. Although Ji Yu was not afraid of trouble, she did not want to affect her next plan. I'll stop playing with you here today. Ji Yu and Xiaogu looked at each other. Just as she was about to hug Xiaogu, she suddenly turned around. Several of Daoist Feng Yun's disciples had just given him healing pills. Seeing Ji Yu return, Ji Yu was simply too terrifying, to the point that his few disciples were afraid of her. What do you want to do? Ji Yu did not reply. She directly passed by the 2 of them and arrived in front of Daoist Feng Yun. Daoist Feng Yun was still recuperating with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly mobilized the profound strength in his body. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu smiled and suddenly punched him. Immediately, Daoist Feng Yun flew out and heavily crashed into the wall. He fell to the ground and more than half of the profound strength in his body had dissipated. Seeing that their goal was achieved, Ji Yu and Xiaogu turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Gudu Songyun and Xiao Ran only arrived after Ji Yu left. The 2 of them looked at each other. Daoist Feng Yun, how are your injuries? Daoist Feng Yun dryly laughed twice. Everything is fine. There's no need for the 2 of you to worry. Gudu Songyun chuckled and placed his hand on his shoulder. It would have been better if he did not check. Once he did, he almost jumped in fright. Daoist Feng Yun's strength had actually fallen to the defensive profound realm. Wasn't this the same as his disciple? He wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After seeing the situation clearly, Gudu Songyun looked at Xiao Ran and shook his head. Xiao Ran immediately understood. After letting out a sigh, he said to Daoist Feng Yun, I have some pills here. Mr. Feng Yun, please don't stand on ceremony and accept them. After saying that, he left with Gudu Songyun. Looking at the pill in his hand, Daoist Feng Yun came to a realization. In the future, he would be excluded from the ranks of the top 3 experts. In fact, he would be reduced to an ordinary person. The disciples saw Gudu Songyun's expression. He immediately understood. Master, us martial brothers have discussed for a while and decided to go out and make a name for ourselves so that we can bring glory to Master. One of the disciples said loudly. The rest of the disciples also agreed. The pitiful Daoist wind cloud was still injured and left here all alone. When he returned to his own mansion, all the servants in the mansion left in a hubbub, and many of his treasures were stolen. The more Feng Yun Daoist thought about it, the angrier he got. He rushed into Li Chongqing's room. When he came out again, the artifact was covered in blood. The matter of Taoist Feng Yun being crippled attracted great attention from the royal family of the Azure Steel Empire. He ordered Great General Gudud Song Yun to lead his elite troops to guard the streets. He would definitely not let anyone suspicious enter Azure Steel City. Jiyu produced a pile of artifact again. The people sent by Master Dai entered Azure Steel City with hundreds of empty boxes. The residents in the city were attracted by this grand ceremony. They all walked out of their houses to watch. Hey, who are these people? I heard that they are people from Feng City. People from Feng City? How capable can they be? Ha ha ha, that's right. From the looks of it, they are from the Craftsman Guild. I guess they want to open a shop here. Wishful thinking. After this group of people entered the city, they didn't open the shop immediately. Instead, they entered a mansion at the corner. In reality, Jiyu and Xiaogu had circled in the air for a while before landing back on the ground. A relative of the royal family originally lived here. When Jiyu came and said that she wanted to buy this place, he felt that Jiyu was an idiot. But when Jiyu threw out 5 bags of gold coins from her storage ring, his expression changed. This place quickly passed into Jiyu's hands. Jiyu said to the Dai family's housekeeper, "Just modify it according to Feng City's model. There are artifacts that I made during this time in the house next door. Sell them at a lower price. Use the fastest speed to occupy the entire market." The housekeeper admired Jiyu to the extreme. Yes. The next day. In the artifact market. There were all the best artifacts that could be produced in the 7 great empires. Of course, this didn't include Jiyu's artifacts. The Dai family quickly set up a branch here. People from all over the world came to snatch them. It was as if these artifacts didn't cost money. The craftsman families from the 7 great empires and the scattered people were very curious. When did the Dai family have so many craftsmen? Furthermore, the artifacts produced by these artifact refiners were much more outstanding than theirs. In the Xiao family, Xiao Ran sat on the main seat. Below him sat 12 inferior 4th-grade craftsmen. Each of them was at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. The Qinggang Empire hasn't been peaceful recently. As he threw out a brick to attract Jade, the people below the stage agreed in unison. I think the Dai family is a piece of fat pork. We have to swallow it as soon as possible. The Gudu family. The Dai family. Interesting. Pass my order to invite the head of the Dai family to a banquet. The Huang family from the Lingbao Empire. Send my invitation to the head of the Dai family. Looking at the mountain of invitations on the table, Jiyu smiled faintly. The Dai family's housekeeper asked, "Ji Gongzi, what should we do now?" "Help me send invitations to all of them and invite them to the Baoyue Tower." The Baoyue Tower was the largest restaurant in the Qinggang Empire. It was said that only the nobles and some wealthy families could go there to spend money. The masters of the various families heard that Jiyu was holding a banquet in such a place. They became even more vigilant. The next night, countless people came, and they all had worries on their faces. When all of them arrived, Jiyu changed into a green robe and slowly walked down from the number 1 room in heaven. Jiyu said faintly, "Hello, masters of the craftsman families. I'm Jiyu. Greetings, Ji Gongzi. Greetings, Ji Gongzi." Jiyu continued, "The reason why I invited all of you here today is not for anything else but because I feel that there are too many shops selling treasures on the streets. We should organize them. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Integration. Everyone was in an uproar. This wasn't an integration at all. She was going to swallow all of them up. Xiao Ran might be the head of the Xiao clan, but as the ancestor of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't attend such an event. Xiao Yi, who was seen as the future successor, stood up. "Integrate us? Ji Gongzi is too arrogant." The Huang clan also said, "That's right. If Ji Gongzi is only going to say such empty words, then please forgive us for taking our leave." The people from the Gudu clan didn't say anything. They just sat in front of the table and watched everything quietly. Everyone started to talk at once. Jiyu said calmly, "My plan is to gather all the blacksmiths in the shops and forge artifacts individually. We will also give them a certain title. In the future, only the shops that we approve can sell artifacts to the public. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. She wasn't just snatching their shops. She was also snatching the position of the blacksmith guild. When everyone thought of this, they all gasped. Jiyu said calmly, whether you agree or not, it's all up to you. Some of the aristocratic families saw the benefits and didn't say anything. The people from the Gudu clan and Xiao clan looked at each other. The blacksmith guild will always be controlled by the royal family. Now that you are doing something that is beyond the control of the blacksmith guild, no one will be able to control you in the future. Jiyu smiled. Blacksmiths still need the badge of the blacksmith guild, right? No. All of a sudden, a woman said softly. Everyone looked in the direction of the lady. When they saw her, they all cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings to Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia was like a goddess from the snowy mountains. She was unreachable. Young General Gudu has already stated the dangers. If anyone agrees, they will be going against the royal family. Many aristocratic families agreed with Princess Xianxia's words. However, there were also many who sneered. If it wasn't for the three experts, the royal family would have long ceased to exist. The current royal family didn't have much power. Jiyu knew about this and came to Princess Xianxia. Princess, can we have a chat in the side hall? When they entered the room, Princess Xianxia accidentally stepped on her skirt. Jiyu immediately grabbed Princess Xianxia's hand and pulled her into his embrace before closing the door. Princess Xianxia had never been so close to a man before. What a warm feeling, Aya, what am I thinking? Princess Xianxia's face reddened as she pushed Jiyu away. She jumped 2 steps back like a little rabbit. You. Rogue. Do you know that just because you treated this princess like that earlier, this princess can sentence you to death? Jiyu smiled and said, Princess, not to mention that no one in the Qinggang Empire can kill me, even if you kill me, you won't be able to reverse the decline of the royal family. Seeing Jiyu immediately hit the royal family's sore spot. How do you know? Before I came here, I heard that the 5th princess is the most talented person in the entire Qinggang Empire. Even so, she's only at LV1 of the Tongxian realm. General Gudu has already reached the peak of LV1 of the Spirit Profound realm, right? The Xiao family is Empress Dowager Zhao's relative. So what? Princess Xianxia frowned. Every word Jiyu said was a sore spot for the royal family. And the root of all this is the blacksmith guild. As long as the royal family cooperates with me, the royal family will be able to control all the blacksmiths in the country. In other words, you can become my honorary president. Princess Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. But how do I know if you will become the next blacksmith guild? Princess Xianxia had unknowingly become me. Of course not. I will not stay in the Azure Steel Empire forever. After hearing this, Princess Xianxia understood. The purpose of the royal family's existence was to be Jiyu's spokesperson in the Azure Steel Empire. How dare you scheme against the royal family? Your Highness, if you are not willing, I will still do it. But when that time comes, you will have nothing. With that, Jiyu released the aura of a Spirit Profound Realm expert. Even the aristocratic families outside the door felt this inexplicable pressure. They lowered their heads. A Spirit Profound Realm expert was someone that no one in the Profound Enlightenment realm could compare to. I got it. Jiyu reached out and patted Princess Xianxia's head. This means that our cooperation has come to an agreement. Princess Xianxia froze for a moment. At the same time, her heart was filled with warmth. She had never felt such warmth in the Wang family. Furthermore, her brothers had always wanted to get rid of her. Jiyu and Princess Xianxia walked out of the door. Xianxia said, in the future, the royal family will officially cooperate with the Dai family's esteemed guest hall. Everyone's chopsticks fell to the table. Big sister, you were the one who said that you wanted to reject. Why did you suddenly change your mind? The young masters of the Huang family, Gudu family, and Xiao family gritted their teeth as they looked at Jiyu. This was because they saw a different feeling in Princess Xianxia's eyes when she looked at Jiyu. Apart from these 3 families, the rest of the families followed the royal family and joined Jiyu's plan. The next day, many shops closed. The business of the 3 families increased greatly. On the third day, all the aristocratic families were anxious and came to find Jiyu one after another. Jiyu told them to spread the news that there would be a peak grade 2 artifact being auctioned in 3 days. Furthermore, the entrance fee was 500,000 gold coins. Many aristocratic families were shocked. 500,000 gold coins, how many pills could he buy with that amount of money? However, a peak second grade artifact was an extremely rare artifact. The wealthy families signed up one after another. In order to save money, they didn't buy any artifacts from the 3 families. All of a sudden, the 3 families didn't have any business for 3 days. The 4th day, the auction officially began. Jiyu had designated everyone's position. There were also some vendors who were selling uncertified goods at the side. All the aristocratic families took out their own products for auction. On this continent, there were battles happening every day. Every day, people would die. Every day, there would be people in need of treasures. No one bought anything for 3 days. Furthermore, all the aristocratic families took out their best treasures this time. After deducting the amount given to Jiyu, there was still a lot of gold coins left. In the end, when Jiyu's peak grade 2 artifact appeared, all the aristocratic families went crazy. The price of the artifact was several million gold coins. Jiyu counted today's earnings and sent a portion to the royal family. The Huang family, the Gudu family, and the Xiao family. Under the control of Jiyu's aristocratic hall, their business plummeted. The 3 families joined forces. When Gudu Songyun heard the report, he stroked his beard. Our Gudu family only has 30% of our business left. Our Xiao family is even worse. We only have 20% of our business left. Elder Huang stroked his beard. Although our Huang family doesn't have much business in the Azure Steel Empire and isn't affected, if this continues, Gudu Songyun said indifferently, we shouldn't let the aristocratic hall continue to be so arrogant. However, Jiyu's strength might not be below the 2 of us. I heard from the younger generation that Jiyu's strength is close to that of us old men. That's right. Elder Huang stood up and said with disdain. This old man has just stepped into the spirit profound realm. With the 3 of us joining forces, even if he is a spirit profound realm expert, so what? With us joining forces, he is not our match. After he finished speaking. Early the next morning, the door of the aristocratic hall slowly opened. The waiters walked out from inside. Recently, since they had accepted this job, their days had been getting better day by day. And all of this was brought to them by Jiyu. Just as they put the door to the side, many people suddenly walked out of the door. When the waiters saw these people, they felt that they were not simple. These people pulled up their sleeves. Brothers, from today onwards, we will take over. When the waiter heard that these people were here to cause trouble, he immediately stepped forward and said, this is Ji. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Ha ha ha, you want to fight with us? That person waved his hand. Suddenly, a few people beside him immediately rushed forward. The waiter was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for them? After a few exchanges, his face was already bruised and swollen. The waiter shouted loudly, someone is here to cause trouble, someone is here to cause trouble. The people in the aristocratic hall all walked out. That person said indifferently, you heard it. I am Gudu Songyun's grandson. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. A brother of the aristocratic hall said, if it wasn't for Ji Gongzi, how could we live such good lives? Brothers, let's attack together. Even if they were not a match for him, they were determined to protect the aristocratic hall. Jiyu opened his eyes and walked down from upstairs. He was like lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of everyone. The few troublemakers in front of him were all sent flying. Gudu Songyun's grandson saw that Jiyu was actually so strong. With one strike, he sent several people flying. His heart couldn't help but thump. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't mess around. My grandfather is Gudu Songyun. He is the great general of the Azure Steel Empire. Jiyu sneered. Behind him, Xiaogu also had a cold expression. With a crisp crack, Gudu Songyun's grandson was sent flying from one of his arms. Jiyu quickly lashed out with a kick, landing on the opponent's leg. Another leg was sent flying by Jiyu's kick. Good Songyan's grandson fell to the ground and let out a wail. Ah, help! He rolled on the ground, howling in pain like a dog. Still not screaming? Good Songyan's servants carried the young master and returned to the Good residence. Is what you said true? Good Songyan asked the servants. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, the young master was beaten to this state by Jiyu. Master Huang and Xiao Ran both stood up from their seats. Looks like this kid's strength isn't ordinary. Good Songyun said, this child is a threat to the existence of our Qinggang Empire. If we allow him to continue growing like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Master Huang said, isn't the blacksmith conference in a few days? This kid is definitely an artifact refiner. We can wait until the time comes to tamper with it. How? Good Songyun asked. His own grandson was crippled, so how could he not be angry? If we tamper with the materials, wouldn't this Jiyu be? Ha ha ha. That makes sense, that makes sense. When he is at his weakest, we will send assassins to kill him. Exactly. A few more days passed. The grandest refiner assembly of the Qinggang Empire officially opened. Many of the leaders of the scattered forces participated in the competition, waiting for the winners of the Weapon Craftsman Conference or the birth of some geniuses. After the president of the Blacksmith Guild shouted, "Begin!" Jiyu and a group of people who came to participate in the competition walked up to the ring one after another. Flames of various colors burned fiercely in the ring in an instant. Only Jiyu and an old man had yet to make a move. The people of the major forces in the crowd began to discuss. An old man in his 60s is actually participating in the competition with a group of young people. It's simply a joke. Isn't this bullying? That's right, that's right. Shameless. At this moment, the old man began to work and quickly struck the iron. Soon, the iron in front of him was refined to the size of a finger. He actually has such an iron refining technique. It's really amazing. Look at the clothes on his body. Yes, there's a badge on his clothes. He's a 5th-grade artifact refiner, the same level as the president of the Blacksmith Guild. Jiyu also began to work at the same time. Soon, the 2 pieces of black iron were burned to the size of a chopstick in a short period of time. A piece of black iron that was even bigger than a table. He actually refined until there were only 2 chopsticks left. Look, only a 5th-grade artifact refiner can do this. Even if there's a special training method, it's impossible to turn such a strong piece of black iron into a chopstick. In the entire southern region, I'm afraid no one can surpass him, right? The black iron in Jiyu's hand emitted a dazzling light. Soon, a 4th-grade artifact was born. A 4th-grade artifact also appeared in the old man's hand. However, when comparing the two, the artifact in Jiyu's hand was clearly much stronger than the old man's. Suddenly, Jiyu realized that there was a profound energy fluctuation on the artifact that did not belong to her. Jiyu took a step back. The peak of the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm suddenly covered her body. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Suddenly, the artifact in Jiyu's hand exploded. Everyone present looked in Jiyu's direction. When the smoke dispersed, Jiyu was actually unscathed. On the other hand, his opponents were all affected. The artifacts in their hands exploded one after another. The old man, who had been called worthless by everyone, was standing at the side and was not affected. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, the champion is mine. The president of the Blacksmith Guild also walked out. He announced to the crowd, because Jiyu's artifact exploded, the artifacts of the others also exploded. Only Xiaofeng's artifact is still intact. I declare the winner of this competition. Jiyu stood out. Wait. The president of the Blacksmith Guild, Xiao Buyu, was an elder of the Xiao family. Jiyu's aristocratic hall had seriously infringed on the interests of the Blacksmith Guild. In addition, Jiyu had embarrassed the younger generation of the Xiao family at the banquet. A dignified man was actually defecating in this kind of situation. If this spread out, the younger generation of the Xiao family would be laughed at. Thinking of this, Xiao Buyu said, haha, there is only 1 incense's time left. No matter what, you can't turn it around. Jiyu said indifferently, as long as the time is not up, we won't be considered to have lost. Ridiculous. If you don't believe me, you can ask the audience. Everyone shouted in unison. I support it too. Yeah, if the time is not up, how can it be counted as the winner? It seems that the Blacksmith Guild is also going to decline. Xiao Buyu's lips curled into a cold smile when he heard everyone's words. They had originally planned to use the championship to scheme against Jiyu. If they wanted to court death, would they drag him down with them? Xiao Buyu pretended to be generous and waved his hand. Good, since everyone is saying so, this old man will see what little friend Jiyu can do. After saying that, Jiyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the purple flame in her hand flourished. She injected her Xian energy into the purple flame. The flame was like a fierce dragon that quickly devoured the black iron in front of it. Immediately after, the flame in Jiyu's hand, when removing the impurities, actually turned the black iron into the shape of a pagoda. Jiyu covered the artifact with her Xian energy. On top of the black iron chopsticks, there was an array formation. It's actually a rank 5 prized artifact, one rank higher than the one before. This is unbelievable. That's right. We don't even dare to imagine such a treasure. Xiao Buyu's face darkened. This old man announces that this year's champion is. Wait. Gooded Songyun, Xiao Ran, and Old Master Huang walked onto the stage at the same time. Xiao Buyu's lips curled into a faint smile. This man has threatened the Blacksmith Guild and even bewitched the royal family. He should be executed. Gooded Songyun shouted righteously. Over 100 armored soldiers walked out from the two sides. Clearly, they were all at Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Jiyu said indifferently, "What do you want?" Old Master Huang snickered. The explosion of the artifact earlier must have injured you. In addition to the forging of the 4th and 5th grade artifacts, you don't have much profound energy left, right? Ding. Host has used Xian energy, martial arts cultivation has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations host, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Just now, Jiyu used less than half of her Xian energy. In a short moment, she broke through from the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm to the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu smiled faintly, "What do you want?" Old Master Huang stroked his beard, "As long as you obediently hand over the aristocratic hall, this matter will be settled." No. Gooded Songyun said with a sinister expression, "You crippled my grandson. If you cripple your own legs today, this matter will be settled." Are you daydreaming? Jiyu's tone was cold. Gooded Songyun laughed, "Then don't blame this old man for helping you." A few golden armored soldiers flashed onto the stage. The warrior below the ring extended his long spear and walked up the ring step by step. Xiao Ran smiled. As expected of the 12 golden armored knights and the 100 war cavalry. Old Master Huang praised from the side. Gooded Songyun's 12 golden generals are indeed extraordinary. The leader of the 12 golden armored soldiers shouted, "Jiyu, obediently come out and accept your death." Jiyu sneered. Her figure flashed and disappeared from her original spot. He shuttled through the 12 golden armored warriors and landed punch after punch on their stomachs. Ding. Host has used Cloud Extinction Fist Art. Cloud Extinction Fist Art has obtained 999 times experience. The 12 golden armored soldiers were still imposing just now. At this moment, the chi aura on their bodies was shattered. Even their armor was shattered. The surrounding spectators were all shouting in their hearts that they deserved it. As the upper echelon of the Azure Steel Empire, they actually dared to steal someone else's aristocratic hall. Now that they were beaten to death, they deserved it. The hundreds of 100 war cavalry quickened their pace. Even experts at the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm would not be able to break through their encirclement. Jiyu directly jumped up and waved her fists 10 times. She used her Xian skill again. Rows of 100 war cavalry flew out like kites. Too shocking. This scene was really too shocking. Hundreds of elite soldiers were not Jiyu's match. The remaining few people took a step forward one after another. Now, their hands were sweating like rain. They did not know what to do. Burning wave blade technique. Countless blade lights directly cut through the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The 100 war cavalry fell one after another. Gudut Songyun clenched his fist. How dare you? My Azure Steel Empire's most elite soldiers all died in your hands. Give me your life. Old Master Huang shouted, Old Master Gudu, our drunken Moon Empire will definitely not leave this matter alone. Jiyu, hand over your life. Xiao Ran said heavily, you bewitched the royal family. You deserve to die. The three of them moved forward at the same time. Drunken life. Gale Blade Technique. Griffin Fist. The three of them directly used their most famous Xian skill. The surrounding boulders turned into powder in a short moment. Everyone sighed. Looks like my Azure Steel Empire's rarely seen expert in 10,000 years is going to die here. An elder of the blacksmith guild sighed regretfully. The remaining blacksmiths all had strange thoughts. Boom, a huge explosion rang out in the small arena. After the smoke dispersed, Jiyu's figure did not appear here. He was actually beaten to the point where not even a speck of dust was left. Looks like there's not even a speck of dust left. What a pity. A genius is gone just like that. Everyone's face showed a trace of pity. Master Huang, Xiao Ran, and Gudut Songyun all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Jiyu brat, did you see that? This old man has avenged you. Go and receive the aristocratic hall immediately. You want to leave just like that? Jiyu's voice came from the sky. He grabbed Xiao Gu's hand with one hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. He threw out the long saber in his hand. It turned into thousands of saber lights and arrived in front of the three in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ran rushed out and shouted, Lion Eagle Fist. The Xian energy in Xiao Ran's hand was like a fierce lion, like an eagle flying in the sky, rushing towards Jiyu's direction. However, the Burning Wave Saber technique was a Xian-level technique. A few saber lights slashed the lion. The lion only let out a cry and turned into flowing light. The remaining power of the Burning Wave Saber technique arrived in the blink of an eye. The protective aura around Xiao Ran's body actually shattered in a short moment. 3 saber wounds landed on his body. Fresh blood flowed down in an instant. Jiyu landed on the ground and said coldly to him, the Xiao family will cease to exist from now on. Xiao Buyu rushed in front of Xiao Ran with a look of disbelief. He hugged Xiao Ran in front of him. Big brother, nothing can happen to you. Xiao Ran was the backbone of the Xiao family. If he died, the Xiao family would be reduced to a second-rate family. For the Xiao family, you can't die. Xiao Ran struggled to stand up. Jiyu said indifferently, I said before, the Xiao family will cease to exist. After saying that, Jiyu punched Xiao Buyu's body. Xiao Buyu let out a cry of pain. Ah. Xiao Ran watched as the strongest person in the Xiao family besides him was killed by Jiyu with one punch. He knew clearly that the Xiao family was finished. He panicked and spat out blood. Old Master Huang and Gudut Songyun quickly moved forward. Brother Gudu, if we join hands, we might have a way out. If we don't, then we, as soon as his voice faded away. The two of them stood on the left and right of Jiyu. They quickly swung their fists. They all gathered their profound energy together, hoping to use this method to quickly kill Jiyu. Jiyu only took one step, but it was as if she had walked thousands of miles. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old Master Huang and Gudut Songyun's fists collided. At this moment, a huge wave of profound energy rumbled. Gudut Songyun and Old Master Huang had used all their strength in this attack. The two of them fell into a pool of blood, one on the left and one on the right. Jiyu took a step forward and looked at the two of them. The two of them only felt that they didn't have the slightest bit of profound energy in their bodies at this moment. Obviously, the tendons and veins in his hands and feet had all been severed. Jiyu glanced at Old Master Huang and smiled, don't worry, you won't die yet. Old Master Huang heaved a sigh of relief. He walked in front of Gudut Songyun and lifted him up by the neck. Right at this moment, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Hold on. Jiyu turned around. Princess Qingyue had brought thousands of soldiers to the blacksmith guild. Princess Qingyue said anxiously, Jiyu. Don't do anything. Jiyu said calmly, he wanted to kill me just now. The Gudu family is the general of our Green Steel Empire. Don't do anything. Okay. After Jiyu said that, she exerted force in her hand. Good Song-yun, who was in Jiyu's hand, let out a cry and lost his life. Princess Xianxia seemed to tremble. She didn't expect Jiyu to kill the general of their Green Steel Empire just like that. Daoist Feng-yun was crippled. The two heroes of the Xiao family were killed. Good Song-yun and the Golden Armor Army were completely annihilated. The Green Steel Empire no longer had the strength to resist. Princess Xianxia sat on the ground. She didn't look as cold as before. Jiyu walked in front of her and gently pulled her up. You are different. You are working with me. I won't kill you. Princess Xianxia smiled. There was no hope for the Green Steel Empire now. Now that Jiyu said that everything would be the same as before, she instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She said to Jiyu, since that's the case, I will have to thank Ji Gongzi for taking care of me. Jiyu nodded. Just now, the Gudu family and the Xiao family secretly colluded with foreign envoys to overthrow the Green Steel Empire. I wonder who is the champion of the blacksmith competition? Of course, it's young master. Princess Xianxia asked the elders of the blacksmith guild to take out a green wooden box. Several elders of the craftsman guild awkwardly said that, young master Ji, this is a secret that has been guarded by our Qinggang Empire Craftsman Guild for generations. We hope that you can return it to us after a year of studying it. Jiyu nodded doubtfully. The elders trembled as they said, but if Ji Gongzi likes it, you can take it and study it. Jiyu took out the piece of paper from the wooden box. The power instantly entered Jiyu's body. A portion of the power also entered the soul rope and was received by the remnant soul. Jiyu could feel that the remnant soul's power had recovered slightly. Jiyu casually threw the wooden box to the elders. This thing is useless to me. At the same time, the piece of paper in Jiyu's hand gradually woke up. It seemed to be reflecting a place. But she didn't know where it was. Jiyu sensed that there were alchemists and blacksmiths. There was such a mysterious power in these two unions. But she hadn't heard of any guilds in other empires. Jiyu asked someone to bring Old Master Huang to the underground prison of the aristocratic hall. Old Master Huang said weakly, young friend Ji, I beg you, let me go. Jiyu took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She took out a piece of cloth and asked Old Master Huang, have you seen this thing before? A long time ago, it was kept by the royal family of the Drunken Moon Empire. But ever since the rebellion, it disappeared. There had been a rebellion in the Drunken Moon Empire, but it was overthrown by the great general of the current dynasty. The current ruler of the royal family was the great general of that time. It was said that after he rushed into the palace, the first thing he did was to clear out the entire royal family of the Drunken Moon Empire. Jiyu nodded. Seeing that Jiyu was about to leave, Old Master Huang wailed, Ji Gongzi, can you let me go? Jiyu sneered. She didn't want to dirty her hands by killing him. After Jiyu left, the waiter and the others in the shop came out with sinister expressions. Their fists were like a storm. After packing up, Jiyu was about to leave the Qinggang Empire. Daishui looked at Jiyu reluctantly, will you come back? Yes. Daishui hugged Jiyu. Jiyu sat on the carriage and slowly left the city. Princess Xianxia stood on the city walls and clenched her fists, Jiyu, the next time you come, I will kill you. After leaving the Azure Steel Empire, Jiyu sent people to the Drunken Moon Empire. The Drunken Moon Empire was famous for its winemakers and mercenaries. The Drunken Moon Empire had more than 20 cities. The periphery was almost surrounded by the ocean, and it was especially cold at night. Even with Jiyu's spirit profound realm cultivation, she still felt cold. Jiyu and Xiaogu sat in front of the bonfire. Xiaogu was not affected by the weather. She was like a little kitten curled up in Jiyu's arms. Jiyu, on the other hand, stroked her silky hair. At this moment, a shout came from afar. Protect the young miss. Run. Jiyu's mental strength quickly spread out. A group of carriages was speeding along. More than 10 Tongxian realm cultivators stood in front of the carriages. They kept swinging their swords. Behind the group of carriages, there were dozens of cultivators at Tier 8 Tongxian realm and above. Haha, take down the little girl in the carriage. Due to the rebellion in the Drunken Moon Empire, they did not have enough soldiers. Therefore, the security of the empire had declined and the local mercenary groups were in charge of it. In the Mystic Moon City, the city lord was a mere figurehead and many experts chose to become bandits. This was just one of the groups of bandits. Xiaogu looked coldly in the direction of the group of people. Apart from Jiyu, she did not care about the others. At this moment, the neighing of horses sounded. The group of people who were running for their lives seemed to have noticed Jiyu. "Young master, run!" A middle-aged man in the group shouted anxiously at Jiyu. Jiyu smiled faintly, as if she did not care about the bandits behind him. The middle-aged man shouted anxiously, "These people are not easy to deal with. Run!" Seeing that Jiyu was not leaving, the middle-aged man shouted. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. The horse bandits behind him also saw Jiyu, who was stroking Xiaogu's hair. Xiaogu's temperament and figure made the group of people gulp. "Brothers, there's another treasure here. Haha, it should feel good to ride under your crotch later." Feeling offended by Xiaogu, Jiyu stood up. "Brat, what's wrong? Do you still want to fight us? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, we'll hand her back to you after we're done." "Don't be like that, third elder brother. This kid has red lips and white teeth. Doesn't sixth elder brother like men?" "Haha, yes, yes, yes." As soon as the three of them finished speaking, they suddenly felt a storm of fists raining down on them. The power of the fist was incomparably heavy as it struck the three of them. The three of them were instantly reduced to ashes. Jiyu's fist smashed the three of them into pieces. He coldly looked at the bandits in front of him. They all opened their mouths and said, "Third brother was killed." "Kill them!" one of them shouted loudly. The rest of them all raised the treasured weapons in their hands and charged toward Jiyu. The uncle pulled the reins in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, our benefactor is in danger now. Let's go and save him." Just as the bandits were about to attack, Jiyu said something to Xiaogu. Xiaogu appeared in front of the uncle and the others in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "Don't go over, or you'll be in danger too." The uncle looked in Jiyu's direction worriedly. "But if we don't do anything, won't he be in danger?" Screams kept coming from the distance. The bandit leader held a long saber in his hand and looked at Jiyu as he shouted, "Brat, how dare you kill so many of my brothers?" He was already waving his long saber. The lake water behind him suddenly turned into a long dragon. It furiously charged toward Jiyu. Jiyu took out his long saber at the same time. Seeing this, the bandit leader couldn't help but smile proudly. "Brat, in the entire Drunken Moon Empire, there aren't many people who can surpass me when it comes to sabers." As soon as the burning wave saber technique was used, the fire dragon roared and fiercely collided with the water dragon. The two forces coiled and twisted together. The water dragon was destroyed. The remaining power of the burning wave saber technique swallowed the bandit leader in the blink of an eye. The remaining bandits looked at each other. Their leader was actually killed in one move. This was an expert at the peak of the Tongxian realm. He was only one step away from the Spirit Profound realm. However, there were many Tongxian realm experts in the Drunken Moon Empire. They were all one step away from the Spirit Profound realm. However, this was a difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention Jiyu, who could instantly kill a first-level Spirit Profound realm expert in one move. The remaining bandits immediately turned around and wanted to leave this place. Jiyu said indifferently, "You think you can leave with just the likes of you?" With a few leaps, he arrived in the direction of the bandits' escape. Jiyu threw out dozens of punches. The power of each punch caused several bandits to explode and die. His battle ended very quickly. The uncle brought a few guards and walked in front of Jiyu. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, your strength just now was really strong. I am very impressed." Jiyu waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I didn't want to save you." The uncle laughed, "No matter what, it was brother who saved me and my young miss." Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to leave. However, he didn't expect that the uncle behind him would quickly catch up. "Young master, please wait. The weather is cold and we don't have anything on us. We can only use this to thank you." As he spoke, he took out a water bag and handed it to Jiyu. After Jiyu tasted it, Ding. The host has tasted the wine Drunken Moon fragrance, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully comprehended the formula of Drunken Moon fragrance. After drinking it, Jiyu felt that his body was full of energy. The mystic energy that he had used was gradually recovering. It is indeed a good wine. Jiyu closed his eyes. The wine's fragrance was still swirling in his mouth. Xiaogu curiously came over. Jiyu handed the water bag to Xiaogu. Xiaogu gulped and drank the wine in the water bag. Soon, he looked at Jiyu with blurred eyes. He hugged Jiyu's shoulders. Delicious, delicious. I want more. The uncle saw this scene awkwardly. He smiled and said, "Young master, you should rest first. If you don't mind, we would like to travel with you. Of course, as long as you need something, we will do it. You want to hire me?" Jiyu frowned. The uncle said anxiously, "No, I just want to be friends with you. I will naturally do anything for a friend." Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement with satisfaction. The uncle excitedly went back to prepare food. He planned to treat Jiyu to a meal later. End of chapter 524. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.